The Sakura Nation has officially announced that within the coming year it will discharge Fukushima nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean, a decision that has sparked controversy among many countries. Scientists believe that the nuclear wastewater will cause mutations in marine life, thereby posing a danger to humanity. The International Astronomical Observatory has detected that in the near future a meteor with a diameter of about 1 kilometer will fall to Earth. Inside a Hualala van, the passengers listened to the report coming from the car radio. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Feng could not help but furrow his brows, a deep worry flickering in his eyes. So this day has really come. Everything the system spoke of has actually turned out to be true. Little brother, news like this is just something to listen to, no need to take it too seriously. A few years back they also said some meteor would fall soon carrying some deadly pathogen. Yet so many years have passed since then, and everything is still just fine, isn't it? Feng turned his head toward the Hualala driver, following the sound of his voice, and seeing the utterly nonchalant look on the man's face, he could only reveal a helpless, bitter smile. At first he had not believed it either, but now he could no longer doubt. The afternoon before last he had unintentionally triggered the system, and the system had informed him that the countdown to the end of the world had only 20 days remaining. The system required Feng to purchase an air raid shelter based in his current city as the foundation. Only then could it complete its binding with him. At the same time he would receive a novice gift pack and embark upon a path to a life as exhilarating as that of a male lead in a wish fulfillment story. Initially Feng had only regarded the matter with half-baked skepticism. It was not until he heard the latest news on the car radio that his resolve grew even firmer in his heart. Indeed, the end of the world was truly about to arrive, and there were only 20 days left. He had to complete as many preparations as possible before this cataclysmic countdown reached its end. You are right. No matter what, here in our Jojo nation the authorities are still holding up the sky for us, he said. At least it's better than that so-called happy empire over there where gunfire rings out all day long. Feng shrugged and even cracked a joke. After all, aside from the Sakura Nation's nuclear wastewater incident, even that distant superpower had recently seen a surge of shootings sparked by fights over supplies. Those news reports had almost dominated global trending lists. The cause of it all was a renowned scientific researcher over there who had risked his life to expose that only 30 days remained before a global apocalypse. The world had erupted like a boiling cauldron. Yet only Feng himself knew that there were in fact only 20 days left until the apocalypse, not 30 as that scientist had claimed. He had still held something back, Feng sighed inwardly. After a short while the van arrived at the site of the air raid shelters in Haiyan City. This was a towering mountain, and also the highest peak among the coastal cities in the area, known as Haiyun Mountain, rising to more than 1,000 meters above sea level. Many air raid shelters had been built here, most of them dating back to the wartime years. The shelter Feng had purchased lay on Haiyun Mountain at an elevation of more than 700 meters, making it one of the best located shelters among them. Because a meteor impact was highly likely in the near future, citizens of Haiyan City were allowed to enter these shelters and to buy or sell them freely. However, most people simply did not believe it. Up to this point, Feng was the first person to buy a shelter, and the first to actually step inside one. It was precisely because no one else was buying that the price had remained so low. Otherwise, Feng would have had to expend far more effort to complete the task assigned by the system. The Hualala workers moved all of Feng's belongings into the shelter, and then one of them asked him for 300 yuan. The price was rather reasonable given that there were 3 workers plus the use of the vehicle and their labor. Feng picked up his phone and said with a smile, "This place is pretty remote, and coming back and forth is quite troublesome. You've worked hard. Let's not stick with 300. Let's round it up to an even 3,000 yuan. What? The 3 were stunned, staring at Feng in bewilderment. Since when did anyone round up numbers in such a way? Feng ignored their astonishment. He dialed a number saved under the remark, "idiot," and said in a bold tone, "It's me, Feng. Send money." On the other end, the man was momentarily taken aback before bursting into curses. "Feng, you just asked me for 300,000 yesterday, and now you're at it again." This man was none other than Feng's recently graduated university alumnus. His name was Liu Yao, son of Haiyun City construction magnate Liu Yuan. His family was far from ordinary in wealth, and in Haiyun City, he counted as a figure of no small standing. Some time ago at the Haiyun University graduation alumni gathering, Liu Yao had gotten to know Feng, and had also become acquainted with Feng's girlfriend Su Yao. In the end, Liu Yao had taken only 3 days to steal away the girlfriend with whom Feng had been in a relationship for 3 years. If Liu Yao had not later come to ask him how much money it would take for him to leave his ex-girlfriend Su Yao, Feng might have remained deceived down to his very bones. Afterwards, he had even thought about taking revenge and exposing the deeds of this pair of dogs to the public. He wanted to make the two of them utterly lose face. But upon further thought, he had to admit that Feng was ultimately just an orphan. With no money, no power, and no connections, how could he possibly be a match for a rich young master like Liu Yao? If not for the confirmation that the end of the world was truly approaching. And if Feng had not happened to trigger the shelter system a few days earlier, compelling him to purchase an air raid shelter within a short time, He reckoned that he would never have had any further entanglements with them for the rest of his life. Thus he had thought of Liu Yao, and using the latter's own previous words as leverage had cajoled and tricked this rich young master out of a full 300,000 yuan. All of it had gone into the initial funds needed to activate the air raid shelter. Even so, that money could only be described as barely sufficient. Ever since news of the apocalypse had been confirmed, the once cheap, abandoned air raid shelters had skyrocketed in price, soaring several times over. Nowadays, ordinary people truly might not be able to take out tens of thousands just to buy a single shelter. All the more so when Yi Feng was merely a poor student who had only just graduated. What now? Don't tell me a grand young master like you doesn't even have this much integrity. After listening to Liu Yao's complaints, Yi Feng gave a cold laugh and sneered. When you were stealing my girlfriend, I thought you were so capable that your word meant something. Yet now, when it's just a matter of moving some belongings, you can't even bring yourself to pay 3,000 yuan. You call that being a rich second generation? You think I'm an idiot? Liu Yao roared. What kind of move costs over 3,000? Are you relocating your whole life? You taking me for an ATM? Cursing furiously, Liu Yao hung up the phone on the spot. Yet barely a moment later, Yi Feng received a transfer of 3,000 yuan accompanied by a threatening text from Liu Yao. This is the last time. If you dare come asking me for money again, I guarantee you will never get to use your third leg for the rest of your life. Yi Feng merely let out a soft chuckle, not taking Liu Yao's words to heart at all. With the end of the world only 20 days away, he thought, how could he possibly be afraid of such threats? After giving the Hualala workers 3,000 yuan, Yi Feng walked straight into the air raid shelter. The instant he stepped inside, a cold, emotionless, mature woman's voice echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. After entering the air raid shelter, Yi Feng immediately received a notification from the system that the mission had been completed. A moment later, the mature woman's voice in his mind rang out again. Congratulations to the host for completing the initial mission. You now possess a personal shelter. The host may claim a novice gift pack. Do you wish to receive it? Yi Feng stood there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Only when the emotionless, mature voice sounded again did he come back to himself. Warning: if no response is given within 10 seconds, the system will reclaim the novice gift pack. Hearing this, Yi Feng no longer dared to hesitate and decisively chose to receive it. After all, he had been busy for so long precisely for this so-called novice gift pack. Claim successful. Reward 1: a household-type intelligent bionic robot. The robot's appearance and form can be automatically generated according to the host's specifications. Please imagine the robot's outward appearance and distinguishing features in your mind. Hearing this, Yi Feng could not help. He was very familiar with this kind of thing. Back when he played story-driven character games, he could spend an entire day just on face customization. He would never start the game until he had created the most beautiful character on the entire server. With that in mind, Yi Feng began to recall in his mind the character models he had created before. The instant the image formed in his thoughts, a bionic robot with eyes tightly closed appeared out of thin air right in front of him. What the? Yi Feng blurted out a curse. What shocked him was that the robot that had appeared before him was exactly the same as what he had envisioned. She had the enchanting face of an angel, stood 1.75 meters tall, with long glossy black hair and a tall voluptuous figure. Most importantly of all, the robot was dressed in a maid outfit. The overknee black stockings were faintly visible at the edge of Yi Feng's vision, sending a rush of excitement through him. Be reserved, he scolded himself. Looking at the tall bionic beauty whose head reached his nose, Yi Feng could not help but reach out and poke her. Not where you are thinking, he poked her face. When his fingertip touched the robot's face, he was astonished to find that it felt exactly like real skin. Worthy of being called a bionic robot, he murmured. Just as Yi Feng was sighing in wonder, the mature voice in his mind sounded once more. Reward 2: 1 vial of genetic modification serum. As the words fell, a small vial appeared out of thin air in his hand. The vial was small, about the size of a thumb. Inside, some red liquid was sealed, looking both mysterious and novel. Reward 3: within 6 hours, the system will reconstruct the host shelter. After reconstruction, the shelter will be equipped with all high-tech facilities necessary to withstand the apocalypse. It will be the sole criterion determining whether the host can survive the end times. The host is advised to cherish his shelter. Novice gift pack has been fully delivered. With that, the mature voice disappeared. At this moment, Yi Feng's emotions refused to calm for a long time. After composing himself for a moment, he decided to first take the genetic modification serum and see what would happen. The taste was not as bitter as he had imagined. Instead, there was even a hint of sweetness. After swallowing the serum, Yi Feng felt a wave of heat surge through his body, and his breathing grew slightly rapid. At the same time, a tingling numbness spread through every inch of him. The process lasted several minutes before it finally subsided. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Yi Feng realized that his vision had become far clearer than before. He could even distinguish tiny particles clinging to the walls of the shelter. Thus, to be precise, this was over 7 or 8 meters away, and the lighting was far from good. Not only that, Yi Feng discovered that his hearing, sense of smell, touch, and even taste had all improved markedly. I feel power surging through every part of my body. Clenching his fists, Yifeng looked eager to test himself, wanting to see in which areas he had improved. With that thought, he suddenly dashed forward, and in the next instant he shot into the depths of the shelter at an astonishing speed. He was several times faster than Bolt. That was not all. When Yifeng returned to where he had started, there was now a brick in his hand that he had found inside the shelter. Grasping the granite block roughly the size of a lunchbox, he did not hesitate and swung his fist down. With a bang, the greenish brick shattered, outright fragments raining to the floor. What the? Yifeng was even more excited now than when he had first seen the bionic beauty. Because he understood all too well in the apocalypse, strength was far more important than looks. If I went to shoot a sci-fi movie now, who would need special effects anymore? Yifeng burst into excited laughter. After testing the serum, he once again turned his gaze back to the robot, especially her legs. Isn't she supposed to be a household-type intelligent bionic robot? Why isn't she moving at all? Could she be defective? Yifeng frowned slightly. If she really was defective, he would have taken a huge loss. With that thought, Yifeng stepped forward and began fiddling with the bionic beauty. Though he called it tinkering, in truth, he was taking advantage. Wow, this skin is unbelievably soft. I wonder what material they used, he exclaimed as he squeezed experimentally. Perhaps Yifeng had accidentally triggered some kind of switch. The robot's eyes suddenly snapped open, and a faint sizzling sound of electricity came from inside her body. Thanks to the genetic modification, Yifeng clearly noticed the changes occurring in the robot. He hurriedly backed away, not because he wanted to observe her reaction, but because he was afraid she might suddenly. Yifeng had seen plenty of news about phones suddenly exploding. Who knew if a defective product like this might blow up out of... After a few seconds, the crackling ceased. The bionic beauty slowly turned her head to look at Yifeng, studying him up and down for a long moment. Hello? Household-type intelligent bionic robot Unit 001 is delighted to serve you, she said. Her voice was sweet and gentle, a world apart from the system's cold, mature tone in his mind. A faintly intoxicated look appeared on Yifeng's face. I wonder what it would feel like to hold a robot like this while sleeping at night, he thought, then could not resist asking, can you warm the bed, eh? The robot looked at him with an innocent expression. Please rest assured, after reconstruction, the shelter will be equipped with an advanced bed capable of automatic heating. It can automatically adjust the temperature according to human body heat, and it can also... All right, let's not dwell on that topic, he interrupted. Before the robot could finish speaking, Yifeng cut her off. She did not get angry. The sweet smile remained on her face. Yes, this was exactly what first love felt like. What functions do you have? Yifeng asked. The robot seemed not to need to think at all. She answered straightforwardly, the master may ask me anything regarding the shelter. Oh, hearing this, Yifeng's interest was piqued. However, he did not rush to bombard her with questions. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. You don't need to call me master. It sounds too distant. Just call me Brother Feng, he said. All right, Brother Feng, the robot replied in her sweet voice. Listening to a top-tier bionic beauty call him Brother Feng, Yifeng felt his heart itch unbearably. He then gave the robot a name. AI Feng. Just as Yifeng was about to continue studying, AI Feng's phone suddenly started ringing. Yifeng felt a bit puzzled as he hadn't been in touch with his former classmates since graduation. Thus there were hardly any. He picked up his phone and realized it was his old friend Song Heng, whom he had known for over 10 years. Instantly a smile crept onto Yifeng's lips. He answered the call. Hey Lao Song, shouldn't you be at work at this hour? How come you have time to call me? Fengzi, Yifeng's nickname. Come to Haiyun Grand Hotel at 5 for dinner. I've made a very impressive friend at work, and he'll have good news for you when you arrive. Hearing Song Heng's slightly excited voice, Yifeng couldn't help but feel curious. What good news could be more important than having an intimate conversation with AI Feng right now? If it were an ordinary friend, Yifeng would certainly have decisively declined without hesitation. But Song Heng was different. He was one of Yifeng's few close friends. Moreover, Yifeng had plans to bring Song Heng into his shelter once it was completed. After considering for 3 seconds, Yifeng finally agreed. However, he curiously asked, what exactly is this good news? Oh, you won't believe it if I tell you now. Just make sure to arrive by 5 and call me when you get here. With that, Song Heng hung up the phone, leaving Yifeng no chance to ask further questions. Fortunately, their friendship was strong, otherwise this way of hanging up would offend others. Seeing that Song Heng wouldn't say more, Yifeng had no choice. Glancing around the somewhat empty shelter, Yifeng murmured, although I don't know what the rebuilt shelter will look like, food is a significant problem right now. Moreover, the food I brought can only last about 5 days. I must store enough food and water before the apocalypse. Due to the rapid spread of the apocalypse crisis, global material prices have surged by 80%. Sometimes, even spending money doesn't guarantee good things. But the point is, Yifeng currently had very little money. He had just graduated and originally planned to work hard and save enough to marry Su Yao and live a comfortable life. However, Su Yao's sudden betrayal completely robbed Yifeng of his motivation, and he was dismissed from his job short. Not long after that, he received the system notification about the impending apocalypse, and thus had even less time to work. So there's no need to elaborate on how poor Yifeng is now. Should I call that fool Liu Yao again? After some thought, he decided against it. Yifeng casually tidied up his clothes and reminded AI Feng to behave while home alone. The shelter had a large door which was locked, so Yi Feng was entirely unconcerned about whether someone would intrude while, after locking the door, he hailed a taxi. This place was considered the outskirts, and being on a mountain, the only way to leave was by taxi or waiting for the Haiyan Mountain bus. If he took the bus, he would definitely not make it on time. It was already past 4 o'clock. After getting in the car, Yi Feng arrived at Haiyun Grand Hotel around 5. Haiyun Grand Hotel is one of the best hotels in Haiyun City. A 6-star hotel. The expenses here start at tens of thousands. Standing outside the hotel, Yi Feng was very curious about what kind of friend Song Heng had met to treat him to a meal here. But no matter how he thought about it, it must be a rich second generation. After dialing Song Heng's number, he waited for a moment before Song Heng hurriedly came out of the hotel. Dressed in a proper suit, he looked quite handsome, though slightly shorter than Yi Feng. "Lao Song, you seem so rushed. What good news is it?" Yi Feng, who was being pulled into the hotel by Song Heng, couldn't help but ask again. Seeing Yi Feng's persistent questioning, Song Heng had no choice but to tell him first. They talked as they walked. "You've seen the recent news, right?" Song Heng asked. Yi Feng nodded. "It's about the nuclear wastewater being discharged by Sakura country into the Pacific Ocean and the meteorite impact. What I'm about to say is related to the nuclear wastewater discharge by Sakura country." "My." Yi Feng felt a bit curious. At this moment, they had arrived at the elevator. After Song Heng pressed the elevator button, he continued to explain, "Sakura country should have started discharging nuclear wastewater a long time ago, and several coastal areas in our country have seen mutated monsters appear." "Is that true?" Yi Feng still found it hard to believe. He knew the apocalypse would eventually come, but wasn't there still 20 days left? How could monsters possibly appear so soon? Seeing Yi Feng's disbelief, Song Heng became anxious. "Do you think I would lie to you?" "Hee, that's not what I meant." Yi Feng explained with a smile. After all, Song Heng was only trying to convey this good news. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and the two entered. Song Heng directly pressed the button for the 16th floor. Because there were only the two of them in the elevator, Song Heng continued, "These mutated monsters are quite large, and they have begun to attack people. Some have collected monster samples for testing and found severe nuclear radiation levels. Because of concerns about causing panic, this information has been kept under wraps, and I only learned about it through some connection." Hearing this, Yi Feng's expression grew serious. "It seems I need to hasten my preparations for supplies." Seeing Yi Feng's expression, Song Heng thought he was worried and scared. So he comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, I brought you here to introduce you to a wealthy second-generation. He has set up a shelter that can accommodate dozens of people at once. With my connection, you will also be able to get in, so don't worry." As he spoke, Song Heng patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. A shelter. Hearing this term, Yi Feng's face lit up. When it comes to shelters, whose shelter could be more impressive than his own? This is the difference between spending money and cheating. You spend your money while I cheat, and I'll crush you. Yi Feng nudged Song Heng with his elbow. When Song Heng looked at him in confusion, Yi Feng continued, "I also have a shelter. Why don't you join me?" Song Heng rolled his eyes at Yi Feng. "Do you think this is child's play? Alright, make sure to speak sweetly later. This opportunity only comes once." Seeing that Song Heng didn't believe him, Yi Feng had to give up. Anyway, once he brought Song Heng to see his shelter, he would naturally believe it. Sometimes saying too much is not as good as seeing it in person. After going upstairs, they arrived at the luxurious private room that Song Heng mentioned. It was called luxurious because the doors of the private room were made of precious wood, and just this door alone would cost at least $1 million. Upon entering the private room, Yi Feng discovered that there were more people inside than he had imagined. At the dining table sat both men and women, and behind a handsome young man dressed in designer clothes stood several bodyguards in uniforms. Each bodyguard was very muscular, clearly not ordinary fighters. Song Heng brought Yi Feng before the young man and respectfully introduced, "Brother Ji, this is my good brother." Yi Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. How come he didn't realize he was so formidable in the past? He recalled that Song Heng had a habit of boasting, which made Yi Feng feel relieved. In truth, he understood that Song Heng's intention in saying this was also to elevate his own image in front of others, allowing him to mix with Ji Wenbin. Because only in this way would he have a chance to enter the sanctuary. But did Yi Feng need such a chance? Ridiculous. The first sanctuary of the universe. Song Heng looked at Ji Wenbin and awkwardly nodded. Yes. Ji Wenbin was slightly surprised. He glanced at the slender Yi Feng, clearly not fully believing Song Heng's words. He then asked, "Did you practice martial arts before?" Seeing everyone looking at him in unison, Yi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Song Heng appeared somewhat embarrassed and anxious, discreetly nudging Yi Feng's foot with his leather shoe. The meaning was obvious. He wanted Yi Feng to admit it. After all, they needed to secure the entry into the sanctuary first. Yi Feng shot Song Heng an annoyed glare as he was displeased that Song Heng hadn't discussed this with him beforehand. However, he wasn't truly angry. Their relationship was strong enough for such trivial matters not to cause a rift. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng finally nodded. Back in school, he had indeed gotten into fights before. He could only take on 3 at most. Who could fight 17 or 18? Lying without a draft was ridiculous. Besides, back then they were all high school students and fights weren't brutal. No one dared to go all out. The thought of using knives or fighting to the death was unthinkable. Otherwise, it would lead to expulsion warnings and a stint in a juvenile correction facility. The only reason Yi Feng could take on 3 was due to his fearless tenacity. Of course, Yi Feng had now undergone genetic modification, which indeed granted him the power that Song Heng spoke of. But Song Heng had no idea about the genetic agents. In his eyes, Yi Feng was just a similar loser. Just as Yi Feng nodded, Ji Wenbin waved his hand at the bodyguards behind him, signaling them to take action. He wanted to see if Yi Feng could really handle 17 or 18 opponents without faltering, as Song Heng claimed. 2 strong bodyguards approached Yi Feng, their overwhelming presence making everyone too afraid to breathe. It was as if they feared disturbing the two. Though Song Heng was scared too, he couldn't bear to see Yi Feng get into trouble because of his words. So he quickly stepped forward and pleaded with Ji Wenbin. Ji Gu, these bodyguards of yours are all experts capable of taking on hundreds. How about we just forget it? Song Heng had seen these bodyguards in action. Their skills were about that of provincial-level boxers. Yi Feng was merely a recent college graduate who would struggle to climb a flight of stairs. How could he be their match? Ji Wenbin shot a displeased glance at Song Heng, clearly warning him to stop talking nonsense. What are you waiting for? Ji Wenbin coldly asked. The 2 bodyguards tensed, clenched their fists, and swung at Yi. They hadn't intended to go all out, as causing a fatality wouldn't be good for anyone. From the moment the bodyguards moved, Yi Feng had already heightened his alertness. Despite having undergone genetic modification, he had not yet tested his skills against others and lacked combat techniques. It's essential to know that the gap in power between having combat skills and lacking them was substantial. At this moment, Song Heng was in a panic. He hadn't anticipated things would escalate to this extent. He quickly made eye contact with Yi Feng, signaling him to leave. But Yi Feng didn't even glance at him. A fist the size of a sandbag swung violently toward Yi Feng's shoulder. If this punch landed on an ordinary person, they wouldn't recover for at least a year and a half. An astonishing scene unfolded. What had been a rapidly moving fist appeared to move as slowly as a baby's punch in Yi Feng's eyes. Without thinking further, Yi Feng decisively met the punch with his own. Bang! The bodyguard's right fist shattered with a bone-crushing fracture, and he was sent flying by the sheer force. The 200-pound body slammed onto the ground, causing a tremor that reverberated through the private room. Fortunately, his back hit open space rather than a dining table. Otherwise, at least 5 or 6 people could have been accidentally injured. The other bodyguard nearby, frightened, quickly took a few steps back, no longer daring to act recklessly. If Yi Feng could knock out a bodyguard of his level with one punch, how could he possibly be Yi Feng's opponent? In an instant, the entire room fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone could only hear the moans of the bodyguard lying on the ground. Good. Suddenly, Ji Wenbin stood up and clapped his hands vigorously. Yi Feng's display of strength thrilled him, as he was desperately in need of such a skilled fighter. Seeing Ji Wenbin applauding, the others at the dining table hurriedly stood up and joined in the applause. Song Heng nearby was utterly dumbfounded. After all, these were genuine experts. How could one become Ji Wenbin's bodyguard without some real skill? These experts had indeed been easily knocked out by his longtime friend. More importantly, he hadn't even seen how Yi Feng had struck. Song Heng seriously sized up Yi Feng as if he were meeting him for the first time. Wah! What the hell, are you still the Yi Feng I know? Yi Feng shot Song Heng a glance. What do you think? In truth, Yi Feng was also quite excited as he discovered that his potential was far beyond this. At this moment, Ji Wenbin approached Yi Feng, and the bodyguards behind him hurriedly followed, fearing something might happen to Ji Wenbin. If Ji Wenbin were to get into trouble, they would be the first to suffer. You did well. Ji Wenbin praised in a condescending tone. Yi Feng frowned, and his expression was quite He questioned, is this how you treat your guests? Ji Wenbin chuckled coldly, not angry. He continued, I gave you this opportunity because of Song Heng, but now it seems you've passed the test. You can be my bodyguard from now on, and I will also grant you an extra slot for entering the sanctuary. What do you think? Ji Wenbin's condescending attitude made Yi Feng feel quite disgusted. He coldly snorted and retorted, did I ever say I wanted to join? Upon hearing this, Ji Wenbin's expression changed subtly. Song Heng, standing at the dining table, was anxiously stomping his foot. His purpose in bringing Yi Feng was precisely to secure that so-called sanctuary slot. But who knew Yi Feng would outright refuse, and in such a mocking manner? Yi Feng's words undoubtedly slapped Ji Wenbin in the face, and it was a resounding slap at that. Seeing Ji Wenbin's increasingly grim expression, Song Heng was so anxious that he almost wanted to kick Yi Feng. Was this really wasted just like that? The others present watched with an attitude of enjoying the spectacle. Who is Ji Wenbin? He is the son of the business magnate Ji Tianhai from Haiyan City. Although Ji Tianhai started his career as a second-hand dealer at over 50 years old, he has become the largest business mogul in Haiyan City. It is easy to imagine the wealth and status that the Ji family holds in Haiyan City. No one in the entire Haiyan City would dare to disrespect Ji Tianhai. Even if there were someone, they would not yet have been born. Ji Wenbin can thrive in Haiyan City solely based on his father's reputation. However, it seems that all of this is no longer effective. A person named Yi Feng is even more arrogant. Song Heng realized that dragging this out was not a solution, so he quickly stepped forward, turned his back to Ji Wenbin, and gave Yifeng a meaningful look while quietly advising Crazy, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the purpose I brought you here for? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yifeng gently patted Song Hang's shoulder. Ji Wenbin was amused by Yifeng's words. Seeing this, Song Hang's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly tugged at Yifeng's hand. Anxious young Master Jia's family has great power in Haiyun City. With him here, you don't need to worry about resources after the apocalypse. Recently, there have been so many negative news stories. You know it too, and no one can be sure when the apocalypse will come. It could be today or tomorrow. Song Hang almost wished for the apocalypse to erupt right now, as only then could he persuade the stubborn guy in front of him. Unexpectedly, Yifeng wrapped his arm around Song Hang's neck and laughed. I've already told you I have a shelter. I invited you to hang out with me, but you didn't believe me. Haha. This is hilarious. In this day and age, anyone dares to claim they have a shelter. He can't be storing a little junk food in his rented basement and calling it a shelter, right? If that's the case, wouldn't my dog's house also qualify as a shelter? The others in the private room mocked Yifeng with disdain. Previously, in their eyes, Yifeng was at most an ignorant brute who knew a bit of martial arts. But now he had become a foolish and arrogant fool in their eyes. Ji Wenbin also had an attitude of enjoying the show as he watched Yifeng and Song Hang. Seeing Yifeng's indifferent demeanor, Song Hang felt overwhelmed. Young Master Ji's shelter is established by their company. It has plenty of food and all kinds of entertainment facilities. Now many emerging shelter groups can't compare to theirs. Oh, why can't you understand? Looking at Song Hang's frustrated expression, Yifeng was equally helpless. Alright, I have my own shelter. I don't intend to join theirs, so let's not mention it again. Are you kidding me? How could my shelter possibly be worse than theirs? Just my housekeeping intelligent simulation robot AI Feng could easily surpass their shelter, not to mention my rebuilt shelter. Thinking of the beautiful and charming AI Feng, Yifeng couldn't help but feel restless inside. At the same time, he wanted to return and continue discussing life with her. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful and alluring mechanical woman? Is your brain fried? Can your shelter compare to young Master Ji's shelter? I've seen it with my own eyes. It covers nearly 1,000 square meters. Song Hang still tried to persuade Yifeng. However, Yifeng remained stubborn. Seeing Yifeng's resolute attitude, Song Hang was momentarily at a loss for words. He rubbed his aching temples while muttering some curses against Yifeng. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving, Yifeng said, lightly patting Song Hang's arm, smiling. I've moved. When you have time in the next few days, remember to visit. After saying that, Yifeng turned to leave. Talking to Ji Wenbin made him feel quite uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because Ji Wenbin and Liu Yao were both rich second-generation kids. That high and mighty attitude disgusted him immensely. Ji Wenbin coldly chuckled again, and then derisively said, having ability is good, but don't mistake ignorance for truth, otherwise you won't even know how you died. Yifeng, who had just turned around, paused slightly and stopped in his tracks. His brows furrowed, and his dislike for Ji Wenbin increased. Are all rich second-generation kids so self-satisfied? Although he felt displeased, Yifeng did not intend to argue with him. Just as he was about to continue, leaving, a terrified scream suddenly echoed from outside the private room. At the same time, a cacophony of sounds came from outside, as if someone was running. The people in the private room exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. Ji Wenbin waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard to check it out. Due to the unusual situation, Yifeng did not hurry to leave. The bodyguard grasped the doorknob and pulled open the solid wood door. At that moment, everyone saw many people fleeing from left to right. Indeed, they were fleeing. The bodyguard grabbed a fleeing man and shouted, "What happened? Why are you running?" The man, who was seized by the bodyguard, instinctively responded with fear, trying to break free. Suddenly, it seemed he saw something terrifying. His eyes widened as he desperately pulled at the arm held by the bodyguard. Worried that the man might be mentally ill, the bodyguard prepared to let go. However, at that moment, a crazed young man lunged at the man caught by the bodyguard, biting at his neck. Hot blood splattered all over the bodyguard's face. It completely shocked him, and he quickly retreated into the private room to avoid being bitten. The girls in the private room were terrified by this scene, their faces pale, and their screams startled everyone. The biting young man seemed attracted by the sound. He suddenly turned to look at the crowd in the private room. His face was covered in corpse spots and pus with blood that couldn't even conceal it. Seeing this, Ji Wenbin's complexion turned terrifyingly pale. If anyone valued their life the most in that room, it would undoubtedly be Ji Wenbin. He was the one set to inherit billions. Why would he allow himself to die here? What the hell is that on the ground? An otherwise calm man exclaimed. Ji Wenbin recalled the information he had learned and exclaimed in terror, Is that a mutated person? Mutant? It seemed as if he saw the bewilderment in Yifeng's eyes. Song Hang forced himself to suppress the inner fear and explained, "You know about the nuclear wastewater incident in Sakura country, but who would have thought that some unscrupulous merchants there would secretly export fish infected by the nuclear waste to various regions of the world despite the local government's obstruction? In simple terms, this thing is like the zombies in apocalyptic movies. You mustn't get bitten by these things, or no one will be able to save you." As he continued, Song Hang's voice trembled slightly. When Yifeng finally understood what a mutant was, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It felt like a punch to the gut. By the way, are you sure this is truly caused by nuclear wastewater? It just seems so unscientific. Watching those deformed beings with discovered faces chewing on chunks of flesh, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He realized that it was pointless to ponder whether nuclear wastewater could cause mutations at such a moment. So what should we do now? Yifeng felt a bit at a loss. The sudden appearance of these things was just too unexpected. In a moment, who would have a solution? Either we obediently wait in the corner for the army to arrive, or we quickly escape. Besides that, Song Hang was still preparing to say something, but at that moment the mutants seemed to have discovered Yifeng and the others in the private room, as well, their bloodied faces appearing somewhat sinister. Even from a distance one could smell the foul stench coming from these creatures. Damn, we're finished. They've spotted us, what should we do now? Song Hang's voice was trembling. As if to validate his words, several mutants, after dispatching a nearby passerby, charged at the bodyguards brought by Ji Wenbin like frenzied wild dogs. One of them, being relatively close, and with the mutants being incredibly fast, was caught off guard, and was pounced on, letting out a terrible scream as a mutant bit into his neck. The scene was horrifying. Damn it, die. Perhaps the death of his comrade triggered something in one of the bodyguards. Coming back to his senses, his face gradually turned frenzied as he grabbed a chair and charged at one of the mutants, smashing it hard in the face. It's worth noting that even if Ji Wenbin's bodyguards were lacking, they were surely stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, young Master Ji wouldn't have kept them around for his protection. However, to his surprise, the chair only knocked the mutant back without doing much damage. Then the mutant quickly got back up from the ground, seemingly unaware of pain, and charged at the bodyguard once more. This left the bodyguard momentarily stunned. Right after, another mutant rushed in from the side, biting down hard on the bodyguard's arm. Blood gushed out. The pain was excruciating. In that brief moment of distraction, the previously knocked back mutant also pounced on this bodyguard. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguard lay convulsing on the ground, clearly having been bitten to death by these mutants, becoming yet another cold corpse in the hall. Crazy lunatics, we need to run. These guys are coming for us. Song Hang, standing behind Yifeng, was nearly. He never expected that just going out for a meal and introducing his good brother to someone like Ji Wenbin would lead to. But what happened? He ended up encountering mutants. How could his luck be so terrible? Calm down, Song Hang. Shouting like this won't make these creatures go away. The most important thing now is to come up with a solution, Yifeng said, bracing himself. After all, this was the first time everyone had seen such mutants, and to say they weren't scared would be a lie. But the good news is that based on the mutants' attack patterns, their overall strength seemed to be weak. They appeared to be in a state similar to that of an ordinary person going berserk. So considering Yifeng's body, which had been modified by genetic agents, dealing with them without being touched by the mutants seemed to be quite achievable. Moreover, there weren't many mutants on site, with only about 8 charging towards them. It's not impossible. Song Hang, listen to me. Once these mutants charge at us, I'll take them out immediately, and you just need to hurry and follow me. Do you understand? I'm not a saint. I won't risk myself to save unrelated strangers, knowing full well the danger. So Yifeng clearly intended to abandon Ji Wenbin and the others, only taking his good brother Song Hang with him. What? Feng, are you serious? You intend to take me with you, right? Damn, no wonder you're my good dad. I used to call you son while playing games, which was truly good. Dad, hurry and take me away. Perhaps terrified of these mutant creatures, Song Hang had thrown all sense of propriety into the gutter. He clung to Yifeng's arm and kept calling him good dad, leaving Ji Wenbin and the others dumbfounded. They clearly did not expect Song Hang to be this shameless. Oh man, can you please stop grossing me out? Yifeng's expression darkened. Just then 2 mutants charged towards them from either side. It's hard to tell whether the genetic agent had altered him more than Yifeng anticipated. In his sight, the mutants, which should have been extremely fast, seemed to move incredibly slowly. With a sense of joy, Yifeng immediately used the stick in his hand to strike one of the mutants hard on its head. It burst like a watermelon. The mutant collapsed to the ground, losing all its previous fierce and death. Just like the zombies in the lore. Is a headshot a guaranteed kill? Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt more confident. He then replicated the action, smashing the head of another mutant. With a loud crack, the stick broke, and the last mutant before him also fell to the ground. Thus the crisis before Ji Wenbin and the others was temporarily averted. And Song Hang, like someone witnessing an alien directly, gave Yifeng a thumbs up. Dad is awesome. Enough with the flattery, hurry up and come with me. Yifeng tugged at the corner of his mouth. After the initial encounter with the mutated beings, he had a clear understanding of the strength of these creatures. In simple terms, they were stronger than ordinary people, but significantly weaker than Yifeng himself. This was enough to bolster Yifeng's confidence, making him evidently more relaxed than before. Take me with you, let's go to. It seemed that Ji Wenbin did not expect Yifeng to be so fierce. He immediately became unsettled and hurriedly spoke up, take you all with me. Yifeng glanced back, frowning as he said, sorry, but even I can't guarantee that I can protect all of you while escaping. Besides, why should I increase my risk of being attacked by the mutated beings just to protect you? I dealt with a few that charged at us just now out of respect for my good brother Song Hang. You all should fend for yourselves. After saying this, he prepared to leave with Song Hang. However, upon hearing those words, Song Hang instantly felt as if he had been struck by happiness. Damn, that dad was not said in vain. Look at the dominance of my father Feng. He just said he would only take me with him. Did you all hear that? Thinking of this, Song Heng immediately put on a serious demeanor and educated Ji Wenbin and the others. I'm sorry, young Master Ji, but you heard what my dad said. To be honest, your attitude of trying to instruct my dad is quite unreasonable. If I find out later that you didn't make it out alive, I will definitely burn more candles and paper money every Qingming festival. Goodbye. After saying this, he hurriedly followed behind Yi Feng. Ji Wenbin's face suddenly turned a mix of green and white, nearly blowing his top. Damn, wait for me. Without thinking, he rushed over and grabbed Yi Feng's arm shamelessly, saying, Dad, your son Ji Wenbin is here. Please take me with you. It was clear that compared to the fear of facing the mutated beings, he was still holding back his shame to shout those two words. As the proud young master of the Ji family, I'm lowering my head to call you dad today. You should at least give me some face, right? He thought to himself. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was nearly knocked off his feet by that Even Song Heng was not in a better situation. Damn it, let go of me. Not taking you means not taking you. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will only have Song Heng as my son. Yi Feng was a bit anxious. His keen eyes clearly spotted several individuals who had been bitten to death by the mutated beings slowly rising from the ground. If this continues to ferment, wouldn't the number of mutated beings increase? Damn, I've already called you dad. Ji Wenbin was evidently more anxious than Yi Feng. Upon realizing that Yi Feng had no intention of taking him along, he hurriedly added, as long as you can take me away, I'll add another month's worth of supplies for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wenbin could feel that Yi Feng's struggle seemed to have lessened considerably. He heard Yi Feng curse, get lost. I am not that kind of person. Even if you offered supplies for 10 people for 3 months, it would absolutely not move me. Damn, what a robbery in the midst of a crisis. Ji Wenbin's face darkened. He could naturally understand the implication behind Yi Feng's words. In the past, let alone 3 months, he could have easily supported Yi Feng entirely. That would have been a trivial matter for the Ji family's resources. But the problem was this was the apocalypse. Supplies had become something so scarce that even nations felt the pinch. Yet this guy opened his mouth to talk about 3 months worth of supplies. And for 10 people too. Alright, I agree, but you must take me and my bodyguards with you. Ji Wenbin gritted his teeth and stated his decision. However, this statement sounded somewhat unexpected to Yi Feng. He did not expect that this proud young master whose arrogance was almost reaching his forehead would think to take his bodyguards with him at such a critical moment. This undoubtedly gave Yi Feng a slight sense of goodwill toward him. Alright then, I will take you along. Remember to follow me up the stairs later, don't take the elevator. After all, who knows if there are any mutated beings hiding in this enclosed space. After receiving tangible benefits, Yi Feng simply stopped pretending. After all, if he kept it up and all those around him got infected, it would undoubtedly complicate the difficulty of his rescue mission. For him, it would truly be a thankless task. Soon, under the grateful gazes of the remaining bodyguards, Yi Feng hurriedly led them towards the stairs. Even if they encountered mutated beings along the way, it was just a matter of kicking them away. For Yi Feng, it wasn't even Ji Wenbin felt a sense of regret over the 3 months' worth of supplies. Damn, was it really that easy? Of course, he only thought this in his heart. After all, how terrifying the mutated beings were could be seen just by glancing at the corpses on the ground. Ji Wenbin completely believed that if Yi Feng hadn't been leading the way this time, then even with just these scattered 5 or 6 mutated beings around, it would have been enough to make him drink from the cup of death. Even dying here wouldn't be out of the question. Before long, everyone had rushed down from the 16th floor to the When they reached the entrance of the hotel, they looked out onto the street and realized that the whole street had likely been devastated. Below, people were frantically fleeing and cars had completely blocked the street. Only the mutated beings continued to chase or feast on the corpses of surrounding humans, painting this place as a scene of brutal apocalyptic hell. Damn, it has already spread this far. Dad, let's go this way, it looks safer over there. Seeing this scene, Song Heng's face turned pale as he hurriedly pulled Yi Feng's arm, escaping towards the less crowded. Along the way, even when encountering corpses that had just been infected and transformed into mutated beings, Yi Feng simply knocked them down with a punch and took a detour through a more secluded alley. Soon, Yi Feng successfully led them out of the danger zone. Just when they didn't know where to head next, a signal flare suddenly appeared in the sky not far from their location. That's a signal flare, it should be the officials and military coming. Ji Wenbin said excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. Yi Feng urged. After all, the crisis was still not over, staying another minute meant more danger. Who knows what might happen next? Yi Feng led everyone towards the direction of the signal flare. Soon they saw the military and officials from Haiyun City at the end of the street. All of these people were armed to the teeth and armored vehicles surrounded them. It was clear that their target was those mutated. Hey, we're over here. Song Heng excitedly waved his hand. Meanwhile, everyone sped towards them. However, as they got closer, what awaited them was the dark muzzles of guns. This left Yi Feng and the others momentarily stunned. Halt! The soldier standing in front shouted sternly. Yi Feng frowned slightly. They had just gone through life and death struggles, but now these soldiers who were supposed to protect them were instead pointing their weapons at their own people. What do you mean by this? Ji Wenbin stepped forward to inquire. One of the seemingly friendlier soldiers hurriedly explained, "We need to conduct a check on you first before we can let you pass. The purpose of this is to prevent the spread of the mutated virus. We hope for your understanding and cooperation." A check? I almost died in there just now, and you expect me to understand? After the earlier ordeal coupled with the constant threat of mutated beings attacking from behind, Ji Wenbin's emotions became quite unstable and his words turned harsh. "You better watch your words, or I won't hesitate to have your elders teach you a lesson." A soldier dressed distinctly from the others stepped forward. He was likely the leader of this group. Ji Wenbin, already filled with grievances, could no longer tolerate such treatment. He pointed angrily at the soldier who had stepped out and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. My father is Ji Tianhaya. With a word from me, I can have you dismissed. Do you believe it?" The surrounding soldiers were already risking their lives to carry out their mission, and there was a hint of resentment in their hearts. At this moment, Ji Wenbin's words undoubtedly enraged all the soldiers and military personnel present. The leader facing Ji Wenbin did not show any leniency. He clenched his fist and swung it heavily towards Ji Wenbin's face. Ji Wenbin, whose physique was already frail, couldn't withstand the blow and fell to the ground crying out in pain. The leader seemed unsatisfied and stepped forward wanting to strike Ji Wenbin again while he was on the ground. Seeing this, Feng rushed forward and seized the leader's wrist, preventing him from further harming Ji Wenbin. At the same time, Feng explained, "We are willing to cooperate with the checks. Please forgive his reckless behavior just now." In truth, Feng was not concerned about Ji Wenbin being beaten. Quite the opposite, he was rather pleased to see such a scene. After all, Ji Wenbin had a sharp tongue. If he didn't suffer a few more beatings, he wouldn't learn his lesson. However, Ji Wenbin still owed Feng 3 months' worth of supplies. If he accidentally got killed, who would he turn to for those materials? Thus, he took the risk of angering the leader to save Ji Wenbin. Due to previous events, Ji Wenbin had some prejudices against Feng. However, at this moment, seeing only Feng standing up to help him, he felt a flicker of gratitude towards Feng. The leader looked at his wrist being held and frowned slightly. He pulled hard to free his hand, but found he couldn't break. He was known to be able to take on 5 people in the army, and those 5 were all elite soldiers. His strength was but now he couldn't even overpower a seemingly frail young man. This made him question his life choices. Perhaps sensing the leader's displeasure, Feng then released his grip. He also politely apologized to him. The leader did not make things difficult for Feng. He scrutinized him and curiously asked, "Are you a martial artist?" Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had wanted to enlist in the military before, but due to his physical tests not meeting the standards, he was eliminated. He never expected to gain qualification for enlistment today in such an unusual manner. This left him both amused and bewildered. However, with the apocalypse looming, he had no time to think about such matters. But out of consideration for the leader's face, Feng nodded in agreement. Helping Ji Wenbin up from the ground, Feng scolded him in exasperation, "Are you out of your mind? Couldn't you just call your dad first? You had to show off for a moment, and now you know the consequences." Ji Wenbin had thought Feng might also get beaten, but instead Feng not only escaped unscathed, but was also invited to join the military. At this moment, he truly admired Feng. "Brother Feng, you are right in your lesson. Don't laugh at me, I have always been a bit slow-witted since I was young." Then it's no problem." Feng shrugged and walked towards the others. "Everyone get in line properly one by one for the checks. You can only come over when I say it's okay, understood?" The leader spoke as he walked towards the military personnel. The crowd promptly lined up. Seeing his bodyguard among the ranks, Ji Wenbin was so furious that his whole body trembled, and he silently cursed, "A bunch of traitorous scum daring to betray me while taking my money. Just wait until I get back, I'll have them all fired." Among those present except for Ji Wenbin still standing in place, everyone else had formed a line. Ji Wenbin took out his phone and made a call, seemingly gearing up to confront the leader. This scene happened to be noticed by the leader, who squinted slightly, and his expression underwent subtle changes. After the call connected, Ji Wenbin recounted everything that had happened, lamenting his grievances to the fullest, especially the part where the leader hit him, which he turned into a tale of being ordered to be beaten by the leader, while he also insulted the ancestors of the Ji family. From a distance, the leader's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this kid really has some background? Although Ji Wenbin appeared to be a rich second-generation heir, Haiyun City was not lacking in such individuals, and he had never heard of rich second-generation heirs being able to reach into the military and government. "Yes, it's on Huayuan Street, I'm good." After hanging up the phone, Ji Wenbin swaggered up to the leader, sneering, "Take out your phone, someone will call you right away." Seeing Ji Wenbin's high and mighty demeanor, the leader wished he could kick him again. Even if it meant being demoted and investigated, he didn't care. However, after some thought, he ultimately held back. After all, he needed this job to earn money and marry. He took out his phone as Ji Wenbin requested. However, the moment he picked up the phone, a call from a contact named Director Wang came in. Seeing the caller ID, the leader, he quickly answered the call, and his expression became very respectful and serious. Since he was on speaker mode, no one else knew what was said on the other end. However, from the leader's changing expressions, it was easy to see that he was in trouble. As Feng stood in line, he was surprised to witness this scene. clearly Ji Wenbin's father Ji Tianhai was more than just a businessman capable of intervening in the military and government actions. This gave Yi Feng a new understanding of Ji Wenbin's family background. The captain nodded several times before finally hanging up the phone. The captain waved his hand at the soldiers who were being inspected, indicating they could leave. With orders from above to let them go, how could a mere captain dare to continue holding them? What? Are you scared now? Ji Wenbin scoffed, but in doing so he inadvertently pulled at the wound on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. The captain knew he couldn't afford to provoke Ji Wenbin, so he simply turned and entered the armored vehicle, choosing to ignore the situation. Ji Wenbin did not press the captain further. He lifted his head, huffed arrogantly, like a victorious rooster, and led the others away. As they walked together, many people praised Ji Wenbin, saying that in Haiyun City, the Ji family was quite formidable. Ji Wenbin thoroughly enjoyed the flattery, even mentioning that if he ran out of places to go, he could seek refuge at his family shelter. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more excited, praising him with greater fervor. Yi Feng merely smiled, remaining silent. Just moments ago, Ji Wenbin had been begging him to take him out, and now he was putting on airs. Noticing Yi Feng chuckling, Ji Wenbin quickly turned to him and asked in confusion, "Brother Feng, what are you laughing at?" Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I just remembered something pleasant." "What pleasant thing?" Ji Wenbin asked, puzzled. Others nearby also took notice and turned to look. "It's nothing, not important." Yi Feng had no intention of revealing his thoughts. After all, he still needed to obtain supplies from Ji Wenbin, and offending him now could lead to trouble later. Thus Yi Feng chose to skip the topic. Fortunately, Ji Wenbin did not press further. As the group continued forward, Ji Wenbin turned to Yi Feng with a friendly smile and said politely, "Brother Feng, given the current urgent situation, significant changes are about to occur in Haiyun City. With just the military and government personnel, it will be impossible to completely eliminate all the mutated individuals. Tomorrow the entire city might be under martial law. Why don't you come to my shelter? It would be safer that way." Fearing Yi Feng might misunderstand, Ji Wenbin quickly added, "Please don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to be my bodyguard, but I would like to befriend you." Ji Wenbin's expression was earnest, clearly speaking sincerely. Yi Feng felt a bit taken aback by Ji Wenbin's politeness. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had been mocking Ji Wenbin, and now he was the one extending an olive branch. Wasn't this a bit absurd? Yi Feng shook his head, saying, "No need, I have my own shelter. As for being friends, if you can quickly provide the supplies you promised me, then I might consider it." Though Ji Wenbin was a bit of a spoiled rich kid, he still had some humanity, which was why Yi Feng responded this way. Ji Wenbin scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely deliver the goods to you within 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Wenbin seemed to remember something and quickly took out his phone, saying, "By the way, let's add each other on WeChat for easier communication and delivery." Yi Feng nodded, this time not refusing. After leaving the commercial district, everyone prepared to head back to their respective. Yi Feng was somewhat worried about Song Hang, so before parting he specifically asked, "Why don't you come to my place? You'll be safer with me around." Yi Feng's words were not boastful. His shelter, though still under reconstruction, would certainly be better than Ji Wenbin. After all, what was the point of this system? Moreover, Yi Feng's strength had grown significantly, so protecting Song Hang's life would surely not be a problem. However, Song Hang's response left Yi Feng speechless. "Yi Feng, it's not that I look down on you. Although you are quite strong, your shelter definitely can't compare to Brother Jis. I think I'll pass." "Song Hang, weren't you just about to offer to burn paper money for me? I never said you could go to my shelter." Ji Wenbin couldn't take it anymore. He had nearly been driven to the brink of bloodshed by Song Hang's earlier words, and now that he had the chance, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Sure enough, upon hearing Ji Wenbin's words, Song Hang quickly began to curry favor. "Brother Ji, don't take it personally. Oh, we're good brothers." As he spoke, he moved closer to ingratiate himself. "Who the hell is your brother? Get lost." Ji Wenbin scolded impatiently. In truth, Ji Wenbin was just venting. Even considering Yi Feng's feelings, he wouldn't genuinely drive Song Hang. Besides, his shelter was currently short on people. Unfazed, Song Hang smiled and said, "You're brothers with Yi Feng, and I'm Yi Feng's brother too, so doesn't that make us brothers as well?" The others nearby looked at Song Hang with disdain, not expecting his audacity to reach such heights. It was true. Even Yi Feng, who had a thick skin, had to bow down to him. "Brother Ji, you're magnanimous. Oh, let's forget the past. In the future." Alright, I get it." Before Song Hang could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ji Wenbin. At that moment, several luxury cars stopped in front of the group, and a well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out of the front car, looking like a butler. Seeing this person, Ji Wenbin waved his hand, signaling everyone to wait in place. The middle-aged man was perceptive and did not overstep. "The car has arrived, we need to go," Ji Wenbin said softly. Song Hang glanced at the luxury car, then turned back to Yi Feng, putting away his carefree demeanor. "Crazy, I had already made plans with my girlfriend to go to Brother Ji's place. I hope you won't hold it against me." Yi Feng smiled in relief and patted Song Hang on the shoulder, praising, "You little rascal, when did you get a girlfriend? I didn't know about this." "It's been a while. Next time I'll bring my girlfriend along to visit you." As he spoke, Song Hang suddenly joked, "Just don't find us annoying then." "How could I? You're my good buddy. The most I'll do is complain about your snoring when you sleep." Yi Feng said with their bond was strong, although they often joked around it did not affect their friendship. Yi Feng did not press Song Heng after his refusal. Having gone through the recent events, Yi Feng believed Ji Wenbin would treat Song Heng better because of him. After Ji Wenbin took Song Heng and the others away in a car, Yi Feng also hailed a taxi, heading towards the air raid shelter at Haiyun Mountain. Sitting in the car, Yi Feng gazed at the bustling crowd outside, reflecting on the struggles of life, stirring a multitude of emotions within him. These people are still unaware of the events that have just transpired, continuing their monotonous cycle of work and life. Little do they know danger is gradually creeping closer. What would my fate be if I had not acquired the system or my own shelter? Although Yi Feng was a sentimental person, he quickly accepted the outcome of the apocalypse. The short-term food resources have been resolved, so there's no need to worry too much for now. But what about in the future? A wave of anxiety inevitably arose in Yi Feng's heart. The apocalypse is a protracted battle. The longer it drags on, the harder it becomes. Despite having the system in hand, Yi Feng understood he could not possibly be invincible. Because who knows what even more formidable monsters might appear later. Even if he were truly invincible, it wouldn't stave off hunger. As Yi Feng pondered, his phone pinged with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered it was an international news alert from his mobile browser, specifically concerning the latest developments in the apocalypse. Yi Feng was quickly captivated by the headlines of these news articles. Shocking: the first case of mutants reported in Sakura country. Experts warn consuming mutated seafood may lead to human genetic mutations. In the past, Yi Feng would have scoffed at such sensationalist headlines, but this time he knew they were true. Sigh, I wonder when this life will come to an end. Yi Feng couldn't help but express his feelings. Sakura country is truly despicable. Oh, weren't they supposed to have diluted the nuclear wastewater to a drinkable level? How could such disgusting events still be occurring? And those wicked and scrupulous merchants are simply inflicting great harm. To be honest, Yi Feng would rather not have the system at all than to wish for the apocalypse to be real. Ding ding. Just then a message invitation suddenly popped up on Yi Feng's WeChat. Ji Wenbin invites you to join the shelter WeChat group. After seeing this message, Yi Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. As soon as he entered the group, he noticed that Ji Wenbin had mentioned him. The messages sent by Ji Wenbin left Yi Feng feeling a bit amused. Stop lurking, everyone, let me introduce you all. This is my brother Yi Feng, a very formidable martial arts master. In the group, Ji Wenbin seemed to hold a significant position. As soon as he sent out the message, replies flooded in, and they were all mindless praises, even complimenting Yi Feng in the process. Watching these people mindlessly laud his abilities, Yi Feng felt so embarrassed he could almost dig a 3-bedroom apartment. Just as he was debating whether to respond, a private message from Ji Wenbin arrived. Brother Feng, it seems like you're in dire need of resources. Everyone in this group is involved in building shelters nearby, and they are among the top in Haiyun City. You can exchange information or trade here. Just say what you need in the group. Moreover, the people in this group often discuss the latest news about the apocalypse, and some information may not even be found in the news. While Ji Wenbin was explaining this to Yi Feng, there was an underlying tone of superiority. Yi Feng replied with a simple hum, appreciating Ji Wenbin's goodwill. After all, he was currently lacking in 2 aspects. One was more information about the apocalypse, and the other was a channel for resource exchange. To facilitate future communication, Yi Feng briefly chimed in to introduce himself in the group. He chatted with the group for a while and learned some basic information. This group was formed by many shelter builders, and it had quite a number of members, around 70 or 80, most of whom were locals from Haiyun City. Just as Ji Wenbin had said, these individuals held notable positions in Haiyun City. Either their families had mines, or they were involved in significant businesses. At the very least, they were all millionaires. Being praised by these people somewhat satisfied Yi Feng's vanity. Yi Feng sent another message in the group saying he would soon arrive at the shelter, intending to end the topic. However, just after sending the message, a member named Lone Wolf quickly tagged Yi Feng. Brother Feng, we all have our own shelters, and we occasionally share photos in the group. What does your shelter look like? Why not show us? After saying this, Lone Wolf posted photos of his own shelter in the group. There were a total of 6 photos depicting a several hundred square meter basement with European-style decor that was extravagantly luxurious, and it even had 2 levels. Inside, there were ample entertainment and survival facilities. If one did not know this was a shelter, Yi Feng would have thought it was a luxurious villa. Before Yi Feng could respond, Ji Wenbin suddenly interjected. Yes, Brother Feng, I also want to see what your shelter looks. Although he had previously looked down upon Yi Feng's mention of a shelter while at the hotel, after realizing Yi Feng was no ordinary person, Ji Wenbin became incredibly curious about the shelter Yi Feng spoke of. Of course, it was merely curiosity, as his own shelter was already quite luxurious, and there was barely anyone in the group with a shelter better than his. With Ji Wenbin leading the charge, the others in the group also chimed in. To be referred to as a big shot by Ji Wenbin, they were naturally curious about Yi Feng's shelter. Yi Feng smiled faintly and replied that he would show them later. After all, he too was uncertain about what the reconstructed shelter would look like, and it was still approximately 2 hours away from completion. In truth, his curiosity was not any less than that of others. In fact, it was even greater. The taxi carried Feng towards the air raid shelter at Haiyun Mountain. Although Haiyun Mountain had an elevation of over 1,000 meters, it was surrounded by many smaller hills, so the incline to ascend was not steep. The environment along the road was also quite beautiful. If it were a normal time, many people would come here to hike. However, today was a rare sight. Notably, Feng observed many large trucks heading towards other air raid shelters at Haiyun Mountain. I didn't expect people to move in so quickly. Feng was somewhat surprised as he had only arrived that morning. Recalling the recently erupted mutant incident, he soon felt at ease. That makes sense. With the mutant crisis just breaking out, those who received the news early would certainly seek ways to escape the densely populated urban areas. Although Feng's shelter was remote, it had the unique advantage of being far from the city where human activity was sparse. Everyone knows that when a mutant crisis erupts, the denser the crowd, the higher the danger. If conditions allowed, Feng even considered moving to an island to live. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, but fortunately, there were streetlights along the way. The taxi dropped Feng off at the designated location and then left. The fare cost Feng over 200 yuan. The high price was due to the return fare being included. Feng retrieved the key and entered the bomb shelter. Inside, darkness reigned absolute. He used his smartphone's flashlight to locate the light switch. Only after flipping it did the surroundings reveal themselves. Feng stood quietly beside the sofa, her gaze sharp and knowing as she watched Feng. Upon his arrival, she spoke softly, "Brother Feng, you're back." Feng nodded with a faint sheepish smile. Leaving her alone for so long truly felt unkind. Well, standing for too long must be tiring. Why not lie down and rest a while? The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. Feng was an android. She required no rest. At most, she could power down. But such thoughts arose only because Feng had been crafted with uncanny realism, her beauty so breathtaking that even A-list celebrities paled beside her. That was why Feng instinctively treated her as human, and admittedly his own exceptional facial sculpting skills had played no small part. Feng smiled tenderly at Feng before explaining, "Brother Feng, I require no rest. I remain fully operational 24 hours a day. My power source is nuclear fusion, capable of sustaining me for over 1,000 years. What, 1,000 years? That's incredible." Feng could scarcely believe it. The global scientific community had labored for decades to master nuclear fusion, yet here, it was embedded within his very own android. This technology must be a century ahead of Earth's current capabilities, he murmured in awe, while silently wondering whether the system itself might originate from a higher-dimensional extraterrestrial civilization. Sensing Feng's bewilderment, Feng launched into a detailed explanation, but he barely heard a word. Her glances, her smiles, effortless, radiant, utterly lifelike, bore none of the stiffness one would expect from machinery. He found himself entranced. Even knowing her true nature, his heart refused to see her as anything but. He thought of Su Yao, the recent breakup still raw, and now this peerless, mature woman by his side. Was he meant to weep or laugh? Truth be told, he still carried lingering affection and sorrow for Su Yao. They had been together for over 3 years. Though nothing physical had ever transpired between them, to claim no bond existed would be a lie. Yet her betrayal remained unforgivable, etching itself into his soul forever. Shaking his head, he banished memories of Su Yao. The shelter was still under reconstruction. There was no need. He ate some bread and drank a glass of milk, then settled onto the sofa, luxuriating in Feng's gentle shoulder massage. What is it like to receive a massage from a peerless, mature woman? Words fall short, but Feng's hands applied just the right pressure, exquisite beyond measure. With nothing pressing to attend to, Feng idly browsed his phone and noticed an invitation from Song Heng to join a WeChat group named Survivors. The word Survivors stirred his memory, reminding him of Song Heng's earlier remarks at the hotel. Unlike the shelter's private group, this one hosted hundreds of members and buzzed with far greater activity. Its conversations revolved around grim reports of mutated human sightings in various regions, citywide quarantines, news both unsettling and widespread. Meanwhile, the shelter's group also lit up with new messages and photos. Curious, Feng tapped in, only to find an image of a massive water purification unit. The accompanying message boasted that the shelter had installed a top-tier wastewater treatment system, one capable of transforming urine into pure, drinkable water. Colorless, odorless, indistinguishable from bottled mineral water. And the sender proudly claimed he'd spent millions, asserting no second such machine existed in Haiyun City. The shelter's group consisted entirely of affluent individuals. How could they possibly remain silent while someone flaunted such extravagance? Soon others followed suit. Someone posted photos of a 100-square-meter underground swimming pool, a feat of sheer audacity, within a shelter. Another shared images of a newly installed security system, boasting imperviousness even to missile strikes. Finally, Ji Wenbin joined the thread, uploading over a dozen photographs in rapid succession. Each image revealed another opulent feature of his lavish shelter: swimming pools, gyms, private cinemas, even a fully equipped infirmary. Most egregiously, he posted a photo of himself embracing a beautiful woman beside the pool. Feng recognized her instantly. She was a third-tier actress he'd seen on television. though obscure, her appearance and figure were undeniably flawless. The photo ignited a wave of groans across the group. Envy, jealousy, and bitter admiration flooded the chat. These people were wealthy, yes, but dating a starlet, especially one of such caliber, remained dauntingly out of reach. Signal inside the bomb shelter was weak. Loading a single image took ages. After a brief scroll, Feng, reclining on the sofa surrendering to AI Feng's soothing massage, he soon drifted into deep slumber, until the system's elegant, mature voice pierced the silence, jolting him awake. Shelter reconstruction complete. Current shelter, level 1. Please verify host. The shelter's been... Feng shot upright, electrified with excitement. Under the soft glow of the lights, he realized this was no mere bomb shelter. It was a masterpiece of luxury, rivaling even Ji Wenbin's shelter, perhaps surpassing it. Mother of heaven, am I dreaming? Instinctively, he pinched his cheek, confirming he was wide awake. Gooseflesh prickled across his skin. He'd expected only upgraded facilities, but the space itself had expanded dramatically. He stood now in the first-floor living room, flanked by an open-concept bar and a serene tea pavilion, with the shelter's grand entrance directly ahead. The once rusted iron gate had transformed into a gleaming titanium alloy door. Access no longer granted by keys, but by facial recognition. The expanded footprint allowed for numerous independent rooms. Feng wandered through them like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled, overwhelmed, spellbound. He explored each chamber along the corridor: a private cinema, a billiards room, a dining hall, a medical suite, even a karaoke lounge. And yet this was only what he'd seen so far. At the far end of the first floor, he discovered something astonishing: an elevator shaft. Beside it, a staircase descended. Unthinkable in the original shelter, which had possessed only a single level. Originally, it had been a bare, open-arched concrete shelter carved partially into the mountainside, its interior barren save for rubble and debris. Yet now, an elevator. There could be no doubt a vast subterranean level lay beneath. It was like finding a lottery ticket and discovering it had already won the jackpot. Feng had no idea what lay hidden in the basement. This very uncertainty stoked his curiosity, igniting a thrill that surged through him, like holding a lottery ticket whose prize could be 10 million, 100 million, or even 1 billion credits. Yet, judging by the opulence of the first floor, this ticket was worth at least 10 billion. Burning with anticipation, Feng hurried downstairs, choosing the stairs over the elevator for speed. The staircase spanned over 80 steps, and the ceiling height exceeded his expectations. Before he could even take in his surroundings, he discovered, astonishingly, yet another level beneath. This was fortune upon fortune. His excitement swelled beyond restraint. By the soft glow of ambient lighting, he explored the adjacent rooms. Unlike the upper floors, this level was clearly designed as a residential zone, featuring 1 master bedroom and 6 secondary bedrooms. Each bedroom boasted its own private bathroom and shower. The master suite even housed an expansive soaking tub, large enough for 2 people to recline side by side. He wondered whether this layout had been tailored specifically for him. Additionally, the floor included a study, a dedicated office space, and a storage area. Notably, it also contained an underground hot spring situated directly beside the residential wing. Gazing upon its shimmering steam-laced surface, Feng felt an irresistible urge to plunge in and soak away his fatigue. After several minutes, he had inspected nearly every room on the level, leaving only one unopened door. Its entrance bore a facial recognition lock. All other doors used either standard mechanical locks or fingerprint scanners. Yet this one employed facial recognition. Moreover, its frame and panel were forged from titanium alloy. Clearly, whatever lay within was extraordinary, and Feng's curiosity burned hotter than ever. He couldn't help but ask aloud, "System, what is this room for?" A moment passed in silence before the system's voice echoed coldly within his mind. "Armory. An armory. Truly." At those 3 words, his pulse quickened. So far, he'd faced mutated beings barehanded, each encounter fraught with lethal risk. A single scratch or bite would seal his fate. No mansion, no companions, nothing but oblivion. With proper weaponry, however, his combat capability would surge dramatically. I wonder, does it include a blue flame? Heart pounding, he stepped forward. An infrared beam swept across his face. Then came a crisp ding, and the heavy titanium alloy door parted just wide enough to slip through. Feng pushed the door open with cautious reverence. As it swung inward, recessed lights bloomed softly across the chamber. Just as he marveled at their intelligent responsiveness, what followed left him deeply disappointed. It was indeed an armory, but every weapon inside was a cold blade, spears, short swords, even throwing darts. Am I supposed to become a ninja now? What I need is modern firepower, a blue-flamed Gatling. Feng muttered, exasperated. The system remained silent, offering no reply. Oh well, better than nothing. At least I won't be fighting empty-handed. He selected several weapons to test, and to his astonishment, each felt perfectly balanced in his grip, as if custom-forged for his hands alone. That unexpected harmony eased his earlier disappointment. Leaving the armory behind, he returned to the stairwell, ready to descend into the second subterranean level. There he realized this was the lowest stratum, the final tier. No further staircases or access points led downward. Its architecture was singular walls floor, and even the vaulted ceiling gleamed with seamless titanium alloy. When did titanium alloy become so commonplace? Curiosity guiding him, Feng advanced down the corridor toward the first door. This door, too, required facial authentication. And as he scanned the corridor, he noted a pattern. Every door along the hall demanded biometric verification. Such rigorous containment. Could this level conceal something truly forbidden? He speculated boldly. Driven by instinct, he scanned his face once more and entered. Inside, however, lay no arcane secret. Only a surveillance control room bristling with monitors. To the left loomed a colossal mainframe dominating half the chamber. Before him, dozens of high-resolution displays flickered with live feeds, each one stirring quiet awe. For these cameras monitored not only the entire shelter, but also its surrounding terrain extending 500 meters outward. Not even a bird could alight within that radius without being captured in perfect clarity. He further observed that every camera rotated smoothly through a full 360-degree arc, eliminating blind spots entirely. Then the system's voice resonated in his mind. This is the shelter's central command hub. The quantum computer to your left governs all shelter systems and data. Quantum computer? Feng raised an eyebrow, genuinely startled. He'd encountered the term only in landmark scientific bulletins. Each such machine stood among a nation's most guarded strategic assets. Yet here one resided within his shelter. Across the entire Jiuzhou nation, fewer than 10 quantum computers existed. Were word to leak, military forces would surround his home before dawn. Yet Feng felt neither euphoria nor dread. Only a sudden pragmatic curiosity. How efficiently could it mine cryptocurrency? Had the system known that thought it might have fled by express train under cover of night? He glanced briefly into the remaining rooms. One detail delighted him immensely. Nestled among them was a fully functional 5G base station. Even more astonishing, the system revealed that Level 1 shelter protocols included an integrated water purification system, capable of generating clean, potable water endlessly. This resolved a critical survival bottleneck. Oceans had been poisoned by nuclear effluent, and underground aquifers, once pristine, now teetered on the brink of contamination. Soon water would cost more than oil. Simultaneously, the shelter featured a thermal conversion unit, the very source of the hot spring's radiant warmth. Feng nearly leapt for joy. These two technologies alone rendered his shelter peerless, unmatched by any rival sanctuary. Who else could produce limitless pure water beneath the Earth's crust? Who else could luxuriate in a geothermal spring deep within their refuge? Without doubt, only Feng, empowered by the system, could achieve such mastery. Ask anyone else, and they'd dismiss you as delusional. But before his elation could settle, grim news arrived. The system informed him the shelter's power generation system relied on fossil-fueled generators, and residual fuel reserves would last only 5 days. Upon hearing this news, Feng's joyful expression instantly vanished. No way, just 5 days. Are you kidding me? Without energy, the shelter will fall into standby mode. At that time, even the facial recognition for the main gate might not function. Ding! Host has triggered an energy task. The shelter's power supply is insufficient. Please find 10 tons of fuel to meet the current energy needs of the shelter. The system's voice echoed in Feng's mind once again. What the hell? 10 tons of fuel? Feng was utterly stunned, even doubting whether he had misheard. Currently, the news of the apocalypse has led to a continuous rise in global prices. Coupled with the frequent appearances of mutants, a state of panic buying has emerged worldwide. Now the price of gasoline and diesel is nearly skyrocketing to $100 per liter. 1 ton equals 1,000 liters, so 10 tons would be 10,000 liters. Feng would need to prepare over $1 million to complete the task assigned by the system. Over $1 million. He currently has only about $1,000 in total assets, not even enough for a fraction. The phrase "you can't make a meal without rice" perfectly describes Feng's situation now. Moreover, given the current situation, even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy it. It's not that it can't be bought, it's just that gas stations won't sell that much at once and don't dare to do so. Who knows what you're going to do with so much fuel? Additionally, fuel is a non-renewable resource, and there is already a supply-demand imbalance. Buying so much at once could potentially lead others to follow suit. This would only exacerbate the urban chaos. But Feng had no choice. If he didn't follow the system's requirements, he couldn't guarantee that the system wouldn't revoke. Without the shelter, he would truly have to go crawling back to Ji Wenbin. Although Feng sensed that Ji Wenbin's attitude towards him had improved somewhat. However, Feng still didn't like to associate with such highborn rich second generations. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked in confusion, "Wait, isn't AI Feng's energy based on nuclear fusion technology? Why does the shelter still need fuel for power? This doesn't make sense. System, come out and give me an explanation." Feng shouted hoarsely. This is to increase the difficulty of survival for the host, preventing the host from becoming complacent. The tasks announced later will become increasingly difficult, and the danger level will rise, so please prepare mentally in advance. Upon hearing this, Feng's expression darkened. Damn it, this system can go to hell. Of course, Feng only dared to think about it in his heart. He didn't have the temperament to confront the system directly. Who knows what the consequences of this would be? Forget it, since I've come this far I might as well make do with it. There's no point in worrying now. Feng was someone who lived in the moment, otherwise he wouldn't have moved on so quickly from being dumped. So he soon brushed this matter aside. Then without a care in the world, he chose to soak in a hot spring completely unfazed by the tension created. At that moment Feng was left with nothing but a pair of underwear. Looking at the underground hot spring, which was about 50 to 60 square meters, he felt a surge of emotions. To be honest, he had lived over 20 years without ever soaking in a hot spring. It's quite embarrassing. As he soaked in the hot spring, he enjoyed Feng's massage. It was simply too enjoyable. Such leisurely days made him utterly addicted. Surely not many men could remain calm in such an environment, right? Not long after soaking in the hot spring, his phone, which was placed aside, suddenly rang. It was a group message from the shelter. Feng's mind suddenly lit up, right? I can ask others in the group for help. With their strength, getting 10 tons of fuel shouldn't be a problem. But Feng was also a bit troubled because the group rules required exchanging resources. He didn't know what he could offer to trade for 10 tons of fuel and felt a bit apprehensive for a moment. Forget it, he'll just ask first. There were plenty of items in the shelter. At worst, he could secretly take out a few high-tech gadgets to trade. But he wondered what would happen if the system found out. Feng picked an angle, took a photo of himself in the hot spring, and then clicked send. He followed up with a caption, Mu Feng, brothers, aren't you curious about my shelter? I'm currently soaking in a hot spring, and since I have some free time, I'm showing you all. As soon as the message was sent, replies came flooding in. Gooey, damn. As expected of a big shot, you even have an underground hot spring. This technology is probably rare in the country. Zero's monologue. Why do I find that you guys love to show off your wealth? Following that, Zero's monologue sent a picture of his room's wardrobe, which was stuffed full of cash, at least several million. When it comes to showing off, this group of rich kids has never backed down. They are either already showing off, or on their way. At this point, someone immediately replied, Shamate, old boy, you've sent that several million back and forth 4 or 5 times already, and you still dare to show off. Others also replied with a crying laughing emoji, and the teasing comments kept coming one after another. Just as everyone was chatting heatedly, one of the group members suddenly noticed that there was actually a pair of fair hands in the photo Feng sent. The netizen, who called himself a gentleman, immediately got excited. Damn, there's even a woman. From my experience of dating over 100 girlfriends, this woman must be stunning. Shamate, ahem, old Han, Uncle Han is still in the group, so be careful with your words. Within 3 seconds, the gentleman retracted his previous message. Seeing this scene, Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry, while the others in the group immediately followed suit with their teasing. This showed that their relationships behind the scenes were probably quite good. This scene happened to be witnessed by Ji Wenbin. While lying in bed with a third-tier starlet, Ji Wenbin suddenly said, this movement startled the woman beside him. However, Ji Wenbin did not comfort her, but instead furrowed his brows in contemplation. Although he guessed that Feng must have his own shelter, he only imagined it to be a small-scale shelter and didn't take it too seriously. Earlier, Ji Wenbin had learned some information about Feng from Song Heng, such as him being an orphan from a poor family, and so on. Otherwise, Song Heng wouldn't have asked Ji Wenbin to take Feng along. Building a shelter costs more than just a few. Take Ji Wenbin's own shelter, for example. It cost him over 100 million at the time. Of course, that money was all from his father Ji Tianhai. Moreover, his shelter's scale is already among the best in Haiyan City. But now Feng's shelter actually rivaled his own. This made it hard for Ji Wenbin to believe. Damn it, I spent 5 million and still couldn't successfully build an underground hot spring. How did he manage to do it? Ji Wenbin couldn't help but doubt whether Feng had filmed it elsewhere. It's not that he didn't believe Feng, but in Haiyan City no one could build an underground hot spring in their own shelter. Because this is a technical issue that cannot be solved just by spending money. But now that Feng's shelter has done it, how could it not raise his suspicions? With that thought, Ji Wenbin directly tagged Feng and asked Feng, is your shelter really true? Even my shelter doesn't have an underground hot spring. Maybe afraid that Feng would overthink, Ji Wenbin sent a few playful emojis. Feng was indifferent to this. He got up, put on the bathrobe that Feng handed to him, and took his phone, filming a short video while explaining. Here is the underground hot spring room on the first basement level. Here is the living area. Here is the hall on the cinema, KTV, restaurant, billiard room, and so on. Feng filmed from the basement to the ground floor, capturing the general layout of the shelter in about a minute. Additionally, Feng inadvertently filmed Feng, but it was only a small segment and her appearance was less than 2 seconds long. After sending the video, the group chat immediately exploded. Yin Xiangyichang, wow. Dude, how did you achieve the underground hot spring technology in your shelter? That's so impressive. If you hadn't posted this video, I would never believe it. Shamate, wow. Big shot, sell me your shelter. I'll offer 50 million. No, 60 million. Zero's monologue, stop fighting with me. I'll offer 70 million. Lonely Wolf, I love it. With such a shelter, where is the need for refuge? It's simply enjoying life. While everyone was marveling at Feng's impressive shelter, a message from Zheng Renjunzi left everyone speechless. Zheng Renjunzi. Wow, she really is a beauty, hahaha, I guessed it right. This figure, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Brother, if she's not your girlfriend, could you introduce her to me? Name your price. Lonely. Shamate. Zero's monologue. Lonely wolf. Everyone present in the group followed with a series of speechless emojis, feeling utterly dumbfounded by Zheng Renjunzi. However, when they opened the video again and saw AI Feng inside, they all revealed expressions of astonishment. They never expected there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. Words like drowning fish and falling petals were inadequate to describe her. Nonetheless, they all remained calm, unlike Zheng Renjunzi, who was acting like a lovesick fool. Ji Wenbin, sitting on his bed, jumped up this time. He never dreamed that Yi Feng actually owned a shelter that rivaled his own, and there was such a beautiful woman accompanying. This was simply an unbelievable fantasy for him. Looking at the chat messages in the group, Yi Feng once again felt a mix of amusement and frustration. At the same time, he developed a slight curiosity about Zheng Renjunzi, wondering what kind of person could be so bold. Yi Feng. Sorry brother, that's my girlfriend, so I can't introduce her. Although Yi Feng had put it quite tactfully, Zheng Renjunzi still didn't give up. Zheng Renjunzi. Brother, when are you two breaking up? I'm waiting. Yi Feng. This time it was Yi Feng's turn to be speechless, and he immediately sent a series of ellipses in the group. Zheng Renjunzi continued to send several messages. However, this time, Yi Feng chose to ignore them directly. He realized that if he continued chatting with the other party, he would go insane. Moreover, AI Feng was as Yi Feng had never considered giving her to anyone else. After chatting for a while, the topic finally returned to normal, mostly inquiring about Yi Feng's underground hot spring. Yi Feng responded positively to this. Yi Feng. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. I also put in a lot of effort, plus my profession is related, so the design process was quite easy. As for the technical issues, that was even simpler. Everyone is in the shelter business, isn't it supposed to be like this? Yi Feng couldn't help but pose a soul-searching question, and upon seeing Yi Feng's message, everyone felt a wave of speechlessness. Isn't this thing always very difficult? When did it become so easy? They had hired many designers from both domestic and international backgrounds, yet none were able to achieve success. But don't think that building an underground hot spring is just about heating water. There are many technical issues involved. Those who could solve such technical issues were undoubtedly big-name designers, most of whom were over 50 years old. Even if they were willing to pay, they might not be able to hire them. Although they understood the reasoning, they wouldn't say it out loud. Yun Xiangyichang. Cough cough, we build shelters primarily considering safety and survival. Who would think of hot springs first? That's right. My shelter can even withstand missiles. Is an underground hot spring really that important? Shamate. I agree with your views, so for your safety, you shouldn't compete with me for the shelter. Big shot, I'll buy your shelter for 75 million. I haven't said anything, I'll offer 76 million. Looking at these people's discussions, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The unusual characters in this group could easily provide him with laughter for a lifetime. Jokes aside, Yi Feng finally replied politely. Yi Feng, brothers, I'm not selling this shelter, so don't even. To end this topic, Yi Feng made a special clarification to prevent them from asking more questions. If it weren't for the fear of the system popping out to scold him, Yi Feng might actually consider it. As long as the price is right, let alone selling the shelter, he might even agree to sell himself. Looking at the chat records in the group, Ji Wenbin felt an immense headache. Thinking about how he had previously showcased his shelter to Yi Feng, he felt utterly ashamed. If it were purely based on area, his shelter could indeed overshadow Yi Feng's. However, in terms of scale, decoration, and facilities, it fell short considerably. Just the underground hot spring could outshine his shelter by several streets. Damn it, comparing like this, I feel like my shelter is just a doghouse. Ji Wenbin complained. No way, as a rich kid from Haiyan City, my shelter can't be too shabby. With that thought, Ji Wenbin began to consider how to renovate. Having grown up in a wealthy family, Ji Wenbin was used to a luxurious lifestyle, which naturally cultivated a sense of comparison. Moreover, as a second-generation rich kid who doesn't like to show off. Sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, Yi Feng sensed the timing was right and sent a message in the group seeking help. Brothers, I am currently short of fuel and need 10 tons. Do you have any way to assist? Yi Feng initially thought everyone would respond easily, saying it was no problem as these individuals were not ordinary people. However, the outcome turned out to be much more complex than he expected. Guao replied, Brother, if you had told me a few days ago, I could have easily given you 10 tons of fuel. However, the situation is now special due to the emergence of mutated humans, leading to a resource shortage crisis in the entire city. Guao continued, Moreover, the government has begun to control various resource channels, especially for special materials like fuel, which are being managed extremely strictly. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. If what he said was true, then this mission would probably not end easily. Zero's inner thoughts. That's right, even if my dad intervenes, it would be difficult to obtain 10 tons of fuel. This matter likely requires the government to relent. Others in the group also expressed their difficulties. While they offered Yi Feng some suggestions, they were of little use. The first issue was that Yi Feng only had 5 days, and the second was that Yi Feng had no ability to connect with the government. Shamate interjected, By the way, Ji Wenbin's family has connections with the government, he might have a way. After saying this, Shamate directly tagged Ji Wenbin. In fact, Ji Wenbin had been paying attention to the group dynamics. He was originally troubled about how to approach the situation without feeling awkward. Now that he was tagged, it was exactly what he wanted. Priest Ji Wenbin, there should be a way, though it might be a bit troublesome. After sending this message, Ji Wenbin directly opened Feng's chat box for a private conversation. After all, he did not want others to see his embarrassment. Brother Feng, could you help me design the scale of your shelter? If possible, I can then ask my dad for a solution, but rest assured with my dad's status, it shouldn't be a problem. Design a shelter? Feng was somewhat taken aback. His earlier remarks in the group were merely boasting in front of them. If he truly had to design a shelter for Ji Wenbin, that would indeed be quite challenging. However, the most important thing at the moment was to secure the fuel energy and complete the task. As for designing the shelter, Feng would also try his best to assist Ji Wenbin. Whether the final design could reach the level of Feng's shelter would have to be left to fate. With this in mind, Feng decisively agreed. Sure, I agree to it. Seeing Feng's agreement, Ji Wenbin felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, then I'll talk to my father about it now, and I should have a response later. If not, it will be around noon tomorrow. With Ji Wenbin's assurance, Feng felt temporarily relieved. As for whether this matter would ultimately succeed, that remained to be seen, but he would definitely have news by tomorrow at the latest. After resolving this issue, Feng began to browse the latest news online out of boredom, wanting to understand the current situation and trends in the apocalyptic scenario. With the 5G base station in the shelter, Feng could surf the internet quite swiftly without any lag. Today's news article reads, experts predict that the exact timing of the meteorite's arrival will be within the next 30 to 40 days. We hope the public will take precautions to protect their lives and property. 30 to 40 days. Is this a joke? What kind of experts are these making such precise predictions? Feng scoffed. The system informed Feng that there were only 20 days left until the apocalypse. Although mutated human events had already begun to break out, it was not enough to bring about the end of the world. This was because society was highly modernized and firearms were so widespread. As long as the country took mandatory measures, the mutated human incidents could still be nipped in the bud. Of course, how many people would ultimately die was unknown. But one thing was certain: mutated humans were not yet a threat to all of humanity at this point. Otherwise, the world would already be in chaos. If the end of the world was not caused by mutated humans, the only possibility left would be the meteorite's fall. In fact, Feng strongly agreed with this viewpoint. After all, wasn't the extinction of the dinosaurs during the Cretaceous period caused by the fall of a great meteorite? With this thought, Feng couldn't help but look up at the ceiling of the shelter, questioning in his heart, can this thing withstand a meteorite impact? Feng certainly did not want to fall asleep one day and suddenly be killed by a meteorite. It shouldn't be that unlucky. If there were real danger, the system would definitely notify me in advance. Shaking his head, Feng continued scrolling down for the next piece of news. The cause of the mutated human events appearing in various regions is still under investigation. Various countries have also begun research on this mutated virus. Is there really a need to investigate? Isn't it obvious that some unscrupulous merchants from Sakura country sold mutated seafood that caused this? Upon reading this, Feng couldn't help but feel angry. Clearly, this was the result of some individuals from Sakura country pressuring the media. They dare to do, but not to admit it. They are truly a bunch of hypocritical pretenders. Previously, Feng often saw some public intellectuals praising Sakura country online, claiming that it had a spirit of craftsmanship, was humble, courteous, and very friendly, among other things. Now that these incidents occurred, those public intellectuals no longer dared to show their faces. It was obvious they were afraid of being criticized online. The content of this news was lengthy, but Feng patiently continued to read. The data obtained from the investigation indicates that although this virus is highly contagious, its duration is very short. In simple terms, infected individuals do not remain in their original state like zombies. Most people mutate and die within 3 days. Those who are bitten will experience physiological death and will transform into mutated humans within 1 or 2. If the bitten individual has a mild injury and the wound is far from the heart and brain, the virus they carry may remain dormant for several days before leading to mutation. Moreover, only in the case of mutation will the virus be transmissible. Before mutation, there is still a chance for treatment. It is hoped that residents do not conceal the real situation and seek timely detection and treatment. Emergency contact number 11,235 death within 3 days. Feng was somewhat surprised. If this is true, then the difficulty of the mutated human crisis would be greatly reduced. With a high mortality rate and a short transmission time, this greatly limits the speed and range of the virus spread. This is akin to the world-famous Ebola virus. The reason it did not spread globally is precisely due to its extremely high fatality rate. People die on the way before they can spread it, thus sparing humanity from a catastrophic plague. This latter part of the news can be considered as half a good message. Feng couldn't help but sigh. It shows just how dire the current situation is. As for the mention of potential treatment opportunities, Feng simply cannot believe it. If it were that easy, this pandemic would not have erupted. Their claims seem to be a way to lure people into a trap. There is nothing wrong with this approach. After all, it's for the sake of others to prevent the virus from spreading. Shaking his head, Feng continued to read. The global trend of shelter construction is surging and the demand is steadily climbing. Various countries have officially opened their shelters and personnel lists are currently being compiled. From 8 o'clock this evening, our regions have also opened underground cities, allowing the public to enthusiastically sign up at local government offices with their identification. Upon reaching this point, Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Fortunately, I bought my bomb shelter early. If it were at night, this price would conservatively estimate to rise tenfold." Feng was not exaggerating. Prices have skyrocketed. Globally, fuel prices have risen more than tenfold, and the supply is still insufficient, let alone the current shelters. One must know that the permanent population of Haiyun City exceeds several million, but how many shelters are there? Apart from a few wealthy individuals who can build their own, others can only spend money to purchase one. In a case of high demand and low supply, a tenfold increase in shelter prices is merely a conservative estimate. Fortunately, our country has opened underground cities, providing many ordinary people with a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Feng once again felt proud of his country. In this world, apart from the Jojo Kingdom, there is no other nation capable of being this responsible to its people. The essence of underground cities and shelters is similar, but the underground cities built by the government are larger and more suitable for ordinary people to reside. In simple terms, it is a city built beneath the surface. The Jojo Kingdom is known for its infrastructural prowess. Long ago, it began constructing underground cities, and when this project was announced, it faced considerable opposition, with international criticism aimed at the Jojo Kingdom. They accused Jojo of disturbing international order and setting the pace for apocalyptic shelters. There was no praise to be found. But what about now? The international community turns a blind eye to Sakura Country's nuclear wastewater discharge and pretends not to see the unscrupulous merchants of Sakura Country selling mutated seafood. This is a clear double standard. After reading these 3 trending news items, Feng glanced at other news articles. The reports were all about the impending apocalypse. Gone are the days when even a celebrity raising a dog could make headlines. Seeing entertainment news in such a life-and-death crisis would seem rather absurd. After spending half an hour reading these news articles, Feng chatted with Song Hang for a while. Upon learning that Song Hang had moved into Ji Wenbin's shelter with his girlfriend, Feng finally felt relieved. Given the current crisis, if one has not moved into a shelter, no one could predict which would come first, disaster, or even someone as fortunate as Feng cannot guarantee his safety, let alone Song Hang. Feng initially planned to show Song Hang his shelter, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Since Song Hang hasn't decided to come to Feng's shelter, yet informing him in advance might just lead to a barrage of questions. Moreover, Feng hadn't figured out how to explain the shelter situation to him. He certainly couldn't say that this shelter fell from the sky, could he? The time had come to around 11 at night, and Feng was also preparing to rest. As of now, he had yet to receive any news from Ji Wenbin, or it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Just then, the Survivor WeChat group suddenly sent out an announcement tagging everyone. Feng remembered that Song Hang mentioned this WeChat group could release news that was unavailable online, so this announcement should be explosive. In an instant, Feng's drowsiness vanished, and he quickly opened the Survivor group. Blood Rose Group owner. Fellow survivors, our city has experienced several incidents involving mutants, and many areas are now completely locked down. Blood Rose. Moreover, several well-known commercial streets have fallen, and many government soldiers have gone to suppress the situation. Following this, Blood Rose sent a video recorded on site. In the video, a group of armed soldiers was shooting at a crowd of mutants with bodies piled everywhere. The person recording the video must have done so from a considerable distance, as the footage appeared somewhat blurry and shaky. However, from the visuals, it was clear that this street was one of the busiest commercial areas in Haiyun City. In an instant, the previously quiet WeChat group became lively with discussions centered around these mutants. The conversations were filled with worries about this disaster and uncertainties about their futures. Simultaneously, the WeChat group for the shelter Feng was and sent out a similar announcement. Unlike the people in the Survivor WeChat group, those in the shelter group remained much calmer, as they all had their own shelter. In comparison, their environment was undoubtedly safer, which allowed them to converse freely in the group. They even occasionally joked around. Feng paid close attention to the messages from both groups. However, one message in the shelter WeChat group caught Feng's attention. Secret digital, latest internal news: we should not go out casually right now. Although the military and government are working together to suppress the mutants, the situation is much more severe than we imagine. Currently, various countries are distressed by the latest discoveries. Secret digital. The mutants who died within 3 days, as previously mentioned, were merely the ordinary ones, but a small portion survived beyond 3 days, and these survivors will become even stronger. The threat to humanity will also increase. This must be taken seriously. Seeing this, Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows and thought. Stronger mutants. I wonder who would be stronger now, me or those mutants? Although he felt some concern, Feng still had considerable confidence in his own strength. But this confidence is only true for the present. From these messages, Feng learned an important factor: the strength of the mutants could be enhanced at any moment. Lost in thought, Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, it's my own lack of strength that troubles me, otherwise I wouldn't be worried about these matters. After putting down his phone, Feng furrowed his brow again, deep in contemplation. It seems I must find a way to temporarily increase my strength, otherwise, given the current situation, there might be even more dangerous things to come. If I still lack the corresponding power to contend with them by then, even with the system's assistance, I fear I won't escape death. Feng spent the night in this anxious state. The next day, Feng woke him early, and after finishing the breakfast, she prepared. Feng planned to train rigorously. He arrived at the training room on the first floor. This space was about 100 square meters, filled with numerous training equipment that encompassed most aspects of physical training. Feng warmed up briefly, then began with basic physical training. Push-ups. 521, 522, 523. With each number he shouted, Feng performed one push-up. Although he completed over 500 push-ups, he still appeared to... Not even a bead of sweat appeared. If outsiders saw this, they would surely be astonished. In fact, Feng himself was quite surprised, once again marveling at how powerful the genetic serum from the system was. To this day, he still hadn't discovered the true limit of his strength. Just then his phone, which was set aside, suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Ji Wenbin. Without needing Feng's reminder, Feng obediently picked up the phone and squatted in front of Feng, then connected the call and pressed the speaker button. Ji Wenbin's voice immediately came through the phone. Brother Feng, the issue with the 10 tons of fuel has been resolved, but there's a slight complication. The government is currently tightly controlling resources. Logically speaking, this kind of resource shouldn't be given to others, even if we have connections here. However, since Brother Feng has a shelter, as long as we follow the proper procedures, everything will be much easier. Feng paused in the middle of his push-ups, supporting himself on the ground, his brow furrowing in confusion as he asked, "What procedures?" Ji Wenbin's tone grew serious. Currently, there are many shelters, but most of them are not official, and thus cannot be registered as legitimate by the government. As long as Brother Feng can pass the inspection of an official shelter, we can approve this process, and the fuel issue will be easily resolved. Upon hearing this, Feng was left speechless. My shelter needs to be classified as either official or unofficial. Do you think this is a club? Seeing Feng's silence, Ji Wenbin seemed to guess some of his thoughts, and awkwardly explained, "Well, these are extraordinary times, so there have to be extraordinary measures. It's unavoidable. The government has even set up an underground city, right? But that place certainly won't have enough capacity for everyone. We might have to help shoulder some of the burden with our official shelters later on." Feng felt a bit speechless and retorted, "Are we really expected to share the numbers? I can't accommodate that many people here, especially with food supplies being so scarce." It's not that Feng was selfish, the shelter provided by the system simply couldn't allow outsiders to stay long-term. If they discovered Feng's secret, who knows what kind of trouble could arise. Unless it was someone trustworthy like Song Heng, Feng wouldn't easily agree. Ji Wenbin hurriedly reassured him, "Don't worry about the numbers, at least civilians won't be sent over. Moreover, I've inquired, and it seems they will use various civilian-level shelters as military transfer stations or short-term medical locations. Of course, the benefits are substantial given the military and government support behind it." Oh, Feng didn't outright refuse this time. If it's really as Ji Wenbin mentioned, then he might consider it. After all, the issue of fuel energy was currently the most... But these don't offer me much help, do they, Feng asked again. To gather more intelligence, he chose to inquire further instead of agreeing hastily. Ji Wenbin replied with a smile. Yes, for instance, it can provide greater protection from the official underground city military, and they can also send specialized engineers to offer free renovations and such. Feng put down his push-up position, got up, and sat beside Feng, taking the phone from her hand. He continued speaking into the phone. "The two aspects you mentioned seem fine, but I'm not in need of those here. Military protection. That held little value for Feng. With his current strength, ordinary mutated beings were no match for him, though this only referred to the present. Even if his shelter was attacked by mutated beings, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. His shelter's security level was extraordinarily high. As long as he didn't go outside, those mutated beings wouldn't be able to enter. Feng even felt that the military's underground city might not be as sturdy as his shelter. As for having engineers come to renovate the shelter, that was even less necessary. Feng's shelter would be upgraded step by step according to the system's mission rewards. The current level 1 shelter was already so strong, it would only get better from here. Even if he handed over blueprints to engineers for renovation, they wouldn't be able to execute it. Ji Wenbin sighed. This is simply unavoidable. Without following the procedures, we won't be able to approve the fuel. Feng frowned, tightly believing that with Ji Wenbin's connections, it should be relatively easy to resolve. Now it seemed he had underestimated the complexity. I've already arranged the connections for you. It shouldn't be long before someone comes to inspect. Moreover, this is a special period with mutated beings frequently appearing in the city. Such opportunities are likely to be rare in the future. Ji Wenbin's implication was clear: if Yi Feng missed this opportunity, he would have no other means to obtain fuel. Fearing that Yi Feng might still be concerned, Ji Wenbin quickly added, "Actually, for civilian shelters like ours, gaining government support and protection would only benefit us." Ultimately, despite feeling a bit exasperated, Yi Feng had no choice but to agree. After all, this was his only opportunity to secure 10 tons of fuel, and with only 4 days left in the deadline, he couldn't afford to refuse. Not long after hanging up the phone, another call came in. It was from an unknown number. It must be the person from the government that Ji Wenbin mentioned. Yi Feng thought to himself and answered the call. "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Yi Feng?" A girl's voice, sweet and somewhat pleasant, came through. Yi Feng instinctively nodded. "Yes, I am." In comparison, Yi Feng's voice sounded much colder. The girl on the other end didn't mind. She gently introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Li Ling with the surname Mu, from Li, and my full name is Wang Lingling. I am the liaison between the government and the shelters. Every formal shelter has its own liaison, which facilitates communication and task organization. If your shelter passes the inspection, I will be your dedicated liaison. Our inspection engineer is also on the way." Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had thought it would just be a simple inspection of the shelter, but now it seemed more complicated than he had imagined. So Yi Feng impatiently asked, "But I have connections, can't we make this less troublesome?" Li Ling on the other end froze momentarily, feeling a bit speechless about her current client. "Even if you have connections, you shouldn't say it out loud. This conversation is being recorded." Li Ling silently shouted in her heart. Seeing her silence, Yi Feng also lost interest in continuing the conversation. "Forget it, let's do it your way." After finishing, Yi Feng directly hung up the phone. On the other end, Li Ling listened to the busy tone, revealing a slight bitter smile on her face. She shook her head and complained, "Why is this person so irritable?" With a helpless shrug, she then set down the hand. This was an office area specifically provided by the government for liaisons, and each liaison had their own dedicated. Across from Li Ling sat another girl who was beautiful and slender, but slightly less so compared to Li Ling. "Xiaoling, what's wrong?" Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. "Nothing." Li Ling shook her head and smiled. Seeing that Li Ling wouldn't elaborate, Zhang Yuan didn't press further. She glanced at the others on both sides, noticing no one was paying attention, so she picked up her latest model phone and quietly boasted to Li Ling, "Xiaoling, this is the new phone my shelter owner bought for me. Isn't it pretty?" Li Ling awkwardly smiled. "Yeah, it's pretty." Wang Yuan put down her phone and adjusted her lingerie to make her figure more eye-catching. At the same time, she advised Xiaoling, "I'm not saying this to criticize you, but given your looks and figure, you could easily find a big shot to support you, and then you wouldn't have to live frugally." Li Ling didn't know how to respond to her. Just then the office phone rang, and Li Ling seized the opportunity to excuse herself. She pointed at the phone and then smiled apologetically at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan waved her hand and then ignored her. In the shelter right after Yi Feng hung up the phone, AI Feng reminded him, "Brother Feng, there are 3 people outside the shelter who seem to be trying to call you but couldn't get through." "Trying to call?" Yi Feng was slightly taken aback, then remembered his call with the liaison, named Li Ling, which had kept his phone busy, hence he didn't receive their call. Yi Feng stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look." Outside the shelter stood a middle-aged man in his 40s and 2 young men in their 30s. How come the call couldn't get through? Who is his liaison? Didn't anyone inform him in advance? The young man standing in front of the titanium alloy door said, feeling speechless. His name was Zhou Yin, a member of the government department responsible for inspecting the qualifications of shelters. His colleagues who came with him were named Zhao Mu along with their supervisor Li Jiahui. As soon as he finished speaking, his colleague Zhao Mu took over the conversation. "I already pressed the doorbell. As long as he is inside the shelter, he should be able to hear it. However, to be fair, this titanium alloy door is quite sturdy. Even in our underground city, we rarely use something like that." Zhao Mu generously praised the door. Standing beside them, Li Jiahui frowned and sternly reminded, "Keep your voices down. Don't say anything like that, otherwise we won't earn a single penny today." Minister Li is right. Zhao Mu and Zhou Yin quickly smiled in agreement. Recently, due to the prevalence of shelters, the government established this department to unify the standards and management of shelters. It was precisely because of their special positions that they could take advantage of their roles to extract a significant amount of wealth. Their method was simple. They would nitpick at the shelters being inspected whether or not the shelters were up to standard. If the money wasn't sufficient, they could forget about passing. Since these matters concerned their life and safety, most shelter owners would swallow their pride and pay to avoid disaster. As for those owners who didn't cooperate, they could only be rejected and left to meet their end. For them, being officially listed as a government-approved shelter was extremely important, as it directly related to their. As long as they weren't truly destitute, they would choose to pay up obediently. "Make sure to speak negatively about it later, God." Understood. The two replied in unison. They had benefited greatly from working with Li Jiahui in this capacity, and the amount of money they had made recently was something they could have never imagined earning in their lifetime. This was why they were so eager to cooperate with Li Jiahui, treating his words like commandments. Just then the titanium alloy door suddenly began to open slowly, revealing a closed space resembling an elevator. Moreover, the area inside was not small, covering about 10 square meters. It could hold dozens of people at once. This was the first time the three had seen such a door, and they stood frozen in place. This looks like an elevator, Zhou Yan said uncertainly. Looking at the large door, a smile appeared on Li Jiaohui's face. He pointed at a round camera above the door and explained, "Did you see that camera? The people inside must have used it to spot us, and then activated the door with some device. This shelter is too advanced." Zhao Mu couldn't help but exclaim. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands. Li Jiaohui, who had just stepped forward, turned his head and shot him a cold glare, but didn't say anything. He was mainly worried about being discovered by Feng inside. The three entered the fan-shaped area, and soon the nearly 10-centimeter-thick titanium alloy door slowly closed behind them. Immediately, they could distinctly feel the titanium alloy floor beneath their feet slowly rotating. At this moment, Li Jiaohui was incredibly excited. He knew that the homeowner they were visiting today must be exceedingly wealthy, even more so than any other homeowners of shelters he had encountered. Otherwise, it would be impossible to afford a shelter of this caliber. It is no exaggeration to say that just this door alone could outshine any shelter they had previously examined. Their pricing standard was indeed based on the luxury level of the shelter. This time, Li Jiaohui decided to charge Feng 5 million. When the titanium alloy door opened again, they found themselves inside the shelter. However, the environment before them caused their hearts to tremble once more. Before them lay a vast living room with a fan-shaped bar counter on the left adorned with many luxurious fine wines. Some of the labels Li Jiaohui had even tasted before, each costing several thousand per bottle. It is no exaggeration to say that just these wines alone were worth $1 million. On their right was a tea pavilion featuring a redwood tea table surrounded by various tea utensils along with some premium teas such as pewter biluacan and tiguanyin, among others. This was merely a part of what the three could see. Directly in front of them was another living room, the luxury of which was beyond description, with a corridor alongside it lined with many enclosed rooms. While they were unsure of what lay within those rooms, one thing was certain: it was all wealth. Seeing this, the three couldn't help but express their astonishment. This is no shelter. It's simply a top-notch mansion. Would you three like to have some tea first? Standing in the center of the living room, Feng pointed towards the tea pavilion and asked. Seeing Feng was so young, Li Jiaohui couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised, though he quickly masked it. He looked at Feng, chuckling as he shook his head. There's no need for tea. As he spoke, Li Jiaohui's gaze involuntarily wandered over to Feng beside Feng. At the same time, he was somewhat shocked that there existed such a beautiful woman in this world. Behind him, Zhao Mu and the others were equally mesmerized. Both the shelter and Feng made the three envious. They also marveled at how simple and unadorned the lives of the wealthy seemed. Upon seeing the refusal, Feng had no choice but to let it go. All right then. Li Jiaohui stepped forward, continuing with a smile. Young master, ye is living quite well here with beautiful companions. Your days must be quite leisurely. It's all right, Feng replied calmly. Li Jiaohui pretended to survey the surroundings, and then continued with a forced smile. However, to reach the level of a proper shelter, you might find it a bit difficult. My. Feng was slightly taken aback. If his shelter did not meet the standards of a formal shelter, then others would have no hope. Feng was not foolish. The three hadn't even looked at the other parts of the shelter and immediately claimed his was substandard. Clearly, they had ulterior motives. After Li Jiaohui's remark, his two subordinates quickly chimed in. That's right, even though your shelter is built quite luxuriously, the purpose of a shelter is for refuge, not for enjoyment. These spaces of yours are completely wasted. Once it becomes a formal shelter, if the government needs it, they might send people to use it as a temporary stop. Are you really going to let those soldiers sleep in the living room? Moreover, your shelter is still so small, it doesn't even qualify as one of our formal shelters. Zhao Mu and Zhou Yan took turns like a duet, leaving Feng no chance to speak. Their words dripped with disdain. While Li Jiaohui and his companions were pondering how Feng might bribe them, Feng merely raised an eyebrow and said, Who told you my shelter only has one floor? The three were stunned for a moment. Feng, uninterested in further chatter, led them to tour the entertainment area on the first floor. When they saw the luxurious KTV rooms, cinema, gym, and billiard room on each side, their worldview was ruthlessly shattered. At the same time, they marveled. This is almost on par with a 5-star hotel. Is this the world of the wealthy? Even in the apocalypse, it's so extravagant and enjoyable. While they had seen some other wealthy second-generation shelters that were also quite luxurious, the entertainment facilities could not compare to Feng's. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Others were struggling to survive while he was on vacation in the apocalypse. After seeing the first-floor environment, the three couldn't find any faults, at most criticizing a few points about extravagance. But these were not enough to coerce Feng. However, the three had barely recovered from their shock when the next wave of astonishment hit them even harder. Feng led them through the corridor towards the elevator. The three followed silently behind, Feng not saying a word, but in their hearts they were plotting how to belittle, and Li Jiaohui also secretly resolved that he would not let Feng escape today no matter what. Even if it meant framing him, he had to achieve his goal. After all, Feng was the biggest catch he had encountered so far. If he missed this opportunity, he would not sleep well for at least a month. It was akin to winning a 5 million lottery and then having the ticket vanish. When the three arrived at the innermost part of the first floor and saw the brand new elevator, their expressions displayed varying degrees of shock. Is there an elevator? Xiaomu couldn't help but ask. It wasn't that elevators were particularly hard to build, but generally civilian shelters hardly ever included them. Civilian shelters usually had only a few floors, some even had just one, making elevators unnecessary. If one were to insist on building an elevator, it would take up space and require regular maintenance, wasting manpower and resources. Additionally, it would increase the energy consumption of the shelter. What is most precious in an apocalypse? Besides food, only energy remains. If electricity runs out, the elevator would become a mere decoration. Thus, in comparison to stairs, the practicality of stairs is 100 times greater than that of elevators. This was why the three felt so astonished. Feng turned to Xiaomu, nodding. Yes, it's mainly for the consideration of injured soldiers. After all, my stairs have 80 steps. The three were left speechless. While they didn't know whether Feng's words were sincere, the implication was clear. You want to criticize me? Not a chance. The 5 individuals arrived at the first underground level, gazing at the exquisite decor surrounding them with the shock in the hearts of the three remaining unbroken. When Feng led the three into the underground hot spring, they were completely dumbfounded, and this time the shock completely overshadowed everything they had seen before. There's actually an underground hot spring here. I can't be dreaming. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the three, Feng's vanity was not significantly satisfied. It was mainly because Feng did not regard these three too seriously. Looking at them, he gestured around with his finger and explained, this used to be an air raid shelter. When I remodeled it, I thought the space was quite large and couldn't be wasted, so I built this underground area. Li Jiaowei was shocked inwardly but still wore a hypocritical smile on his face. Young master, yes, sanctuary truly opens our eyes. Feng glanced at Li Jiaowei, responding flatly, it's nothing special. After touring the underground hot spring, Feng continued to show the three around other areas. Zhou Yin, who was following closely beside Li Jiaowei, quietly asked, Minister, what should we do? We can't find any points to criticize at all. Li Jiaowei shot Zhou Yin a glare. Calm down. Think of something quickly. If this matter were so easy to accomplish, why would I have brought you out here? This statement left the two feeling distressed, unsure of what to do. It was akin to saying that sugar was bitter, while Li Jiaowei insisted they say it was sweet. Isn't this simply nonsense? Who would believe it? Perhaps fearing the two would lose heart, Li Jiaowei hurriedly comforted them. If this works out, each of you could get 500,000. 500,000. The two widened their eyes, afraid they had misheard. They were also keeping a close watch on Feng ahead, wary of him overhearing. Li Jiaowei nodded, confirming. Usually when they went out with Li Jiaowei for work, they could earn several tens of thousands, and at most they would make around 100,000 in a day. Sometimes with good luck they might earn a few 100,000, but now Li Jiaowei was actually promising a one-time payment of 500,000, which boosted their morale. At that moment, Feng, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, as they were now at the weapons storage, a place Feng had not. He then turned around and said, let me show you the place where I train. Didn't you say you might temporarily reside as so? I think they would like it here. Since the training room was on the first floor, Feng took the three back upstairs using the. As for why he did not take them to the second underground level, it was because the second underground level had the central control room and other important equipment, making it the most mysterious place in the sanctuary. Even if Songhang came, Feng had not considered revealing this place to him. Upon returning to the first floor, the three were once again shocked when they saw the 100-square-meter training room. Moreover, the training room was equipped with many facilities covering all training items. Wow, this is pretty. Xiaomu couldn't help but give a thumbs up once more. Li Jiaowei, standing beside him, shot Xiaomu a cold glance, regretting bringing him along. In fact, it wasn't Xiaomu's reaction that was surprising. Which civilian shelter would waste over 100 square meters designing a training room? Unless one was truly foolish, they wouldn't do that unless it was designed specifically for soldiers. Feng looked at the three and calmly asked, my sanctuary is definitely on par with most shelters. What do you think? Can it pass? The three fell silent once more. The two subordinates also secretly looked towards Li Jiaowei, waiting for him to. After a long pause, Li Jiaowei finally coughed and said, in terms of scale, it's indeed fine and all the necessary facilities are present. However, it's actually difficult to get this matter done. Oh, what do you mean by that? Feng asked with a smile, showing no sign of panic on his face. Li Jiaowei continued, I personally think your sanctuary is good, but the inspection requirements for a formal shelter are not that simple. How about this? See if there's something you can give me, and I'll help you smooth things over with the higher-ups, treating the various ministers to a meal to expedite the process for you. Feng sneered, revealing their true intentions. So it turns out you're planning to have me pay some benefits, huh? This statement directly tore the facade off the three, exposing their true colors. Zhao Mu and Zhou Yan's expressions changed slightly, and they stared coldly at Feng, not responding. However, Li Jiaowei, as the minister, still maintained his composure, clearly accustomed to such situations. Li Jiaowei smiled and said, young master, one shouldn't say such things. Oh. Feng looked at Li Jiaowei meaningfully and scoffed. Then how should I say it? Why don't you teach me, Minister? Yi Feng's attitude was completely different from the homeowners Li Jiawei had encountered previously in the past. They were all anxious in front of him. A single word from him could terrify them, but Yi Feng appeared completely unfazed, not even bothering to look him in the eye. This left Li Jiawei quite displeased, thinking to himself, you should obediently listen and pay up. Why seek? Despite feeling very angry, Li Jiawei still smiled as he approached, Yi Feng gently patting his shoulder with his right. At the same time, he threatened, if I don't give my approval today, don't expect this matter to go smoothly. Smack! Yi Feng unceremoniously slapped Li Jiawei's right hand away. He then sneered, what? Is the threat not working, so now you're resorting to coercion? Humph! Li Jiawei coldly snorted. All civilian shelters in Haiyan City are under my control. If you're sensible, it will be better for everyone involved. What if I'm not sensible? Yi Feng retorted. Not sensible? Haha, then let me be clear today. Li Jiawei pointed towards the door. If I walk out of this door empty-handed today, I guarantee your sanctuary will never pass inspection. Li Jiawei's words were not exaggerated at all. Before he became the minister of the newly established Shelter Inspection Department in Haiyan City, he was already a renowned architect. In Haiyan City, even some millionaires had to show him some respect. Especially with the apocalypse approaching, which wealthy individual wouldn't want to invite him to design a shelter for them? This had greatly elevated Li Jiawei's status, allowing him to stand on equal footing with several other ministers. After overseeing the Shelter Inspection Department, he had become exceedingly powerful, amassing a fortune. Now being so disregarded by a young man in his 20s, how could he swallow this anger? However, Yi Feng was not intimidated by Li Ziao's words. Li Jiao, head of the inspection department of the sanctuary in Haiyan City, Yi Feng suddenly began to applaud. With a smile he continued, indeed, to go to such lengths for money is truly an eye-opener for me. Yi Feng had learned about Li Jiao from AI Feng. As a mechanical being, it was easy for him to gather basic information about someone. Yi Feng's provocative behavior further enraged Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan pointed angrily at Yi Feng's nose and shouted, you better watch your words, you brat. Don't think you're impressive just because you have a little money. I have seen plenty of people richer than you, and in the end, don't they all kneel and beg us for a passing inspection? Zhou Yan's words also angered Yi Feng. Being an orphan, he despised anyone who dared to challenge him in front of others. Clenching his fists, he asked fiercely, who are you talking to like that? I'm talking to you. Bang! Before Zhou Yan could finish, Yi Feng's punch sent him flying, crashing heavily onto the marble floor of the corridor, gritting his teeth in pain. You actually dared to hit someone. Li Jiao furiously pointed at Yi Feng and questioned him. After saying that, Yi Feng threw another punch, sending the over 40 Li Jiao flying as well. Zhao Mu was left dumbfounded at the scene. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Every time he went out, he was treated like a VIP, but why was it different with Yi? What they didn't realize was that Yi Feng didn't take them seriously at all. These people were simply too overbearing. If he continued to endure, they would surely take advantage of him further. Damn it, how dare you bully me without knowing who I am? If someone with connections, killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Yi Feng threatened the three of them with a clenched fist. Indeed, Yi Feng's words directly intimidated the three of them. The three were on edge. The only one still standing, Zhao Mu, managed to avoid this beating because he had maintained a relatively decent attitude. Li Jiao and Zhou Yan lay on the ground in pain. They felt as if their rear ends had cracked open, unable to. Zhao Mu snapped out of his shock and hurried to help Li Jiao and Zhou Yan up. Yi Feng merely watched silently from the side, neither helping nor stopping them. Once Li Jiao was helped up, his first act was to threaten Yi Feng. You little brat, just wait. This matter isn't over. I will make your life a living hell. Li Jiao was someone who had seen the world. How could he be subdued by a single word from Yi Feng? After saying that, the three prepared to leave. Yi Feng snorted coldly and sternly said, stop right there. The three froze, not daring to continue moving forward. Who allowed you to leave? Do you think this is a market where you can come and go as you please? Yi Feng's tone was extremely cold, and he deliberately lowered his voice, creating an impression of wanting to kill and silence them. The three were thoroughly frightened. Trembling, they turned around. Li Jiao, supported by Zhao Mu, fearfully asked, What do you want? Could it be you dare to kill us? Yi Feng revealed a wicked smile and pointed to the ceiling above. However, this action scared Li Jiao and Zhou Yan, causing them to take half a step back. Seeing that Yi Feng was not about to hit them, they barely steadied themselves. Yi Feng looked down on them, thinking to himself, how dare such lowly beings threaten me? Once they steadied themselves, they followed Yi Feng's direction to look up. A small camera was installed in the ceiling at the edge of the corridor, which was hard to notice unless one looked closely. All the words you just said and your threatening actions have been recorded by it. Li Ziao's heart sank. What do you want? Zhou Yan's tone also weakened as he realized that today he might be in serious trouble. What do I want? Shouldn't you be asking your boss, Li? Yi Feng coldly retorted. At this moment, Li Ziao's face was extremely grim. He had never anticipated that he would fall into the hands of a young man who had yet to fully mature. Fortunately, having experienced many storms over the years, he was not overly flustered. Do you think you can threaten me with these videos? Li Jiao pretended to be calm and countered. Hee, Yi Feng chuckled. Director Li is currently at the peak of his career. If these videos were to be exposed online, I wonder if Director Li would still be able to maintain his composure like now. Li Ziahe's expression changed instantly, but he still responded calmly. Don't forget that your act of violence was also captured on camera. With that alone, you'll be eating prison food for sure. Oh, you mean that? I can just edit it out. After all, I was once quite skilled at making parody videos. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Zhou Yin pointed at Yi Feng, but the curse he had prepared was swallowed back down. He was genuinely afraid this time. In such extraordinary times, the world was busy fighting against the apocalypse. If this matter were to be exposed online, they would all be treated as traitors. The authorities prioritizing public safety might even execute them. Li Zhao was started to panic, and having no other options, he could only swallow his pride. Yi Feng sneered and was too lazy to waste words with them. He took out his phone and dialed the operator Li Ling. The phone rang once before being picked up. This caught Yi Feng by surprise. Mr. Yi, hello, is there a problem you need help with? Came Li Ling's sweet voice from the other end. Yi Feng replied in a disgruntled tone. Is this how your government operates? What kind of people did you send me? Off. Li Ling was confused by Yi Feng's reprimand. Mr. Yi, please calm down. If you have any issues, you can directly report them to us. I want to formally report the inspection department, head Li Zhaohua. Yi Feng said fiercely. The faces of the three people opposite Yi Feng changed drastically again. They wanted to stop him from continuing, but dared not do so. After all, they did not want to be beaten by Yi Feng again. Li Ling was also frightened by Yi Feng's words, and she quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. Yi Feng was a VIP introduced by the Ji family, and the inspection at his sanctuary was merely a formality. With the Ji family's guarantee, the inspection was assured, and the military personnel had long entered Yi Feng's sanctuary information into the registry of legitimate sanctuaries. Even the 10 tons of fuel he requested had been prepared long ago. Now Yi Feng's reaction was so intense, and he even spoke of reporting it in his real name. It was clear that a major incident was about to occur. Thinking of this, Li Ling quickly responded, Mr. Yi, please rest assured we will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure justice for you. Li Ling's attitude surprised Yi Feng. Could it be that this girl knows I am handsome and has taken a liking to me? Although Yi Feng had obtained the system, he still could not escape the 3 major illusions of life. She likes me. Mr. Yi, are you listening? Seeing Yi Feng silent, Li Ling hurriedly called out him. I am. Yi Feng replied, it's fine for your sake. I want whole. Seeing Yi Feng calm down, Li Ling also sighed in relief. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi. We will come over immediately to clarify the situation, and please do not leave your shelter. That's fine. When you come over, can you bring the fuel as well? Yi Feng asked. The fuel issue had already been resolved by Ji Wenbin, and his shelter would surely pass inspection. So Yi Feng thought to have them bring the fuel, mainly out of fear that unforeseen crises might arise, preventing his fuel from arriving. At that time, he would have no place to cry. Unexpectedly, Li Ling readily agreed. This also saved Yi Feng from having to say much. Seeing Yi Feng about to hang up, Li Zhaoyu quickly opened his mouth to say something. However, he was glared back by Yi Feng's sharp gaze. Yi Feng stepped forward with clenched fists, and this action startled the 3, their faces changing dramatically. However, Yi Feng did not give them a chance to resist. Daring to resist would result in a kick. The 3 were frightened and dared not move recklessly. Yi Feng rummaged through them, collecting all valuables, even confiscating the gum in their pockets. Yi Feng handed the collected items to AI Feng. Take this to the warehouse and confiscate it. Li Zhaoyu and the others were left dumbfounded, secretly cursing Yi Feng as a brute. They had come to extort, yet not only did they earn nothing, but they also ended up in this situation. An hour later, the doorbell rang from the direction of the main entrance. Yi Feng went to greet them. He walked through the titanium alloy door to the outdoors. After the titanium alloy door opened, besides a beautiful woman in her 20s, there was also a soldier in military uniform. Moreover, Yi Feng recognized this soldier. He was the captain who had previously beaten Ji Wenbin. You are Mr. Yi Feng, right? Li Ling broke the silence first. Looking at the somewhat quirky and beautiful Li Ling, Yi Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, I am Yi Feng. After saying that, Yi Feng looked back at the captain, and the two exchanged nods as a greeting. What intrigued Yi Feng was that the captain had beaten Ji Wenbin without any repercussions, clearly indicating he had some background. Li Ling noticed their subtle exchange, but wisely chose not to ask further. By the way, where is my fuel? Yi Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, as the fuel was his primary concern at the moment. Li Ling quickly replied with a smile, Mr. Yi, please rest assured the fuel is on its way. Once we solve the issue, they should be here soon. Yi Feng nodded him good. He then led the two through the titanium alloy door into the interior of the shelter. Both the captain and Li Ling were astonished by such a high-tech door. At the same time, they were also convinced that Yi Feng's background was definitely not simple. As Yi Feng led them deeper into the shelter, he began to introduce it to them. The two genuinely praised him. What surprised Li Ling the most was that Yi Feng was able to make a civilian shelter so luxurious, and the design could be described as seamless. Even the top designers she knew would find it difficult to create something like this. However, thinking of Yi Feng's profound background, she understood. In contrast to Li Ling's thoughts, the captain's focus was somewhat different. He was very satisfied with Yifeng's shelter and could even say he liked it quite a lot. Because in the future when on missions, such a civilian shelter might be temporarily needed. After all, who wouldn't want to be comfortable while on a mission? After the compliments, Li Ling asked, somewhat confused, Mr. You are Minister Li and the others. Li Xiaoyu was the head of the shelter inspection department. Although she guessed that Li Xiaoyu might be making things difficult for Yifeng, he was still a government official in a high position. If something were to happen in Yifeng's shelter, then Li Ling would also be implicated, which was the outcome she least wanted to see. Losing this job meant she could very well die outside along with her family. Yifeng smiled at Li Ling and said, I originally wanted to show you the basement, but handling serious matters is a priority. What, you have a basement? Li Ling and the captain were taken aback. Yifeng's shelter was quite large, and the first floor encompassed almost all entertainment facilities. If there was also a basement, didn't that mean there were even more important things beneath? Yifeng smiled and nodded, yes, it's not much, just one floor. Li Ling shot a displeased glare at Yifeng. Just one floor. It should be noted that having a basement in a civilian shelter was already quite impressive, let alone such a large foundation. Yifeng did not elaborate further and led the two to the billiards room on the first floor. At that moment, AI Feng was standing outside the billiards room. When the captain saw AI Feng for the first time, he was momentarily stunned. A flush of red appeared on both sides of his cheeks. This guy looks ordinary. How could he have such a beautiful girlfriend? The captain thought with a hint of jealousy. At the same time, he touched his own face, lamenting how he was clearly much more handsome than Yifeng, yet why didn't he have such a girlfriend? Li Ling, who was beside him, was also greatly impressed, but she did not feel jealous. Instead, she sincerely admired. Since they lived together, both regarded AI Feng as Yifeng's girlfriend. Brother Feng, AI Feng softly called out, her voice exceptionally pleasant. The captain's heart felt as if it was melting, and his expression was filled with envy. But Yifeng merely nodded, showing little reaction. This might be because he was used to it. After opening the door to the Li Ling and the captain were instantly stunned. They saw Li Xiaoyu and the others pale and sweating profusely sitting on stools. When they spotted Li Ling and the captain, their expressions revealed a hint of excitement, as if they had seen some savior. What on earth was going on? Suppressing the confusion in her heart, Li Ling hurriedly stepped forward to ask, what happened to you all? The three of them with sorrowful faces replied, we broke the law, we embezzled. Please take us back quickly. Seeing the three of them like this, Yifeng couldn't help but glance at AI Feng beside him. Just a moment ago, the three had been full of defiance. Oh, how could they suddenly turn so timid? Moreover, they seemed quite afraid of AI Feng. What on earth had she done to them to instill such fear? As Yifeng pondered, Li Ling turned to him and asked with curiosity, Mr. Yi, what on earth happened here? Li Ling was quite curious about how Yifeng managed to transform someone as formidable as a director into this wretched state. At the same time, she gained a new understanding of Yifeng's background and strength. Yifeng shrugged and replied with a nonchalant expression, they've said everything they needed to. What more do they want? Embezzlement. Arrest us. Hurry. Yes. Quickly arrest us. Li Xiaohua and the others nodded in agreement, instinctively glancing towards AI Feng while shuddering internally. Reluctantly, the captain allowed Li Xiaohua and the others to go out first, assuring them that he would come out shortly. The three of them quickly nodded in agreement with the captain's suggestion. Yifeng did not stop them, and the three rushed out of the shelter as if they had seen a ghost. Li Ling and the captain were left bewildered, growing more curious about what had just happened. Outside the shelter there were other soldiers, so the captain wasn't worried about the three escaping. Even if they did manage to escape, it wouldn't be a big problem. With the city under martial law and mutants everywhere, it was impossible for the three to safely return to the underground city without military assistance. Furthermore, even if they escaped, they couldn't avoid their homes, all of which were in Haiyun City, unless they planned never. After the three left, Yifeng turned to the captain and Li Ling, smiling as he asked, do you two wish to continue touring my shelter, or shall we attend to business first? Looking at Yifeng's radiant smile, Li Ling's expression became somewhat strange. How could he appear so unfazed after such a significant event? Such a carefree attitude. The captain nodded first, saying, let's take care of business first. Yifeng chuckled and led the two to the living room, where AI Feng promptly began brewing tea for them. Seeing AI Feng being so considerate warmed Yifeng's heart. Having such a thoughtful robot companion in the apocalypse made him feel less lonely. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wishing AI Feng were a real person. Then he could engage in some other interesting activities. In stark contrast to Yifeng's thoughts, the captain felt quite frustrated. How could such a beautiful woman serve Yifeng tea? If she were his girlfriend, he would surely cherish her and never make her work. Though he felt unhappy, he had no right to comment, as she was someone else's girlfriend. With that thought, the captain let out a This action caught the attention of Yifeng and Li Ling, and Yifeng quickly asked with concern, is something wrong? The captain shook his head without elaborating. Yifeng pursed his lips, not paying much mind to it. The captain took out a document wrapped in craft paper from his briefcase. The document contained the signed agreement for the formal shelter, and only by signing it could Yifeng's shelter be considered a legitimate one. Moreover, it was quite convenient, as it only required Yifeng's signature. The captain handed the document to Feng, who took it without hesitation and spent a few minutes skimming through it. The document was detailed, stating that the authorities would not interfere with the shelter's autonomy and would provide assistance to some extent. Additionally, when the authorities needed help, his shelter would also be required to offer corresponding assistance. A mutually beneficial and win-win situation. After agreeing, Feng signed the agreement. The captain took back the document, and Li Ling invited Feng to attend a training session for the builders of the formal shelter in Haiyun City the next day. This left Feng utterly bewildered. What? Training? What are you planning to do? Previously, Ji Wenbin hadn't mentioned anything about this. He had thought signing was all it took, but now it seemed trouble. This made Feng feel somewhat resistant. Noticing the expression of disdain and aversion on his face, Li Ling quickly explained, Mr. Yi, please don't worry. The training won't take too long, and it's a necessary process. Feng frowned slightly. Though he was extremely unwilling, he felt he had no choice. After all, he needed the 10 tons of fuel to complete his mission. Moreover, time was running out, and he couldn't find another way to obtain 10 tons of fuel. You aren't planning to Feng asked curiously. If that were the case, it would mean they were building a shelter for the authorities, turning from homeowners into laborers. Hearing Feng's thoughts, Li Ling stifled a laugh and explained, you can rest assured. We are doing this to train you, as many things and information in the apocalypse are unknown to ordinary people. Your shelter still belongs to you. It will also be considered a temporary base for the authorities, but the autonomy of the shelter will always be in your hands. Helping you with training is also equivalent to helping ourselves. The captain nodded at this point, adding, however, strictly speaking, you would be considered external personnel. Of course, during this period, our military and the authorities will provide assistance to you, making it a mutually beneficial relationship. Feng nodded thoughtfully. All right, I will check it out tomorrow. As long as it didn't involve too much about his own shelter, Feng generally wouldn't refuse. After all, he had many secrets regarding his shelter, so he needed to be cautious. Seeing Feng agree, Li Ling let out a long sigh of relief. She had been worried that Feng might refuse. If he did, she would be in trouble. If the operator's homeowner failed to complete the task as required, she would bear some responsibility. Li Ling smiled and reminded, Mr. You just wait at the shelter tomorrow. We will have a special vehicle to pick you up, which will arrive around 7 in the morning. Mr. You try to rest early tonight, as there will be quite a bit to remember for tomorrow's training. Looking at the playful Li Ling, Feng smiled and nodded. After reaching a consensus, the two stood up to prepare to leave. Feng also hurriedly stood up to send them off. Since you both are here, aren't you going to invite me for a meal before you leave? Huh. The captain and Li Ling both froze in surprise, bewildered by Feng's unexpected question. They doubted whether they had misheard or if Feng had misspoken. It's not customary for hosts to have guests treat them to a meal. Seeing their dazed expressions, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. I was just joking with you. Look how scared you both are. Hee hee. Li Ling and the captain forced a laugh, feeling quite speechless at Feng's antics. Ahem. Feng cleared his throat and said, thanks for your help today. I'll treat you both to a meal another time. The captain waved his hand dismissively. It's part of the job. No need to trouble yourself. Li Ling also smiled and shook her head. Seeing this, Feng didn't insist. After all, he was just being polite. The three of them arrived outside the shelter, where several fuel trucks were already parked. In addition to the vehicle the captain and Li Ling had arrived in, there were 4 or 5 military off-road vehicles. Around them stood many armed soldiers, their expressions alert, leaving one to wonder what they were guarding against. The captain pointed at the fuel truck and asked Feng, where should we unload these 10 tons of fuel? Feng was a bit confused, as he also didn't know where to unload it. Seeing Li Ling looking at him in confusion, Feng hurriedly replied, let's leave the fuel truck here for today, and we'll drive it back together when we go to the training tomorrow. The captain nodded, not refusing. Watching everyone leave, Feng quickly inquired with the system about how to get the fuel in. The system informed Feng that the shelter had a fuel interface located on the left side of the main entrance, which housed a 1-meter-long titanium alloy device. All he needed to do was connect the fuel truck's delivery pipe to the interface. Feng arrived at the fuel interface mentioned by the system and noticed it was surrounded by titanium alloy, making him slightly puzzled. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the so-called interface. Could it be that the interface is inside? With this doubt, Feng dragged the delivery pipe to the interface. However, at that moment, a round interface appeared on the exterior of the cubic device, perfectly matching the size of the delivery pipe. Feng tried to connect the pipe, and in the next second, he saw it slightly tremble. He could clearly feel the fuel gradually flowing into the interface. Meanwhile, a line of glowing numbers appeared above the titanium alloy cube. Fuel storage 0003. 6-ton usable days 00032. 5-day. Moreover, the values on it kept increasing as the fuel was being delivered. A minute later, it stopped only after the fuel was completely transferred. At this time, the values were as follows: fuel storage 0010. 0 ton, usable days 00092. 0 day. 10 tons of fuel can surprisingly last for 3 months. Feng was quite astonished. It's worth mentioning that the shelter had so many facilities and functions with a daily power consumption comparable to a hotel. Yet 10 tons of fuel still lasted for 3 months. Even Yifeng couldn't help but praise the system's conscientiousness. At that moment, a completion notification from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the Tintin fuel task. Rewards are as follows. 1. Congratulations on unlocking the exchange mall. PS. The mall can unlock more items as the shelter's level increases. 2. Unlocking automated machinery factory L. 1. PS. When the host possesses technology blueprints, they can be automatically constructed in the machinery factory. The host has triggered a new task. How can a qualified builder not be a powerful old Versailles person? The host needs to obtain 100 Versailles points. Task reward: rebuild the shelter. The system's announcement ended here. At this moment, Yifeng was left standing there in confusion. What the hell is this task? What is Versailles? What do I have to be Versailles about? After Yifeng finished complaining, the system's voice sounded again. Gain 2 Versailles points. Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving Versailles once. Yifeng. If the system were standing in front of him, he would definitely point at its nose and scold it. I increasingly feel that the appearance of this system is not to save me, but to mess with me. Yifeng felt quite helpless. This task made no sense and was just a hassle. Surviving in the apocalypse was already challenging enough, and now he had to both survive and show off in a ridiculous manner. This absurdity was just ridiculous. Yifeng unscrewed the pipe interface, and soon the cubic fuel interface returned to its original state, covered by a thick layer of titanium alloy plate. At the same time, the glowing numbers above disappeared. Yifeng tentatively reached out to tap it, and the numbers reappeared. This is quite convenient. Yifeng smiled. After storing the delivery pipe, he returned to the shelter. After having a simple meal, Yifeng began to lie on the living room sofa and study the task rewards. When Yifeng thought of the word mall, a semi-transparent panel appeared before him. The panel was about 30 inches in size, and its content could be controlled by Yifeng's finger. It also moved as Yifeng's gaze shifted. This amazed Yifeng. He had only seen such high technology in sci-fi movies, mainly because it simply couldn't be produced in reality. Yifeng was unsure if this panel was only visible to him, so he asked AI Feng beside him. When he learned that AI Feng couldn't see it, Yifeng's heart stirred again. If I could use this to watch Japanese movies, wouldn't that be wonderful? As soon as Yifeng thought of this, the system's cold voice came through again. Please maintain decorum, or the mall may be reclaimed at any time. Yifeng was taken aback. I was just joking, don't take it too seriously. I'm a good young man in society. How could I possibly watch that stuff? Seeing that the system did not respond, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts, and began to explore the items in the mall. The mall contained many technology blueprints, including a cooking robot, a complete set of Guardian protection gear, ordinary firearms, and hummingbird drones, among others. Aside from some practical technology blueprints he could understand, Yifeng completely couldn't make sense of the others. He glanced at the upper right corner of the panel. Exchange points 0, not a single point. This is way too stingy. I worked hard to complete the task. You should at least reward me with 5 or 6,000 points. Yifeng couldn't help but complain. However, the system completely ignored him. With no other choice, Yifeng had to ask the system how to earn exchange points. This time, the system did not maintain its aloof demeanor. The acquisition of exchange points can be divided into 3 main methods. The first is through completing tasks. The second is through disaster achievements. The third is by slaying disaster creatures. As Yifeng pondered the system's words, he inquired further, how many exchange points can one obtain by slaying a monster? 1 point for defeating an ordinary monster. 1 point. Are you sure that's correct? If the host finds this amount unsatisfactory, they may activate hell difficulty, in which case, defeating an ordinary monster will yield 0 points. Yifeng was taken aback. He quickly dismissed the notion of activating hell difficulty. If that truly happened, it would only add to the hardships of his already meager existence. He had just seen that acquiring the blueprint for a cooking robot required 1,000 points, and even the cheapest blueprint would cost 200 points. In other words, to obtain a cooking robot, he would need to slay 1,000 ordinary monsters. Even if he could kill one every 10 seconds, that would take him nearly 3 hours of continuous effort. Isn't this just a joke? Moreover, there aren't that many monsters for Yifeng to slay. How long would he have to wait? Fortunately, some ordinary weaponry was relatively inexpensive, costing about dozens of points, and bullets were quite affordable as well. Perhaps he could manage it in the short term. Just as Yifeng felt frustrated, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected the host's first purchase. Due to limited funds, the system has decided to gift 7 exchange point vouchers, which can only be used for level 1 items in the store. Yifeng was so excited that he couldn't help but exclaim. He began to lavish praise on the system like a devoted. Seeing that 7 purchase vouchers had appeared in the upper right corner of the interface, Yifeng hesitated not a moment and directly exchanged for the most expensive technology blueprint. Regardless of its practicality, he decided to buy it first. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the cooking robot. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the Guardian set. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the X1 type hummingbird drone. Yifeng purchased 3 tech blueprints in one breath. Although AI Feng said she could cook, as well, Yifeng still chose to waste a voucher on the cooking robot. Having spent only a day or two together, Yifeng already regarded AI Feng as a living companion, and he was more than willing to alleviate some of her burdens. After all, in the vast shelter, she was the only one who remained steadfastly by his side. After completing the purchases, 4 vouchers remained. Yifeng searched through the store and then purchased 2 sets of exquisite doomsday supplies. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing 2 sets of exquisite doomsday supplies. The items have been automatically stored in the basement warehouse. The reason for purchasing these 2 items was that they contained many exquisite foods. After eating dry rations for so long, Yifeng had longed for a feast. Seeing these foods reminded Yifeng that Ji Wenbin still owed him 3 months' worth of supplies. However, since the promised time was 3 days and only 1 day had passed, he felt reluctant to urge him. At the same time, Yifeng realized that the system must have some significant flaws. The shelter had fine wines, good teas, and everything, yet it didn't have food. Isn't that just ridiculous? While continuing to search, Yifeng contemplated what items he should exchange for with the last 2 vouchers. It was at this moment that he unintentionally spotted a product called Mutant Gene Survival Potion. The description stated that it could induce a second mutation in living beings. Looking at the securely packaged mutant potion, Yifeng felt somewhat tempted. Could this be an enhanced version of the gene modification potion? Yifeng recalled the initial gift he received, the gene modification potion, which had given him a qualitative leap in strength. Now this potion was called Mutant Gene Survival Potion, evidently more impressive than the previous one. However, the term mutant made Yifeng a bit wary. Does mutation not imply that he would no longer be human? That would be a significant loss for him. After living over 20 years as a virgin, how could he accept not being able to have children in the end? He clearly remembered the reproductive isolation discussed in his high school biology textbook. The system, perhaps finding Yifeng too indecisive, then prompted this potion will only enhance your body and stimulate your physical potential with no other side effects. Buy. Yifeng boldly clicked the purchase button. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the Mutant Gene Survival Potion. Immediately, a small metal vial appeared in Yifeng's hand. He didn't rush to consume it. Instead, he placed the vial on the coffee table and continued searching for the last item he needed to purchase. A weapon called wrist-mounted mini electromagnetic cannon caught Yifeng's attention. Looking at the round metal tube of the electromagnetic cannon made Yifeng recall the air cannon from the childhood anime. It looks somewhat impressive. Since he couldn't find any other items he liked, Yifeng clicked the purchase button without hesitation. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the wrist-mounted mini air cannon. After completing the exchanges, Yifeng hurriedly got up and headed for the basement's 2nd floor. The newly unlocked automated mechanical factory was located on this floor. After facial recognition unlocked the door, Yifeng was somewhat surprised by the spacious interior. It covered an area of around 200 square meters, and inside were numerous machines, such as lathes, robotic arms, drilling machines, 3D printers, and so on. All the machines inside were fully automated, requiring no human intervention. Remembering that the technology blueprints he had purchased needed to be manufactured in the automated mechanical factory, Yifeng hurriedly inquired with the system. However, this time the system did not respond. Yifeng felt a bit troubled and thought, forget it, let's check the control room. With that, he turned and walked towards the control room. The factory's door did not require Yifeng to close it. It would automatically shut once he left. It could be said to be quite user-friendly. In the control room, Yifeng saw the technology blueprint construction module. Without hesitation, he chose to act. The display screen showed loading technology blueprints. After a moment, the screen displayed the corresponding information and duration for manufacturing the technology blueprints. X1 type hummingbird drone, 24 hours, guardian set, 24 hours, cooking robot, 48 hours, wrist-mounted mini air cannon, 72 hours. It actually takes this long. The system can generate a fully automated mechanical factory in a second, yet it takes a day or 2 to manufacture these small items. Even rebuilding a level 1 shelter only takes 6 hours. Although it has taken a bit of time, the things produced from these technological blueprints should be quite powerful. Moreover, it seems that no materials are needed. If that's truly the case, then this is somewhat impressive. Do you know the expression to catch a wolf with empty hands? Yes, that's the feeling. Yifeng chose to first create the X1 hummingbird drone. The reason for selecting the drone is that Yifeng needs it to scout the surrounding environment and assess safety. Recently, mutant incidents have been frequently occurring, and he certainly does not want to be caught off guard by a mutant attack. After studying for a while, Yifeng discovered that he could manufacture multiple items simultaneously, so he added all the technological blueprints into the mechanical factory for production. Even the fastest item requires 24 hours to complete, so Yifeng was not in a hurry. He returned to the 1st floor underground and sat on the living room sofa. However, there is still one thing that makes him quite worried. That is the latest task released by the system. For Psi, a total of 1,000 Psi points are needed to upgrade to a level 2 shelter. The difficulty of the task is also set to maximum. Just when Yifeng was unsure of what to do, his phone beeped with a reminder from the WeChat group. Yifeng thought for a moment and decided to check the group. To his surprise, they were discussing issues regarding formal shelters, and someone had even succeeded. Many people in the group were sending congratulatory messages, and it was clear they were very envious. Scrolling through the chat records, Yi Feng saw that the person who had applied was named Man Sandao. Of course, this is just an online name. Moreover, Yi Feng also noticed that people in the group treated him with great respect. If there were no surprises, he should have some influence in Haiyan City. Yi Feng recalled the Versailles task, so he quickly tapped on his phone screen with 2 fingers and then hit send. Isn't this something that everyone can do? Man Sandao, Ru Yi, others. Seeing a string of question marks flooding in, Yi Feng hurriedly replied, Mu Yi Feng, oh sorry. I just joined the formal shelter team. I thought this thing was quite simple. Damn, how can you say it's so simple? Are you here to stir up hatred? Some people were nearly spitting blood after seeing what Yi Feng said. You see, some of them have applied several times without success, yet now they hear Yi Feng saying it's so easy. This made them start to question their lives. Congratulations, host. You received Versailles from Man Sandao, 10 Versailles from Ru Yi, 10 Versailles from Lin Shin Shijian, Lu 10. Seeing the replies in the group and the system's notifications, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that by casually chatting and boasting in the group I would gain 30 Versailles points. Yi Feng chatted in the group for a while longer, during which he also gained dozens of additional Versailles points. Then, feeling bored, he opened his WeChat Moments, discovering that the latest posts had been made 2 days ago. He couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the apocalyptic situation, I doubt many people would check their moments. Otherwise, if I added more WeChat friends and posted more, wouldn't my Versailles points increase? The more people, the greater the power. If one person liking his post adds 5 Versailles points, then 10 people would give 50, 100 would be 500, and wouldn't reaching 10,000 Versailles points be just around the corner? Yi Feng sighed in frustration. Sigh, it seems I need to boast a bit more during training tomorrow. Otherwise, accumulating 10,000 Versailles points will take until the monkey year or horse month. At this moment, AI Feng suddenly reminded him, Brother Feng, there are people outside the shelter who want to come in. AI Feng has a special function that allows her to check the shelter's surveillance at any time. Someone wants to come in. Yi Feng was a bit puzzled. There are not many people who know the location of his shelter, and even if it were someone he knew, they would inform him in advance. It's impossible for someone to visit suddenly without saying a word. If it's not someone he knows, what could a stranger want with him? With these thoughts of curiosity, Yi Feng stepped out of the shelter. Outside stood a middle-aged man and a young man who bore a 7-point resemblance to each other, suggesting they were a father and son. Moreover, the middle-aged man was holding a basket of fruits containing apples and bananas weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. When they saw Yi Feng walking out from the titanium alloy door, they were slightly taken aback. The reason for their surprise was not because of Yi Feng, but because of the titanium alloy door itself. In fact, not only them, even Yi Feng was quite astonished when he first encountered such a door. Seeing Yi Feng's puzzled gaze, the middle-aged man quickly apologized. Hello, sorry for the sudden intrusion, please forgive us. The young man beside him also nodded apologetically. Noticing the friendly attitude of the two, Yi Feng decided not to continue pretending to be reserved. He smiled and nodded in response. It's fine, I have nothing much going on right now. By the way, who are you? We also live in a nearby shelter, just a bit down the mountain. The middle-aged man replied eagerly. As he said this, the middle-aged man enthusiastically offered the fruit basket to Yi Feng, smiling. We came over to say hi and hope to help each other in the future. I hope you won't mind this little fruit. To avoid embarrassing the other party, Yi Feng chose to accept it. He also made a joke, if you're coming over, just come. Why bring gifts? It's the least we could do. The middle-aged man smiled amicably. Their visit was also aimed at fostering good neighborly relations. After all, they would see each other constantly in the future. My name is Yi Feng. What are your names? Yi Feng took the lead in asking for their names. Living on this mountain, having a few more friends would certainly be welcomed. Moreover, since the two were so friendly, Yi Feng had no reason to refuse. The middle-aged man casually patted his clothes and smiled. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Ge. As he spoke, Wang Ge pointed to his son, who was about the same age as Yi Feng, and continued, this is my son Wang Beihang. Yi Feng looked over at Wang Beihang, who in contrast to Wang Ge's simplicity appeared much more astute, and also had a rather impatient demeanor. Seeing Yi Feng sizing him up, Wang Beihang looked back at Yi Feng with a similar smile. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and finally, Yi Feng could no longer hold his gaze, and turned to Wang Ge, asking, by the way, Uncle Wang, when did you move over here? Yi Feng asked this because recently Haiyan City has not been peaceful, and the entire city had been under a curfew lockdown. Logically, most people should be in home quarantine. Wang Ge was straightforward. We moved in yesterday, and only just finished tidying up the shelter. Oh, Yi Feng nodded. So did you see any mutants before you came here? Wang Ge and Wang Beihang shook their heads simultaneously. We used to live outside the city. The mutants appeared over by the commercial street. We've only seen them in videos shared by others, but we haven't seen them in person. Yi Feng was very curious about what mutants that had survived for 3 days would be like, and what level of power they would possess. He knew he would have to deal with such beings to obtain items from the mall in the future. Seeing that the Wang father and son were unaware, Yi Feng chose not to press further. By the way, how big is your shelter? Yi Feng suddenly recalled the Versailles task, thinking that the Wang father and son before him might just become his targets for it. Wang Ge pondered for a moment and replied, it should be over 350 square meters. Wang Beihang beside him forced a smile, saying, that's quite a bit larger than our previous house. Indeed, if it weren't for the apocalypse, who would want to live in such a spacious air raid shelter? Yi Feng patted the shelter behind him and warmly invited. That's wonderful, hurry in and have a look. After saying this, he was the first to step through the titanium alloy door. The Wang father and son were a bit dazed by Yi Feng's sudden enthusiasm. It felt somewhat like being lured into a trap. After hesitating for a moment, they ultimately agreed and followed Yi Feng through the titanium alloy door. As the titanium alloy door closed behind them, the titanium alloy floor beneath their feet slowly rotated. The Wang father and son were quite nervous at this point. They chose to visit Yi Feng first because the scale of his shelter was incredibly impressive. Their own shelter had old iron doors and was quite small. But Yi Feng's shelter featured a titanium alloy door and was so spacious. Who wouldn't want to take a look? Once the rotating titanium floor came to a stop, the internal titanium alloy door finally opened slowly. The moment the Wang father and son beheld the luxurious and extravagant decor inside, they were utterly stunned. This is way too extravagant. Wang Beihang blurted out expletively. Reflecting on the dark air raid shelter of his own home, he and his father were filled with envy at the bright hall before them. Their breathing even became slightly hurried. You must have spent quite a bit on this shelter. Yi Feng, standing beside them, bashfully replied, actually it didn't cost much. My shelter is still quite simple, it just looks nice. I believe, even in poverty, it should be of this scale. Upon hearing this, the Wang father and son turned to Yi Feng in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Internally they were thinking, is this what you call simple? This is already top-notch, isn't it? Wang guessed Versailles 10, Wang Beihang's Versailles 10. Yi Feng secretly reveled in the astonished expressions of the two. More Versailles points would be wonderful. Yi Feng feigned modesty, shaking his head and smiling, giving off an air of humility and strength. By the way, you both seem a bit fatigued. Would you like some coffee? The Wang father and son nodded dumbly, their gazes lingering around as if they could never get enough. Yi Feng led them to the living room sofa and placed the fruit basket he had been holding on the coffee table. Wang Ge felt a twinge of shame as he looked at the cheap fruit basket. Had he known Yi Feng's shelter was so luxurious, he certainly wouldn't have brought such a low-cost fruit basket for a visit. Yi Feng noticed Wang Ge's change in mood, but chose not to comment. At this moment, AI Feng came over with freshly brewed coffee. When the Wang father and son saw AI Feng's beauty, their shock was renewed. In his 20s, Wang Beihang even turned beet red. Even Wang Ge's expression became a bit unnatural. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a stunning AI Feng? Yi Feng smiled at the two and explained, in such a large shelter, living alone can be lonely, so I hired a maid. She's just average looking, just someone decent to be around. I'm sorry if it makes you laugh. The Wang father and son were left speechless. Wang Beihang looked at the breathtakingly beautiful AI Feng and couldn't help but think, are you blind? So pretentious. This is top-tier beauty. He even thought about telling Yi Feng that if he didn't want her, he could pass her to him. However, he ultimately decided against it. Although he felt speechless towards Yi Feng, the envy was genuine. Wang guessed Versailles 5, Wang Beihang's Versailles 10. If it weren't for his poverty limiting him, Wang Beihang would have definitely asked Yi Feng where he found such a maid to get one for himself. At this moment, AI Feng poured coffee for the three of them, gently saying, please enjoy it. After finishing this, she stood quietly behind Yi Feng, patiently waiting for instructions, embodying a spirit of dedication. Dressed in a maid outfit and referred to as a maid by Yi Feng, Wang Beihang found it hard to tear his gaze away from AI. What young man these days doesn't like maids? There are even dedicated maid cafes in Sakura country. Wang Ge picked up the coffee from the coffee table and elegantly took a sip. The coffee was slightly bitter at first, but in no time it turned sweet with a hint of delicate fragrance. Wang Ge took 2 more sips and he felt invigorated. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such good coffee. Before the apocalypse arrived, Wang Ge was a somewhat successful entrepreneur in Haiyun City with assets in the. After the apocalypse hit, he sold off all his assets, ultimately exchanging them for this 300+ square meter shelter at the foot of the mountain. Now drinking such good coffee again, Wang Ge's eyes began to mist up. Yi Feng waved to AI Feng to pour coffee for Wang Ge, apologizing. I'm sorry. I rarely drink coffee, so I only have this inferior Quetzal coffee, and with resources being scarce now, it's indeed hard to get good stuff. I hope you won't mind. Yi Feng's words left Wang Ge momentarily stunned. He never expected that the best coffee he had ever had would be regarded as inferior coffee in the eyes of this young man. It's important to note that this Quetzal coffee sells for over 10,000 per 100 grams, making it a top-tier coffee. Yet to Yi Feng it seemed worthless. How wealthy must one be to say such things? Wang guessed Versailles 30, Wang Beihang's Versailles 10. Watching his Versailles points increase by 40, Yi Feng felt a rush of satisfaction. He also reflected, it seems that my earlier decision to exchange for a collection of exquisite apocalypse supplies was quite wise. I initially thought that a pile of luxury food would have no other use than for eating. But now it seems I was too hasty. This is simply a tool for flaunting wealth. With these I have no fear of not accumulating Versailles points. With that thought, Yi Feng couldn't wait to show the Wang father and son around his shelter. After finishing his coffee, Yi Feng took the initiative to invite. Alright, I also have a basement that was built earlier. I've made some simple renovations to it. Let's go take a look. Yifeng did not give the two any chance to refuse. He directly stood up, warmly gesturing for them to follow. How could they possibly refuse? It was hard to come by someone visiting, especially just when Yifeng needed his moment of vanity, so how could he possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? However, the Wang father and son, while shocked, hurriedly declined Yifeng's enthusiastic invitation. We have other matters to attend to, so we won't be able to make it today. Definitely next time for sure. Saying this, the two of them stood up and prepared to leave. They didn't want to witness Yifeng's ostentation. After seeing Yifeng's shelter, the Wang father and son instantly felt that their own shelter was no longer appealing. They had spent quite a bit on renovating their own shelter, and although it wasn't a large-scale transformation into a bomb shelter, it still had all the necessary furniture and equipment. Yet compared to Yifeng's shelter, their own was no different from a damn toilet. What kind of ridiculous neighbor is this? Yifeng also wanted to keep the two of them for a meal, claiming he would treat them to a simple meal. However, upon hearing Yifeng use words like simple, basic, and ordinary, the first reaction of the Wang father and son was that it was anything but simple. In ancient times, there were ordinary-looking Gu Tianla unaware of his beautiful wife, Lu Qiangdong, the average family Ma Huateng, and the destitute Wang Jianlan. Now there's Yifeng with a humble home, ordinary servants, and simple meals. This pretense was so exaggerated that even the king of pretentiousness, Sakamoto, would call it profound. Despite Yifeng's enthusiastic invitation, the Wang father and son were resolute in their decision, and Yifeng had no choice but to give up. Before sending the Wang father and son off at the door, Yifeng didn't forget to remind them. If you have any friends or relatives at home, you can bring them over to visit. Don't be polite with me. I'm known in our village for being extremely hospitable. Oh right, let's add each other on WeChat for easier contact. Saying this, Yifeng took out his phone. However, when he looked up, the Wang father and son had already run far away, and they were running quite fast. This left Yifeng feeling a bit dejected. He touched his face in confusion and wondered, could it be that I'm too handsome, making them feel embarrassed? After saying that, Yifeng stood in place, waiting left and right, but he did not receive any system notifications about an increase in vanity points. Hey, system, what do you mean? Am I not handsome? Speak up. Hey. After returning to the shelter, Yifeng checked his vanity points again. There were only a couple hundred, which was pitifully low. This won't do. It seems that the increase in vanity points is rather slow. I need to find other methods. Thinking for a moment, Yifeng simply added all the friends from the Survivor WeChat group, and also added some friends from the Shelter WeChat group. He didn't add everyone because there were many lurking big shots in the Shelter WeChat group, like Ji Wenbin's father. Yifeng didn't want to have too much interaction with those people for now. After adding friends, Yifeng received success notifications one after another. They greeted each other actively and exchanged notes. Then it was time to eat and rest. Since he had to attend training early the next morning, Yifeng went to bed quite early. Today, Yifeng boldly let AI Feng warm the bed, and AI Feng did not refuse. This made Yifeng extremely happy. However, he was quite a gentleman and didn't take advantage of the situation. The next morning at 6 o'clock, AI Feng lay on top of Yifeng, gently calling him to wake up. I dare say no man could resist such a scene. Initially, Yifeng simply had some breakfast prepared by AI Feng. Then he conveniently went to soak in the underground hot spring. During this, Yifeng also took a photo and posted it on his moments. As for the pretentious caption, it was quite simple. How wonderful it would be if I woke up to find that the apocalypse never happened. Do you think Yifeng was just sighing? The real focus was on the photo Yifeng took. Not only did he capture half of his abs, but he also included part of the hot spring environment. Not long after sending the post, Yifeng indeed received vanity points. Each time it was basically an increase of 5 vanity points. Though it wasn't much, Yifeng was still very happy. At least he knew he could earn vanity points through the internet. This would make things much easier for him. After all, who wouldn't get tired of pretending all the time? Besides the vanity points, Yifeng also received some comments from friends, most of which were words of envy and jealousy. Looking at the dozens of likes on his moments, Yifeng felt that he still had too few friends. After tidying up, it was almost 7 o'clock. During this time, Yifeng also went to the control room to take a look. The drone still needed about 6 more hours to be. Yifeng didn't know how long this trip would take, so he added a guardian suit. That way, even if he returned tomorrow, it wouldn't matter, because by then both items would be almost completed. At this moment, Li Ling's call came in. Li Ling informed Yifeng that the car had arrived and told him to head over. After checking himself to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything, Yifeng then walked out of the shelter. On the way, besides the oil tanker from yesterday, there was also a military jeep. Additionally, a handsome and tall soldier stood in front of the jeep. Yifeng walked over to him, and when the soldier saw Yifeng, he also came forward to greet him. You are Yifeng, right? The soldier's tone was serious, yet his attitude was very friendly. This made Yifeng a bit curious. After all, the previous military captain Ji Wenbin had been quick to act, let alone the current Yifeng. Though curious, Yifeng still slightly nodded his head, saying, Good, please get in the car. After saying this, the soldier waved to the soldier in the oil tanker behind him. Yifeng turned to look and discovered that a soldier had somehow sat in the driver's seat of the oil tanker. As soon as the vehicle started, Yifeng pointed to another road going down the mountain and said, By the way, let's take this way around. Oh, I have something to do. It won't take too long. The soldier readily agreed. As the jeep passed by the door of the father and son from last night, Yifeng hurriedly called for the car to stop. Yifeng got out of the car and walked to the iron door of the bomb shelter. This was the first bomb shelter he encountered while going down the mountain, but Yifeng wasn't sure if it belonged to the Wang father and son. He gently knocked on the iron door, producing a clang-clang sound. After a moment, the iron door slowly opened, but a chain was still attached inside, revealing only a gap the size of a palm. Without removing the chain, the iron door couldn't fully open. When Wang Beihang saw that it was Yifeng knocking, his expression instantly changed. At this moment, Wang Gu also walked over, and when he saw Yifeng's face, his expression also drastically changed. The Wang father and son recalled the fear they felt from last night's forced ostentation, and their mental state became quite uneasy. "You? What brings you here?" Wang Beihang asked, somewhat resistant. His expression was quite unnatural, as if he had been caught sneaking a peek at comics in class by the teacher when he was a child. Beside him, Wang Gu said nothing, but a shy smile lingered on his face. It seemed he was also very reluctant to, seeing that the two had no intention of opening the door for him to enter. Yifeng did not mind. He smiled amicably at them. "So after a friendly exchange last night, I have already considered you both as good friends of ours." Wang's father and son were immediately speechless upon hearing this. "Friendly exchange? I would rather give you a slap, you arrogant coward." Of course, they only dared to think this in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. After all, they would still encounter Yifeng in the future and might need his help. Now creating a bad relationship would only lead to a loss. Yifeng turned around and pointed to the military jeep behind him, explaining, "I need to go to the government office today, and I happen to pass by your doorstep, so I came to ask." "What? What do you want to ask?" Wang Beihang asked cautiously. Yifeng turned his head to look at Wang Beihang and cheerfully continued, "You also have a shelter, so you should know about the government's regular shelters, right?" Upon hearing this, the expressions on Wang's father and son's faces instantly froze. It seemed they had guessed what Yifeng was about to say next. As expected, Yifeng suddenly invited them enthusiastically. "I just passed the verification of the regular shelter yesterday, and today the government sent a special car to pick me up, so I thought I might as well take you along. Because I think you should have passed the verification of the regular shelter as well, otherwise it would be a hassle if the government sends a car over again." Wang's father and son immediately had their expressions solidified. Seeing that the two were silent, Yifeng incredulously asked, You haven't passed, have you?" Then Yifeng showed a look of realization and continued, "You must not have applied, because such things should be qualifications that every shelter person should have, right?" Yifeng shook his head regretfully, then said goodbye, and turned to leave. This left Wang's father and son in a state of confusion, watching Yifeng's retreating figure with gritted teeth. Wang guessed Versailles 40, Wang Beihang's Versailles 40. Hearing the system's reminder in his ears, Yifeng revealed a hint of excitement. Earning 80 points of Versailles value from just a few words was simply a blood profit. However, what Yifeng did not know was that Wang's father and son had already made up their minds. Even if they were beaten to death or had a gun pointed at their heads, they would never open the door for him again. Since the jeep was dozens of meters away from Wang's father's and son's shelter, the soldier did not know what Yifeng was up to. However, he did not ask any questions. More than half an hour later, the jeep and the fuel truck entered Haiyun City. Shortly after entering the city, the fuel truck switched routes and headed down another street. That direction was towards the largest gas station in Haiyun City. Since their last parting, Yifeng had not returned to the city for almost 3 days. Compared to the previously prosperous streets, now almost all the shops in the city were closed, and there wasn't even a single shadow of a person to be seen. Sitting in the jeep, Yifeng looked out the window at the empty streets, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. The soldier driving glanced at Yifeng, then explained, "Because multiple incidents of mutated humans have erupted in the city, in order to prevent the spread of the epidemic, the government has ordered a city-wide lockdown." Yifeng nodded, then turned to the soldier and asked, "Have all the mutated humans in the city been eliminated?" The soldier nodded, affirming with a sound. However, just then the jeep hit a woman who suddenly rushed out. The two people in the car were startled. They exchanged glances, then both got out of the car to check the situation. However, just as the soldier opened the car door, the woman who had been knocked down suddenly lunged at him. She was covered in blood with pus-filled sores all over her face, and a strong stench assaulted them, making them feel nauseous. "Damn it," the soldier cursed angrily. The strength of the mutated human was surprisingly great as she pinned the soldier in the driver's seat, preventing him from getting up. Although the soldier quickly grabbed her hands, her blood-stained teeth were almost touching his neck. Yifeng couldn't think too much. He pushed against the passenger seat with both hands, and then suddenly kicked out. This kick actually sent the mutated human flying away, allowing the soldier to catch his breath. He turned back and nodded gratefully at Yifeng. Then he hurriedly took out his pistol and decisively dealt with her while she was still struggling to get up. After returning to the car, the soldier still felt a lingering fear and did not dare to linger. He quickly drove away. At this moment, Yifeng received a system notification: assisted in killing a common mutated human, rewarding the host with 1 point of exchange value. Although he received a reward, Yifeng was not too excited. This was the second time he had seen a mutated human, and he still felt a bit moved. After dropping Feng off at the government office, the soldier left. However, before leaving, he specifically thanked Feng. To this, Feng simply smiled and nodded, not taking it too seriously. There were many soldiers guarding outside the government office. After explaining his purpose, they finally let Feng through. Since Feng arrived in a military vehicle, he was also spared the step of checking for mutated human infections. Following the direction indicated by the staff, Feng took some turns and finally arrived at the conference room of the shelter established by the government office. The conference room was not large, but not small either, about the size of a university classroom. Feng scanned the conference room, where there were 7 people, and one of them was his old acquaintance Ji Wenbin. When Feng noticed Ji Wenbin, he happened to see Feng as well. Ji Wenbin quickly got up and waved to Feng, signaling him to come to his table. Seeing Ji Wenbin's smiling face, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. As he approached, Ji Wenbin enthusiastically called out, "Brother Feng, you're here." After sitting down, Feng nodded and replied, Then he glanced at the others entering the conference room one after another and couldn't help but say, "It seems like there are a bit fewer people." "It's okay, there should be over 30. Mainly the current situation is a bit urgent, and plus time is tight, so the first batch of shelters only has so many slots." Ji Wenbin explained. "The situation is somewhat urgent." Feng immediately recalled the news he had seen in the shelter's WeChat group about the mutated humans becoming stronger. He hurriedly asked, "Is it because of the mutated humans?" Ji Wenbin nodded gravely. "That's right. Recently, many new types of mutated humans have emerged who have survived for 3 days. Their strength is stronger than that of the original mutated humans, and their speed is faster. Moreover, they are difficult to kill even with regular bullets. It must be bullets with a caliber of 13.0 millimeters or above. That large. Then only a sniper rifle could take it down." Feng murmured, visibly startled. After all, the human skull could not even withstand the smallest caliber bullet. Yet this newly mutated human's cranium could deflect all bullets up to 13.0 millimeters in caliber. If such news leaked, it would undoubtedly ignite urban chaos. How long had these mutants existed? At most, 10 days, not a day more. And yet within that span, the first wave of mutation had already emerged, powerful beyond measure. What would come next? Ji Wenbin nodded gravely. Precisely for this reason, official shelters were established. Their true purpose is to secure support from all factions. Even grassroots civilian shelters hold vital strategic importance. If we fail to unite swiftly, the pandemic will spiral out of control, and Haiyun City will be lost forever. Feng was taken aback. He had never imagined that this spoiled scion Ji Wenbin possessed such insight. In that moment, his perception of the young man shifted subtly. Though arrogant by nature, Ji Wenbin's heart remained uncorrupted, a fundamental criterion Feng applied when choosing friends. As the two conversed, a man approached, tall, nearly 180 centimeters, strikingly handsome, early 20s. Upon seeing him, Ji Wenbin's expression darkened instantly, and he offered no courtesy in return. The man, however, paid no heed, smiling broadly as he asked, "Oh, never seen you before. New here?" Though addressing Feng, his gaze remained fixed on Ji Wenbin, and within it flickered unmistakable disdain. What business is it of yours?" Ji Wenbin refused to grant him even a shred of respect, his voice thick with revulsion. "Young man, don't let your temper flare so fiercely. It'll damage your liver," the man advised with paternal warmth and a smile. Ji Wenbin shot him a frigid glare and warned Zhao Meng, "You'd do well not to mistake tolerance for weakness." "Oh ho ho," still angry. Zhao Meng shrugged, feigning helplessness as he gazed at Ji Wenbin. Clearly these two are anything but amicable. Feng observed them quietly, unfamiliar with Zhao Meng, and chose not to intervene in their quarrel. Zhao Meng's audacity stemmed from his family's standing equal to, or in certain respects even surpassing. The Li family had reigned over Haiyun City for over a century, ranking among its most elite conglomerates. Their sprawling enterprises often competed directly. Family interests intertwined and conflicting had steadily eroded relations between the two houses. They had been classmates in school, yet temperamentally incompatible, clashing repeatedly, even coming close to blows on several occasions. Though Zhao Meng instigated most confrontations, Ji Wenbin had no recourse against him. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, both families had erected their own shelters, and thus dispatched representatives, Zhao Meng and Ji Wenbin, to attend this official shelter training program. Notably, Zhao Meng's shelter was colossal, built atop a repurposed Cold War-era military base spanning over 500 mi. After extensive renovation and reinforcement by the Zhao family, it stood unrivaled, second only to the government's subterranean metropolis. Of course, this assessment excluded Feng's anomalous shelter, an advantage Zhao Meng never missed an opportunity to taunt Ji Wenbin about. He frequently mocked Ji Wenbin's shelter as a dog kennel incapable of withstanding even the slightest assault, deliberately provoking him. Indeed, enemies meeting, eyes burn with crimson fire, described their enmity perfectly. When Ji Wenbin refused to acknowledge him further, Zhao Meng merely turned his attention toward Feng. He raised a hand and clapped Feng firmly on the shoulder, speaking with avuncular gravity. Since you're here, you've officially joined the ranks of certified shelters, far superior to those cramped ramshackle enclaves. Hey, Yi Feng replied with a faint, inscrutable smile, his expression betraying neither offense nor amusement. Zhao Meng paused momentarily, puzzled by the ambiguous chuckle, but dismissed it and continued, still let me be clear, this apocalypse is far more treacherous than it appears. As Ji Wenbin's friend, you're mine too. Should your shelter prove as fragile as Ji Wenbin's, if it collapses under pressure, you're welcome to seek refuge at ours. My door remains open. At these words, Ji Wenbin erupted, pride being the very essence of his aristocratic identity. To be publicly belittled and humiliated by Zhao Meng, before Yi Feng's very eyes, was an unbearable affront, a slap across his face he could never swallow. Just as Ji Wenbin prepared to retort, 5 figures entered the conference room. At their head strode a middle-aged man in crisp military uniform, his gait deliberate, his bearing commanding. He needed no words to project authority. His mere presence radiated sovereign calm and unassailable. 2 young soldiers flanked him, while 2 others, dressed in sharp suits holding bound dossiers, were clearly civilian aides or secretaries. The instant the quintet crossed the threshold, silence fell like a shroud. Every attendee rose, including Zhao Meng and Ji Wenbin. Yi Feng watched with keen curiosity, his interest in the official shelter training now fully ignited. The officer strode to the head of the table, his 4 companions stood motionless behind him. His gaze swept the assembly before he spoke, voice resonant, precise. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Yunji, host and initiator of this session. I'll keep my remarks concise, no wasted time. Please give them your full attention. Rest assured, General Song. We're here to learn, and we'll listen closely. Zhao Meng interjected from where he stood before Ji Wenbin. Song Yunji turned, offering a nod of quiet approval, then addressed the room once more, please be seated. With that, Song Yunji sat first, prompting the others to follow suit without hesitation. No sooner had he settled than he continued, we convened you today to explain why official shelters exist. He paused, observing their faces. Curiosity, confusion, and dawning comprehension flickered across the assembly. Yi Feng stood apart, outwardly indifferent yet undeniably intrigued, drawing 2 lingering glances from. Yet the general did not dwell on it, pressing forward, because the situation has grown critically dire. Let us begin with local mutants, those emerging recently in our cities. Even if you've yet to encounter one firsthand, you've surely heard reports, on news broadcasts or through informal channels. Though government and military forces have waged relentless suppression campaigns, the truth is stark: conditions aren't improving. They're worsening rapidly and relentlessly. Song Yunji picked up the remote control for the projector on the table and pressed a button. Immediately, the projection screen behind him slowly descended. Everyone can take a look at the relevant images. At this moment, a male secretary behind Song Yunji quickly took out a USB drive and plugged it into the conference room's computer. Then Song Yunji continued, however, I advise everyone to be mentally prepared first. After saying this, he did not give everyone time to buffer or ponder, decisively pressing the power button on the projector. Suddenly, a photo of a street appeared on the projection screen. Isn't this the old city? But there's nothing much. It's a man sitting in the front questioned. The photo only showed half a street, and the angle was taken facing the shops on the opposite side of the road. Just as the man sat apart from the desolation, there was nothing left on the street. Many people felt that Song Yunji was exaggerating and underestimated the situation. Who hasn't seen these mutated beings? I've watched enough of them in apocalyptic movies. Yi Feng sat in his chair, quietly observing the photo, fully aware that Song Yunji was certainly not the type to joke around. Well then, the next photo should be the main event. Just as Yi Feng thought, when Song Yunji saw the looks of doubt and disdain on everyone's faces, a hint of mockery involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. This moment was also captured by Yi Feng. He saw Song Yunji gently press the switch button, and instantly the street photo on the projection screen was switched to another one. The street was filled with corpses and severed limbs, conservatively estimated to be over 1,000. No, it should be over 1,000 mutated beings. Blood stained the visible parts of the photo, and although it was just a picture, everyone seemed to be able to smell a faint metallic scent of rust. The young man who had just been boasting now looked pale. If they weren't sitting down, they probably wouldn't be able to stand at all. These dead were all living human beings, not special effects, or in a movie, which is why everyone felt such a strong impact. They had originally thought that there would be at most a few hundred mutated beings, and with the government and military present, it should have been controlled in time. It now seemed that they had been too naive. Song Yunji switched to several more photos still of the old city, but each subsequent photo was bloodier than the last. Several young people with weaker psychological resilience nearly vomited. Looking at everyone's expressions, Song Yunji couldn't help but shake his head. However, when he saw Yi Feng, who looked serious and showed no signs of fear or dread, he was somewhat surprised. These photos would evoke at least some fear, even in seasoned veterans. Yet Yi Feng appeared to be only in his 20s. How could his psychological resilience surpass that of a veteran? Song Yunji nodded in appreciation, while also remembering Yi Feng in his heart. Seeing that everyone had looked enough, he continued, there are 3 places in Haiyun City where mutated beings have erupted. The first is the commercial area near Haiyun Hotel. The second is the new district in the south of the city, and the last one is the old city in the north. When Yi Feng and Ji Wenbin heard the name Haiyun Hotel, they exchanged a glance. They had encountered mutated beings in that very place, nearly losing their lives. Now mentioning that name again still sent a shiver down their spines. The first two districts have been controlled by the military and government, but the situation in the old city cannot be contained. As he spoke, Song Yunji unconsciously clenched his fist. This small action was noticed by Yi Feng. The situation in the old city is extremely severe. Currently, it can only barely be controlled because we have been dispatching personnel there continuously. At first it was manageable since everyone knew that even if they mutated, the survival time wouldn't be long. So as long as we engaged in attrition warfare, the mutated beings would eventually be cleared out. But a sudden mutation has led to the situation in the old city becoming nearly uncontrollable. Song Yunji sighed helplessly, and his whole demeanor seemed to age several years. He switched to another photo, and this time the image was no longer of the street, but of a male mutated being showing close-ups from 4 directions. Front, sides, and back. The photo was very clear, and everyone could see the pus-filled sores on the mutated being's face with some greenish liquid faintly visible inside, as if it could burst at any moment. Not only that, the mutated being in the photo appeared somewhat deformed, his eyes were sunken, cheekbones protruded, and his limbs looked extremely uncoordinated, as if he had rickets. Most importantly, his teeth and nails had become unusually sharp, as if they could easily slice through iron plates. These were characteristics not seen in ordinary mutated beings. Song Yunji pointed at the photo and said, "This is a photo of a new type of mutated being. We have only captured this one piece of data." New type of mutated being. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised as he noticed that the mutation direction of these beings was quite strange. Although this was only the first round of mutation, he knew that there would be a second round, a third round, and even more. If the first round of mutation is any indication, then the subsequent mutations could very well turn humans into monsters like aliens. The thought of a living person turning into such a state made Yi Feng uneasy. Surely no one would accept becoming a... Song Yunji looked at everyone and continued, "The new type of mutated being possesses an extremely strong infectivity. Currently, it is known that anyone who is injured by it will almost certainly be infected. Moreover, it has greater strength and speed, and is even smarter than previous mutated beings." What? This damned thing can even become smart. Upon hearing this, everyone could no longer sit still. A mutated being with extremely strong infectivity, absurdly strong power, unable to be killed by rifles, and possessing intelligence. This is undoubtedly a time bomb with power comparable to that of a missile. As long as one is careless, just one new type of mutated being could lead to the extinction of an entire city. Seeing that everyone was somewhat flustered, a young man behind Song Yunji hurriedly comforted, "Everyone need not panic. The number of these new type mutated beings is not large, and the ones we are aware of have been suppressed by our military." Upon hearing this, everyone calmed down a bit. After all, facing the unknown and death could drive people to madness. The young soldier paused, then continued with a serious expression, "However, this information cannot be suppressed for long. After all, apart from our city, many other coastal cities and even foreign countries have seen quite a few of these monsters, and this is only regarding mutated beings." The young soldier stopped here, and what lay beyond was unknown to everyone. However, it was evident from the serious expression on the young soldier's face that this was undoubtedly not good news. After a pause, the young soldier turned to look at Song Yunji, and everyone followed his gaze to focus back on Song Yunji. Sighed heavily, then took over the conversation. "I believe everyone remembers the news about the meteorite that was about to fall some time ago, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement, all indicating that they remembered. Song Yunji continued, "The rising temperatures at the North and South Poles are causing glaciers to melt. In the near future, global sea levels will continue to rise, and the Earth will also deviate from its original equatorial trajectory. And these reasons may very well be caused by the impending meteorite." What is this? Is this really true?" Zhao Ming asked incredulously. Not only him, but everyone present except for Yi Feng had a shocked expression. They were unwilling to believe what Song Yunji was saying. Yet they had no choice but to believe. Melting glaciers, rising sea levels, the Earth's deviation from its equatorial trajectory, meteorite strikes. Any one of these could lead to widespread disaster for the planet. Although the Earth had previously encountered meteorite strikes, these were common occurrences, and people even affectionately referred to them as shooting stars. Yet now this shooting star was like a death god inching closer and closer. Song Yunji nodded and said, "This information comes from our country's most authoritative Academy of Sciences. It cannot be false." Although everyone had guessed it, they still could not believe it. No, they should say that they were unwilling to believe it. Song Yunji continued, "In simple terms, the time until the apocalypse arrives is less than a month." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became extremely heavy, and it was eerily silent. They could hear each other's breathing. At that moment, Yi Feng felt somewhat confused. The system had informed him that the arrival of the apocalypse was in 20 days. Deducting the 3 days, there should be 17 days left. However, the Academy of Sciences provided a timeline of about a month, which was quite a discrepancy. Of course, Feng would certainly believe what the system said rather than anything from the Academy. Could it be that the apocalypse truly begins on the day the meteorite strikes? Feng was uncertain, and no one could provide him with an answer, not even the system. Song Yunji looked at everyone and said sternly, "And this is also our initial intention, to find you, as the existence of the shelter itself can mitigate danger and can also provide assistance to local authorities to a certain extent." As soon as Song Yunji finished speaking, Zhao Ming quickly responded, "As citizens of the Zhou nation, it is our duty to provide support to the country and the government." Zhao Ming's tone was very sincere, mixed with a hint of resolute determination. Those who didn't know would think he was a patriotic youth. With Zhao Ming taking the lead, the others also expressed their willingness to assist the country and the government. Only Feng and Ji Wenbin did not follow the crowd. Feng felt it was unnecessary, while Ji Wenbin disapproved of Zhao Ming's hypocritical demeanor. Looking at everyone's passionate attitude, Song Yunji nodded in appreciation and cast a praising glance at Zhao Ming. As sons of the two major groups in Haiyun City, they naturally knew Song Yunji. Moreover, their fathers had dealings with Song Yunji privately. Therefore, both Zhao Ming and Ji Wenbin wanted to build a good relationship with Song Yunzai, but it was evident that Zhao Ming understood social dynamics better than Ji Wenbin. Song Yunji looked at everyone and added, "Of course, during this period you will also receive corresponding benefits." "What benefits?" one person asked curiously. Everyone became interested. The benefits provided by the government would surely not be too bad, and they were all well aware of this. Song Yunji smiled and explained, "The first is assistance with supplies, the second is providing weapons and ammunition, and the third is increasing the cap for recruiting personnel." The first 2 points were acceptable, and many people had even guessed them. After all, being able to attend the formal shelter training here indicated that their family backgrounds were at least stable. Supplies would definitely not be lacking, and some could even obtain weapons and ammunition. Of course, having access to these was good, as everyone indeed lacked proper channels to acquire such items. In contrast, the third point was different. In the Zhou nation, it is explicitly prohibited to recruit personnel without authorization. Unless the apocalypse fully erupts and the country faces collapse, private recruitment is not allowed. Recruiting personnel here is not as simple as hiring a security guard. If the apocalypse hadn't come, it wouldn't matter. However, now it's different. Any civilian shelter wants to recruit some capable individuals. Even an electrician could be among the recruits. The more capable recruits there are, the larger the scale of the shelter, which is akin to establishing a local power. Thus, everyone was brightened by this news. Especially Zhao Ming. His family owned a shelter comparable to a small underground city. If the personnel recruitment was sufficient, they could completely become the third force after the government and military. Before everyone could celebrate, Song Yunji continued, "Everyone, don't be too quick to rejoice. The benefits I'm discussing also come with prerequisites. There will be a rating system classified into 5 levels, A, B, C, D, and E. And not just in our city, nearly all formal shelters worldwide will use this standard for classification." "General Song, what is our current rating?" Ji Wenbin asked curiously. Song Yunji looked at him and explained, "Most of you are currently rated E, and the resources and assistance you receive will be comparatively less." Most of the people here did not include shelters at the level of Ji Wenbin and Zhao Ming. However, Song Yunji did not specify. "How can we upgrade?" Ji Wenbin asked again. "It's simple. You just need to handle crises related to the apocalypse, such as providing assistance to the government and military, or clearing out nearby mutated beings, etc. Afterwards, you can record these activities through your own liaison, and once certain conditions are met, you can elevate the shelter's rating. Moreover, after upgrading, you will even be granted strategic matters." Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted, and they simultaneously questioned whether they had heard incorrectly. The term strategic matters is not trivial. It represents the legal permission from the government and military for civilian organizations to engage in strategic military operations. In simple terms, once your shelter's rating reaches this standard, the government will allow your shelter to become a military base or fortress. Additionally, support for weapons would be greatly enhanced. If this were to happen in the past, it would have been unthinkable. This also reminded Feng of the era of warlords, but now with the country holding deadly weapons, few would dare to rebel. Song Yunji looked at the eager expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but chuckle. In addition, the government will provide you with support to resolve strategic development issues, helping you transform the shelter into a solid fortress. After finishing this statement, the excitement among the crowd intensified. One by one, they expressed their willingness to fully support the government and follow its directives. Song Yunji was well aware of what this group desired, which is why he addressed their needs directly, believing that only in this way could they harness the full potential of their strength in the apocalypse. Turning his head, Song Yunji glanced at the secretary behind him, who nodded eagerly, and then took out a stack of maps of Haiyun City, distributing them one by one to the crowd. When Feng received the map, he realized that it was not meant for navigation, but for marking. As for what was being marked, it was undoubtedly the mutated beings. Once everyone had received their maps, Song Yunji continued, This time the government will collaborate with you to locate these mutated entities in the city. We have already marked them on the map. The red crosses you see indicate the areas that have fallen. What a... The crowd gasped in shock, for the map marked a total of 17 red crosses, meaning there were 17 locations that had fallen. However, the crowd had not seen any news about this. They hadn't even heard of it through other channels. Undoubtedly, the government and military had suppressed and concealed this information. Song Yunji sighed helplessly. These 17 locations are currently still within our government's control, but a portion of the mutated beings managed to escape, which is why we ordered the lockdown of Haiyun City. At this point, Song Yunji suddenly paused, switching the projector to display an identical map on the screen. Pointing with the remote's laser at a densely marked red cross area on the map, Song Yunji said, "This is the old city district with a total of 7 fallen locations, and they are quite concentrated. This is also currently the only discovered area with new types of mutated beings." The implication was clear: this area was dangerous and should be approached with caution. The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, becoming somewhat serious. The new types of mutated beings were too powerful, and without military assistance, it would be impossible for them to... Noticing the crowd's apprehension, Song Yunji quickly added, "Of course, any contributions made during this period can be recorded by the operators. If you manage to kill a mutated being and meet certain criteria, you can contact the operators, and the government will subsequently upgrade your shelter's level. Moreover, there will be ongoing tasks released which will also be communicated to you by the operators." After finishing, Song Yunji asked if there were any other questions from the crowd. They immediately began throwing out their queries, but they were all trivial matters. Feng was still pondering over Song Yunji's earlier remarks. Killing mutated beings could not only yield exchange points in the system's shop, but also upgrade the government-mandated shelter level. This was a double benefit for Feng. However, Feng found the weapons mentioned by the government rather unimpressive. The firearms they provided were likely just some lightweight rifles, and he had to consider whether these people could even shoot. If they couldn't, they might not even have a gun. But Ji Wenbin previously mentioned that new types of mutated beings had to be killed with sniper rifles. Rifles would be completely ineffective against them. That was quite frustrating. Fortunately, the government would also provide some strategic weapons such as drones equipped with firearms and handheld missiles. Watching Song Yunji answer questions for the crowd, Feng slowly raised his hand. It seemed that Song Yunji was always paying attention to him, as he allowed Feng to ask his question first. Feng did not hesitate. He stood up and asked, "Can more precise information about the apocalypse be shared?" Song Yunji was slightly taken aback, not expecting Feng to ask such a question. It was noteworthy that the previous individuals had been asking about supplies and weapons, making Feng's inquiry seem... Song Yunji smiled and explained, "We will provide relevant information regarding the issues you can address at no charge, but you need to maintain confidentiality and not disclose it." Feng furrowed his brow slightly and continued to ask, "What must we do to achieve complete information?" In response to Feng's probing, Song Yunji did not get angry. He replied solemnly, "Unless you can reach a level shelter." Feng murmured, his eyes showing no sign of retreat. Rather, they sparkled with eagerness. He pressed further, "How many tasks are required to achieve in a level shelter?" Before Song Yunji could respond, Zhao Meng, sitting in front of Ji Wenbin, was the first to laugh. Ji Wenbin, your brother is quite ambitious. From his tone, it seems like he doesn't take the level shelter seriously at all." Zhao Meng's mockery elicited laughter from many others. Ji Wenbin's expression darkened as he shot Zhao Meng a glare, ignoring him. In fact, Zhao Meng's mockery was somewhat understandable. Achieving a level shelter required not only completing corresponding tasks, but also having a large area of shelter. It could be said that timing, location, and harmony among people were all essential, which justified the laughter from others. However, Feng was no ordinary person. He possessed a system making it entirely feasible for him to become a level shelter. Let alone a level, even SS level, would not be beyond his reach. Seeing Zhao Meng's disdainful expression, Feng couldn't help but frown. He realized that Zhao Meng's words were truly obnoxious. It was as if he couldn't survive without belittling others. Surprisingly, Song Yunji did not intervene, merely watching the two quietly. Once or twice was fine, but Zhao Meng clearly saw Feng as an easy target. Feng, however, would not let him have his way. Feng crossed his arms and asked with a puzzled expression, "Where did the barking come from?" He didn't even glance at Zhao Meng while saying this. His words were concise and filled with sarcasm. Many in the crowd laughed at Feng's remark, while Zhao Meng turned red with rage. What was his identity? The eldest son of the Zhao group. In Haiyun City, he was practically untouchable. How could he tolerate being mocked by Feng, an unknown nobody? "You little..." Zhao Meng suddenly stood up, pointing at Feng and preparing to unleash a few harsh words. However, at that moment, Song Yunji suddenly cleared his throat. Zhao Meng, caught off guard, shivered and swallowed his words. "All right, today's meeting ends here. A special car will take you back shortly." After finishing, Song Yunji stood up and left with his 4 subordinates. The others had no intention of staying longer and began to leave one after another. Before Zhao Meng left, he spat out a few bland threats. Words like "well, see, and it'll make you pay" didn't faze Feng at all. Ji Wenbin gently patted Yifeng's arm, offering reassurance. Don't worry, you are now the head of a formal shelter under the government. He wouldn't dare do anything to you, as it would mean going against the authorities. Yifeng smiled, but said nothing. As the two walked out of the conference room together, Ji Wenbin suddenly proposed, Brother Feng, how about we join forces? In fact, Ji Wenbin had wanted to do this for a long time. The first reason was that he valued Yifeng's abilities. As for the second reason, he had just unintentionally noticed the peculiar look in Song Yunzi's eyes when he glanced at Yifeng. Ji Wenbin understood that with Yifeng's potential, he would eventually reach greater heights. Ji Wenbin's invitation surprised Yifeng. Reflecting on Ji Wenbin's character, he thought he wasn't bad, so he ultimately agreed. However, just as Yifeng agreed, he quickly asked, by the way, what about the supplies you promised me for 3 months? This is already the 3rd day. Ji Wenbin awkwardly scratched his head. He had been too busy lately, which led him to forget about it. Fortunately, the 3-day deadline hadn't passed yet. It will be delivered later. Why don't you come sit with me for a while? You haven't been to my place yet, and we can discuss the collaboration and supplies. Yifeng thought for a moment, and then agreed. As he left, he happened to run into Li Ling, who spotted him first. The two exchanged pleasantries, promising to look out for each other. After all, the operator and the shelter head were linked. One operator corresponded to one shelter head. This arrangement was designed to prevent information leaks and to facilitate record keeping. If there were a onetomany relationship, it could easily lead to errors in recording information and make it impossible to handle multiple shelter heads calls simultaneously. After some small talk, Yifeng suddenly remembered Versailles and hurriedly asked, by the way, do you have a WeChat group? Add me to the group, preferably one related to the apocalypse. Li Ling was startled by Yifeng's sudden enthusiasm, but nodded and added him to several apocalypse-themed WeChat groups. Having just been added to the group, Yifeng expected someone to welcome him, but after waiting for a while, no one paid him any attention. He even sent several messages himself, but still received no response. This left him feeling quite frustrated. This group is not very active, and there are so few people. Yifeng's complaint left Li Ling speechless. She thought to herself, how shameless can you be? At that moment, a man in a suit with glasses approached. Smiling, he said to Yifeng and Ji Wenbin, I have a WeChat group that's quite active. Would you like to join? He included Ji Wenbin in the U, but Ji Wenbin appeared disinterested, clearly having no intention of joining. Li Ling perked up upon seeing this person politely greeting him as Director Wang. Yifeng recognized him as one of the secretaries standing behind Song Yunzi during the meeting. However, based on Li Ling's address, it seemed he wasn't just a secretary, but a department head. Director Wang nodded and smiled at Li Ling, indicating she could return to work. Li Ling didn't dare defy him, so after greeting Ji Wenbin and Yifeng, she hurriedly left. Regarding Director Wang's invitation, Yifeng did not outright refuse because he urgently needed Versailles points. Joining a group was naturally on his mind, otherwise his shelter would never upgrade to the 2nd phase. After some thought, Yifeng suddenly asked, who else is in your group? The purpose of this question was to gauge whether he could show off later. If the group consisted of influential figures, he would have to be cautious with his words in the group. Director Wang smiled. There are about a dozen people in the group, mainly some low-end group leaders. Of course, there is one higher-end leader. You should know Zhao Meng. Hearing this, both Ji Wenbin and Yifeng were taken aback, especially Ji Wenbin, whose expression shifted unpredictably, making it hard to discern his emotions. Seeing their unusual expressions, Director Wang quickly explained, our group was just formed not long ago, and the number of members will increase. You can rest assured about that. He was unaware that these two had conflicts with Zhao Meng and assumed their expressions were due to the group's size. Yifeng flashed a devilish smile and decisively agreed to join. Ji Wenbin initially considered refusing, but seeing Yifeng's decision, had no choice but to join as well. After joining the group, Yifeng and Ji Wenbin turned and left. The group was named Guardians. After joining as the group owner, Director Wang added the two to his WeChat and introduced Yifeng and Ji Wenbin to the others in the group, welcoming them. The other members of the group were also enthusiastic and engaged. Although the number of people was small, the activity level was indeed, as Director Wang had said, quite high. Ji Wenbin and Yifeng also exchanged friendly remarks. However, one member in the group sarcastically mocked, when did this riffraff manage to get in? Although they couldn't tell who it was, they didn't need to guess. They all knew it was definitely Zhao Meng's kid. Ji Wenbin also retorted a few times, unwilling to back down. However, he clearly underestimated Zhao Meng's verbal skills. After just a few exchanges, Ji Wenbin was at a disadvantage, as the group owner Director Wang had to step in to mediate, leading to an awkward situation. It was then that Director Wang remembered the meaning of Ji Wenbin's expression when he invited the two to join the group. Yifeng initially wanted to insult Zhao Meng a few times, but with Director Wang speaking up, he had to give up. Thinking to himself that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, Yifeng and Ji Wenbin left in a vehicle driven by military personnel, still in a military jeep. The jeep carried them towards the southern new urban area of the city. After more than 20 minutes, it stopped at a luxury villa. There were not many luxury homes in this area, only 10 in total, with each priced between tens of millions to 100 million. Moreover, each villa was independent with separate gates. Their destination was one of the largest villas. After the car stopped, the soldiers did not rush to leave, but told Yifeng that they would ensure he got home safely before departing. This made Yifeng feel a bit touched inside. The mansion of Ji Wenbin is vast, with the lawn alone covering over 1,000 square meters, while the surrounding greenery envelopes the entire villa. It resembles a paradise, and the villa itself is quite spacious, measuring around 500 to 600 square meters with 6 stories high. It would be an understatement to call it a high-end mansion. Numerous bodyguards in uniform are stationed around the villa, and Yifeng noticed that these bodyguards had bulging waists, which led him to associate them with firearms. Such blatant displays make Yifeng once again aware of the formidable background of Ji Wenbin's family. It's important to know that the authorities have not yet permitted ordinary people to carry firearms. Only prominent families like theirs have the audacity to do so. Meanwhile, several large trucks are parked on the lawn outside the villa, almost a dozen of them trampling the once beautifully manicured grass into what looks like wasteland. The two walked slowly towards the villa, and Yifeng couldn't help but ask, "Your shelter isn't in your home, is it?" Although some people would convert their homes into shelters, this is entirely different from a genuine shelter. A shelter must not only be isolated from the outside world, but also provide safety. If it were truly in the villa, it couldn't possibly meet the standards, and thus it wouldn't qualify as a legitimate shelter. Ji Wenbin perceived Yifeng's thoughts and smiled, saying, "Sort of, but the real shelter is underground." He gestured towards the lawn beneath their feet. Following his gesture, Yifeng glanced in that direction. "If it's underground, it seems reasonable. You might not know, but that underground area used to be a bomb shelter, and it's quite spacious." Ji Wenbin added, "A bomb shelter?" Yifeng was somewhat surprised, as his own shelter was also converted from a bomb. Ji Wenbin nodded. "That's right, this area used to be an old city, and many bomb shelters were built to resist foreign—" "Are you saying that all 10 of these villas have bomb shelters underneath?" Yifeng asked in astonishment. "If that's true, this entire area could form a military fortress comparable to a small underground city." Ji Wenbin nodded, then shook his head, leaving Yifeng confused. "So is there or isn't there?" "There used to be underground bomb shelters in this area, but most have been dismantled. When we built the villa, my father specifically kept this bomb shelter intact. Later we converted it into a shelter, thinking we would never need to use it, but who would have thought that disasters would strike unexpectedly?" Ji Wenbin said with a helpless smile. Yifeng instinctively nodded, genuinely admiring Ji Wenbin's father. Such foresight truly marks him as an extraordinary individual. As they chatted, they reached the front of the villa, and the bodyguards greeted Ji Wenbin respectfully as young master. Ji Wenbin waved his hand, not responding much. Once inside the villa, the maid quickly approached to assist, providing each of them with a pair of clean shoes. The maid also wanted to change Yifeng's shoes, but he refused, feeling uncomfortable with an outsider doing that for him. Ji Wenbin, perhaps used to it, did not decline. After changing shoes, the two finally entered the underground shelter. To Yifeng's surprise, the way down was actually via— Ji Wenbin noticed Yifeng's thoughts and smiled, explaining, "The elevator was built for the convenience of transporting supplies." Yifeng nodded, realizing that the large trucks parked outside must be for transporting supplies. For a shelter of Ji Wenbin's family's caliber, having an elevator is quite normal. Moreover, with their family's wealth, they naturally do not lack for this kind of energy. They entered the elevator and descended to the first underground floor. Although it was labeled as the first underground floor, it took the elevator about 10 seconds to reach it, indicating that the depth is far beyond just one level. Upon arriving at the first basement level, Ji Wenbin began to show Yifeng around his shelter. The surrounding area is quite spacious. After a tour, they finally arrived at the library on the first floor along the corridor. As soon as they entered, Yifeng spotted Song Hang, who was lounging on the sofa in casual attire reading a book, with an exceptionally beautiful girl sitting beside him. This left Yifeng puzzled about how Song Hang managed to win her over. He approached to greet them, and upon seeing Yifeng again, Song Hang appeared particularly excited and asked if Yifeng planned to stay in Ji Wenbin's shelter. When he learned that Yifeng was only there to take a look, Song Hang's face fell in disappointment. Yifeng let out a helpless smile and lightly patted Song Hang's shoulder. After a bit of small talk, Yifeng mentioned he would take him to his own shelter, which finally brought a smile to Song Hang's face. As for his girlfriend, Song Hang did not introduce her, and Yifeng did not pry further. After parting ways, Ji Wenbin led Yifeng down to the second underground level and then to the third underground level. During this time, Yifeng was genuinely amazed by the scale of Ji Wenbin's shelter. It wasn't because of the luxury of the shelter, but because of its vast area. Each floor alone spans nearly 2,000 square meters, not to mention the many levels. This place could practically serve as a school. Although Yifeng's shelter is much more luxurious than Ji Wenbin's in terms of area, Yifeng's shelter pales in comparison. Seeing Yifeng's astonishment, Ji Wenbin clearly enjoyed this moment, thinking to himself, "You surprised?" Yifeng's keen observation quickly revealed that Ji Wenbin was showing off. Thus Yifeng set aside his astonishment and feigned a profound expression, saying, "Not bad, your shelter is quite large, but it's a bit of a pity." "A pity? What do you mean by a pity?" Ji Wenbin looked at Yifeng in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind his words. Just then, Yifeng suddenly triggered a system task. Host has triggered a selection task. Help Ji Wenbin improve his shelter to a certain extent, successfully deceive him to earn points for store exchange. Yifeng was also taken aback by the system's task. What does it mean to deceive? And it has to be successful. Am I that kind of person? Seeing Yifeng lost in thought, Ji Wenbin assumed he was contemplating the issues with his shelter, so he didn't interrupt. In fact, Yifeng was indeed pondering how to deceive Ji Wenbin. Yifeng glanced around, his gaze eventually landing on the door of a room in the corridor. This door won't do. Yifeng pointed at the door. Huh. Ji Wenbin was taken aback, questioning. But this is an aluminum alloy door that is waterproof, fireproof, and soundproof, impervious to bullets, costing over 100,000. At this moment, Yifeng was also somewhat baffled. This door is that expensive? Over 100,000. He had just randomly pointed out something, but he didn't expect to hit a brick wall. However, Yifeng is not an ordinary person. With the system at his disposal, even when boasting or lying, he feels confident. He placed his hands on his hips and retorted, I ask you, how do you open this door? Isn't it with a key? Ji Wenbin replied, bewildered, wondering what else one would use to open a door. Yifeng placed his hands on his hips and asked with a tone of skepticism, is it still considered a high-end door if it opens with a key? Are you suggesting using a fingerprint or facial recognition lock? Ji Wenbin asked tentatively. In the photo, the doors of Yifeng's sanctuary were all equipped with facial recognition. The least were fingerprint recognition. You know, if even my average sanctuary uses facial and fingerprint recognition, how could yours still use a key? Ji Wenbin was left dumbfounded by Yifeng's words, thinking to himself, can your sanctuary be considered average? Then mine must be trash. Ji Wenbin's Versailles 30. After closing the door, Yifeng took Ji Wenbin back. Along the way, he exaggeratedly pointed out any minor flaws he found, maximizing the shortcomings. Ji Wenbin was indeed convinced by Yifeng's rhetoric and believed it wholeheartedly. This was not surprising. Yifeng's sanctuary was truly impressive to Ji Wenbin, and any flaws pointed out by Yifeng were indeed issues. Therefore, Ji Wenbin hurriedly had someone take notes, afraid of missing any important details. He initially wanted Yifeng to design an underground hot spring for him, but Yifeng refused with other reasons, saying it was not suitable for the location and would only backfire if forced. Seeing this, Ji Wenbin had no choice but to give up. In fact, Yifeng had no ability to design. If he did, he would have already made a name for himself in the interior design world after graduation. How could he be subjected to such humiliation from Liu Yao? As it was lunchtime, Ji Wenbin invited Yifeng to stay for a meal before leaving. Yifeng did not refuse, but he specifically went outside to invite the military driver down. The meal was shared between Ji Wenbin, Yifeng, and the soldiers in the underground sanctuary. During the meal, Yifeng also discussed collaboration with Ji Wenbin. The two reached an agreement to help each other after the apocalypse, sharing information as well. Yifeng valued Ji Wenbin's background, while Ji Wenbin appreciated Yifeng's abilities and potential. As for supplies, Ji Wenbin agreed to prepare more for Yifeng as a gift after their alliance. After the meal, Ji Wenbin suddenly leaned close to Yifeng and asked mysteriously, Bro Feng, how about a massage? I have a fresh model here. Oh dear. Yifeng did not expect Ji Wenbin to be so playful. Even in the apocalypse, he still had a hidden beauty at home. As the soldiers were nearby, Yifeng decisively refused. Are you kidding? Don't I have an image to maintain? Before leaving, the two discussed setting out later to hunt some mutated beings in one of the fallen areas. With Yifeng, a martial arts expert, accompanying him, Ji Wenbin felt very confident. After making plans, Yifeng left in a military jeep. Accompanying them was a large truck which contained the supplies Ji Wenbin promised to provide to Yifeng. After Yifeng left, Ji Wenbin hurriedly found his father with the notes he just recorded discussing improvement. As Yifeng drove away, he quickly received a system notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the selection task. Reward 300 exchange points. Unexpectedly, this was more than Yifeng had imagined, 300 points equivalent to killing 300 ordinary mutated beings. Almost an hour later, Yifeng finally arrived at the sanctuary. After exchanging pleasantries, the soldiers drove away. The truck driver and another employee helped unload the cargo, which took a considerable amount of time for the three of them. After all the supplies were piled up at the sanctuary entrance, the driver actively asked Yifeng if he needed help. Yifeng was a friend of Ji Wenbin, and they naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. Yifeng initially did not want to trouble the two, but after thinking about it, he ultimately agreed. He was in need of someone to boost his Versailles points, and he wouldn't miss this free opportunity. Yifeng scanned the code to open the sanctuary door, and just this scene left the two dumbfounded. They thought Ji Wenbin's sanctuary was impressive enough, but Yifeng's looked even more high-end. As Yifeng and the two carried the supplies inside, he apologetically said, Sorry for the trouble, my door is a pivot rotating automatic door. We can only bring the items in first before entering the interior. The two quickly assured him it was no trouble. Despite their smiles, they would soon regret having offered to help. Yifeng suddenly shook his head and sighed. Alas, aside from being more secure, high-tech, fireproof, waterproof, and missile-proof, this door has no other use. It's a hassle to move things. The two movers paused slightly at Yifeng's words, thinking to themselves, is this even a human thing to say? Versailles 20. Seeing the increase in his Versailles points, Feng nearly laughed out loud. Due to the large amount of supplies, they could not move everything in at once. The three managed to carry in a third of them. After they finished, the door slowly closed, and the titanium alloy floor beneath them began to rotate slowly. After a moment, the front door finally opened slowly, and when the two saw the interior decor, they were left utterly. Is this really a sanctuary? The two couldn't help but doubt. At that moment, a maid in uniform AI Feng approached and called out, "Bro Feng." When the two saw AI Feng, they were once again taken aback. They never expected there could be such a beautiful woman in the world, especially dressed as a maid. It was too much. Feng smiled and introduced her to the two, saying, "This is AI Feng, my maid. She's great in every way except she eats too much, which annoys me." After saying that, Feng put on a pained expression. The two looked at Feng in shock. If he weren't Ji Wenbin's friend, they would have rushed over and punched him. How can you complain about such a beautiful woman being your maid just because she eats a lot? Is this even human? Versailles 30. Versailles 30. The two looked at AI Feng, who was smiling without a hint of anger, and felt a twinge of regret. How can such a beautiful girl be such a fool? While moving supplies, AI Feng also prepared to help, but the two insisted, saying such work was not suitable for a woman and that they would handle it. But AI Feng just smiled and shook her head, ignoring the two, and directly picked up the heaviest bag of supplies, leaving without looking back. The two stood there utterly dumbfounded. This bag must weigh over 200 pounds. Even they would find it strenuous. Yet AI Feng seemed to carry it effortlessly, as if she was lifting a bag of cotton candy. The thought that even such a beautiful woman surpassed them made the two feel depressed. In fact, Feng was a bit surprised too. After all, AI Feng was just a housekeeping robot, but she likely surpassed even a strongman. Seeing the dazed expressions of the two, Feng seized every opportunity to boost his Versailles points. Though she doesn't look great, her strength is considerable. At least she doesn't eat my food for nothing. After saying that, Feng also carried a bag of supplies and moved forward. The faces of the two behind him turned dark. If they weren't unsure how to open the door, they would have left long ago. After the four finished moving all the supplies, Feng wanted to invite the two to stay for a meal before leaving, but they refused without a second thought. During the supply transfer, whenever Feng found an opportunity, he would brag about his Versailles points. Although he enjoyed it, the two felt like they were living in hell, wishing they could curse him out. Seeing their stubbornness, Feng had no choice but to give in. When he saw them off, he warmly waved, saying he would call them for the next supply run. They left without looking back, vowing never to come back here again. Never again. Looking at the departing truck, Feng could only shrug helplessly. Returning to the first-floor warehouse, seeing that the supplies occupied 1/5 of the space in the 100-square-meter warehouse, Feng's mood lifted significantly. With these supplies along with the original Doomsday supply kit, I should be able to last 4 to 5 months without issue. After finishing up, Feng went to the automated factory on the second underground level. Based on the timing, a couple of pieces of equipment should be nearly completed. Upon entering the automated factory, Feng received a system notification: X1 Falcon drone manufacturing completed. Protector suit manufacturing completed. The system then reminded him the host can use the automated mechanical factory for repeated construction. Note: repeated construction will execute daily repetitions. Currently, the system suggests repeating the construction of the X1 Falcon drone, which can use the production slot of the previous protector suit for the Falcon drone. What the hell? It can actually be built repeatedly. That means I could produce 2 drones a day. Feng exclaimed excitedly. This meant he could fully utilize this mechanism to sell excess high-tech equipment or exchange supplies. However, Feng was curious as to why the system did not recommend repeating the construction of the protector suit. Just by the name, it sounded much more powerful than the drone. After voicing his confusion, the system dutifully explained the protector suit means installing more surveillance cameras and protective devices both inside and outside the base. These protective devices include firearms, infrared scanners, alarms, etc. And they are hidden. Damn. Feng was genuinely excited this time. Oh, just imagine if an enemy approached, they could be shot down by hidden firearms before they even reached the sanctuary door. This was something that could only be found in a sci-fi movie, yet it was now genuinely appearing in Feng's sanctuary. Thinking about the seriousness of the apocalypse, it was possible that one day a new type of mutated being would reach his home. Without a doubt, the protector suit was exactly what he needed. Thus, Feng no longer hesitated and decisively agreed to the system's suggestion. Since the protector suit required installation time, which was 3 hours, Feng couldn't check the results immediately. Fortunately, the drone was a finished product. Feng picked up the drone, slightly larger than a phone, and was thinking about where to test it, but he found he had no controller or similar control tools. Could it be controlled by brain waves? While Feng was daydreaming, the system informed him that the control device was in the control room. Reluctantly, Feng had to take the drone to the control room. Following the system's instructions, Feng found the device to control the drone. It was a tablet-like controller with a touchscreen, as well as a wearable device that could attach the tablet controller to his arm. The system also provided a hint: the drone's data was recorded and calculated by the quantum computer in the control room, and all footage captured by the drone could be viewed through the quantum computer. Moreover, it boasted an astonishing resolution of over 100 million pixels. Feng could also control multiple drones simultaneously using the controller. He was eager to test the drone's functions. At this moment, the system once again advised, as this is the host's first time using the X-1 Falcon drone equipment, it is recommended to use the beginner tutorial to avoid accidents. Accidents? Feng scoffed, thinking it was impossible for that to happen. He was an experienced driver. He combined the tablet controller and the wearable device and put it on his left arm. However, after studying it for a long time, Feng couldn't even find the power button. Helplessly, he ultimately had to accept the beginner tutorial. The system instructed him to go to an open area, and Feng immediately thought of the training room on the first floor, which had sufficient space. Upon arriving in the center of the training room, the system began to explain to Feng how to operate the drone. With the system's guidance, Feng successfully activated the drone, watching it unfold its four wings and spin until it ascended. Surprisingly, the drone made very little noise. Unless one listened closely, they could hardly hear it, even from such a While the system taught Feng how to control the drone, it also explained the drone's functions. The X-1 Falcon drone has an intelligent mode that can recognize identity information, the device can conduct remote observation, and it also features a follow mode and an attack mode. If the host wants to operate it manually, they just need to remove the tablet controller from their arm and control it directly on the tablet controller. To activate the intelligent mode, simply combine the tablet controller and the wearable device, wear it on the arm, and select a mode such as high-altitude follow. Feng tried each of the methods the system mentioned one by one. Initially, he was a bit clumsy, feeling unsure about controlling the drone, but after a few attempts, he was able to handle it easily. Suddenly, four special icons appeared on the screen of the tablet controller. One was the white cross line in the center of the screen, which should indicate the direction of attack. The other two icons were located above the right directional control keys. One was automatic and the other manual. The last one was in the upper left corner of the screen, marked with a bullet symbol alongside a 5050 indicator. Feng curiously asked, "Is there anything special about this attack mode?" The system responsively replied, "The attack mode is divided into manual and automatic attacks, with manual attacks further categorized into single shots and continuous fire. Automatic attacks can be initiated based on the target marked by the host. Moreover, the X-1 Hummingbird drone is equipped with high-speed micro bullets of 0.1 caliber, powerful enough to rival a 9mm assault rifle." Whoa, is it really that impressive? Feng exclaimed, bouncing off the training device. With this gadget in hand, who would fear the mutants? A few bursts would suffice, and importantly, it could attack automatically without requiring Feng's control. However, the thought of only having 50 bullets made Feng a bit worried. What will I do when I run out of bullets with only 50? The blueprint for the X-1 Hummingbird drone includes a method for bullet production, but since the automated factory is only at level 1, the daily bullet quota is 200 rounds. Feng nodded. 200 bullets would be barely sufficient considering it was only a level 1 automated factory. His expectations couldn't be too high. Considering a series of issues, Feng still wanted to quickly increase his Versailles points to complete the system tasks and elevate the shelter's level. Of course, this required Feng to work hard to earn more Versailles points. With this in mind, he specially checked his Versailles points, wanting to see how far he was from the goal of 10,000 points. However, so far Feng only had 620 Versailles points, still a staggering 10,800 miles away from the target. Moreover, most of his Versailles points were contributed by his neighbors, the Wang family, making it utterly invincible. After learning to control the drone, Feng stored it away and took it to charge. This was the real deal, 5 minutes of charging for 1 hour of use. As for the attack mode, Feng didn't try it out as he was somewhat reluctant to use the bullets, especially since he would soon go out with Ji Wenbin and the others to hunt mutants. Time passed swiftly. After finishing dinner, Feng tidied up a bit. This time he planned to take an X-1 Hummingbird drone along with another 200 bullets. Additionally, he went to the underground floor to choose a Tang Dao that was over a meter long. After genetic modification, Feng's strength had greatly increased, making this cold weapon more suitable for him than firearms. Of course, the premise was not to encounter any overly powerful monsters, otherwise relying solely on a cold weapon could easily turn him into prey. Looking at the drone device on his left hand and the stylish Tang Dao in his right, he felt immensely cool. Now that I have my weapons, all I need is a partner like a dog. Feng had watched plenty of ancient dramas in the past. In those shows, hunters not only carried weapons, but also brought along hunting dogs or wolves as companions. This greatly increased the chances of a successful hunt. Feng stroked his chin, remembering he still had a bottle of mutant gene survival serum, which made him want to find some animals to experiment with. However, he needed to meet two criteria. The first was to raise them from a young age, as that would make them more obedient. The second was the food issue. After all, this was the apocalypse, and many people could barely support themselves, let alone feed pets. Fortunately, Feng wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time ahead. After all, wasn't the world about to end? Perhaps there would be other mutated monsters, and he could directly catch a mutated animal as a mount. Just as Feng was daydreaming, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Ji Wenbin. Without a second thought, he answered the call. Hey Feng, I'm on my way to your house, and we'll arrive in about 2 minutes. Get ready. Ji Wenbin's tone was somewhat. Yifeng couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking what's there to be excited about when going to kill a mutant. Yeah, I'm almost ready. He'll come out now. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng grabbed a backpack and stuffed the drone and bullets inside, while the tablet controller remained strapped to his left arm. In addition, he also brought 2 powerful flashlights to prevent himself from entering dark environments. As for the Tang Dao, it was too long, so he had no choice but to hold it. Seeing that he was almost ready, Yifeng finally stepped outside. However, before leaving, he shared a kiss goodbye with AI Feng. Don't ask, it's just about politeness. However, as he stepped out, he happened to come across a large black Hummer. Without needing to guess, Yifeng knew it was Ji. Looking at the impressive Hummer, Yifeng thought about when he would get one for himself. After all, relying on walking or being picked up by others was not a viable long-term solution. Yifeng approached the rear door, and when it opened, he was taken aback. He hadn't expected Song Heng to be there too, and the key point was that Song Heng was dressed in protective gear, completely covered below the head, even wearing a helmet. Even mutants would shed tears upon seeing him, as there was no way to attack him. At the same time, he held a safe. If it weren't for seeing his eyes, Yifeng wouldn't have recognized that this person was Song Heng. Besides Song Heng, Ji Wenbin had brought 3 other people, all looking quite burly. Their gear was identical. Bro, why are you dressed like this? Yifeng asked, somewhat speechless. We're going to hunt mutants, and you guys are bundled up so tightly that anyone who didn't know would think you're going to perform a play. Thank goodness it's autumn, otherwise they'd be cooked alive. You don't understand. This is called being fully armed, and we've also prepared a set for you according to your size. Ji Wenbin, sitting to the right of Song Heng, pointed to the back seat with his thumb. Song Heng nodded vigorously, indicating it was all for safety. Yifeng followed the direction of his finger, and indeed saw an identical set of protective gear on the back seat. Yifeng was speechless, thinking, how can I hunt mutants dressed like this? Lifting a hand would be a struggle. At this moment, Ji Wenbin and Song Heng also noticed the Tang Dao in Yifeng's hand. Feng, we have guns. Why use a knife? Said Ji Wenbin enthusiastically as he handed over his rifle. Yifeng shook his head. I don't know how to use a gun, you keep it for yourself. After saying that, Yifeng also got into the Hummer. The Hummer had 8 seats, with Yifeng, Ji Wenbin, and Song Heng sitting in the middle, while the remaining 3 sat in front and back. Yifeng glanced at the driver, admiring how he could drive while dressed like that. After Yifeng got into the car, the Hummer turned around and drove down the mountain. As they passed by the Wang family's shelter, Yifeng leaned out to take a look, but the entrance was tightly shut. Nothing at all. Ji Wenbin and the others initially wanted to stop by Yifeng's shelter, but due to the urgency to hunt mutant beings, they had to put it off until next time. Sitting by the window, Yifeng noticed Ji Wenbin holding a gleaming AK-47 and couldn't help but ask with some confusion, how dare you flaunt your weapon like that? Even though this is the apocalypse, gun control is still very strict. The more people feel endangered, the more stringent the regulations should be, otherwise ordinary people will have access to firearms. This would only lead to another crisis. Seeing Yifeng's inquiry, Ji Wenbin raised his rifle, swaying it slightly as he explained, well, everyone is now part of a regular shelter, so we can just contact the operator directly for what we need. What? Contact the operator for weapons? Yifeng was a bit baffled. He didn't realize that it was possible to request weapons from an operator. Looking at Yifeng's hesitant expression, Ji Wenbin thought he hadn't understood, and quickly elaborated, haven't we joined the government to become a regular shelter? Yifeng nodded in agreement, and Ji Wenbin continued, although our initial level is E, we have quite a few privileges. Weapons and equipment can be directly requested from the operator. What the hell? How come I didn't know about this? Yifeng was furious, but he managed to maintain a calm expression, revealing no emotion. He thought carefully, recalling that before leaving the Haiyun city government in the morning, he had tried to contact Li Ling via WeChat, and she seemed to have something to tell him. But then that one guy interrupted her, so she couldn't say it. She must have forgotten afterward, otherwise she wouldn't have kept. Regardless, Li Ling's failure to clarify the matter at the time and not telling him everything afterward was her negligence, and Yifeng could certainly file a complaint against her. However, just thinking about Li Ling's cute face made him let it go. Even if he were to ask Li Ling for weapons now, he would probably only get what others had left behind, nothing of value. Although he wasn't coveting the government's resources, who wouldn't want to get something for free? Thinking this, Yifeng couldn't help but smirk, feeling like he had lost out on a fortune. However, at this moment, Yifeng was being watched closely by Ji Wenbin and Song Heng, so he maintained a calm demeanor and said in a somewhat steady tone, forget it. In this apocalypse, resources are hard to come by for the country. It's best to take only what we need, as if we're contributing to the nation. Seeing Yifeng speak so nobly under these circumstances, Ji Wenbin admired him from the bottom of his heart, realizing that this is how great individuals behave. A true hero stands for the country and its people. Ever since he acquired the system, Yifeng felt that his acting skills had significantly improved, and his boldness had become extraordinary. What he just said might even fool someone like Song Yunji, a big shot. Unlike Ji Wenbin, who looked at him with admiration, Song Heng had a disbelieving expression and questioned, did you forget? Ahem. Yifeng awkwardly coughed a couple of times and didn't respond. The two had known each other since childhood, and and they were well aware of each other's secrets, so it was no wonder Song Heng could see through him. Ji Wenbin didn't pay much attention to Song Heng's words, and thought to himself that even if Yi Feng could forget, the operator certainly wouldn't. At this moment, the Hummer had left Haiyun Mountain and was heading towards the city with hardly any other vehicles in sight. It was quite desolate, and at the same time, it was starting to feel like the apocalypse. Although Yi Feng and Ji Wenbin had agreed to hunt mutant beings together, he didn't know the destination for this trip. When he voiced his confusion, Ji Wenbin quickly replied, "Before we set off, I contacted my operator. We're heading to the Yunk apartment area in the south of the city where there are many mutant beings, and they're all ordinary ones posing the least risk." Yunk apartment. Hearing this, Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. In his memory, the Yunk apartment was the cheapest rental place in Haiyun City, consisting of 6 19-story buildings. Many outsiders chose to rent here because it was cheap and close to the industrial area. Yi Feng had even gone there to look for a place when he graduated, but he couldn't reach an agreement with the landlord, so he didn't rent it. Thinking back, he felt a bit scared. If Yi Feng had really rented an apartment there and hadn't obtained the system, he could have become one of the mutant beings in Yunk apartment. Perhaps the ones coming to kill him would have been Ji Wenbin and the others. "My plan is as follows," Ji Wenbin perked up and continued. "There are many soldiers guarding that area, but coincidentally one of them is my uncle. So once we get in, we can obtain a lot of first-hand intelligence, and my uncle will also help cover us from the inside." "Wow, that's impressive, Ji Go." Song Heng thumbed up without reservation, genuinely admiring him. Yi Feng was used to such things, but still felt that connections really were powerful. Although Ji Wenbin didn't mention what position his uncle held in the military, his tone implied that his uncle must have a significant role. Could an ordinary soldier provide military intelligence to Ji Wenbin and also cooperate to cover for them? That's something only high-ranking officials could do. Regarding Song Heng's flattery, Ji Wenbin just smiled and cleverly shifted the praise to Yi Feng, saying, "This time all 5 of us are fully armed, and with Brother Feng, a martial arts expert, ordinary mutant beings are nothing to fear." "That's true." Song Heng nodded in agreement. Ever since Yi Feng demonstrated his prowess at the hotel, he had completely acknowledged Yi Feng's strength. As for the two's flattery, Yi Feng humbly replied, "My strength can only be considered average. As long as you train consistently every day, it won't be long before you surpass me." The two were left speechless by Yi Feng's words. It's important to note that the bodyguards who had trained since childhood couldn't even withstand a single move from Yi Feng, yet he claimed that with consistent training, they would be able to surpass him. Wasn't that utter nonsense? Ji Wenbin's Versailles 10, Song Heng's Versailles 10, while both scoffed at Yi Feng, they also contributed to his Yi Feng did not pay much attention to the thoughts of the two, as he had a thick skin and did not care. He turned to Ji Wenbin and suddenly asked, "By the way, besides us hunting the anomalies tonight, is anyone else going?" Previously, Ji Wenbin mentioned that the place they were going to was the least risky, so it was likely that others would choose this location as well. With the scarcity of resources at Yunk apartment, if too many people went, there would be no opportunity for them. Ji Wenbin nodded and said with a slightly serious tone, "Actually, some people started hunting anomalies and doing tasks right after leaving the government office." So proactive. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. Although the rewards from the government were quite generous, one must not forget that they were facing anomalies. If anomalies were truly easy to deal with, then Haiyun City wouldn't be under lockdown, with many areas falling. "Who says otherwise?" Ji Wenbin said helplessly, then shrugged and continued to explain. "After all, everyone wants to receive training from the government." Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Not to mention others, even he himself could not resist the temptation of training from the government. In fact, if Yi Feng were to inform the government about the system, he could quickly become a core member of the government, and obtaining their training would be a matter of a single sentence. However, he could not do that as he was uncertain if the system would allow it, and additionally such actions could bring him great danger. He understood the principle that a common man suffers for possessing a treasure. "By the way, what about that Zhao Meng?" Yi Feng suddenly remembered him and curiously asked. "Oomph." Ji Wenbin snorted coldly, leaving Yi Feng confused. "What does that mean?" "That Zhao Meng told me he was too lazy to go, but now I hear he's been running around looking for anomalies this afternoon. I don't know how many tasks he has completed." Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. He instinctively glanced at Song Heng beside him, which reminded him of the monthly exams back in high school, where he repeatedly asked Song Heng if he had studied, and Song Heng always said no. However, after the exam, Yi Feng realized the fool was actually himself. At this moment, Song Heng noticed Yi Feng glancing at him, and turned to smile at Yi Feng, completely oblivious to Yi Feng's disdainful gaze. As the few of them talked, the Hummer quickly arrived near Yunk apartment. Unsurprisingly, the entire street outside Yunk apartment was heavily guarded, tightly sealed off. As the Hummer approached, one of the soldiers hurriedly came over, intending to drive them away. When Ji Wenbin and the others got out of the car, the soldier suddenly stopped in his tracks as he saw that they were holding firearms, and he instinctively reached for his weapon. This was a motion to draw his gun, which startled Ji Wenbin into raising his hands to explain, ultimately resolving the misunderstanding. Upon learning that Ji Wenbin's uncle was Ji Renhai, the wary soldier immediately became more alert. "Commander Ji is organizing soldiers to rescue the civilians inside. Please follow me." After saying this, the soldier turned and walked towards a military tent ahead. Ji Wenbin and the others quickly followed suit. Perhaps hearing the commotion outside, Ji Renhai, dressed in military attire, also happened to emerge from the tent. He was a tall man with a square face. Upon seeing Ji Renhai, Ji Wenbin ran over eagerly, affectionately calling him uncle repeatedly. This was in stark contrast to his earlier cold demeanor. Regarding Ji Wenbin's enthusiasm, Ji Renhai merely grunted in acknowledgement, and Ji Wenbin seemed not to mind, as if he were used to it. Then Ji Wenbin explained their purpose for coming, stating that they needed to enter Yunk apartment to complete their task. However, Ji Renhai shook his head and said seriously, "Your father has already informed me, but it's not possible right now. We need to enter and rescue the civilians first, only then can you go in to complete your tasks." Ji Wenbin obediently nodded, saying, "All right, well, follow uncle's orders." Although he was unsure how many people were still trapped inside, Ji Wenbin understood that if they did not rescue them first, it would only lead to more anomalies, or even the emergence of new types of anomalies. This would only increase the difficulty of the task. At this moment, Feng and the others also walked up to Ji Wenbin's side. As a soldier, Ji Renhai kept a vigilant eye on them. However, when his gaze fell on Feng, he noticed that Feng was also staring back at him, and his gaze showed no signs of evasion, which caused him to look at Feng a few more times. It should be noted that when others were under Ji Renhai's gaze, they would instinctively lower their heads or avoid eye contact. This was not because Ji Renhai was particularly frightening, but because of the unique aura he had accumulated over years in the military. Since Feng and the others had just arrived and did not hear the conversation between the two, Ji Wenbin turned back to explain the situation to Feng and the others. They understood the severity of the matter, so they were not anxious as time was still ample. With Ji Renhai still nearby, Ji Wenbin enthusiastically introduced his uncle Ji Renhai to Feng. "This is my uncle Ji Renhai. He holds the rank of lieutenant in the military and has a lot of combat experience. During the initial outbreak of anomalies, my uncle led his subordinates in combat against the anomalies for several days and nights. He is also one of the few people I admire in my life." Hearing this, Song Hang and the others looked at Ji Renhai with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Seeing this scene, Ji Renhai felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Being recognized and admired by others was indeed an exhilarating experience. However, Ji Renhai still maintained a serious demeanor on the surface and even proactively began to explain to the six about how to deal with anomalies. Actually, anomalies like these are not terrifying. Their strength lies in their speed and power. So during combat, as long as you keep your distance from them, you can kite them and then use firearms to take them down. Just as Ji Renhai was getting into the details, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance, prompting Ji Renhai to tense up, his expression changing suddenly. He shouted loudly towards the soldiers near Yunk apartment, "Everyone be alert, there are likely quite a few of them this time. Remember, when fighting anomalies, always aim for the body first. Don't think about headshots all the time. Their speed is very fast, so just restraining them by hitting the body is sufficient, and let those with good marksmanship deal with the rest." Ji Renhai's voice was loud enough that Feng, standing beside him, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. After Ji Renhai finished speaking, the nearby hundreds of soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." In an instant, Feng and the others felt a surge of passion. At that moment, a grotesque mutant suddenly leaped out from the nearby loft, clawing and gnashing its teeth as it lunged towards the crowd. Caught off guard, everyone was startled by this scene, including Ji Renhai, who failed to react immediately. The mutant moved swiftly, from landing to attacking the crowd. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Just as the blood-soaked mutant was about to strike the bodyguard, Feng nimbly rushed forward, delivering a punch that sent the fierce mutant crashing to the ground. Then, he stomped hard on the mutant's head. With a bang, the mutant's menacing head exploded, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Feng's actions flowed like water, leaving everyone dumbfounded. All those present, including Ji Renhai, stared at Feng in shock. They knew that even with guns they wouldn't be able to resolve combat this quickly, and sometimes they would need to fire several shots to take down a mutant. However, the mutant that should have been ferocious was unable to withstand even a single kick from Feng. It was utterly deceased. If it weren't witnessed firsthand, who would believe such a thing? Casually brushing off the dust from his hands, Feng remarked nonchalantly, "Is this really a mutant? It feels so weak. Surely no one would treat something like this as a grave threat." Although Feng didn't name anyone, the expressions of those present turned awkward. After all, they had indeed been startled just moments ago. Ji Wenbin's Versailles 10, Song Hang's Versailles 10, Ji Renhai's Versailles 10, Versailles 10. Hearing the constant increase in his Versailles points, Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. The act he just put on had granted him over 100 points of Versailles. At this rate, if he continued to show off another 70 or 80 times in front of everyone, 1,000 Versailles points would surely be within reach. With this thought, Feng found himself hoping for another sudden appearance of a mutant. Seeing everyone frozen in place with awkward expressions, Ji Wenbin was the first to speak up to break the tension. He pointed at Feng and explained to Ji Renhai, "Uncle, I forgot to introduce you. This is my brother Feng, who is also one of the official shelter homeowners, and his martial skills are extraordinary. None of my bodyguards can match him." Ji Renhai was somewhat taken aback as he had not noticed Yi Feng was a martial artist. A military veteran of his caliber could usually tell just by looking, and he had never been wrong. This was the first time he felt something was strange. Winter's bodyguards are all top-notch fighters, though I didn't expect them to be outmatched by this young man. Clearly this person's martial skills are not to be underestimated. With this in mind, Ji Renhai lowered his stance and actively asked, young brother, you look only in your early 20s, right? Considering he would need to rely on Ji Renhai when confronting the mutants later, Yi Feng did not want to embarrass him. He humbly nodded and politely replied, yes, I just graduated and started working this year. Very good, Ji Renhai nodded in appreciation before asking, your skills are so strong. Who did you learn martial arts from? I haven't learned any martial arts, I've just loved fighting with classmates since I was small. Over time I picked up some skills. Yi Feng's words sounded very sincere. However, Ji Renhai didn't believe Yi Feng's nonsense at all, thinking to himself that no matter how much he fought as a child, he could not possibly be stronger than trained individuals like them. How could he possibly knock down a mutant with one punch and then stomp it to death? Even if Ji Renhai, a lieutenant born from special forces, came personally, he couldn't achieve such feats. Seeing his uncle's awkwardness, Ji Wenbin quickly chimed in, it must be that we didn't open it the right way. If it's a new type of mutant, it would definitely be stronger, right? Ji Renhai nodded, quickly responding, that's right. In terms of both strength and speed, this new type of mutant completely crushes the original mutants. To put it frankly, one new type of mutant can slaughter 100 ordinary mutants. The gap is actually that large. Song Heng exclaimed in surprise. Not only was Song Heng astonished, but Yi Feng also wore a serious expression. The power of the new type of mutant put some pressure on him. He repeatedly warned himself to be cautious to avoid any mishaps. Ji Renhai suddenly sighed, looking at him with a pained expression, leaving everyone puzzled about his meaning. Ji Renhai continued solemnly, recently a squad of 20 encountered new types of mutants while clearing them out in the old district, and none survived. They all died tragically. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the reason for Ji Renhai's earlier sorrow. In this moment of national crisis, every soldier lost is a significant loss to the nation of Jiuzhou. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Ji Renhai shifted his tone, seriously addressing Ji Wenbin and the others. You've witnessed the ferocity of the mutants. You should consider whether to join us in going in or wait until after we're done to enter separately. Ji Renhai's intention in saying this was to look after Ji Wenbin during the battle, preventing any mishaps, and also to value Yi Feng's abilities. With Yi Feng's assistance, the difficulty of this rescue mission would be greatly reduced. Of course, we choose to go together. Having more people is safer. As soon as Ji Renhai finished speaking, Ji Wenbin made the decision on his own. However, after saying this, Ji Wenbin realized he might have spoken out of turn. He quickly turned to Yi Feng and asked somewhat ingratiatingly, brother Feng, what do you think? Yi Feng was indifferent. He nodded in agreement. Having reached a consensus, they began to organize their team, and after organizing the team, Ji Renhai noticed that Yi Feng had a Tang Dao, which made him even more suspicious about whether Yi Feng had a mentor behind him. At such a young age, possessing such strength and knowledge of cold weapons, it was hard for Ji Renhai to believe that Yi Feng had no guidance. The Tang Dao had been left in the Hummer, and Yi Feng had only retrieved it before setting off. Compared to being unarmed, having a weapon naturally provided a greater sense of security. With Ji Wenbin's team of 6 and Ji Renhai's team of 20, a total of 26 people entered the quarantine zone at the same time. Along the way, they encountered quite a few mutants, each clawing and lunging at them as if starved for a long time, wanting to bite anyone in sight. Naturally, they did not give the mutants that opportunity, as they were mostly dealt with by rifles and Yi Feng's Tang Dao. Yi Feng, in order to gain more Versailles points, charged to the front of the team, and the number of mutants killed by his blade surpassed those slain by gunfire. While slaying the mutants, he couldn't help but curse, this is too pathetic. I thought they were strong, but damn it, they can't even withstand a single blow from me. How boring. In his frenzy, Yi Feng even deliberately muttered, so weak, so weak. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss over these things? His words were incredibly arrogant, leaving everyone stunned, wondering if he was the reincarnation of Neza, as he was. In ancient times, Zhang Yida could hold a pass against thousands. Today, Yi Feng slaughters hordes with a single saber. Every time Yi Feng put on and acted, inevitably increased his Versailles points by hundreds, nearly making him ecstatic. When Ji Renhai asked Yi Feng what other weapons he could use besides a saber, Yi Feng waved the Tang saber twice and casually said, "You mean this? It's my first time using it. I'm not very skilled." First time using it. Not very skilled. Does this even sound like a human being? Ji Renhai was speechless, thinking, how could this kid be so good at showing off? Versailles 1010. In truth, Yi Feng didn't know any sword techniques. He was able to easily kill mutants with the Tang saber because he had undergone genetic modification, greatly increasing his speed and strength. With these two enhancements, even though Yi Feng merely waved the Tang saber casually, its power was still formidable. The formidable mutants were like watermelons before the Tang saber, easily sliced open with no resistance. With Yi Feng the monster leading the way, the others had no opportunity to shoot unless the mutants attacked from behind or the sides. However, most mutants attacked from the front, and all fell under Yi Feng's blade. As a result, everyone was quite pleased. After a thorough cleansing, they reached the depths of the Yunk apartment, but just then, an empty mineral water bottle suddenly fell from an old building on the left. This startled everyone, thinking it was a mutant ambush. However, by sheer coincidence, the bottle struck Ji Wenbin's head, causing him so much pain that he almost cried, covering his head with one hand while pointing at the building and shouting, "Don't you have any morals? Don't you know it's illegal to drop objects from heights?" Everyone hurriedly looked at the old building, which was a 6-story old residential structure. There were many similar buildings nearby, so don't think that Yunk apartment was the only one. There were still many old houses that hadn't been demolished. This was also one of the key reasons for the low housing prices in the area. Due to his military instincts, Ji Renhai quickly noticed something unusual. He picked up the mineral water bottle from the ground and found a folded note inside, leading him to suspect it might be a distress signal from survivors in the building. Meanwhile, Ji Wenbin was still shouting. Ji Renhai scolded him in a low voice, and only then did Ji Wenbin quiet down, bringing some calm to the surroundings. Twisting open the bottle and taking out the folded paper, sure enough, it had the word "help" written on it in red marker. Upon seeing the note, everyone was momentarily stunned. After realizing it was a distress signal, Ji Wenbin's anger dissipated. After all, human lives were at stake. It seems there are survivors upstairs. What should we do? Song Heng asked anxiously. Although Yi Feng had been unstoppable thus far, it was still because he hadn't encountered any new types of mutants. If they were to enter the building to rescue people, they had to consider safety in such a confined space. Encountering new mutants would undoubtedly be a disaster for everyone. What's there to think about? Of course we go upstairs to rescue them, one of the soldiers declared sternly. The others had no objections, for their purpose in coming here was to save lives. Just as they prepared to go upstairs for the rescue, Ji Renhai suddenly called everyone to stop. Wait. Everyone looked at Ji Renhai in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Ji Renhai frowned. Things may not be as simple as we think. If it were a genuine distress signal, there would be no need to throw a bottle. We are right below. They could just poke their heads out and shout. Writing a note, putting it in a bottle, and throwing it down seems redundant, doesn't it? After Ji Renhai's analysis, everyone began to feel something was off about the survivors upstairs. Despite their doubts, Ji Renhai still decided they must go up to rescue them. Their mission was to save survivors, and how could they abandon that for a mere suspicion? After making the decision, Ji Renhai split the group into two. Of 15 soldiers stayed behind to guard the area, preventing mutants from surrounding the building, while the remaining 11 went upstairs to check the situation. Among these 11, besides Ji Renhai and 4 soldiers, the rest were Yi Feng and his 6 companions. Although we haven't encountered any mutants yet, don't let your guard down. These creatures seem to possess a certain level of instinct and can evade danger. As they ascended, Ji Renhai made sure to remind everyone. In truth, his words were directed at Ji Wenbin and the others, because the soldiers were already well aware of these facts from their frequent encounters with mutants. After hearing Ji Renhai, everyone was somewhat taken aback, and Yi Feng was no exception. Ji Renhai continued to explain, research has shown that mutants retain their primal biological instincts. You could say they possess animal-like habits of avoiding danger, and they can also learn gradually. What? They can learn it? Everyone was horrified, as if they had heard something terrifying. Ji Wenbin and the others' expressions suddenly changed. If what Ji Renhai said was true, then the mutants they faced might someday replace humanity and become a new species. That was no exaggeration. Then why doesn't the government focus its firepower to deal with the mutants first? Ji Wenbin asked, puzzled. While saving lives was indeed important, learning that mutants could continuously learn was undoubtedly planting a catastrophic bomb for all of humanity. And it was the kind that could explode at any moment. Clearing out the mutants first would certainly be the wisest choice. Ji Renhai shook his head. The troops here haven't pushed too deep, yet mainly due to the complex terrain around to prevent soldiers from getting infected. That doesn't mean we should just sit here and wait. Ji Renhai shot a glance at Ji Wenbin and explained, the government plans to wait until they develop a vaccine against the mutants before launching a large-scale operation, thereby minimizing the danger. Ji Wenbin nodded, thoughtfully refraining from further questions. Everyone safely arrived on the 2nd floor. The building has a total of 6 floors, and since they were unsure from which floor the bottle had fallen, they decided to start searching from the 4th floor and spread out to check the upper levels. Upon reaching the 4th floor, 3 people stayed behind while the others continued upstairs. The ones who remained searched diligently, knocking along the corridor. If there was no response, they would softly call out again. If there was still no reply, they would move on to the next room. Although it was an old building, each floor housed 6 households, so it would take considerable time to check all the rooms. Outside room 403 on the 4th floor. Knock. Knock. Is anyone there? The bodyguard who came with Yi Feng called out softly. Seeing that there was no response, the bodyguard knocked twice more, but the result was the same. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden noise came from inside the room. Who's there? The bodyguard asked warily, but there was still no reply. Eager to rescue, he instinctively pushed the door, only to find it wasn't locked, and easily pushed it open. The bodyguard peeked inside and called out again, but the silence remained. Woo-woo. At that moment, from the bathroom 2 meters in, a faint sound of crying suddenly emerged. From the sound of the crying, it seemed to be a girl around 20 years old. The bodyguard felt a surge of joy and hurried into the room while twisting the bathroom door handle, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you." However, after twisting for a long time, he discovered that the bathroom door simply wouldn't budge, it was locked from the inside. The bodyguard grew anxious and continued to comfort her little sister, "Don't be scared, I'm not a bad person, I came with the military to rescue you." Woo-woo. The girl in the bathroom did not reply, continuing to cry softly, occasionally choking back sobs. "Please believe me, I'm really here to save you." Seeing that the girl in the bathroom still wouldn't open the door, the bodyguard clearly began to feel anxious. Just as he was considering whether to force the door open, the bathroom handle suddenly moved. At the same time, the crying from inside abruptly ceased. "That's it. Just wait, and it'll take you safely out." Just after the bodyguard said this, the bathroom door was suddenly burst open from the inside. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and at the same time, a female mutant suddenly rushed out, her strength astonishing enough to knock the tall bodyguard down to the ground. The two of them crashed heavily to the floor, producing a dull thud. The bodyguard had expected a frail girl in distress, but he never anticipated that she would be a mutant. As the mutant reached out with her hands towards him, the bodyguard cursed harshly, "Get away, you disgusting monster." He tightly gripped his rifle, positioning it in front of him to block the mutant's bites. Though the mutant had once been a slender young girl, her strength after mutation was far greater than he had imagined. In just a moment, he found himself growing fatigued. In a moment of desperation, he even forgot to call for help. Just as he was about to give in, Feng suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful kick. The force of this kick was formidable, sending the mutant flying. Feng did not give her a chance to rise, and quickly stepped forward, plunging a knife towards the mutant's head. With a swift motion, the mutant was instantly killed, collapsing in the living room without a reaction. The rescued bodyguard was still panting heavily when Feng came over and helped him up. "How could you be so careless?" Feng asked, not in a reproachful tone. Had he not happened to pass by, the bodyguard likely would have met a grim fate. The bodyguard gratefully thanked Feng and then recounted what had just happened. Upon learning that the mutant had been crying, Feng clearly expressed disbelief. He turned back to the corpse of the mutant and discovered that it looked quite fresh. No, fresh was not the right term. It should be said that the mutant had not fully mutated, and her corpse bore a resemblance to her former appearance. There were not many pustules on her face. It seemed she had only recently mutated. There was a bite mark on her left neck, likely caused by another mutant. Feng scanned the living room again and found the furnishings to be quite tidy and clean, devoid of any signs of apocalyptic chaos, indicating that she had likely been a very clean girl in life. "Damn it, hiding in the bathroom to trick me, making me think she was a survivor." The bodyguard muttered curses at the Feng frowned slightly and glanced at the bodyguard, saying she must have locked herself in the bathroom after being infected, intending to prevent herself from harming others. After Feng finished speaking, he turned and left. The bodyguard remained frozen in place, staring at the girl who had turned into a mutant, his emotions in turmoil. The bodyguard's room was the last one on the 4th floor, so Feng went straight to the 5th floor after exiting. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he found the others still searching, so Feng went directly to the 6th floor. Just as he arrived in the corridor, he noticed two bodyguards standing outside room 503. "Did you find the survivor who threw the bottle?" Feng asked. The bodyguard nodded. "That's right, and she's just a..." Seeing that the survivor was a little girl, Feng relaxed his guard. He then turned and entered room 503, where Ji Renhai and Song Hang were comforting the little girl, but she was still crying incessantly. No matter what they said, it was of no use. After entering, Feng finally got a good look at the little girl. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a beautiful little dress, with pigtails, looking extremely cute. However, at that moment, she was crying sorrowfully, her eyes puffy from tears. What happened? Feng kicked Ji Wenbin, who was squatting in front of him. Ji Wenbin had intended to curse, but upon seeing it was Feng, he swallowed the harsh words he was about to say. He quickly got up to explain, "This little brat keeps crying for her parents. No matter what we say, it doesn't help. Where are we supposed to find her parents?" Song Hang was squatting beside the little girl, continuing to comfort her, but it was utterly ineffective. At that moment, Ji Renhai and a few soldiers also entered. After understanding the situation from Ji Wenbin, Ji Renhai stepped forward, shooing Song Hang away, then knelt down in front of the little girl, gently comforting her little sister. "Don't be afraid. We are military uncles, we are not bad people." Perhaps it was Ji Renhai's unique military aura that gave the little girl a sense of security. Upon hearing him, she indeed stopped crying. "Tell uncle your name, okay? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" As soon as the little girl heard about her parents, her nose tinged with sadness, and she couldn't help but cry again. Ji Renhai not only did not stop the little girl's cries, but also gently patted her back. After crying for a while, the little girl finally stopped, rubbed her small belly, and choked out, "Uncle, I'm hungry." Ji Renhai quickly waved his hand behind him, and at that moment a soldier pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and handed it over. This action left Feng dumbfounded. Who brings chocolate while going out to fight? What the hell is this? The little girl took the chocolate that Ji Renhai had peeled and began to eat it heartily, while also remembering to thank him politely. Even Ji Renhai, who had been stern-faced, revealed a hint of a comforting smile. He reached out and ruffled the little girl's hair, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, Uncle will take you out soon." Mom, Xiao Yuan believes in Uncle. The little girl nodded. Xiao Yuan, what exactly happened here? Why are you alone? Where are your parents? Ji Wenbin asked with some confusion. Crouching in front of Xiao Yuan, Ji Renhai turned around and shot Ji Wenbin an unhappy glare. This action startled Ji Wenbin, who quickly covered his mouth, not daring to speak again. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan did not cry out this time. She hung her head low, feeling somewhat guilty, and softly said, "At that time Xiao Yuan accidentally broke a cup, and then the monster that eats people found me." A monster that eats people? Is it a new type of mutant? Yi Feng asked with some confusion. Among those present, only Ji Renhai could provide an answer, so everyone turned to look at him. Ji Renhai nodded gravely. It is very likely a new type of mutant, because only new type mutants would eat. Hearing Ji Renhai say this, everyone's faces changed drastically, and they instinctively swallowed hard. Xiao Yuan, unaware of what the new type mutant was, stared at the ground, playing with her fingers, and continued, "Dad went out to lure the monster away, and Mom saw that Dad hadn't come back for a long time, so she went out too. They still haven't returned. Please, Uncle, can you save Xiao Yuan's parents? They must have been captured by the monster." "Don't worry, Xiao Yuan. Take your time, and tell Uncle, do you remember when your parents left?" While Ji Renhai asked carefully, he gently stroked Xiao Yuan's back. Before Xiao Yuan could answer, a soldier behind Ji Renhai suddenly spoke up. "Commander Ji, if it really is a new type mutant, then with our small number, it would be impossible to deal with it. Should we contact headquarters?" Ji Renhai shook his head, rejecting the soldier's suggestion. At present, the government has not successfully developed a vaccine against the mutants. Without understanding the specific situation, it would be difficult to mobilize other troops. Although some of the soldiers accompanying them were also armed with lightweight sniper rifles, and the caliber of the bullets exceeded 13 millimeters, which could pose a threat to the new type mutant, let's not forget that new type mutants do not just stand still to be shot at. With their agility, hitting them with a gun would require prior preparation and coordinated attacks. Otherwise, with their small number, it would be impossible to successfully kill a new type mutant. Xiao Yuan scratched her head, not understanding what everyone was talking about. Ji Renhai gently rubbed her head, signaling her to continue. She nodded. Xiao Yuan remembers that it was not yet sunset at that time. It should be around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. By now it was already past 8 in the evening, and the sun had long set. Based on Xiao Yuan's timing, her parents had been gone for at least 2 to 3 hours. Having been gone for so long without returning, and having encountered no other survivors along the way, it was likely that an accident had occurred. Ji Renhai couldn't bear to tell Xiao Yuan the truth. He reached out and picked her up softly, comforting her. "Xiao, don't worry. You will first leave with the other uncles, and then Uncle will go find your parents, okay? No, Xiao Yuan wants to leave with Mom and Dad." As she spoke, Xiao Yuan began to cry again. The others fell silent, unsure of how to comfort her. The reputation of the new type mutants was indeed terrifying enough to instill fear, and even Ji Renhai felt quite troubled. Seeing Xiao Yuan cry more and more sorrowfully, and as a fellow father, Ji Renhai couldn't bear to see her sad. He gritted his teeth and said, "We can at least go take a look." Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked. Ji Wenbin candidly said, "Uncle, why don't we contact the military first? Better safe than sorry." The bodyguard also hurriedly added, "Yes, even if we are just going to take a look, it is still very dangerous. With the strength of the new type mutants, we might end up being completely wiped out." Before he could finish, he was kicked hard by Ji Wenbin, realizing he had misspoken, and hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to speak again. "Actually, we can give it a try," said a soldier. Everyone except Ji Renhai turned to look at him, unsure of what he meant. He calmly explained, "It is rumored that new type mutants are very different from ordinary mutants. They tend to be timid and like to hide. With so many of us and so many weapons, they might not attack us." Everyone furrowed their brows in contemplation. Intelligence is gained at the cost of lives. If everyone is too fearful, then humanity will undoubtedly lose this doomsday battle. It was Ji Renhai who said this, and seeing his righteous demeanor, Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback. He didn't expect Ji Renhai's awareness to be so high and felt a bit of admiration. Yi Feng raised his right hand and said, "I agree with Commander Jia's idea. I think we can go." In truth, Yi Feng wasn't too worried. He had a drone and a Tang Dao on him, and he was also in good shape. Even if he couldn't fight, he could surely run away, right? Seeing that Yi Feng also agreed, the others gradually expressed their willingness to take a look. Once everyone agreed, Xiao Yuan finally stopped crying and sincerely thanked everyone. Looking at the sweet smile on Xiao Yuan's face, everyone felt that it was all worth it. The 11 of them returned to the first floor and regrouped with the main force. Ji Renhai looked at the little girl in his arms and asked, "Xiao Yuan, do you know which direction your parents went?" Xiao Yuan shook her head, then nodded again. She raised her hand and pointed down the street, saying, "I saw which direction Mom went from the window at that time." Everyone looked in the direction Xiao Yuan pointed. It was completely dark over there with no light at all, as if it revealed a chilling aura that made one fearful. Ji Renhai called over 2 soldiers, then handed Xiao Yuan to one of them, instructing them to ensure her safe. Xiao Yuan refused, wanting to go with Ji Renhai to find her parents. Ji Renhai would not agree as they were likely heading to confront new mutated beings, and taking Xiao Yuan along would only become a burden. Ji Renhai repeatedly assured her that he would rescue her parents, and after some comforting words, Xiao Yuan reluctantly agreed to leave with the soldiers. On the way back, there were hardly any mutated beings, so the two of them were sufficient. After Xiao Yuan left, Ji Renhai scanned the crowd ahead, and then solemnly said, "Remember, the focus of our mission this time is to gather intelligence and rescue survivors. Safety is paramount, do not act independently. Do you all understand my meaning?" "Understood." The crowd replied in unison, instinctively tightening their grips on their rifles. The remaining 24 continued forward according to Xiao Yuan's instructions. As they moved forward, the area ahead had lost power, making the surroundings darker. Fortunately, everyone had brought powerful flashlights, and Yifeng actively shared his extra flashlight with others. Under the bright beam of the flashlight, they delved deeper, and the number of mutated beings had clearly decreased significantly. They might even walk an entire street without encountering a single one. Previously, they would encounter a mutated being every 100 steps, and sometimes they would appear in groups. Now, however, not even a shadow of a mutated being could be seen, which made everyone feel quite strange. Walking at the front, Yifeng asked Ji Renhai, "In the area of the new mutated beings, does the number of ordinary mutated beings decrease? It is akin to a beast with territorial awareness, unwilling to allow others to approach." Ji Renhai shook his head, "Not necessarily. According to our investigation, in some areas with new mutated beings, when there are no more living humans around, they exhibit behaviors of cannibalism among their kind." Cannibalism among their kind. Yifeng looked at Ji Renhai in surprise, unable to believe what he had said. Exactly, Ji Renhai nodded. In fact, while ordinary mutated beings do not survive long, many times when there are no living humans around, they will resort to cannibalizing their companions, thus accelerating the death rate of mutated beings. This was good news for humanity, as it would greatly reduce the effort required to deal with the mutated beings. Nevertheless, everyone could not help but feel uneasy. They were about to face monsters that would cannibalize their own kind, and one careless move could transform them into one of them. For this reason, everyone would rather die than allow such a situation to occur. So there are cases where these new mutated beings do not harm their own kind, right? No one could answer Yifeng, as they had too little information about the new mutated beings. Looking at the corpse of a mutated being lying by the roadside with half its face eaten away, Yifeng fell into deep thought. Everyone knew that the emergence of mutated beings was closely related to the nuclear wastewater discharged by Sakura Nation. Yet Yifeng felt that merely discharging nuclear wastewater should not cause such a massive upheaval. There must be other factors at play, but everyone was completely unaware of them. Look at that building ahead. While Yifeng was contemplating the mutated beings, a nearby bodyguard suddenly shouted, startling him. It wasn't that Yifeng was timid, but in such a dark environment combined with the terrifying atmosphere around them, anyone would be startled by the bodyguard's abrupt exclamation. Aside from Yifeng, the others were no exception, and they immediately prepared for battle. Utilizing the bright flashlights, they looked in the direction the bodyguard was pointing and discovered a supermarket named Lai Fu ahead, which was quite spacious. However, the entrance's rolling shutter was tightly closed, and they could not see inside. Above it was a residential building with 7 stories. After sweeping the surroundings with their flashlights, they found no signs of mutated beings, allowing everyone to finally relax. "Are you trying to get us killed? Why shout like that?" Ji Wenbin, who had just relaxed, cursed in annoyance. The bodyguard scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I just saw some light inside the supermarket through the window." The crowd looked puzzled. "Li Wen and Ma Shan, you two go check the situation. Be cautious. The rest of you stay alert. Prepare to cover them." Ji Renhai decisively made the decision. The 2 soldiers held their guns in one hand and cautiously advanced with the flashlight in the other. They approached the supermarket's few windows and peered inside with their flashlights. Soon they quickly returned, their faces showing delight, saying, "Report, Commander Ji, we found survivors inside the supermarket, and there are quite a few people." People. Ji Renhai was overjoyed. After all, the mission's goal was not only to investigate and eliminate mutated beings, but also to rescue as many survivors as possible. At the same time, Ji Renhai prayed in his heart, hoping that Xiao Yuan's parents were among them, for that was his promise to her. Most of the group felt much lighter upon learning that there were people in the supermarket. Ji Wenbin quickly walked up to Ji Renhai and quietly asked, "Uncle, should we go into rescue, or should we return to..." They had yet to discover any new mutated beings, and it was possible they were lurking in the shadows observing them. If they acted rashly, no one could predict what changes might occur next. Ji Renhai's expression turned grave as he pondered for a moment before responding, "Let's check the situation inside first. Since there are people here, it means it is temporarily safe. First, we need to gather intelligence on the new mutated beings, and secondly, we need to prevent any unforeseen delays." Ji Renhai's concerns were justified. The longer these people stayed here, the greater the danger. Rather than allow those inside to wait for death, it was better to take the plunge. After reaching a consensus, they arrived at the supermarket entrance. They intended to have the people inside open the door, but after calling for a long time, no one responded. Seeing the lack of response, Ji Renhai decisively ordered to force the door open. To avoid making too much noise that might attract the new mutated beings, they were very cautious in their actions. After much effort, they managed to pull the rolling shutter open a gap of 1 meter high. Ji Renhai left 10 soldiers at the entrance for guard duty and led the others into the supermarket. Once inside, the survivors did not welcome them joyfully, as everyone had imagined. Instead, they hid behind the shelves looking very frightened. Under the bright flashlight, Feng keenly noticed their eyes darting around as if they were calculating something. One of the soldiers stepped forward and said, "We are here to rescue everyone. Is there anyone who can speak?" Seeing no response, the soldier raised his voice again, his echoes reverberating in the enclosed supermarket, yet still receiving no feedback, which only made those inside hide even more tightly. The survivors avoided them as if they were mutated beings. This frustrated the soldier, and just as he was about to approach someone for inquiries, Feng suddenly grabbed his arm. The soldier looked at Feng in confusion, not understanding his intention. Feng did not explain. He furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and tentatively called out, "We just rescued a girl named Xiao Yuan. May I ask who her parent is?" "I am. It's me." A woman's excited voice came from behind the supermarket shelves, followed by her stumbling out. The woman looked very disheveled. Her hair was messy and her face was haggard, as though she had been under mental pressure for a... The woman approached the crowd excitedly, not knowing who had just spoken, so she carefully asked the soldier at the front, "Comrade, I am Xiao Yuan's mother. How is my daughter? Is she all right? Is she hurt?" "Don't worry, she's fine. We've already sent her out safely," Ji Renhai responded. The woman quickly looked towards Ji Renhai, clasping her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad my daughter is okay. Otherwise, as her mother, I would never forgive myself for the rest of my life." As she spoke, the woman couldn't help but choke up silently. Feng and the others were also touched by her emotion, displaying a hint of sympathy on their faces. However, now was not the time for sentimentality. Ji Renhai collected his emotions and continued to ask, "What is happening here? Why are you hiding here? Why won't you leave with us?" Just as the woman was about to explain, several people suddenly emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing them, her expression changed instantly, and she instinctively lowered her head. As for Ji Renhai's earlier question, she chose to avoid answering, pretending not to know. Among the four, the one in front was a bald man with a hideous scar on his left cheek and a green dragon tattooed on his neck. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be the leader here. "The reason we are all trapped here is that no one can get out, otherwise that guy wouldn't let us go," the bald man said. "What do you mean?" Ji Renhai frowned and inquired. How the bald man sneered, "What do you think it means?" "It means exactly what it says." After saying that, the man adjusted his dirty collar and introduced himself. "My name is Yang Jian. I can be considered someone who can talk here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Despite saying this, Yang Jian gave off a rebellious vibe that made people very uncomfortable. Feng looked at the three subordinates beside Yang Jian. Each had sinister eyes and fierce expressions, clearly not to be trifled with, and they harbored hostility towards the outsiders. Feng raised an eyebrow and asked, "It seems the others are quite afraid of you." Yang Jian did not conceal his response and answered directly, "That's normal. We have been trapped here for nearly 10 days and resources are consumed daily. Conflicts arise from time to time. Someone has to step up to lead everyone to survive." Saying that, Yang Jian suddenly sneered and continued, "Moreover, such people often appear quite fierce. Do you understand what I mean?" Yang Jian's attitude, though off-putting, did hold some truth. 10 days, huh? Feng frowned in contemplation. The apocalypse had only been exposed for a few days, even the mutated beings were the same. However, Yang Jian said they had been trapped for almost 10 days. Clearly, the mutated beings had existed long before, but it had only come to light in recent days. Undoubtedly, the news must have been completely sealed by the authorities. Yet the official actions were not unreasonable. If they did not seal the news, it would only exacerbate the disasters. Although it could no longer be hidden now, the authorities had taken a series of defensive measures, such as citywide martial law, opening underground cities, and establishing formal shelters, which could be considered timely fixes to the loopholes. "You've said so much just to express that you are the local tyrant here," Song Heng mocked disdainfully. Yang Jian turned to look at Song Heng, not denying it, but rather admitting it generously. "Hey, you could say that." Song Heng was left speechless by his words, unsure how to refute him. At this moment, Li Wen pointed angrily at the empty shelves and questioned, "This is a supermarket, and there should be enough supplies for all of you to last until rescue, yet these shelves are bare. You must have hidden the food and are coercing others, otherwise why would they be so afraid of you?" The other soldiers and bodyguards present also began to glare at Yang Jian, as they did not expect someone to act like a local tyrant for their own selfish desires at such a time. Yang Jian shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "If I didn't control the supplies, someone else would. There will always be someone to step up, and if no one manages them, conflicts would arise over looting the resources. Everyone wants to survive. I am just doing the right thing at the right time. What's wrong with that?" As Yang Jian spoke, his gaze casually flicked over the guns in everyone's hands. Faced with armed individuals, Yang Jian still maintained an indifferent attitude, which made Feng curious about where this man's confidence came from. At this moment, Ji Renhai also spoke, "You are not wrong, but we came here to rescue the trapped survivors." After saying that, he turned to the soldier beside him and instructed Ma Shan, record the coordinates here and inform the outside about the situation. Request their support to bring all the survivors here out. Understood, Commander G. After receiving the order, Ma Shan took out a satellite phone to prepare for the call. Seeing this, Yang Jin smiled again. I advise you not to do this. That guy is not going to let too many people know, otherwise it would only anger him and none of us would survive. You keep mentioning that guy. Who exactly is he? A new type of mutated being. Ji Renhai asked a bit impatient. If he weren't afraid of alarming the snake, he would have ordered to capture this person long ago. There were really not many people in Haiyun City who dared to play tricks on him. Yang Jin remained nonchalant, humming lightly, and said, a new type of mutated being. Is that how you in the military? But I think calling him a variant might be more appropriate. This time Yang Jin did not continue to be cryptic. He stroked his chin as if contemplating something, and continued, how should I put it? That guy is very fast, and the people around here were killed by the new type of mutated beings that you are familiar with. We have been safe here because of that. We are also fortunate that this variant has no intention of attacking us. But please believe me, as soon as we dare to do something, that guy will definitely start acting immediately. This is not the first time this has happened. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically, and their alertness increased. Commander G, are you still going to make the call? Ma Shan hesitated, unsure if what Yang Jin said was true, yet he dared not gamble on that slim chance. The other people present were also shaken by Yang Jin's words, their expressions turning somewhat unnatural. Nonetheless, in such a bizarre place, it was difficult to remain unafraid. I say, you always speak in circles, making you seem quite unreliable. Yi Feng scoffed, handing the Tang Dao in his hand to Song Hang, while also taking away his handgun, and then walking straight to Yang Jin, pressing the gun against his chest with a cold smile, saying, why do I always feel like you have a deceitful face? Let me give you a choice, either I kill you right now, or you better honestly spill everything, and don't keep anything to yourself otherwise. Though Yi Feng did not finish his sentence, the oppressive aura he emitted was palpable, especially with his sharp gaze that seemed to pierce through everything. At the same time, Yi Feng's actions startled everyone present. They had not expected him to be so bold, resorting to knives and guns at the slightest disagreement. Yi Feng, what are you doing? The one who spoke to stop Yi Feng was Ji Renhai, the highest commander of the team responsible for ensuring everyone's safety. Now that Yang Jian had revealed a shocking secret, he certainly would not sit by and watch Yang Jian die under Yi Feng's gun without understanding the situation. After Ji Renhai intervened, Yi Feng did not immediately back down. Yang Jian had already figured out that the leader of this group was Ji Renhai, and now that Ji Renhai had spoken, he naturally felt less afraid. What? You don't even listen to your commander's words? Or do you not want to get along anymore? At this moment, Yang Jian still dared to provoke Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a devilish smile. In the next moment, he raised his right hand, gripping the gun tightly, and struck Yang Jian's face heavily. Bang! The towering Yang Jian was directly slammed to the ground, producing a dull thud. The three lackeys on the opposite side glared at Yi Feng, but after glancing at the handgun firmly held by Yi Feng, they ultimately suppressed their urge to retaliate. Yi Feng shot a sharp glance at the three, causing them to instinctively lower their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Seeing that Yi Feng was merely teaching Yang Jian a lesson and not genuinely harming him, Ji Renhai and the others let out a sigh of relief. They were not concerned about Yang Jian's life, but rather worried that his death might incite chaos, revealing the mutants hiding in the shadows. Yang Jian, knocked down, suddenly looked up at Yi Feng. His left cheekbone was covered in blood, the flesh split open. It was clear that Yi Feng had shown no mercy. Yet Yang Jian still showed no signs of fear, instead threatening viciously, kid, if you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise I'll make you pay. Yang Jian's words shocked Ji Renhai and the others. They thought to themselves, are you looking for death, daring to provoke the killing god Yi Feng? They had just witnessed Yi Feng kill a mutant as easily as swatting a fly. Now they feared that if Yi Feng became displeased, he would really snap Yang Jian's neck, which would escalate the situation. Yi Feng, calm down. Yang Jian cannot die yet. Ji Renhai once again pleaded for Yang Jian, though this time his tone was much softer. Seeing Ji Renhai speak up again, Yang Jian felt a surge of confidence. He pushed himself up with his hands ready to get up, but unexpectedly Yi Feng raised his leg and kicked him hard, sending Yang Jian flying crashing into several shelves before finally stopping. Everyone present was once again shocked by this scene, especially Yang Jian's three muscular lackeys, who hurriedly stepped back several paces, fearing that Yi Feng would kick them as well. After kicking Yang Jian away, Yi Feng did not relent, taking step after step toward Yang Jian, who lay amidst the stacks. Each step produced a crisp sound which, combined with the eerie atmosphere around them, made one's hair stand on end. Seeing Yi Feng approaching, the people on both sides hurriedly moved aside, giving him space. Ji Renhai, who was behind, wanted to warn Yi Feng again, but was stopped by Ji Wenbin, who shook his head, signaling that Ji Renhai should not worry. He quietly explained, don't worry uncle, he knows what he's doing. Having spent so much time with Yi Feng, Ji Wenbin knew that Yi Feng was someone who considered the bigger picture. He wouldn't. You don't come over. Yang Jian exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was stuck among the shelves and couldn't free himself. Yi Feng reached Yang Jian, skillfully chambering the handgun, then aimed the barrel once more at Yang Jian's forehead. This time Yang Jian was no longer fearless. He trembled uncontrollably, and his expression finally revealed a look of terror. Faced with death, he ultimately felt fear. What did you just say? You said you'd kill me today? Yi Feng furrowed his brows, asking in confusion. No, I was just talking nonsense, spewing garbage. Please don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. Yang Jian explained in sheer panic, jokingly. How could he dare to say anything now? Unless he truly wanted to die. Oh, is that so? Then why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you had lost all hope in the apocalypse and wanted to use my hands to commit suicide. Yi Feng said innocently, his words nearly causing Yang Jian to spit blood on the spot. Who the hell wants to commit suicide? I'm only in my 30s. I haven't lived enough. Even if I could live for another 500 years, I would gladly do so. Of course, Yang Jian could only vent this in his heart. He dared not say it in front of Yi Feng, for he could sense from Yi Feng's gaze that he would indeed kill him. After teaching Yang Jian a lesson, Yi Feng did not press him further and did not continue to inquire about the mutants. He also wasn't sure if what Yang Jian said was true and would rather not extract false information than ask for nothing, because false information could very likely cost other lives. Yi Feng returned to Song Hang, unloaded the handgun, engaged the safety, and then returned it to him before taking back his Tang Dao. After receiving the handgun, Song Hang quietly gave Yi Feng a thumbs up. In fact, he had long looked down on Yang Jian. If it weren't for his own lack of strength, he would have acted long ago. Ji Renhai did not pursue Yi Feng's actions, first, because Yi Feng was not his subordinate, and second, because Yang Jian had not died. In contrast, the others looked at Yi Feng with a hint of respect, for he had done what they had always wanted to do. After Yi Feng left, the three lackeys finally stepped forward to rescue Yang Jian. Just now, Yi Feng's kick had broken several of his ribs, but in this situation, he could only endure the pain. At that moment, soldiers outside the supermarket suddenly rushed in, each one of them panicking, as if they had encountered something. After the last soldier entered the supermarket, they hurriedly pulled down the rolling shutter. What happened? Ji Renhai quickly stepped forward to inquire. The first soldier who came in was still a bit flustered, but he straightened up and replied, Commander Ji, we just saw a shadow outside. Its speed was astonishing, and we couldn't capture it with our naked eyes. A shadow? Could it be the mutant that Yang Jian mentioned? Ji Renhai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became serious. Now the mutants could very well be outside, and they couldn't call for help, so they could only remain trapped here like everyone else. Kik. A strange sound suddenly came from behind the rolling shutter. The noise was extremely jarring, like a phlegm lodged in the throat that couldn't be swallowed. Because the sound was very close to Ji Renhai and the others, and it came on so suddenly, they were all greatly frightened, their scalps prickling and hairs standing on end. At that moment, they could no longer think much and hurriedly retreated into the supermarket, trying to get as far away from the rolling shutter as possible. Survivors already in the supermarket also quickly hid away their movements, appearing quite practiced. Turn off all the lights, Ji Renhai ordered urgently. Everyone dared not hesitate and quickly complied. Instantly, the large supermarket was plunged back into darkness and the atmosphere turned eerie. Uncle, is that thing outside really a mutant? Ji Wenbin, standing next to Ji Renhai, asked anxiously. At that moment, his face was pale and his voice trembled slightly. It should be that creature, because ordinary mutants can't move that fast, nor can they make such eerie sounds. With Ji Renhai's confirmation, the others present felt a chill run down their spines, not daring to breathe a word. Yi Feng tightened his grip on the Tang Dao in his hand. Though he was fearless, he felt a bit unnerved at that moment. In the face of unknown fears, people often become even more terrified. It seemed that the mutant had no intention of troubling them. It heavily pounded the rolling shutter twice before quickly leaving. Although they heard the footsteps growing distant, everyone still dared not approach to check the situation. It wasn't until half an hour later that someone bravely stepped forward. It was a soldier over 6 feet tall. Yi Feng remembered his name. It seemed to be Li Wan. Li Wan approached the door, but didn't dare turn on the flashlight, so the light was very dim, and he could barely make out the surroundings by the moonlight outside. The heavy rolling shutter had 2 large dents the size of wash basins positioned 3 meters high from the ground. Could it be that the mutant was over 2 meters tall? Li Wan couldn't believe it, unless this mutant was a tall person even before its transformation. If not, then it meant that becoming a mutant could change one's physique and height. The information previously obtained was still uncertain, but now it seemed nearly spot on. Don't worry, that creature won't. The one speaking was Yang Jian, who was slowly walking over with the support of his subordinates. The uninformed crowd was momentarily stunned. How can you be so sure? Because I've been here for 10 days and it has never come in. Yang Jian explained. Indeed, the reason we've stayed here without leaving is precisely because of this. The survivor, hiding in the shadows, added, gathering the courage to speak up. Ji Renhai was somewhat surprised. He looked at the man speaking from behind a distant shelf and asked again, do you know why it doesn't dare to come in? The man shook his head. I don't know that. Anyway, I won't leave here until I'm sure it's completely dead. Right, we feel the same. Other survivors quickly echoed, expressing their stance. Watching the others agree, Ji Renhai's frown deepened. He had no idea what manner of monster could transform living people into this state, in just 10 days preferring to wait for death rather than leave with the soldiers. Yang Jian shrugged. Now it's clear that I'm not forcing them to stay, right? Ji Renhai shot him a glance, but didn't respond. Yang Jian was indifferent, continuing to speak to himself. Although your people hit me, I'm magnanimous and won't hold a grudge against a young man. You all can rest well tonight, and tomorrow you can choose to leave or stay at your discretion. After saying that, Yang Jian turned and led his subordinates deeper into the supermarket. Watching Yang Jian's departing figure, Yi Feng realized things were definitely not as simple as he claimed. The reluctant crowd had no choice but to stay for the night and wait until dawn to make plans. 20 people sat huddled together while the remaining 4 stood guard with the other soldiers taking shifts every 3 hours. Yi Feng, Ji Renhai, and Ji Wenbin sat cross-legged in the middle of the group. Although it was nearing midnight, everyone still felt wide awake. Commander Ji, what do you think of Yang Jian? Yi Feng asked softly. Ji Renhai did not answer immediately, but frowned in deep thought. After a moment, he slowly said, half of what he says is untrustworthy, and I always feel like he is deliberately concealing something. If even you think, so it seems my suspicions are not unfounded. Yi Feng smiled. Oh. Ji Renhai looked at Yi Feng with some surprise and curiously asked, do you have any special insights? Yi Feng, don't keep us in suspense. Ji Wenbin chimed in. The others, including Song Heng, perked up their ears, curious about Yi Feng's speculation. Didn't you notice that the last thing Yang Jian said was very odd? Yi Feng asked. Ji Wenbin frowned slightly. I didn't notice anything strange. I clearly hit him, yet he kindly reminded us, and even provided a plan to cope with the current situation. That's quite normal, right? You just hit him, he must be scared and trying to please us, so he did that. Ji Wenbin explained. Hee. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, then asked, if you were him humiliated in front of your subordinates, what would you do? Of course I'd shout for someone to beat him up. Ji Wenbin exclaimed, shaking his fist, looking ready for a fight. It was uncertain whether it was Ji Wenbin's loud voice or his overly dramatic behavior, but after Ji Renhai shot him a glare, he quieted down considerably. This made Yi Feng chuckle repeatedly. After the small interlude, Yi Feng continued, what if you needed something from the— for example, if he could take you out of here? Hearing this, Ji Wenbin didn't immediately respond without thinking, but instead frowned in contemplation. If I were stuck in this hellhole, I would definitely swallow my pride and ask him to take me out. After all, what does a bit of dignity matter in the face of staying alive? After Ji Wenbin finished speaking, he suddenly recalled some unpleasant memories, and his gaze towards Yi Feng turned strange. This subtle action was noticed by Ji Renhai, but he did not ask anything. But Yang Jian has never thought of leaving with us, and has even prevented us from calling for help. There are many hidden— At this point, Yi Feng's lips curled up, slightly resembling a cunning fox. Ji Renhai nodded, saying, Yi Feng is right. Since they fear death, they should not stay here, as the food will eventually be consumed. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to leave with the army, as there is still a glimmer of hope. Then what is his purpose in doing this? Ji Wenbin was confused. Yi Feng glanced towards the back of the supermarket where Yang Jian was, and said, he must be trying to make us let our guard down. Let our guard down. Why? Does he intend to attack us in the middle of the night? Song Heng was also a bit bewildered. Yi Feng looked at Song Heng and Ji Wenbin with annoyance, saying, did you two leave your brains at home today? The two were rendered speechless by Yi Feng's words and didn't know how to respond. Something will happen tonight, so everyone be alert. Increase the number of night watchmen by 4. Ji Renhai decisively issued the command. Although others were still unclear about what had happened, it was evident from Ji Renhai's serious expression that the situation— As time passed bit by bit, after midnight a frail figure quietly approached the group. When the night watchman spotted her, she hurriedly whispered, it's me, Xiao Yuan's mother. Upon learning she was not a mutant, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Renhai had issued a strict order to be extra cautious, so they had not dared to let their guard down. What brings you here? The soldier asked softly. The woman pointed to Yi Feng in the front row and explained, I have something urgent to tell that young man. The soldier glanced curiously at Yi Feng, then nodded and let the woman pass. As she approached, she accidentally made a noise, waking several people, including Yi Feng and Ji Renhai. Fortunately, these people were quite brave and were not frightened. Big sister, what do you need? Yi Feng stood up to greet. Though the light was dim, Yi Feng could see much clearer than others, which was one of the benefits of genetic modification. When she reached Yi Feng, the woman hurriedly grasped his hand, looking somewhat flustered as she said, can I leave with you? Yi Feng had initially thought the woman came at midnight to reveal some secret, but it turned out to be for this matter. He smiled reassuringly, saying, Big sister, rest assured, even if you hadn't come to find us, we would have taken you with us. They had come here partly because of Xiao Yuan, so they certainly would not leave her mother behind to await death. Thank you, thank you. The woman quickly nodded in gratitude, tears silently streaming down her face. Yi Feng brought her to the middle of the group as they were set to leave together tomorrow. This would also prevent any unforeseen complications. Song Heng made space for the woman. Just as they sat down, she hurriedly asked, when do you plan to leave tomorrow? Yi Feng was unable to answer this question. The woman followed his gaze to Ji Renhai, who said softly, if all goes well, it should be around noon. No, that's too late. The woman firmly rejected this. Others looked at her in confusion, not understanding her reasoning. Feng also couldn't understand the woman's meaning. After thinking for a while, he concluded that she must want to see her daughter Xiao Yuan as soon as possible. The woman realized she was a bit overly emotional, wiped her tears, and then apologetically said, "I'm sorry for—" "It's all right, we understand." Feng responded with a smile. After the woman's emotions gradually stabilized, she slowly explained, "This place is hell, you shouldn't have come here." "Hell? Why do you say that?" Ji Wenbin asked, puzzled. As a person who did not believe in ghosts or gods, he naturally found it hard to accept what the woman said. Most others had similar expressions on their faces. "That's because you haven't witnessed a monster devouring a living person right in front of you." The woman bit her lip, her face filled with pain, her body uncontrollably trembling, as if recalling some terrible. Everyone was slightly taken aback, their pupils involuntarily tightening. Indeed, they had never seen a mutant eat a person and could not even imagine such a scene. However, it was undeniable that anyone would find it impossible to accept such a scene. Seeing the woman's pained expression, Feng seemed to remember something. Wait. She came looking for Xiao Yuan's father, but had yet to see him. Could it be that the one eaten by the monster was him? Thinking of this, Feng's resolve to bring the woman out alive strengthened. Xiao Yuan might have already lost her father, as she could not lose her mother too. Feng, being an orphan himself, understood the pain of being without family. "How did you escape?" Ji Renhai asked a crucial question. Since the monster had appeared right in front of her, there was no reason it would let her go. The woman shook her head, choking back tears as she said, "I don't know. At that time I was prepared to die, but the monster didn't eat me. After it left, I was rescued by Yang Jian from inside the supermarket." Yang Jian would save someone? Song Heng found it hard to believe. Though he saved me, he wouldn't let me leave and told me that if I left I would be eaten by the monster and others would be implicated too. I initially wanted to scheme with others to leave together, but they absolutely refused, saying that anyone who dared to mention leaving would be eaten by the monster. Up till now, dozens of people have been eaten by monsters for wanting to leave. Damn, is it really that sinister? Ji Wenbin felt goosebumps all over. Others were not much better off. Some had their scalps tingling, while others felt their hairs stand on end. "That's why I wanted you to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the monster shows up, there will be no chance," the woman said anxiously. "Don't worry, we have so many people here, and everyone has a weapon. That monster won't dare to attack for a while," Song Heng reassured her. Although he said this, Song Heng himself felt uncertain. He had no martial skills, no marksmanship. If the monster really appeared, he could only cling to Feng's leg and shout "Dad" a few times to ensure his safety. Ji Renhai frowned tightly. "Do you remember what the monster looked like?" Upon hearing Ji Renhai's question, the others also perked up. From the clues available so far, it appeared that the forms of the mutants varied greatly, meaning each mutant could be different. This was likely also a result of the deformities. If they could gather some information about the mutants from the woman, it might aid them in their upcoming battle against the mutants. The woman furrowed her brow in deep thought, taking a moment before she replied. "I remember he was very tall when he stood up, over 2 meters, but he was somewhat hunched and liked to bend his back. His face was also somewhat deformed, making it hard to see his features. Most importantly, his tongue could elongate. His tongue can elongate. What kind of creature is that?" The crowd was somewhat astonished, as this was completely different from the mutant captured by the authorities. Describing it with 2 different species was not an exaggeration at all. The woman looked at Ji Renhai with some worry. "Comrade, I really am not lying to you. That monster is definitely hiding nearby. It would be better for us to leave early tomorrow. Otherwise..." The woman did not finish her sentence, but everyone guessed her meaning. Ji Renhai nodded. "Rest assured, we will take you away from here as soon as possible." After hearing Ji Renhai's response, the woman finally let out a sigh of relief. Beside her, Feng had been frowning since learning that the mutant had spared the woman. He had a nagging feeling that there was some connection between Yang Jian and the mutant, but he couldn't pinpoint it. "Sister," Feng called softly. "What's wrong?" the woman asked. "Does this supermarket have a back door?" "A back door? Yes, why?" The woman looked at Feng with confusion, not understanding why he asked this. The others also looked at Feng with curiosity, knowing that he must have discovered something. Feng pointed to where Yang Jian was located and asked, "Is the back door over there?" The woman turned to look, and after seeing the location, she nodded and curiously asked, "How did you know?" Feng did not answer her question, but continued to ask, "Which door did Yang Jian bring you in from?" "The back." "Back door, why?" The woman's tone was somewhat anxious. "Damn it." Feng suddenly stood up, startling everyone, including Ji Renhai. "Brother Feng, what did you discover?" Ji Wenbin quickly inquired. However, Feng completely ignored him and looked at the woman beside him, asking again, "Did you see Yang Jian when you came over?" Although the woman didn't understand why Feng was asking this, it was clear from his anxious expression that the situation was, so she did not dare to hesitate. The woman hurriedly recalled, and then shook her head. "If I remember correctly, it seems I did not see him." "It really is him." Feng's gaze sharpened instantly. "What on earth is going on? You need to clarify. What do you mean by 'we'll see later'?" Everyone was puzzled by Feng's seemingly nonsensical remark. Feng did not have time to explain to everyone. He pointed to a window on the left side of the roll-up door and said, "Can someone help us open the window?" The crowd hesitated, slightly unsure of what was happening. Eventually, Ji Renhai ordered Li Wan to go open the window. During this time, Yi Feng took out an X-1 hummingbird-shaped drone from his backpack. When the others saw Yi Feng pull out a device the size of a smartphone, they were all quite astonished. Brother Feng, when did you bring a power bank? And this power bank is so small, how many times can it be used? Ji Wenbin asked curiously. What power bank? This is a drone. Yi Feng looked at Ji Wenbin with a face full of disbelief. He realized that Ji Wenbin must have had his head hit by a Dora, otherwise he wouldn't be so clueless. Huh, is there really such a small drone? And it doesn't even have wings. How does it fly? Ji Wenbin asked again, curiously, completely unaware that Yi Feng was already looking quite displeased. With time pressing, Yi Feng did not have the leisure to slowly explain to Ji Wenbin, so he simply pretended not to hear. He then took out the drone control tablet, activated the drone, and immediately the drone's 4 wings unfolded from both sides. This retractable wing design was very high-tech, and even Ji Renhai couldn't help but be amazed. Ji Wenbin watched with wide eyes, excitedly rubbing his hands together, looking like someone craving a cigarette. Under Yi Feng's control, the drone swiftly flew towards the window. The sound of the drone was very quiet, so it did not cause much commotion. Yi Feng sat down with the control tablet, and the others curiously gathered around to see what was happening outside. Yi Feng skillfully raised the drone to a high altitude, since being high up made it easier to capture the surrounding images, which would help locate Yang Jian. Although it was nighttime, the drone was equipped with night vision capabilities, and in addition, it also had thermal sensing capture. When everyone saw the clear images of the supermarket's surroundings displayed on the control tablet, they couldn't help but be amazed. Especially when Yi Feng activated the thermal sensing function and many red humanoid figures appeared on the screen, their astonishment was renewed. The most shocked was Ji Renhai, a soldier. It is well known that the technological level of the military far exceeds that of civilians. Many of the technologies we use now have been discarded by the government and military. In simple terms, the technology of the government and military is a level above that of civilians. However, Yi Feng's drone was small and exquisite, and its functions were so powerful that even the military might not be able to achieve such capabilities. This made Ji Renhai once again take a keen interest in Yi Feng. I never expected this little thing to be so impressive. Ji Wenbin exclaimed, his gaze becoming even more fervent. Ji Wenbin's 2 favorite things in life were beautiful women and high technology. Therefore, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. Brother Feng, can you sell me this drone? Ji Wenbin asked with a smile. Not selling. Yi Feng decisively replied, while controlling the drone to search for Yang Jian. However, Ji Wenbin did not get discouraged and quickly added, don't worry, I will definitely not shortchange you. Yi Feng originally wanted him to shut up, but then he suddenly remembered that he had an automated mechanical factory that could produce this type of drone indefinitely. It wouldn't be impossible to give him one then. With this thought, Yi Feng suddenly smiled. This drone of mine is a custom model, the only one in the world. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Seeing Yi Feng say this, Ji Wenbin was not having it. He thumped his chest and boldly declared, there is nothing in this world that Ji Wenbin cannot afford. Just tell me how much. Forget about the money, I can give you the drone for free. Yi Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Ji Wenbin was so excited, he almost jumped up. Really? Are you serious? Ji Wenbin asked uncertainly. Of course, Yi Feng nodded. Seeing Yi Feng say this, Ji Wenbin immediately became ecstatic. However, Yi Feng's next words left him quite frustrated. Just work hard, whether you get the drone depends on your performance in the future. After saying this, Yi Feng ignored him. This left Ji Wenbin speechless. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly froze, his expression slightly excited as he said, found it. He immediately sat up straight. Others quickly turned their attention to the tablet in Yi Feng's hand. The screen displayed the rooftop of a mall near the supermarket, but Yang Jian was not on the rooftop, he was underground. Under Yi Feng's control, the drone slowly descended from above, and thanks to its thermal sensing feature, they were able to locate him. At that moment, Yang Jian was hiding in the underground parking garage of the mall. The drone flew carefully into the garage, with Yi Feng trying to keep it close to the ceiling to avoid detection. Following the thermal signal, Yi Feng finally found Yang Jian's location. Yang Jian was standing in the middle of the garage with a hunched-over monster whose appearance closely resembled what the woman had described. It was undoubtedly a mutant. Yi Feng saw Yang Jian saying something on the screen, so he activated the microphone on the drone, and Yang Jian's voice finally came through. My lord, with this batch added, we now have exactly 200 people. You promised to release me after we gather 500. You can rest assured I won't deceive you, the mutant stuttered in response. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly taken aback. The mutant can actually speak. How is this possible? Ji Wenbin's eyes widened in shock. Not only Ji Wenbin, but Yi Feng and Ji Renhai were equally astonished. This intelligence had completely exceeded the government's understanding of mutants. I never expected Yang Jian would dare collude with mutants to harm us. Song Hang said indignantly, clenching his fists instinctively. If Yang Jian were here, he would undoubtedly punch him without hesitation. This mutant can evolve constantly by consuming humans. Yi Feng pointed out the crux of the problem. Consuming humans? Evolving? This? Everyone was astonished, their hearts filled not only with shock, but also fear. They were facing a creature that regarded humans as food. Yifeng looked up at Ji Renhai. He might have already developed a certain level of intelligence. Ji Renhai also surmised this. The mutant risking being surrounded had imprisoned everyone here to attract. If it lacked intelligence, it would not have been able to execute such a plan. Ordinary mutants provided a perfect example. If that's the case, then could it be that the squad that perished in the old district was also lured into a trap by mutants, leading to their complete annihilation? Li Wen suddenly said in surprise. That squad was a well-equipped special operations team. If they had confronted the mutant heat, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, with over 20 people and not a single survivor, it was certainly thought-provoking. Record this information and send it to headquarters. Ji Renhai ordered, and Li Wen as Ji Renhai's aide quickly complied. At this moment, Yang Jian was still communicating with the mutant on the screen. My lord, the new soldiers will leave tomorrow. Later, he'll leave a crack in the back door. After I create chaos, you can come in and take care of them. All right, let's do as you say, the mutant replied. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed again. That bastard Yang Jian actually wants to create chaos. By the look of it, he must have done this kind of thing more than once. Ji Wenbin cursed angrily. Due to his agitation, his voice rose a few notches. This shout startled the other survivors in the supermarket who thought the mutants had arrived, causing many to scramble to their feet and instinctively rush towards the soldiers. With one leading, there would be a second and third following, and soon all the survivors in the supermarket gathered around Yifeng and the others surrounding them tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group learned that there were actually 40 to 50 survivors present. Everyone please stay calm, the mutants haven't come over yet. To prevent a stampede, the soldiers quickly stepped in to maintain order. At this moment, Yifeng had no time to attend to others as he was maneuvering the drone closer to the mutant. When the drone was less than 20 meters away from the mutant, Yifeng decisively activated the drone's attack mode, followed by a barrage of bullets directed at the mutant. Ji Wenbin, who had initially been frustrated by the survivors' commotion, was now thrilled to see that the drone could also attack with firearms. He was so excited that he almost jumped up, exclaiming that if he had something like this, he wouldn't need to worry about showing off in front of Zhao Meng. After the drone attacked, the mutant became instantly furious, roaring at Yang Jian, clearly believing that the drone was a betrayal by Yang Jian. However, before Yang Jian could explain, he was instantly killed by the mutant's slap. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Those witnessing this scene couldn't help but pale, slightly trembling involuntarily. They were not mourning Yang Jian's death, but fearing the might of the mutant, who could kill an adult with a single blow, something even Yifeng himself might not be able to achieve. After dealing with Yang Jian, the mutant turned to the drone, suddenly opening its grotesque mouth, its tongue flicking out like a lizard, rapidly curling towards the drone. The speed was so fast that Yifeng barely had time to dodge. Just as Ji Wenbin was pained at the thought of the drone meeting its end, an impressive scene unfolded. The drone spun in the air, effortlessly evading the mutant's attack. No way it can do this too. Everyone stared in disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. At this moment, the control mode on the screen had automatically switched to automatic mode. Compared to the shock of others, Ji Wenbin appeared excited and determined, vowing to get his hands on Yifeng's drone. The mutant, having failed its first strike, launched another attack. The drone in automatic mode did not just stand idle, it dodged, while continuing to shoot at the mutant, targeting its vulnerable spots. The mutated creature did not remain stationary to serve as a live target for the drones, instead it continuously dodged, while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Although the drone's bullets were insufficient to kill the mutant, they could still inflict harm. However, the 50 bullets were soon exhausted. The drone did not linger, and quickly flew out of the mall, with the mutant swiftly pursuing behind. It's coming this way, Song Hang exclaimed, anxiously pointing at the screen. In his excitement, his voice unconsciously grew louder, causing everyone else to hear. Who's coming this way? Is it that monster? One of the survivors asked fearfully. His question immediately instilled fear in the others, who hurriedly urged the military to go out and confront the threat to protect them. Everyone please calm down. Ji Renhai raised his hand to signal for silence, urging the crowd to remain composed. In the light from the powerful flashlight, the survivors finally recognized that the speaker was Ji Renhai. They understood that Ji Renhai was the leader of the group, so they all gradually quieted down. Once the survivors had settled down, Ji Renhai continued, please rest assured our mission here is to take everyone away together. You must trust us. Ji Renhai spoke sincerely without a hint of flattery. However, the survivors remained unconvinced. You need to kill those monsters first before I trust you. Otherwise, who knows if you'll flee when the time comes. A man in the group shouted loudly. Yifeng looked in the direction of the voice, his eyebrows involuntarily raising. Yifeng recognized the man as one of Yang Jian's subordinates. That's right. You guys eat and use resources funded by us taxpayers. Now is the time for you to repay the country and the people. Another subordinate of Yang Jian chimed in supportively. With the two of them leading, the other survivors followed suit, clamoring for the military to confront the enemy. In an instant, the entire supermarket was filled with the sounds of arguing, and no matter how the soldiers tried to persuade them, it was of no use. Commander Ji, what should we do? The adjutant Li Wen asked anxiously. Outside it was pitch black and the crowd was unfamiliar with the environment. Going out to confront the enemy at this time meant one thing: death. However, staying behind wouldn't avoid death either, as the mutants would storm into the supermarket and devour them one by one. After enduring many trials over the years, Ji Renhai found himself uncertain at this moment. He looked at Yifeng beside him and asked seriously, "Yifeng, do you have any ideas?" Yifeng shook his head gravely. "Right now the only option is to find a way to go out and kill the mutants and the mutated beings, otherwise we'll all end up dead." "What? There are also mutated beings?" Li Wen blurted out in shock. It was already extremely challenging to deal with one mutant, and now there were mutated beings as well, which undoubtedly added to everyone's woes. Yifeng gestured with the drone in his hand. "I just tried to use the drone to lure the mutant away, but it clearly possesses intelligence. It not only remained undistracted by my drone, but also accelerated toward us, bringing along a large group of mutated beings." "Damn it," Li Wen cursed under his breath, "but it's not that there's no chance of survival." Yifeng suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Ji Renhai was slightly taken aback, his first reaction being that Yifeng was joking, as they still had to deal with the mutant and a group of mutated beings waiting for them. Facing either threat alone was incredibly difficult, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Such a hellish level of difficulty offered them no chance of survival. Nonetheless, he curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Yifeng took out the drone's harness, assembling it onto his left arm, while explaining, "You'll deal with the mutant, you all handle the mutated beings. As long as you take care of the mutated beings, the remaining mutant will be easier to manage." Easier to manage. Many people found Yifeng's words quite bewildering, thinking to themselves that a mutant capable of killing an adult with a single strike was that easy to handle. Seeing Yifeng speak so casually, Li Wen couldn't help but question, "Are you sure you can hold that thing off by yourself?" It was no wonder Li Wen was skeptical. He had seen the mutants' attacks and speed through the drone. Such a level of mutant was far stronger than the one they had captured previously. They had deployed hundreds of personnel and weapons that could fill a room just to capture that one mutant alive. In the end, they only succeeded after losing 5 people. The strength of this mutant far exceeded that of the previous one, and even if the military dispatched another regiment, he had no confidence at all. "Then how about you come with me?" Yifeng asked with a smile. Never mind." Li Wen quickly waved his hand. That was a joke. Going alone would only make him cannon fodder, and being so young without a wife or children, he didn't want to die so early. "How about I send a few people with you?" Ji Renhai asked with concern, as he had witnessed the strength displayed by the mutant and was uneasy about letting Yifeng face it alone. However, Yifeng shook his head, rejecting Ji Renhai's kind offer. "Bringing them along would only hold me back. It would." Several soldiers nearby couldn't help but frown at this remark. Although Yifeng was speaking the truth, they felt somewhat unsatisfied. Versailles 10. Versailles 10. Can this even be called Versailles? Yifeng felt somewhat speechless, as he thought he was only stating facts, but gaining Versailles points was not bad either. In truth, Yifeng was not being arrogant. He dared to confront the mutant alone because he had gleaned the mutant's approximate strength from the drone. Despite the mutant appearing very powerful, its speed in Yifeng's eyes was still a beat slow. As long as he took it seriously, he was confident he could dodge its attacks. As for not dodging earlier while controlling the drone, it was merely due to his carelessness and failure to anticipate the mutant's tongue could extend so far. "Then let's do as you say." Ji Renhai agreed and immediately instructed the other soldiers to assemble. Although he had some doubts about Yifeng, he had no better solution at the moment, and time was of the essence. After Yifeng made his preparations, he declined to set off together and planned to venture alone. At that moment, Song Heng walked over looking somewhat worried and asked, "Yifeng, are you sure you want to go alone?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Perhaps sensing the seriousness of the situation, Yifeng smiled and said, "If you end up victorious, don't let those mutated beings eat you. If that happens, your girlfriend will have to rely on me to take care of her." "Get lost. Even if you die, I want," Song Heng retorted with a laugh. At this time, Ji Wenbin also walked over, grinning as he joked, "Brother Feng, you better not die, or I'll lose my drone." Yifeng shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not your average person." All right, let's hope you can come back alive before you start boasting." Ji Wenbin waved his hand, urging Yifeng to leave quickly. Yifeng, however, tilted his head back and shouted, "If I come back alive, will you dare to call me dad again?" "If you dare, I will," Ji Wenbin retorted playfully. "All right, then, it's settled. You have to call me dad." With that, the two shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Ji Renhai had a dark expression, feeling quite speechless. Were young people nowadays so fond of having their friends call them dad? He also thought that if he survived, he would definitely tell his brother Ji Wenbin's father about Ji Wenbin's antics. After Yifeng left, the other soldiers were also nearly ready. Ji Renhai looked at the group of survivors gathered around and solemnly reminded them, "There are mutated beings outside. Everyone should stay here for now and wait for us to return. Remember, do not act on your own." "Alright, we get it. The monsters are coming, so you all hurry up and go deal with them." Lu Sin Yang Jin's subordinate impatiently urged. "Yes, the mall is not far from here. If you don't go out soon, those monsters will rush in." Ma Si, another of Yang Jin's subordinates, echoed. "Do you talk a lot, or what? If you dare, just Ji Wenbin angrily pointed at the two, but his words were cut off by Ji Renhai. This is not the time to bicker. Yifeng has already set off. If we don't hurry, it will endanger him. After Ji Renhai's reminder, Ji Wenbin calmed down considerably. Lu San and Ma Si thought Ji Wenbin was scared, so they continued to provoke him. However, this time Ji Wenbin chose to ignore them. Apart from Yifeng, the remaining 23 people cautiously opened the front door and proceeded towards the mall as directed by the survivors. Shortly after the soldiers left, several gunshots rang out in the distance, startling everyone. Several survivors quickly rushed to close the rolling shutter door. Since the locking mechanism had been damaged by Yifeng and the others, they could easily open and close it without a key. At this time, Ma Si and Lu San gathered together, with Lu San looking at the other survivors and asking, "Are you all coming with us?" The crowd was taken aback, looking at each other, unsure about what was happening. At that moment, a girl in her 20s raised her hand and said softly, "They all said it's dangerous outside with the mutated beings, and you all heard the gunshots just now. We should stay here and wait for them." "Dangerous? Huh?" Lu San scoffed disdainfully. "How do you know they're not using us as bait to attract the The girl was at a loss for words. She wanted to speak up for the soldiers, but didn't know how to counter his argument. Lu San continued, embellishing his words. "Besides, you know the power of that monster. I have personally seen it tear someone apart, and then eat them piece by piece." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands to mimic the horrifying scene of the monster devouring its prey. His vivid description frightened the other survivors, prompting them to express their willingness to leave together. However, there were still some survivors who wanted to stay put and wait for the soldiers to return. Lu San cursed at those people, saying they would only wait for death if they remained. Ma Si then interjected, "Those soldiers are definitely no match for the monsters. If they were, they would have gone out to fight them long ago. Why would they still be waiting now? And think about it carefully. Didn't they seem terrified of the monsters earlier?" After Ma Si's reminder, the other survivors nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. "They are risking their lives for us, yet you are here speaking ill of them. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" An elderly man in his 60s said unhappily. Initially, he had some reservations about the soldiers because their presence had triggered the monsters' hostility, but now that they had proposed to face the monsters alone, the sensible old man let go of his grievances. Therefore, when he heard Ma Si cursing the soldiers, he felt compelled to speak out against it. However, Ma Si had no intention of showing the old man any respect. He sneered, "What do you mean by inappropriate? Should we leave you here to be eaten by the monsters?" Everyone else had no objections, but you just had to be so talkative. "You little brat." The old man was so furious he nearly lost his breath, but fortunately the girl beside him caught him just in time, preventing him from collapsing. "Enough, stop arguing with him. If he wants to stay, let him stay. We're leaving," Lu San said impatiently, and the others echoed him, their words laced with disdain for the old man and the girl. After cursing a few more times, Lu San led a group towards the supermarket's back door. At this point, only the old man and the girl who had spoken up for the soldiers remained. Under pressure, they finally chose to follow the group. This led to many people mocking them. On Yonk West Street, located in the northern part between the supermarket and the mall, after Yifeng left the supermarket, he rushed towards the mall, going to great lengths to lure the mutants here. Fortunately, the mutants had caught the scent of the drone, thanks to Yifeng, which is why they were willing to follow him. Compared to others, the mutants were evidently more interested in harming Yifeng. No, it should be that they were eager to devour him, to eat this human who dared to resist them. Swoosh. Just as Yifeng finished loading spare bullets into his drone, a sudden sound came from behind him. At the same time, Yifeng felt a chill rush past the back of his head, causing his scalp to tingle and his hairs to stand on end. He didn't dare hesitate, quickly tilting his head to the left. Whoosh. A scarlet object brushed past his ear, and due to the speed, his right ear momentarily rang with a deafening noise. Meanwhile, a foul stench wafted into Yifeng's nostrils, nearly overwhelming him. It is worth noting that Yifeng's sense of smell had been enhanced, though not as acute as a dog's. It was at least 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Imagine having the smell of a tenfold stench of rotten fish filling your nostrils. How would you react? It's a miracle if you didn't vomit right there. At this moment, Yifeng couldn't think much as the red meat stick that had flown out suddenly curled back, intending to bind him. Yifeng would not give him that chance. He pushed off with his feet and soared into the air like Black Panther from Marvel. As he descended to the ground, he finally discerned what had ambushed him. Indeed, it was a mutant. Yifeng distinctly remembered shaking him off earlier, but somehow he had reappeared. Having failed to strike, the mutant did not rush into a second attack, so Yifeng refrained from acting recklessly. As the saying goes, when the enemy does not move, I do not move. When the enemy moves, I will move. The mutant hunched his body, pointed a finger at Yifeng, then at the wound on his own face. His deformed visage twisted even more as he suddenly punched down onto the ground. Boom. The asphalt road was instantly smashed into a 1-meter-wide crater with a depth exceeding half a meter, and debris and dirt flew in all directions. Though he said nothing, the meaning and attitude were clear. He was telling Yifeng that he had hurt himself, and thus would pay the price. Looking at the grotesque mutant, Yifeng felt a twinge of fear. Setting aside the mutant's strength, just his appearance was enough to nauseate him for quite a while. The key point was that he hadn't felt this way when he saw the mutant through the drone earlier. Seeing the mutant glaring at him, Feng thought it would be unwise to remain silent. Thus he extended his right hand into a fist. Just as the mutant looked puzzled, Feng quickly extended his middle Ow! The mutant seemed to be provoked, letting out an angry roar at Feng. Even from 10 meters away, Feng could distinctly feel a foul wind filled with a stench approaching. Damn, you actually understood that gesture. Feng exclaimed in shock, inwardly marveling at the universality of the gesture. Even the mutant understood. You this lowly human, I will not let you go, the mutant stammered. Up to now the mutant had yet to initiate a second attack, which puzzled Feng. Regarding the mutant's threat, Feng still didn't take it too seriously. He dared to come alone, which naturally meant he had his confidence. He slightly furrowed his brows, waved a hand in front of his nose, and disdainfully stated, You might have bad breath, but why do you stutter when you speak? Did your mother not teach you to speak clearly? Looking for death, the mutant roared. However, Feng remained unfazed and scoffed. Wow, that was quite standard. By the way, do you speak English? If not, it would be inconvenient to step out into the world. This time the mutant did not get angry, but revealed a wicked. In fact, Feng wasn't sure if he was really smiling. He only noticed the corners of his deformed mouth curling up slightly. Swish, swish, swish. Just then a series of running sounds suddenly erupted. Feng frowned slightly and instinctively scanned his surroundings. Countless mutants surrounded him from all directions with no gaps in sight, indicating they had been lying in wait for a long time. I didn't expect you to set a trap for me here. Feng exclaimed in surprise. He had thought the mutant was clever enough to speak and think. But now it seemed he had underestimated the mutant's intelligence. Designing a trap for Feng was not new, but the key was that he could control hundreds of mutants to ambush here and had predicted that Feng would come. This was something even some detectives might not be able to guess. You are strong, but today you cannot escape, the mutant said triumphantly. Heh. Feng scoffed disdainfully, causing the mutants preparing to attack him to pause. What are you laughing at? The mutant asked coldly. Feng did not answer, but pointed upward. The mutant furrowed his brow and followed Feng's finger only to discover that a drone was hovering in the air. He then remembered how he had ambushed Feng earlier, while Feng had taken the opportunity to release the drone. In that fleeting moment of hesitation from the mutants, the drone launched a barrage of bullets mercilessly towards the mutant's eyes. Since the current position was directly facing the mutant, and he couldn't dodge in time, this led to his eyes being shot blind. Although the mutant could withstand 13mm bullet attacks that was against his skull, but now the bullets were targeting his vulnerable eyes. The blinded mutant roared like a madman, and the mutants close to him were accidentally slapped dead by him. This action startled the rushing mutants, leaving them momentarily frozen in place, too afraid to approach. I will kill you. The mutant suddenly opened his mouth, his crimson tongue shooting out over 10 meters, and then sweeping horizontally around. Those who were swept by his tongue were almost instantly sliced in half without exception. This scene startled Feng, who quickly abandoned the idea of blocking with his tang knife and urgently bent down to dodge. The ability to easily sever the bodies of mutants undoubtedly indicated that the mutant's tongue was incredibly sharp, which made Feng hesitate to engage with his tang knife. If he couldn't withstand it, wouldn't he end up being split in two as well? Just thinking about being divided into two parts made him shudder. This strike from the mutant directly wiped out dozens of mutants, clearing out those at the forefront. As for the remaining mutants behind, they dared not advance recklessly. Even though ordinary mutants only lived for 3 days, who the hell wanted to die now? I will kill you. The mutant scented Feng's presence, realizing he was still alive and preparing to attack. Seeing this scene, Feng became anxious. Don't mess around, these mutants are mine, don't you dare steal them from me. After saying that, Feng grabbed his tang knife and rushed towards the stunned mutants. When the mutants saw Feng taking down one mutant after another, they were all dumbfounded. Thinking to themselves, I am a mutant, a being that frightens humans to the point of wetting their pants. How can you take down one after another without consequence? What about my pride? As more and more mutants fell at the hands of Feng, and the surviving mutants could no longer stay put, they dared not linger and hastily chose to flee. After a fierce chase, the last mutated being finally fell under Feng's blade. Successfully killed a regular mutant, gaining 1 point of exchange value. The system's voice echoed in Feng's mind, but he paid it no heed. For there remained one more frenzied mutant. In the moment Feng was distracted, a crimson tongue flew towards his forehead. As he watched the tongue approaching, a cold smile appeared on his face. He kicked off with both feet, propelling himself into the air. While retreating, he performed a few somersaults, easily dodging the mutant's next attack. The blind mutant's combat power was somewhat diminished. Although its attack power remained largely unchanged, its accuracy had significantly dropped. As long as Feng remained cautious, it was highly unlikely that he would be injured. However, there was one thing that greatly annoyed Feng. This mutant seemed tireless, having pursued him relentlessly for over 10 minutes. Yet the mutant continued its relentless assault, chasing Feng as if it would never cease until he was dead. Damn it, human. I will ensure you die without a grave. The mutant roared in anger and charged towards Yi Feng's location, tracking him through its keen sense of smell. Yi Feng looked disdainfully at the approaching mutant, gripping his Tang Dao tightly and swinging it. Bang! The mutant raised its arms to block the Tang Dao. Although the blade easily cut through the flesh of its arms, it failed to injure its bones. Yi Feng raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the mutant's chest. The force was tremendous, sending even the strong mutant flying. The mutant stopped about 10 meters away, watching Yi Feng, warily refraining from launching a second attack. From the recent battle, Yi Feng had discerned some patterns of the mutant. Its most formidable attack was the tongue strike, capable of easily piercing through 3 centimeters of steel. This was what Yi Feng feared most, as his physical durability was no match for steel. Fortunately, the mutant could only use this attack 3 times in quick succession before needing to wait a minute to use it again. In simple terms, Yi Feng dared to engage in close combat only after the mutant's third tongue strike, and he had only a minute to do so. As long as he exploited this pattern, he could ultimately slay the mutant. Just as Yi Feng was deep in thought, the mutant suddenly launched a tongue strike aimed at his abdomen. Yi Feng dared not hesitate, swiftly moving to the left to evade the attack. Only 1 strike left. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, preparing to dodge at any moment. However, at that moment, 6 soldiers suddenly stood up in the distance, seemingly having stealthily infiltrated. They aimed their rifles and began firing at the mutant's head. One of them shouted loudly towards Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, we're here to help you." This person was none other than Li Wen, the deputy of Jiren Hai. Damn it! Yi Feng cursed under his breath. At this moment, the mutant had one last long-range attack left, and there was no way they could evade it at their speed. Yi Feng dared not delay. He rushed towards the group, while waving his hand to urge them run, or it will be too. Just as the group sensed the impending danger and prepared to flee, the mutant's third tongue strike flew towards them. The crimson tongue instantly pierced through one soldier's chest, blood splattering everywhere. The other soldiers nearby were stunned, their eyes wide, unable to believe that their comrade had just died like that. "Ahu!" Li Wen shouted, then began firing wildly at the tongue with his rifle, and the other soldiers followed suit. However, the bullets failed to harm the tongue in the slightest. Realizing the positions of the other soldiers, the mutant abruptly swung its head, and its elongated tongue lashed out towards them. "Xiao Xiao! Laoma!" Li Wen exclaimed in alarm, intending to warn his comrades, but it was too late. Thud! The remaining 4 soldiers were instantly snapped in half. "No! I will kill you!" Li Wen's eyes turned bloodshot, and he screamed in despair. He fired again at the mutant, his expression slipping into madness. The soldier lying on the ground now in 2 pieces had not yet completely died, though blood and entrails were spilling everywhere. Old Li, please give us a quick end." The soldier still alive spoke with his last strength. Li Wen was momentarily distracted by his comrade's voice, halting his attack as he turned to look mournfully at them. Though he wished to help his comrades find peace, he hesitated to pull the trigger. The 4 who remained alive also tacitly closed their eyes, clenching their right fists tightly against their chests. This was their team's signature gesture, symbolizing unity and indomitable strength. Simultaneously, it indicated they were prepared to face death. Li Wen drew the pistol from his holster. He aimed it at his comrades, slowly closing his eyes. With 4 gunshots, bullet holes appeared in the foreheads of the 4 soldiers. I'm sorry. Li Wen kept apologizing, tears falling like rain. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. When he opened his eyes again, the hunched mutant was charging towards him, nearly upon him. Seeing the mutant raise its long arm to strike, Li Wen simply closed his eyes again, bracing himself for death. For he knew he could not withstand this blow, and evasion was nearly impossible. "Lao Ma Xiao Xiao, I'm coming to join." Li Wen uttered a final word before meeting his demise. However, at that moment, he was suddenly knocked down by a tremendous force from the side, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, he realized he was still alive. Opening his eyes, he found Yi Feng standing before him, wielding the Tang Dao and engaged in battle with the mutant. Seeing Yi Feng gain the upper hand in the fight, Li Wen was taken aback. He is surprisingly strong. Li Wen couldn't help but marvel at this. Since he was still alive, he hurriedly got up, pulling out his remaining pistol, ready to assist Yi Feng at any moment. Without the tongue strike, the mutant appeared to Yi Feng as just a stronger version of a mutated being. As long as he treated it with caution, it was nearly impossible for him to be injured. However, after slashing the mutant several times, Yi Feng discovered a critical issue. He could inflict damage on the mutant's flesh, but he couldn't sever its bones. How can this be killed? The mutated skull can block bullets with a caliber of 13 millimeters, which means that unless Yi Feng can deliver a strike of 999, that is, reach a power exceeding 13 millimeters in sniper rifle strength, he cannot defeat the mutant, let alone kill it. Damn it. While attacking the mutant, Yi Feng pondered his strategy. The mutant had been thoroughly enraged by him and would definitely not escape easily. If the battle involved others, the outcome could end up being the same as those soldiers just now. This is something Yi Feng could not bear to see. Wait. Yi Feng suddenly recalled something, and he furrowed his brow in deep thought. When the mutant strikes with its tongue, its mouth is open. Although its tongue is incredibly hard, its oral cavity seems quite fragile. Yifeng's thought process was influenced by the fact that earlier the mutant's mouth had been injured by bullets from a drone. If Yifeng could stab through the mutant's oral cavity, there might still be a chance to kill it. However, these were all Yifeng's speculations. He didn't know if he could succeed, and if he failed it would mean putting himself, no matter. He'll just give it a try. There is only this one option left. If he couldn't defeat it, he could at least escape. With his speed, the mutant would never catch up. This was also Yifeng's confidence. He kicked towards the mutant's abdomen, using the recoil to swiftly retreat. In this gap, Yifeng quickly turned his head, urging Li Wen to leave quickly. Li Wen also knew that staying behind would only make him a burden. Although he wanted to kill the mutant to avenge his companions, given his current state, it was impossible. Thinking of this, Li Wen did not linger and hobbled away into the distance. The mutant did not pursue Li Wen because the one it wanted to kill from the very beginning was Yifeng, this lowly human who had injured it repeatedly. Soon a minute passed, and the mutant prepared to launch another tongue strike. At this moment, Yifeng was less than 10 meters away from the mutant. He had to guard against the mutant's tongue attack and also prevent other forms of attack, because soon Yifeng would have to engage in close combat while the mutant was shooting. Whoosh! The crimson tongue shot towards Yifeng's forehead at a speed too fast for an ordinary person to perceive. Yifeng was astonished. The mutant could accurately determine his position solely based on smell and hearing, something even the most sensitive dog could not achieve. Dogs had to get closer to determine a specific location, but this mutant could discern him accurately from a distance. The contrast was astonishing. Seeing the tongue about to pierce his forehead, Yifeng dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly sidestepped and then accelerated, charging straight towards the mutant. Perhaps sensing Yifeng's approach, the mutant was momentarily stunned, because previously whenever it attacked with its tongue, Yifeng would always dodge far away. The farther away he was, the relatively safer he felt. Now Yifeng was going against that instinct, which made the mutant sense a hint of crisis. However, it did not stop its attack. With a sudden whip of its head, its tongue swiftly swept towards Yifeng. Since Yifeng was very close to the mutant, the speed of the tongue's sweep was even faster than Yifeng's charge toward. If Yifeng did not dodge, he would surely be cut in half, but if he dodged, he would lose the opportunity to attack. After much contemplation, Yifeng ultimately chose the former. He certainly did not want to gamble with his life. Moreover, he had AI Feng waiting for his return, and he didn't want to die just yet. Yifeng stopped 5 meters away from the mutant, successfully dodging this attack. He did not linger and pressed the advantage, charging towards the mutant once more. After retracting its tongue, the mutant sensed Yifeng's approach. It turned its head and opened its mouth again, its crimson tongue shooting out once more. A distance of less than 5 meters was almost instantaneous for the mutant. Yifeng was on high alert, not daring to let his guard down for a moment, as any mistake could mean being killed in an instant by the mutant. Whoosh! The mutant's tongue grazed Yifeng's right cheek, merely a millimeter away from his face. If Yifeng had been just half a second slower, his head would have exploded on the spot. Now's the time. Yifeng roared, thrusting the tang knife fiercely into the mutant's mouth. Stab! To Yifeng's surprise, the tang knife pierced straight through the mutant's oral cavity, stopping only after hitting the back of its skull. Crimson blood and white brain matter sprayed everywhere, splattering across Yifeng's wrist. The tongue that had flown out lost its strength and fell to the ground, slowly retracting. The mutant collapsed heavily to the ground with the tang knife still lodged in its mouth, completely lifeless. Only then did Yifeng, who had been on edge, breathe a sigh of relief and secretly wipe the sweat from his brow. He had nearly been killed just now. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have already met the King of Hell. Although the immediate crisis was resolved, Yifeng did not feel overly joyful. Instead, he was somewhat worried. If the second stage mutant is already this strong, how about the third and fourth stages? Thinking of this, Yifeng dared not continue to ponder, fully aware that the road ahead would be even more difficult. Because this is not yet the true apocalypse, there are still more than 10 days until it arrives. It is evident that the crises to come will be even more challenging and dangerous than what Yifeng is facing now. Shaking his head, he forced himself not to think too much. He stepped forward, gripped the tang knife, and pulled it out with a heavy tug, blood splattering in the process. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the mutant and earning 50 exchange points. The system's voice notification finally reached Yifeng's ears. So much. Yifeng was somewhat astonished. Killing an ordinary mutant only yielded 1 point, but killing a mutant that had advanced a level gave him 50 times that amount. This indicates the ferocity of the mutant. Adding the points from the mutants I killed earlier, I should have quite a few exchange points now. Although each kill of a mutant triggered a notification, Yifeng still did not know the total amount. Thinking of this, Yifeng directly asked, "System, how many exchange points do I have now?" "You currently have 367 exchange points." The system's voice echoed in Yifeng's mind. "Over 300. It seems this harvest is not bad, but a technological blueprint requires thousands of exchange points. The road ahead is long and arduous." Just as Yifeng could not help but marvel, a shout suddenly came from afar. "Yifeng, did you really kill that mutant?" The voice carried not only shock, but also a hint of disbelief. Indeed, finding someone capable of single-handedly killing a mutant would be impossible even for the entire Jiuzhou nation. Even if Ji Renhai learned of this news, his first reaction would definitely be disbelief. Following the direction of the sound, it was none other than Li Wen who had just escaped. Yi Feng approached with his Tang Dao in hand and questioned with a hint of reproach, "Why haven't you left yet?" Had he not defeated the mutant, Li Wen would have likely perished at its hands. Li Wen forced a smile, feeling embarrassed, and said nothing in response. After the two reunited, Li Wen sincerely said, "You have killed the mutant and avenged old Ma and the others. Li Wen will remember this kindness. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I will do my utmost to help as long as it is within my capability." Seeing the disheveled Li Wen making such a vow, Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh, not out of mockery, but from the relief of surviving a calamity and the helplessness toward Li Wen. "All right, if I face difficulties in the military in the future, I'll seek you out," Yi Feng replied with a smile. Li Wen nodded earnestly. Now that the crisis had been averted, Li Wen limped over to the bodies of his fallen comrades, suppressing his sorrow as he carried each of their remains into a house by the street, preventing them from being devoured by mutants or wild dogs. After completing this task, they prepared to return and regroup with the main force. Due to his injuries, Li Wen found it difficult to walk, so Yi Feng voluntarily offered to carry him. Perhaps it was the lingering fear from their brush with death that made Li Wen accept Yi Feng's kindness without objection. On the way back, Li Wen recounted the situation of their team to Yi Feng. After leaving the supermarket, they split the team into 3 groups, with Li Wen and his 6 soldiers forming one group, while the remaining 17 comprised a mix of soldiers and bodyguards. Since Yi Feng had dealt with a large number of mutants, there were not many left for them to handle. Li Wen's team advanced through Yonk East Street without sustaining any injuries. Along the way, they encountered very few mutants, and upon reaching Yonk East Street, they quickly spotted Yi Feng and the mutant. Thus, they stealthily lurked nearby, intending to assist Yi Feng in dealing with the mutant leading to the earlier event. At this point, Li Wen fell silent. As the captain of this team, he naturally felt guilt for the deaths of his comrades. Yi Feng, unsure how to comfort him, chose not to disturb his thoughts. As they walked, the streets were littered with the corpses of mutants. Some had been dead for a long time, their bodies swarmed by flies and mosquitoes, while others had just recently perished, the stench of blood permeating the entire street. Despite having experienced a lot, seeing these scenes again still stirred emotions within Yi Feng. However, what unsettled him the most was the mutant. Not only was it powerful, but it also possessed a considerable level of intelligence, capable of setting traps and capturing humans, which exceeded the abilities expected of a mutant. Moreover, it was an existence that ordinary people could not possibly contend with. Thankfully, the likelihood of mutants appearing was very low, otherwise Haiyun City. No, it should be the entire world. That would be doomed. Although the probability was low with Haiyun City's large population base, if half of the population were infected, then the number of mutants could easily exceed a considerable amount. It was highly likely to surpass 10,000. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but shiver. After 20 minutes, the two finally arrived at the supermarket, where there were still quite a few people gathered, including Ji Renhai and Song Heng, who seemed to have just arrived not long ago. When Yi Feng saw Song Heng safe and sound among the crowd, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Among their group, Yi Feng was most worried about Song Heng, as he lacked martial skills and had limited shooting ability. Additionally, Song Heng did not have someone like Ji Wenbin to protect him closely. Thankfully, things had not gone awry. Li Wen, fearing Ji Renhei's concern, had asked Yi Feng to let him down before arriving at the supermarket. When the others saw Yi Feng and Li Wen appear, their anxious hearts were also set at ease. "I knew you wouldn't die." Song Heng excitedly rushed to Yi Feng and then punched him on the chest. Yi Feng forced a smile, thinking to himself that he had just walked through the gates of hell and almost kicked the bucket. "Brother Feng, what about the mutant? Did it escape, or was it killed?" "Of course I took it down." Ji Wenbin followed up, curiously asking, "Then shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" After saying that, Yi Feng winked at Ji Wenbin, signaling him to quickly call him daddy. "What? You killed the mutant?" The crowd looked at Yi Feng in disbelief, some even wondering if he had gone mad. To verify, everyone turned their gaze to Li Wen, and under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Wen nodded affirmatively to Yi Feng's statement, leaving everyone momentarily stunned with their mouths agape in shock. As a soldier, Li Wen would not lie. Even though they learned the truth, everyone still found it hard to believe. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Yi Feng smiled and casually said, "It's just a mutant, merely a bit stronger than a regular mutant. What's so difficult about killing it?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the crowd looked at him with increasingly strange expressions. "Just a bit stronger? Is this something a normal person would say?" As the crowd teased, Yi Feng had inadvertently added to his air of confidence. Despite their disdain for Yi Feng's show-off behavior, everyone was genuinely delighted, for the mutant had been like a bomb strapped to their bodies, one that could explode at any moment. Now that the bomb had been defused, they were naturally overjoyed. Yi Feng noticed Ji Wenbin grinning alongside the others and intended to let the matter slide, so he reminded him once again. He gestured for him to quickly call him daddy. Although everyone pretended not to hear, Ji Wenbin still felt quite embarrassed. The promise had been made to boost Yi Feng's morale, but he never expected Yi Feng to take it seriously. Glancing at the serious Ji Renhai, Ji Wenbin ultimately chose to play the rogue. Yi Feng did not hold it against him, although he did not miss the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction verbally. At that moment, Ji Renhai suddenly asked in confusion, Li Wen, where are Zhao Hai and Ma Dong? After Ji Renhai mentioned it, everyone realized that 5 people were missing. Right? Why haven't old Ma and the others returned? Could it be that you all acted separately? Under the continued questioning from many, Li Wen lowered his head in guilt. Seeing this, the crowd instantly understood that the others might have already encountered misfortune. The group who had just been rejoicing over their victory fell into grief. The loss of these individuals may not mean much to outsiders, but for these soldiers they had lost their brothers, their closest kin. After a moment, it was Ji Renhai who broke the silence. He looked at the dejected crowd and murmured, when I first joined the military, I was already prepared to sacrifice myself for the country and the people. If the day comes when I fall in battle, I hope you will feel proud of me rather than displaying such sorrowful expressions. Hearing Ji Renhai's words, a hint of realization flashed across the sorrowful faces of the soldiers. Indeed, they were soldiers, and their duty was to protect their homeland. Even in death, they would die with honor. Seeing Ji Renhai clench his fist to his chest, the other soldiers followed suit. They did not speak further, but their expressions became resolute, and their inner convictions grew stronger. At the same time, this was also a moment of silent tribute for their fallen comrades. After the moment of silence ended, Li Wen suddenly stepped forward and said to Ji Renhai, Commander Ji, I want to take my brothers to bring back the bodies of Lao Ma and the others. Ji Renhai did not refuse this proposal. In fact, even if Li Wen hadn't mentioned it, he would have done so. His subordinates, even if they fell in battle, deserved to be laid to rest in the memorial cemetery. This was the last honor he could fight for as their commander. Who will go with Li Wen? Ji Renhai asked the crowd. I. The soldiers eagerly raised their hands, vying to bring their comrades home. In the end, Ji Renhai selected 8 individuals. Apart from Li Wen, these soldiers were all uninjured and possessed considerable strength. Although the mutants had been dealt with by Yi Feng, Ji Renhai was uncertain if there were any remaining. The more people they had, the safer they would be. Ji Renhai gave a few more instructions and reminded them to ensure their safety, instructing them to head directly to the secured exit without returning. After receiving their orders, the 8 turned and left. Watching their departing figures, the others felt a myriad of emotions. Perhaps only the bond of brotherhood could compel 2 individuals without blood ties to lay down their lives for one another. Once they had left, Ji Renhai led the others to open the rolling gate and entered the supermarket. It was now past 5 in the morning and visibility had improved considerably. Upon entering the supermarket, they discovered that it was completely empty. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Where? Ji Wenbin asked in confusion. However, no one could answer him, as no one was clear about the current situation. Yi Feng used his extraordinary eyesight to search through the supermarket, but found no fresh blood. He then explained, there are no bloodstains on the floor, they must have left. What? They left? The crowd was taken aback and their expressions underwent subtle changes. If they had encountered any remaining mutants, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as they were preparing to search for survivors, a faint voice came from behind the shelves. Little brother. Although the voice was soft, everyone was startled. Following the direction of the sound, a frail woman emerged. She was Xiao Yuan's mother. Upon seeing the woman, Ji Renhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had promised Xiao Yuan that he would safely bring her mother out. If she had died, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it to Xiao Yuan. Big sister, where are the others? Ji Wenbin asked curiously. The woman slowly approached and quietly explained, Yang Jian's companions insisted on leaving, and the others were also persuaded by them to go along. Damn it, I should have broken their legs earlier. Ji Wenbin cursed angrily. The others were equally furious, as they had risked their lives to rescue these people only to have Lu San and Ma Si create disturbances at a critical moment. If this led to the survivors being harmed, then it would mean that everything they had done was in vain. Big sister, do you remember how long ago they left? Yi Feng asked with a frown. If it hadn't been long, there would still be room for maneuver. The woman scratched her head uncertain and said, if I remember correctly, it should have been over an hour. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group grew solemn. Because this was not far off from the time they had left, but the key point was that they had not encountered that group of people along the way. Either that group had left while circumventing them, or they might have already met with misfortune. Stop overthinking it, let's split up and search. After Ji Renhai issued the order, the group hurriedly left the supermarket. They split into 2 teams heading toward the exit. Yi Feng led Song Hang and several other bodyguards toward Yonk South Street, while Ji Renhai took Ji Wenbin, the woman, and the remaining soldiers southward via the West Street. The secured exit was just below Yonk South Street. As they searched, when Yi Feng and the others saw several bodies of survivors on the roadside, their expressions turned increasingly grave. To prevent them from mutating, the bodyguards stepped forward and fired another shot into the corpses. With the sound of gunfire, their anger and helplessness surged even more. If they had stayed put, would these events have occurred? To prevent more survivors from falling victim, they quickened their pace. After navigating several streets, they discovered many mutants outside a building. At this moment, these mutants were continuously pounding against the iron door. Although they could not see what was inside, it was reasonable to assume that there were other survivors within. With this thought in mind, Feng no longer hesitated. He drew his Tang Dao and charged forward, swiftly slaying all the mutants outside the door. After experiencing so many battles, Feng noticed a significant improvement in his strength. Simply put, he was becoming increasingly adept. Once Feng disposed of the last mutant, the others finally caught up. "Madman, do you think they will be inside?" "I hope so," Feng responded helplessly. Even if they weren't inside, he had no way to change that. Fortunately, this time, they were not disappointed. When Feng and the others approached the door and explained the situation, the iron door slowly opened, revealing the survivors who had managed to escape. However, there were now less than half of the original population left, and it was evident that the others had likely met with misfortune. "Why didn't you stay put in the supermarket? Why didn't you stay put?" Song Heng angrily questioned the group. Feng and the others had initially assumed that the rescued survivors would feel guilt and remorse, but the words that followed nearly made their lungs explode with rage. Without saying a word, Lu San pointed at Song Heng and turned the tables. "You dare to say anything? You left, and those monsters came back. As soldiers, you failed to properly protect us, leading to this outcome. It's all your fault for being irresponsible. Exactly why don't you leave some people to protect us? Are we expected to save ourselves?" Ma Si echoed from the other survivors nodded in agreement. Looking at this group of hypocritical survivors, everyone felt immense anger and couldn't help but question the rescue operation. Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves whether it was worth sacrificing for such people. The answer was clearly no. "We were just fighting against the mutated beings, and you were the ones who forced us into it. Isn't it excessive to turn around and bite back now?" Feng coldly retorted to Ma Si. Knowing that Feng was quite formidable, Ma Si dared not reply. At that moment, a girl standing at the back of the crowd suddenly choked up, saying, "It was you who threatened everyone to leave, and you are the ones who caused Grandpa Zhang's death. You damn woman." Lu San turned around and angrily cursed, then stepped forward and slapped the girl across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears, leaving them momentarily stunned. No one expected Lu San would actually hit someone, especially in front of Feng and the others. "I can't stand him anymore." Song Heng shouted angrily, rushing forward to kick Lu San down, then mounting him and repeatedly pummeling him with his fists. This action startled the other survivors, who all stepped back in fear of being implicated. Ma Si and the others wanted to help, but when they saw Feng's movement with the knife, they were too frightened to act recklessly. Lu San, now bleeding from his nose, crouched down to protect his head while threatening, "You're finished. Just wait, I'll report you to your superior when we get back." I'm not one to be intimidated by the military. Song Heng was too lazy to argue further. He wouldn't rest until he thoroughly beat Lu San. "Stop it." At that moment, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from behind, and the voice belonged to Jiren. After everyone dispersed, Jiren Hai and his group searched along Yonk West Street, but they did not find any trace of survivors. They quickened their pace and finally caught up with Feng and the others. Upon witnessing Song Heng beating a survivor, Jiren Hai, as a soldier, naturally could not just stand by, hence he intervened. In front of Jiren Hai, Song Heng dared not act recklessly, so he quickly got up and returned to Feng's side. Lu San, holding his bleeding nose, crawled awkwardly to Jiren Hai, pointing at Song Heng, and said, "Sir, did you see that? He hit someone." Jiren Hai glanced at Song Heng and coldly replied, "I didn't see anything." After saying that, he directly ignored Lu San and walked towards Feng and the others. "What do you mean you didn't see anything?" Lu San was bewildered, but feeling disgruntled, he got up and grabbed Ji Wenbin, pointing at his swollen face and demanding, "Did you not see these bruises on my face?" Sorry, but I really didn't see anything." After saying that, Ji Wenbin disdainfully shook off Lu San's hand. "You?" Lu San angrily pointed at Ji Wenbin, but he dared not say anything further. After all, they were outnumbered, and Lu San didn't want to take another beating. Once Jiren Hai reached Feng's side, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "Are these all that remain?" Feng nodded in response. "All right, let's go home." This statement sounded casual, but only those who had experienced life and death knew how difficult. Having gone through so many crises, being able to leave this place alive was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. It took them over 10 minutes to return to the original entrance, where soldiers awaited to greet them. Additionally, there were some special personnel in protective gear conducting tests to prevent infected individuals from leaving the quarantine zone. If such an event were to occur, the entire Haiyun city could fall as a result. These personnel had been arranged in advance by Jiren Hai through a phone call. While the group was lining up for checks, Lu San, who was at the front, suddenly refused to cooperate, adamantly refusing the tests. He repeatedly emphasized that he was fine and demanded to be let go, threatening to report the soldiers to the authorities otherwise. This abnormal behavior immediately drew the soldiers' attention. Just as they surrounded him, he suddenly bolted, sprinting straight towards the outside of the quarantine zone. This action shocked everyone present. They all knew without guessing that Lu San must have been infected, and if he successfully escaped, none of them would be in the clear. No need for orders, shoot him immediately. Ji Renhai, the highest-ranking officer present, issued the command without hesitation. With Ji Renhai's command, the other soldiers decisively raised their weapons and fired. Lu Xin was shot in the head with pinpoint accuracy, collapsing heavily dead beyond recovery. Ma Si and the others in the line turned pale with fright, while also feeling relieved that they had not been infected. Such scum should have died long ago. Song Hang, standing in front of Yi Feng, cursed. Seeing this, Yi Feng could only smile helplessly. At that moment, several military jeeps and a large truck drove into the quarantine zone, and the soldiers inside were noticeably different from the others present. First, there was their attire. Other soldiers were mostly in uniform camouflage outfits, while the soldiers in the vehicle wore more upscale suit uniforms. It was clear that these soldiers held a much higher rank than the others. However, when they saw Ji Renhai, who was lining up for checks, they all saluted him. Even the driver was no exception. This scene happened to catch Yi Feng's attention, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Ji Renhai's rank was only a lieutenant, which was not particularly high in the military, yet the soldiers present showed him great respect. It is easy to get soldiers to follow orders, you just need to have a higher rank than them. However, to earn a soldier's respect requires substantial capability. Ji Renhai was the kind of soldier who could command respect from everyone, indicating that he was definitely not as simple as he appeared in the military. Yi Feng couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it any further. After everyone was tested, they were arranged to rest in a nearby building. Xiao Yuan had been waiting downstairs all along. When she saw her mother appear, tears of grievance instantly fell from her. Mom, Xiao Yuan wants a hug. Xiao Yuan opened her arms and ran towards the woman, who cried even more than Xiao Yuan. She crouched down and hugged the rushing Xiao Yuan, gently stroking her head with her right hand. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you well enough. The woman repeatedly apologized to Xiao Yuan, desperately seeking her forgiveness. If she had not left home at that time and had chosen to stay with Xiao Yuan, none of this would have happened, and Xiao Yuan would not have suffered such great injustice. But how many ifs are there? Every decision a person makes can affect their entire life, and most opportunities to choose come only once. Xiao Yuan understood her mother's apology very well and accepted it graciously, while also comforting her mother. The scene brought tears to the eyes of everyone present. Even Ji Renhai felt his eyes moisten with emotion. Mom, where's Dad? Why didn't Dad come back with you? Xiao Yuan ultimately asked the question the woman feared most. Seeing her mother silent, Xiao Yuan began to cry even more sorrowfully. I want Dad, I want Dad. Xiao Yuan continued to fuss and throw a tantrum, and despite the woman's attempts to comfort her, nothing seemed to work. Yi Feng couldn't bear to stay any longer. He bid farewell to Ji Renhai and Song Hang before leaving. Of course, he arranged for a soldier to drive him home. Yi Feng could have taken Ji Wenbin's car, but Ji Wenbin had to stay behind to discuss some matters with his uncle, and Yi Feng did not plan to wait for them, so he left first. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Jeep, Yi Feng felt the morning sun bathing him, and a sudden wave of indescribable fatigue washed over him. He longed to simply fall asleep, not wanting to move even a muscle. Although Yi Feng had only experienced a night of battle, the events of that night made him feel as though he had lived through more than 10 days. Looks like I need to stay up less, otherwise my kidneys will suffer. After contemplating, Yi Feng fell asleep. The swaying vehicle became his cradle, allowing him to sleep soundly. However, it wasn't long before he arrived home and reluctantly got out of the car. Yi Feng dragged his heavy body slowly toward his shelter. When he reached the entrance, the door opened automatically. Without giving it much thought, Yi Feng entered the shelter, where AI Feng immediately greeted him. She first took Yi Feng's backpack and tang knife, then assisted him down to the rest area on the lower level. Yi Feng, fighting off intense drowsiness, took a quick shower and then fell asleep without caring about anything. He slept straight from day to evening. If it weren't for his stomach growling in hunger, he might not have woken up at all. Unexpectedly, AI Feng seemed to have known he would wake up at this hour, as dinner was already prepared for Yi Feng. In the dining room on the first floor, Yi Feng sat at the table gazing at the sumptuous feast before him, his heart filled with excitement. AI Feng, did you cook all this? As Yi Feng wolfed down the food, he curiously asked, since this was the first time he had seen AI Feng prepare so many dishes, including vegetarian roasted goose pine, nut fish, black pepper salmon, pan-fried steak, and cheese lobster. All these were high-end dishes he had only seen on television, and they tasted exquisite, comparable to the culinary skills of a food god. In response to Yi Feng's question, AI Feng just smiled and shook her head. You didn't cook them? Then who did? Yi Feng was puzzled at first, but then his expression turned cautious. His shelter held many secrets, and if someone with ulterior motives learned of them, the consequences would be dire. Just as Yi Feng was about to get up to check, AI Feng quickly said, it was the cooking robot that Brother Feng used. The entire spread was made by a cooking robot. Yi Feng was surprised because he initially thought this cooking robot could only prepare a few simple home-cooked meals, and the taste would be just average. After all, it was a robot. How impressive could it really be? He had exchanged for it primarily for the convenience of not having to cook in the future. But Yi Feng never expected this cooking robot to be so extraordinary. It could be said that even top chefs in the world might not reach such culinary heights. Thinking about it, Yi Feng suddenly felt that exchanging a coupon for this cooking robot was an incredible bargain. Seeing Yi Feng so excited, he sat back down and continued to devour his food. AI Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. However, Yifeng didn't notice this scene, or otherwise he would have thought AI Feng was a real person. AI Feng explained with a smile. AI Feng can help Brother Feng manage the shelter. Things produced by the automated mechanical factory can also be allocated and managed by AI Feng. Oh, that's nice. In the future, when I'm not around, you can help me manage the shelter. Yifeng spoke in a stuttering manner as he still had food in his mouth. But where did these fresh fish, geese, and the like come from? Yifeng asked again. Brother Feng, have you forgotten? You previously exchanged for 2 sets of exquisite doomsday supplies. After AI Feng's reminder, Yifeng finally remembered that the exquisite doomsday supply set included many high-end items and foods. However, another question troubled Yifeng. Hasn't so much time passed? Why are these foods still so fresh? Sitting beside him, AI Feng patiently explained, the shelter's warehouse has a very powerful freezing device that can preserve fresh foods such as chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Even if you put a freshly killed fish into the freezing device for 1.5 years, when you take it out to cook, its taste will be almost identical to the original. Wow, is it really that amazing? Yifeng was stunned. This meant that as long as he stored those rare foods in advance, he could still enjoy these delicacies after the apocalypse. This was probably a treatment that even the president wouldn't receive. AI Feng poured Yifeng a glass of red wine and continued, the higher the level of the shelter, the more special abilities it will possess. Hearing AI Feng's words, Yifeng became even more eager to improve his Versailles points. As long as he reaches 10,000 Versailles points quickly, he can elevate the shelter's level sooner. This in turn would reduce Yifeng's survival difficulty. Looks like after dinner, I need to visit old Wang's house. Yifeng thought about how to show off at the Wang family's place while eating. Poor Wang and his son had just managed to escape from the mutants only to become tools for Yifeng to flaunt. By the way, AI Feng, did my phone receive any messages? After returning to the shelter, Yifeng handed his phone to AI Feng for charging. Now that it's evening, he very likely missed many important messages such as those from the government and military. AI Feng nodded. Around 11 in the morning, a person named Ji Wenbin called, but I told him to wait until Feng Ge wakes up before calling back. Ji Wenbin. What does that guy want from me? Yifeng felt curious. He didn't rush to return the call, but continued to ask, is there any other news? There are some group messages, but I didn't click to read them in detail, AI Feng explained. Let me see your phone, please, Yifeng said while picking up food. AI Feng obediently got up and left the dining room. After a moment, she returned with the phone. At this point, Yifeng had almost finished eating. He had nearly cleared the entire table of dishes. For some reason, he felt that his appetite had increased significantly, but he didn't think much of it. After getting the phone, Yifeng began to scroll through the messages. Aside from some trivial messages from the shelter and survivors, what caught his attention was another official shelter WeChat group. He had joined this WeChat group after attending a meeting at the official shelter yesterday, but he hadn't had the chance to look through it in detail. Yifeng remembered that the group was quite active with messages being sent out frequently. However, the official shelter WeChat group was surprisingly quiet now, with the only message being an announcement from the group. Curious, he clicked an urgent notice. Several areas have already fallen. The cleanup of mutated beings in these areas is now suspended. Please wait patiently for further notice. Several areas have fallen. When did this happen? Yifeng felt a bit dazed since everything seemed fine yesterday, and both the government and military had already controlled the outbreak. It made no sense for things to suddenly deteriorate. Could it be because of the mutations? Thinking of this, Yifeng felt more alert and quickly returned a call to Ji Wenbin, wondering if he had some insider information. The phone rang for 2 seconds before it was answered. Hey Feng Ge, you finally woke up. Before Yifeng could speak, Ji Wenbin teased him first. However, Yifeng wasn't in the mood for small talk with Ji Wenbin. He asked seriously, do you know anything about the announcement in the official shelter group? Seeing Yifeng's seriousness, Ji Wenbin put away his playful tone. Feng Ge, I actually planned to tell you about this at noon, but your girlfriend said you were resting, so I didn't want to disturb you. Get to the point already, Yifeng urged impatiently. Ji Wenbin sighed helplessly on the other end. Didn't I mention yesterday that the homeowners in the official shelter group went to clean up the mutated beings? And then, almost all of them were wiped out during the cleanup. Ji Wenbin's tone turned heavier as he spoke. What? Yifeng stood up abruptly, his eyes wide in disbelief as he asked, did they go to the old district where the mutants are? According to the map provided by the government, only the old district had mutants. As for why Yifeng and his group encountered a mutant in the Yunk apartments in the southern city, it was because the mutant they faced knew how to hide and thus avoided detection by the authorities. Unless the deceased homeowners from the official shelter encountered situations similar to Yifeng and his group, there was no reason for the death rate to be so high. They did encounter mutants, but not in the old district, it was in other areas. Moreover, this information has been suppressed by the government, so outsiders can't possibly know. Ji Wenbin explained. Indeed, it seemed that the situation in Haiyun City was serious. Realizing this, Yifeng hurriedly asked, what are your plans next? What else can I do? Of course I'll wait for the government to notify us. Right now everyone in Haiyun City is on edge, so it's best for you Feng Ge to stay in the shelter and go out less. Safety first. While Ji Wenbin was answering his question, he also reminded Yi Feng to stay safe, which made Yi Feng feel a bit touched. Yeah, I understand. You too, Yi Feng replied with a smile. However, Ji Wenbin's next words almost made Yi Feng lose his composure. Yi Feng, go, why don't you give me the drone first? Otherwise, if something happens to you one day, my drone will be lost. If I die, the first one I'll drag down with me is you. Yi Feng shouted angrily, but Ji Wenbin quickly interjected with a laugh. Yi Feng, go, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now. Bye, Feng, go. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. That little rascal. Yi Feng laughed and cursed. He knew Ji Wenbin was joking, so he wasn't really angry. After all, how could a father be mad at his son? After learning the true situation, Yi Feng didn't feel relaxed. Instead, he became more serious. The number of mutants is constantly increasing. It looks like I need to think of ways to enhance my own strength. The current situation is urgent. The real apocalypse is just a matter of time, and when that happens, I won't have much time to prepare. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but recall the mutated gene survival potion he had exchanged for last time. It looks like it's time to find an animal for some experiments. He had this idea long ago, but never had the chance to try it. Anything that appears in the system, surely. Yi Feng learned this from the cooking robot. If even a cooking robot is so impressive, how could the potion be lacking? However, it was already quite late, so Yi Feng had to wait until tomorrow to set off. Despite having slept all day, he still slept soundly at night, probably because AI phone was keeping him warm. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Yi Feng got up early to exercise. He had now set a training plan for himself. Every day, he would do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers. He learned this training method from a powerful individual named Chiyu. It was rumored that if he persisted with this training method, he would eventually become a top powerhouse. While Yi Feng was doing sit-ups, his phone, which was set aside, suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Li Ling, Yi Feng's personal operator. Could it be that there is a task? Yi Feng wondered as he answered the phone. Mr. Yi, are you available to take the call now? Li Ling's gentle voice flowed through the phone, as pleasant as a birdsong. Yi Feng, who was exercising, suddenly felt a stir of excitement in his heart. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't respond, Li Ling hurriedly asked again, Mr. Yi, are you there? It was at this moment that Yi Feng finally came to his senses and replied, yes, I'm here. His tone remained cool and aloof. Li Ling chuckled lightly and continued, yes, it's like this. Since you have completed the task of eliminating the mutants and successfully killed one of them, the government will grant you a special commendation. Oh, Yi Feng asked curiously, what kind of special commendation? Li Ling explained with a smile, we can provide you with some material assistance. Material assistance? Yi Feng thought for a moment and realized he wasn't in need of any supplies at the moment, but he figured it was better to accept than to refuse. However, when Yi Feng inquired about what kind of materials were offered, the answer left him speechless. The materials Li Ling mentioned turned out to be rifles, a type of firearm. Isn't this something that every household in a proper shelter possesses? How could it be considered a special commendation? Yi Feng didn't hold back asking this question directly. Li Ling, unfazed, continued to explain, well, Mr. Yi, we can prioritize providing you with weapons, and some special weapons can be offered as well, but they require an application. Oh, what special weapons? Yi Feng's interest was piqued. However, this time, Li Ling didn't answer Yi Feng's question directly. Instead, she vaguely said, that isn't clear at the moment, but whenever you urgently need assistance, you can contact us anytime. All right, Yi Feng replied helplessly. Although he felt like he was being played, he had no choice. After all, one shouldn't fight against the government, especially since he still needed information about the apocalypse from them. Perhaps sensing that Yi Feng's mood wasn't too enthusiastic, Li Ling quickly added, by the way, this time's task reward includes some shelter points, which will also be recorded in your personal file. Once you reach a certain amount, you can upgrade the shelter's level. That's not bad, Yi Feng smiled. He was currently only at the lowest D level, so the permissions he received weren't much. How many points do I need to upgrade to D level? Yi Feng asked curiously. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we cannot disclose that information. Fearing Yi Feng might misunderstand, Li Ling quickly explained, but rest assured, as soon as you meet the criteria, I will notify you immediately. Alright, do you have anything else? Yi Feng asked lazily. Yes, Mr. Yi, since you killed a mutant, I would like to gather some information and news regarding the mutants. Li Ling replied hastily. Noticing the tension in Li Ling's voice, Yi Feng understood that this was her main concern. Although he knew Li Ling's intentions, Yi Feng didn't refuse. After all, they should have gathered information from Ji Renhai, and asking him was likely just to confirm. Ask whatever you want, Yi Feng said as he moved towards the resting area and casually took a seat. The latest intelligence we received indicates that the intelligence of the mutants is comparable to that of teenage boys. Is this true? While I'm not sure what the intelligence of a teenage boy is, it should be about the same. The corpse of the mutant you killed has been taken by the government for research. Through testing, it has been discovered that this mutant is the strongest known to date. Commander Ji Renhai stated that you killed it single-handedly. That must have been quite challenging, right? Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. He knew Li Ling was probing into his strength. For her to ask this, there must have been others around her. It's not that strong. If it were, I wouldn't have been able to kill it alone. Don't you think? Yi Feng responded, adding a counterquestion. This display of bravado was quite effortless for him, both giving and receiving. Li Ling, holding the landline phone, was left speechless and momentarily unsure of how to respond. Only someone like Yi Feng, a freak, would dare to claim that the mutants were weak. In the office of the government, General Song Yunji, sitting at his desk, was also grimacing at Yi Feng's words. Though he was frustrated, he didn't know what to say. This was because the intelligence provided by Ji Renhai stated that Yi Feng was indeed a formidable person. It was understandable for someone formidable to speak boldly. However, the other officials standing beside him were visibly displeased. Although they didn't say anything, their faces were filled with disdain towards Yi Feng. Song Yunji's Versale 10, Versale 10, Versale 10. Yi Feng received a series of notifications indicating an increase in Versale points, further confirming his earlier suspicion. Just when Yi Feng thought they were about to hang up the phone, Song Yunji's voice suddenly came through the phone. "Comrade, Yi Feng, do you still remember me by my voice?" Song Yunji didn't act pretentious, but instead made a joke. Coincidentally, Yi Feng was someone who responded better to a softer approach, so he was quite willing to have a good chat with Song Yunji. "You are General Song, right?" "I certainly remember you," Yi Feng said respectfully. Without mentioning anything else, just the fact that Song Yunji was a soldier was enough for Yi Feng to respect him. "Haha, it seems that Comrade Yi Feng has a good memory." Song Yunji laughed, and after a bit of polite chat they got down. "By the way, where did you purchase your drone? Can you share that information?" Song Yunji's tone became a bit more serious. Yi Feng knew what Song Yunji was getting at, as he had expected this ever since he revealed the drone. This indirectly indicated the prowess of the X-1 Hummingbird drone, otherwise it wouldn't have caught the government's attention. Yi Feng didn't hesitate and confidently replied, "My drone wasn't bought. I developed it myself." "What? You actually developed this drone?" Song Yunji asked in astonishment. Not just him, everyone present was shocked, given Yi Feng was only in his 20s. Yet a young man in his 20s could design such an advanced drone. It would be hard for anyone to believe if it were to be "Of course I did, and apart from me there is no one else in this world who can create my drone." Yi Feng was not boasting, leaving aside whether others had the technological blueprints for drones. Just designing a drone with such a small form factor would stump many. Song Yunji excitedly said, "We need your technology. Can you sell it to us?" "I'm sorry, but I won't sell the technology." Yi Feng decisively refused Song Yunji, adding, "However, I could sell you the drones, but the materials must be provided by you, and I also expect what is due to me, and it won't be right now." Hearing these words, Song Yunji fell silent for a long time, and his excitement diminished significantly. "Let's consider it for a while, but we need to send someone to your place in a few days for a thorough inspection and testing of the drone." "All right, I have no problem with that. Just let me know when you plan to come," Yi Feng replied. "Okay, it's settled then, Song Yun." The two exchanged pleasantries again before hanging up the phone. In Song Yunji's office, he had just hung up the phone when an official beside him said with obvious frustration, "General, if this drone is really as Ji Renhai says, then we should directly utilize government power to forcefully obtain the drone's design. Moreover, given the current national crisis, he should contribute to the state." From the moment the call was connected until it ended, the group maintained a displeased demeanor, as if Yi Feng owed them. The official had expected Song Yunji to agree or accept his opinion, but to his surprise, Song Yunji turned his head and shot him a glare, then sternly said, "This is the apocalypse, a time when everyone is on edge. If our government doesn't keep its promises and resorts to bullying the weak, what kind of chain reaction do you think will occur?" The official was momentarily taken aback by the question and didn't know how to respond. The other officials, seeing Song Yunji getting a bit angry, tactfully closed their mouths and didn't chime in. Song Yunji stood up and coldly added, "Times have changed. Put away your selfish thoughts. Without my permission, no one is allowed to act recklessly." "The general is right." Everyone echoed in unison, their attitudes sincere as they forced smiles. Song Yunji glanced around the room and angrily turned to leave the office, ignoring the official who had just spoken. Watching Song Yunji's retreating figure, the official who had misspoken's expression turned sharp. In the shelter, Yi Feng was currently preparing the items needed for the trip to the zoo, such as drones and tang knives, and had specially packed some potions into a small storage bag. His preparations were exceedingly thorough. During the process, he couldn't help but think that if the deal regarding the drone mentioned by Song Yunji went through, it would surely benefit him. After all, his automated factory could manufacture drones infinitely, and leaving it idle would be a waste. Of course, there was a limit to the daily manufacturing capacity, and since Song Yunji said he would come in a few days, Yi Feng did not modify the items in the automated factory's task list. He planned to continue manufacturing drones after completing the other items. Additionally, there were two other aspects to consider: first, deepening the relationship with the government, and second, issues related to materials and resources. After all, Yi Feng was also unsure about what materials the subsequent system tasks would require, much like the last few. With his technology, he could easily ask the government for materials and resources, significantly reducing the difficulty of his tasks. Moreover, there was one crucial point enhancing his authority, which involved two significant aspects: intelligence. There's no need to elaborate on intelligence. As for technology, it would be even simpler. In the future, the technology of Yi Feng's shelter would surely become stronger. Rather than being caught off guard later, it would be better to take this opportunity to bring it to light. This way, even if he presented other high-tech weapons in the future, it wouldn't matter. After all, he had already set a precedent. When he contemplated this, Feng realized he was almost done preparing. The zoo he was going to was relatively far from his shelter located in the outskirts rather than in the city. Thus, Feng planned to purchase an upgradable wasteland vehicle, which he had seen in the mall before at a reasonable price of only 100 exchange points. Since it was an upgradable vehicle, Feng thought to acquire one. After all, he currently had over 300 exchange points, which was more than enough. Feng brought Feng to the roadside outside, not wanting to leave her alone in the shelter, as she had not left since her appearance. Another reason was that Feng's abilities were impressive and might help him in a critical moment. After all, after the last battle with the mutants, Feng had developed a strong wariness towards such beings. Would you like to spend 100 exchange points to purchase the wasteland vehicle? The system's voice reminded Feng, and he promptly chose yes, without hesitation. In an instant, a large SUV off-road vehicle appeared before him. Seeing the combat vehicle that materialized out of thin air, Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up, for this vehicle was far more imposing and cool than the Hummer he had previously ridden with Ji Wenbin. Moreover, the front and rear bumpers of the vehicle were equipped with sharp spikes, which reminded him of the zombie movies he had watched, where the protagonist drove such spiked vehicles to crush zombies, creating an extremely bloody and spectacular scene. And this combat vehicle in front of him was obviously even more impressive than the ones in the movies. Feng, filled with excitement, stepped forward and first gently stroked the vehicle's exterior. It felt cold and hard. He knocked on it gently, producing a few dull sounds, as if he were knocking on the door of his own home. Wait, his own home door? Could it be that the vehicle's exterior is made of titanium alloy? Though he thought this, Feng was still uncertain. Titanium alloy was extremely precious, and a vehicle purchased for 100 exchange points shouldn't possess such material. Just as Feng was puzzled, the system's voice resounded again. Basic wasteland vehicle currently at LV1. Its exterior can withstand the bombardment of ordinary missiles, and the vehicle runs on fuel. The current energy can last for 3 days. Wow, wow, wow. Damn, Feng exclaimed excitedly, cursing. His combat vehicle could withstand missile bombardment, although they were just ordinary missiles that was already incredibly powerful. Perhaps even the president's special vehicle couldn't compare to his combat vehicle's capabilities. Without a doubt, the vehicle's exterior was definitely made of titanium alloy, otherwise it wouldn't be able to withstand missile bombardment. As for the energy, although it could only last for 3 days, it was more than sufficient for Feng. He couldn't possibly take several days to find an animal right. Feng eagerly pulled Feng into the vehicle. Upon opening the door, he noticed that the thickness of the windows was far greater than that of ordinary car windows, likely made of some kind of reinforced material. If the exterior could withstand missile bombardment, the window glass wouldn't be simple either. Once inside the vehicle, Feng realized that the interior space was even larger than he had imagined. Even seating 7 or 8 people posed no issue at all, and his driver's seat was also quite spacious, reminiscent of a train's driver's cabin. In addition to the original vehicle control panel, the war chariot also comes with additional functions, such as an attack mode. The control buttons are located on the steering wheel. With a gentle twist, 2 machine guns will rise from the engine hood in front of the car, allowing one to drive and fire bullets simultaneously using the buttons on the steering wheel. Since there were no targets to attack, Feng chose not to fire. Besides that, there was a special function in the war chariot that caught Feng's attention. It was a separate screen located to the right of the driver's seat in front of the gear lever. The screen was roughly the size of a tablet, but that wasn't the point of Feng's interest. What caught his eye were the 4 large characters written in the central control system. Could this be similar to the central control room in my shelter? With that thought, Feng directly clicked on the screen, and sure enough, the specific status of the war chariot appeared. Feng could easily see all the attributes of the war chariot on it, such as the machine gun magazine capacity, remaining energy, and even the damage level of the war chariot, which was incredibly impressive. For example, do you know why there are so many car accidents now? Aside from issues with the drivers, the rest comes down to the vehicle itself. If drivers relied solely on their intuition, many accidents could be avoided. However, problems with the vehicle itself are not easily detected by drivers, making it impossible to avert disaster. Now, being able to know the war chariot's damage status through the central control system undeniably increases its safety. Moreover, the most important point is that ordinary cars cannot be equipped with this special function, which is why Feng found this central control system so impressive. After checking all the functions of the war chariot, Feng was so excited that he couldn't find the words to express himself. This was far beyond a wasteland war chariot. It was truly a top-notch luxury vehicle. No. Even luxury cars don't have this kind of capability. Excitement aside, Feng was still curious about how to upgrade the war chariot, especially since he had been informed that it was an upgradable vehicle before the purchase. If the basic war chariot is already this powerful, wouldn't it be even more incredible after an upgrade? Naturally, he had questions and needed to ask the system. Fortunately, the system wasn't acting aloof this time and kindly explained it to Feng. LV1 Wasteland War Chariot. The upgrade system consists of 2 modes: overall upgrade and parts upgrade. The host may upgrade through exchange points in the system store. Following the system's instructions, Yi Feng opened the war chariot upgrade system in the store, but when he saw the prices displayed, he was instantly dumbfounded. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yi Feng decisively exited the upgrade system. Upgrading to LV2 required over 1,000 exchange points, which meant he would have to kill 20 mutated creatures to earn that. Dealing with just one mutant was already beyond Yi Feng's capabilities. E20. Even for a parts upgrade, the cost was still quite high, and parts upgrades were even more expensive than overall upgrades. Just thinking about it was enough. Yi Feng placed his hands on the steering wheel and couldn't help but lament. No wonder the basic model only requires 100 exchange points. It turns out that subsequent maintenance and upgrades are where the real money is spent. This is truly a scam. As he pondered, Yi Feng suddenly had a bright idea. What if I buy several war chariots with exchange points and then sell them to the government? Wouldn't I make a fortune? This business would be a guaranteed profit. Firstly, this model of war chariot would be impossible to find in the government, and moreover, its practicality far exceeds that of any vehicle they have. The government would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Moreover, 100 exchange points was not a big deal for Yi Feng. He could easily earn that by killing 100 mutated beings. Furthermore, the value of the war chariot itself clearly exceeded 100 exchange points. To put it bluntly, this war chariot's conservative price was at least 2,000 exchange points. Trading 100 for 2,000, a 20-fold difference. Wasn't that a guaranteed profit? To say it was a guaranteed profit was an understatement. It should be called a blood profit. Just as Yi Feng had this thought, the system poured cold water on him. The host can only own one war chariot at a time. Unless the war chariot is completely scrapped, the host cannot purchase a second one, and any scrapped war chariot will not refund the exchange points consumed for upgrades. Yi Feng's dreams of getting rich had not even begun before they were crushed in the cradle. With a helpless sigh, he twisted the key in the ignition, and the war chariot roared to life. Yi Feng had obtained his driver's license while in college, and it was even for a manual transmission, so he could barely manage to drive this wasteland war chariot. As for why he said barely, it was because this vehicle was even harder to drive than an ordinary off-road vehicle. Although the wasteland war chariot belonged to the off-road vehicle category, its size was comparable to that of a small truck. For Yi Feng, a novice driver, it was understandably not easy to handle. Fortunately, normal driving posed no issues. I haven't visited my good neighbors in a while. It's just the right opportunity to drop by. With that thought, Yi Feng drove the car directly to the entrance of the Wang family's home. Coincidentally, Wang and his son were outside the shelter clearing weeds. When they saw the approaching war chariot, they were slightly surprised, primarily due to its overly cool appearance. Those who didn't know might think it was a moving military fortress. So they stopped their work and turned to watch. Nearby, there were also several new residents of the shelter who were attracted by the roaring sound of the war chariot, all coming out to gather around. After all, it was their first time seeing such a vehicle, so it was hard not to be curious. Is this vehicle from the government? Wang Beihang was pondering. However, when he saw Yi Feng step out of the vehicle, his expression darkened instantly. He inwardly complained, how could it be this guy? After getting out of the car, Yi Feng enthusiastically waved at Wang and his son, smiling, as he said, "Long time no see, my old friends." "Who are you calling an old friend, you shameless?" Wang and his son thought, but in front of so many people they didn't dare show it. So they could only force a smile and nod. At this moment, Yi Feng noticed the other onlookers, and he also warmly waved to them. "Hello, everyone, I'm Yi Feng, your neighbor from the shelter above. I just happened to pass by, so I came to say hello." When the others learned that Yi Feng was the owner of the luxurious shelter above, their previously cautious attitude transformed into friendliness, and they responded with smiles. Seeing how friendly everyone was to Yi Feng, Wang and his son felt a twinge of pity and sympathy for them. They thought to themselves, I used to be as naive as you. I almost got driven half to death by this young man. At this moment, Yi Feng was reminding everyone it's best not to leave your shelters these days, as it's quite dangerous lately. Several areas of Haiyun City have already fallen. Since Yi Feng's message was the latest news, everyone was unaware, and they expressed their gratitude, assuring him. The Wang father and son, who were still observing the situation, were slightly taken aback, pondering, could it be that this kid is genuinely here to remind us? Just as their impression of Yi Feng was starting to improve, his next words nearly made them spit blood. Yi Feng spoke earnestly, "After all, if even my shelter can't guarantee absolute safety, what about yours?" Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened instantly. The neighbors, who had just been marveling at Yi Feng as a good person, suddenly wanted to slap themselves. This was clearly not a reminder. It was simply a blatant display of arrogance. Wang Gufan's Versailles 10. Wang Beihang's Versailles 10. In an instant, Yi Feng accumulated quite a bit of Versailles, unknowingly completing a third of the amount. Yi Feng smiled happily, completely oblivious to the awkward smirks on everyone's faces. After waving goodbye, he returned to the vehicle and departed. The people behind him wore strange expressions, thinking, what kind of neighbor is this? He's simply a nouveau riche from the village. On his way down the mountain, Yi Feng called his operator Li Ling. Having witnessed Song Yunji scolding the officials for Yi Feng, she had become even friendlier towards him, fearing, "Mr. Yi, do you have any questions?" Li Ling's voice was already gentle, but at this moment she intentionally spoke in a softer tone, making the effect even more pronounced. On the other end of the line, Yifeng couldn't help but get goosebumps, not because it was unpleasant, but rather due to the tingling sensation that made his heart race. Ahem, Yifeng cleared his throat, trying to calm himself. I need weapons right now, machine guns, handguns, I need them all. Li Ling gently responded with an and then said, all right, mister. Yui will send someone to deliver them to you. By the way, it's not to the shelter, but to the Haiyun city, Zhu. Yifeng quickly reminded her. The zoo. Hearing those 3 words, Li Ling was taken aback, recalling the incident at another city's zoo where infected animals attacked the keepers. She didn't understand why Yifeng wanted the weapons sent there, but out of professional ethics, she hurriedly warned Mr. Yi. While it hasn't been confirmed whether the animals at the Haiyun City Zoo could be infected, it is certain that some creatures in other places have shown signs of infection, making them extremely aggressive and likely to attack humans. Li Ling didn't directly advise Yifeng not to go, as she had no authority to say that as an operator. All she could do was offer a reminder to weigh the pros and cons, leaving the decision to Yifeng himself. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was somewhat surprised, as it was the first time he had heard that animals could also be infected. If that were true, it would undoubtedly be bad news for humanity. However, his medications were prepared for animals, and he had to go to the zoo. Don't worry, I will be careful, Yifeng replied. Seeing that Yifeng insisted on going to the zoo, Li Ling could only comply. Then I will contact someone to send the weapons over. Okay. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Although the Haiyun City Zoo was also located on the outskirts, it was not in the same area as Haiyun Mountain. Haiyun Mountain was in the south while the zoo was in the north, so Yifeng needed to drive through the city to reach the zoo. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was fast, and since there were no other vehicles on the road, it only took half an hour. Once the armored vehicle entered Haiyun City, Yifeng saw no other living person. The entire city seemed like a dead city filled with silence. All traces of past prosperity and liveliness had disappeared. This inevitably stirred feelings of melancholy in Yifeng's heart, as it seemed the apocalypse was truly approaching. Could humanity win this battle? After spending 20 minutes exiting the city, Yifeng continued northward. After another half an hour, he finally arrived at the Haiyun City Zoo, which was built on the outskirts due to its large scale, covering an area of over 3,000 acres. It was also the second largest zoo in the eastern province, with tickets costing over 100 yuan. Yifeng parked outside the zoo, took out his Tang Dao, and seeing that the officials had not yet arrived, he decided to enter the zoo to take a look. However, the zoo's main gate was tightly closed. No matter how Yifeng shouted outside, there was no response whatsoever. Is there no one inside? Thinking of this, Yifeng let it go. After all, given that it was the end of the world, who would still bother with these potentially infected animals? Seeing that he couldn't open the gate normally, Yifeng decided to drive through it. The zoo's entrance was made of 2 large iron doors spaced about 10 meters apart, so there was no problem driving in. With this thought in mind, Yifeng began to reverse. When he was about 100 meters away from the zoo's gate, Yifeng turned to AI Feng and smiled, reminding her hold on tight. As AI Feng responded with an Yifeng stepped on the clutch, shifted into gear, and then released the clutch while pressing the accelerator. The armored vehicle immediately roared to life, and Yifeng swiftly switched gears, accelerating to over 50 miles per hour in a short time, and it kept rising, reaching over 130 miles per hour just before crashing into the gate. Bang! The massive iron gate was directly smashed open, and the 2 people in the vehicle only felt a slight bump. Otherwise, there was no major reaction. After the gate was broken open, Yifeng quickly stepped on the brakes to avoid crashing into other buildings. After all, a speed of over 130 miles per hour is not to be taken lightly. After stopping the vehicle, Yifeng hastily got out, squatted down in front of the car to check around, and after confirming the vehicle was undamaged, he let out a sigh of relief. Standing up, he glanced at the distant bent and deformed iron gate, feeling somewhat astonished. This vehicle is incredible. It smashed the iron gate, and neither I nor the vehicle were hurt. Only a tank could achieve this. Yifeng felt grateful for his decision to purchase the armored vehicle. He should have done this much earlier. After returning to the car, Yifeng did not drive it directly inside, but instead took out the drone he had prepared in advance, intending to survey the surroundings. After all, Li Ling had mentioned that animals also have the risk of contracting viruses, so it's better to be cautious. However, just as he took the drone, the sound of brakes came from behind. Yifeng glanced at the left rearview mirror and saw it was a government vehicle, so he had to put down the drone and hurriedly got out of the car to approach it. 2 soldiers got out of the jeep, one of whom carried a long backpack on his back. You must be Comrade Yifeng, right? The soldier walking towards him politely extended his hand. Yifeng smiled and took it. Yes, I am Yifeng. Thank you for coming all this way. It's part of the duty, no thanks necessary. The soldier replied with a smile, his attitude particularly friendly. After speaking, the soldier took the long backpack from his companion and handed it to Yifeng, explaining, "This contains the weapons you requested, please check." Hearing it was weapons, Yifeng's eyes brightened. It was long and clearly a good item. After receiving the backpack, Yifeng placed it directly on the ground and opened it to inspect. Inside were 3 guns, a pistol, a rifle, and a sniper rifle, along with 5 grenades and some magazines. Although it wasn't much, it was sufficient for Yifeng's use. Holding these heavy weapons, Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim, It seems that joining the government does have its benefits. Upon hearing Yifeng's comment, the soldiers exchanged amused glances. As Yifeng checked the weapons, the two soldiers also took note of the damaged gate. In the past, they would have immediately pressed Yifeng to the ground for damaging state property. After all, how could one not serve time for such an offense? Comrade Yifeng, one soldier suddenly called out. Yifeng, who was examining the weapons, looked up curiously and replied, "What is it?" The soldier pointed towards the zoo with a serious tone, warning, "If you plan to go in there, it's best to be extra cautious." Oh. Yifeng put down the gun in his hand and stood up. Could it be that there are infected animals inside? If that were the case, Yifeng would feel quite distressed, not because he feared these infected animals. After all, he had dealt with mutated creatures before, but because he was worried there might be no living animals left inside. If so, his trip today would be in vain, and he wouldn't know where to find living animals. Fortunately, the soldier shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure either, as the government hasn't had time to investigate inside. Just be careful." Yifeng nodded thoughtfully, and after the soldiers completed their task, they bid farewell to him and drove away. Yifeng returned to the location of the armored vehicle, opened the trunk, and placed the backpack inside. However, he kept the pistol on him since it was small and wouldn't be a burden. After getting back into the car, he rolled down the window again and skillfully started the drone. As his fingers swiped across the tablet controller, the drone swiftly flew towards the outer area of the zoo. The zoo is divided into an inner area and an outer area. The outer area houses milder animals such as monkeys and alpacas, while the inner area contains larger animals like lions and tigers. This distinction is made for the welfare of the animals in the outer area. If carnivores were placed among herbivores, the herbivores would remain in a state of constant anxiety. One must not underestimate the sense of smell in animals. Additionally, many children tend to favor the gentler herbivores, so the zoo's layout is also designed to attract visitors with kids. At the same time, the outer area is the largest, nearly more than twice the size of the inner area. As the drone continued to delve deeper, Yifeng's expression grew increasingly serious. How could this be? Yifeng murmured with a furrowed brow as the footage from the drone revealed that almost all the animals in the outer area had perished. Even the ones still alive lay on the ground in a state of barely hanging on. Furthermore, Yifeng saw that many animal corpses were incomplete, as if some creature had gnawed on them, with bones clearly visible beneath the skin and flesh. However, Yifeng was unsure whether these animals had resorted to cannibalism due to hunger or if it was the work of the... Regardless of the reason, Yifeng's hope of finding animals was considerably diminished. Even if he ultimately found an animal that met his standards, he couldn't guarantee its health. Sighing, he continued to use the drone to survey the outer area. As the drone ascended higher, Yifeng's previously relaxed brow suddenly furrowed, and a hint of worry surfaced in his eyes. As expected, it seems the people here haven't escaped the fate of infection either. The footage from the drone revealed groups of mutated individuals wandering the pathways of the zoo dressed in the zoo's work uniforms. Just as Yifeng was about to continue controlling the drone deeper inside, he suddenly straightened up, his breathing quickening. He hastily zoomed in on the footage from the drone. When he saw a mutated individual crouched on the ground gnawing on a human corpse, his worries intensified. From the footage, it appeared that the corpse on the ground had not been dead for long, as there were still traces of dark blood. However, the deceased was not a living person, but a mutated individual. This was also why Yifeng was somewhat taken aback. Cannibalism. Could it be a mutation? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Yifeng quickly shook his head. No, that can't be. Mutants don't have such small physiques, and it looks like it was just infected not long ago. Wait. Yifeng suddenly had a terrifying thought. Could it be that it is mutating towards becoming a variant? This speculation was not unfounded. He had learned during the last purge of the mutated that if a mutated individual survives for more than 3 days, it might evolve into a terrifying variant. Although the probability was low, it didn't mean it was impossible. Forget it. If I encounter it later, just take it down. With this in mind, Yifeng stopped overthinking and continued to control the drone deeper into the area. The footage captured by the drone showed a dense forest surrounded by various types of trees. However, beneath the trees was a layer of barbed wire to prevent animals from falling. This place was once home to many groups of monkeys, including golden snub-nosed monkeys, macaques, leaf monkeys, and so on. Basically, every type of monkey one could name was present. But now not a single monkey could be seen in the trees. However, on the ground, there were piles of various monkey corpses. Unlike other animals, the monkeys here are nearly extinct. Yifeng furrowed his brows again, puzzled by the situation. Logically, all animals should be in similar conditions. Yet there isn't a single monkey alive. Could it be because monkeys, like humans, are primates? He thought, deepening the gravity on his face. If that is the case, then this virus seems to be specifically prepared for humans. Chillingly so. The drone slowly flew over the jungle area. Just as Yifeng contemplated whether to send the drone further to see if any animals were alive, a large group of mutated humans suddenly appeared ahead. There were about a dozen of them, but their attire was different from the mutated humans seen earlier. Presumably, this group of mutated humans were originally tourists here. Realizing this, Yifeng deduced another crucial piece of information. That the mutated incident at the Haiyun City Zoo must have occurred suddenly. How it fell into chaos unexpectedly rather than through subsequent infections. Otherwise, there shouldn't be any tourists left, and the deeper he ventured, the more of this type of mutated human he encountered. To avoid prolonged troubles, Feng decided to take action immediately. After spending a few minutes retrieving the drone, Feng started the battle vehicle, preparing to set off. Although he knew that the sound of the battle vehicle would attract many mutated humans, Feng wasn't too worried. The vehicle's sturdiness was more than a match for the mutated beings. It's not an exaggeration to say that whatever comes the vehicle can crush it, but this only applies to ordinary mutants. If he encounters a variant, he would have to devise a longer plan. However, up to now Feng had not discovered any variants, so he wasn't very concerned. Even if he were to unlucky enough to encounter a variant, it would be fine. Feng had prepared thoroughly this time, and besides he had brought along AI Feng, a robot, so a shock therapy of 100,000 volts would be enough to make a variant feel better. Moreover, being a robot, AI Feng was not susceptible to infection, which was why Feng was not worried about her. Feng drove the battle vehicle slowly through the outer yard of the zoo. The zoo had previously needed to transport food for the animals, so many roads were constructed inside, and each road could lead to any section of the park. Thus Feng had intended to drive in, as it was both safe and convenient. Why not? When Feng drove the vehicle to the location where he had just spotted the mutated humans, it instantly attracted many of them. Besides the staff, there were also a few tourists, but at this moment they had all become mutated. Feng did not hesitate, he drove straight into them. With a few dull thuds, the mutated beings in front of the vehicle were instantly smashed to bits by the immense impact. Blood splattered everywhere. Feng, while driving, specifically noted this group of blocking mutated humans, but did not find the one he had seen earlier gnawing on its companion. He initially intended to get out and search, but after contemplating he decided against it. It wasn't due to fear, but a desire not to waste time since he had no idea where to look. Besides, finding the animals was the priority. Feng pressed the accelerator and the battle vehicle charged straight into the inner yard of the zoo. Along the way, the number of mutated beings crushed under the vehicle was not less than 30 or 40, and numerous dismembered limbs of mutants were still stuck on the sharp spikes at the front of the vehicle. The scene was incredibly bloody. Upon entering the inner yard, when Feng saw the familiar grand archway, memories flooded back to him from 2 years ago. That was when he brought Su Yao here for the first time, and it was also the first time he held Su Yao's hand. However, now Feng returned to the zoo in such a manner, leaving him somewhat helpless. It was precisely because he had been here once that he did not continue using the drone to scout further. After all, he remembered the route, so it was more convenient to backtrack. As Feng continued driving the battle vehicle deeper, he pondered whether to directly capture a lion to take back, as it would be both majestic and imposing. However, he had not seen any animals in good spirits along the way, which made him somewhat anxious. What if all these animals? If that were the case, then Feng's trip today would be in vain. Just as he leisurely drove on the road in the inner yard, a figure suddenly dashed out from a fork in the road ahead. Moreover, it was charging directly towards Feng, startling him. He wasn't sure whether this sudden appearance was a living person, but fortunately the vehicle was moving slowly, so no accident occurred. Just as he stopped the vehicle and hadn't yet gathered his thoughts, a bloodied head suddenly popped up at the left car window, followed by a series of knocking sounds on the window, which startled Feng once again. What the hell? Due to the different material of the glass window and the poor visibility, Feng couldn't immediately identify what this person was. Just as Feng grabbed his tang knife ready to take action, a girl's voice suddenly cried out from outside the window. "Sir, I haven't been infected. Please save us." Seeing this, Feng finally relaxed a bit and focused his gaze. The bloodied head belonged to a blonde foreigner, and the blood on their face was flowing down from a wound on the forehead, which didn't appear to be a bite, but rather a bruise. Us. Feng did not immediately open the door, but questioned why this foreign girl used the word us. Was there more than one survivor? At that moment, another figure suddenly dashed out from the blind spot of the junction, equally disheveled. Upon seeing the battle vehicle, the youth's panicked expression revealed a hint of excitement. Yet when he spotted the blonde woman standing anxiously outside the vehicle, he barely managed to relax before tensing up again. "Alice, what happened?" the youth hurriedly asked. Alice opened her mouth in a panic, but didn't know how to respond. At that moment, 7 or 8 mutated beings suddenly charged out from the corner, clawing and lunging towards the youth and Alice, making their previously relaxed faces turn pale again. Feng dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly unlocked the car door and honked the horn. The two outside the vehicle snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the door, almost jumping in just as the mutated beings were about to pounce on them. At this moment, they were breathing heavily, trying to calm the emotions within their hearts. Sweat drenched their bodies and clothes, indicating that they had just endured a fierce struggle for survival. However, the war chariot was also permeated with a pungent smell of sweat. Feng, who had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, instinctively frowned slightly and turned on the air conditioning, allowing the odor to gradually dissipate. Once the young man in the back seat and Alice calmed down, they sincerely thanked Feng. Feng, however, did not let it get to his head. His motive for saving the two was not only humanitarian, but also to inquire about the situation in the zoo. Encountering living people in a zoo under such circumstances surprised Feng greatly. He was unsure how long the zoo had been overrun, but judging by these mutants it had been at least a week. From the moment the two got into the car, Feng had been observing them through the rearview mirror. Their attire indeed matched the standard of tourists, and the stains on their clothes seemed to have been there for quite a while. Big brother, my name is Zhang Hao, a local from Haiyan City. You can just call me Xiao Zhang or Xiao Hao. The young man introduced himself humbly. After he finished speaking, Alice quickly took over the conversation. I'm Alice from Lingxiao City. Lingxiao City in the eastern province. Feng looked at Alice through the rearview mirror with some surprise. Although she appeared quite disheveled, it was evident that her original beauty was striking. With blonde hair and blue eyes, and her figure quite prominent, she looked nothing like a typical person from the 9 provinces. Seeing Feng discreetly sizing her up, Alice shyly explained, my father is from the United States, and my mother is from the 9 provinces. A mixed race. No wonder. At this moment Zhang Hao noticed that the car was still moving deeper inside, and urgently said, Big brother, can you take us out of here? I haven't been home for a long time and my parents are still waiting for me. Alice nodded in agreement, pleading with Feng to take her out as well. We can discuss going out later. First tell me about the situation in the zoo. Feng had little time to waste. He did not want to spend it going back and forth, especially since he had many more questions. Seeing Feng's insistence, the two had no other choice. To get out faster, Zhang Hao answered honestly, a week ago, I came here with colleagues to shoot material. Who would have thought that disaster would suddenly strike? We intended to drive away quickly, but a large number of survivors fled inside, and we had to follow. After that, in order to prevent the monsters outside from getting in, the zoo staff locked the main gate, but this lock caused a lot of people to perish, including my colleagues who were with me. Zhang Hao's voice became choked with emotion, his expression turning sorrowful. Although Feng felt some sympathy, he chose to continue probing. Are you two the only survivors left? Zhang Hao shook his head. No, there are some survivors gathered in the forest area of the inner courtyard because there's a safe house there originally set up to guard against animals, but later occupied by us survivors. Upon hearing this, Feng was slightly surprised, as it was evident from Zhang Hao's tone and expression that the number of surviving individuals should not be small. To survive for so long in such a confined space, these people must be exceptional. However, Zhang Hao's next words directly confirmed Feng's suspicions. Big brother, please take us away from here. We don't want to go back to that place. Zhang Hao spoke with a face full of apprehension and fear. Even after encountering mutants, Zhang Hao had never shown such an expression. It was clear that there were many unknown secrets involved. Feng comforted gently, don't worry, as long as you honestly answer my questions I will safely take you out. Zhang Hao and Alice exchanged a glance instinctively, then nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to cooperate. Continue with your story, Feng urged. Zhang Hao looked at Feng with an odd expression, and after a moment he answered, we thought that surviving would mean waiting for government rescue, but there has been no news from them until now. What's even more disheartening is that the staff who initially protected us eventually turned their weapons on us survivors, forcing us to risk our lives to find food, or they would beat us, Alice added angrily. Moreover, they threatened us, saying that if we didn't obey they would take us to feed the monsters. Hearing this made Feng quite interested in the them mentioned by the two. Another Yongjian perhaps. Zhang Hao caught a glimpse of the cold smile on Feng's face, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Was this really amusing? What a strange person. With this thought, Zhang Hao suddenly had the idea of introducing Feng to that group of people. After all, anyone who could drive this car and bring a woman inside was definitely not ordinary. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. What a joke. That group had weapons. Sir, are you asking because you want to go to that place? Alice asked, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing Alice's question, Zhang Hao quickly added, Big brother, please don't go there. They have shotguns and tranquilizer guns, and we are no match for them. Compared to Zhang Hao, Alice appeared much calmer, her eyes shifting as if she were deep in thought. Feng waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that, I will definitely keep my promise to you. Seeing this, the two didn't know what to say. They were desperate to escape that place, yet someone was recklessly trying to enter. God must be playing a cruel joke on them. Do you remember if there are any living animals inside? Feng asked again. This was Feng's true intention. As for the survivors, as long as they didn't provoke him while he was dealing with the main issue, he generally wouldn't meddle in their affairs. Zhang Hao frowned, slightly unsure why Feng asked this, but he answered truthfully. I'm not entirely sure, but there should be some living animals inside, though there are more terrifying mutated creatures. Mutated creatures. It seems the situation is just as Li Ling described. With this thought, Feng asked, what kinds of mutated creatures are there? Zhang Hao frowned and pondered for a moment. I remember there are cheetahs because they are very fast, and many survivors have died at their hands. Besides that, there are also some kangaroos. When these mutated creatures come out to move, we all hide in advance, otherwise the number of dead will only... Beside her, Alice added with a look of apprehension on her face, clearly reluctant to stay here. Feng nodded and replied, actually it's pretty much the same outside. The entire city is locked down, many areas have fallen, and the dead pile up like mountains. However, Zhang Hao disagreed with Feng's words. Even so, the outside is better than here. Staying out there might mean waiting for rescue, but here we can only wait for death. Didn't you call the police? Feng asked in confusion. The authorities had already launched many rescue missions. If they had reported it, there was no reason for things to have deteriorated to this point. Zhang Hao shook his head. At first we called the police, but no one came. Later those people just confiscated everyone's phones, and we had no choice but to escape, because if we didn't run, we would likely die in there. What about you? Feng curiously asked Alice, as leaving the group would likely mean a quicker death. For instance, if they hadn't encountered Feng just now, they would probably be in the stomachs of the mutated creatures by now. Alice subconsciously glanced at Zhang Hao, and seeing him nod at her, she gathered her courage and continued to explain. That group of freaks is not satisfied with just controlling us. They want to make the girls inside their slaves to vent their beastly urges. I'd rather die than get involved with them, which is why I fought with Zhang Hao to escape. Looking at Alice's beautiful appearance and her impressive figure, one could hardly blame those creatures. Even Feng felt a stir of desire. However, Feng had strong self-control and would not be led by his lower desires. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. I originally wanted to take a few more people with us, but the others were too scared. In the end, someone even reported us. Fortunately, we had already escaped the forest area at that time, and there were plenty of mutated creatures nearby, so they didn't dare to pursue us further. It seemed these people really considered themselves to be tyrants. Feng couldn't help but sneer, and after laughing he glanced at Zhang Hao through the rearview mirror and said, You lead the way. I want to see if there are any living animals, and if I do, we'll take you back. Zhang Hao thought that all his talk would make Feng change his mind, but he didn't expect Feng to be so adamant about going back. Naturally, he wouldn't agree. Without thinking, he directly retorted, Big brother, I can guide you, but can you first take us out? No way. Feng directly rejected him. For the same reasons, as before, Feng didn't want to waste time and wanted to gather more information with the two of them. Seeing Feng so decisive, Zhang Hao's face turned red with anger. He snorted coldly and said, If you want take us, then we'll leave on our own. After saying that, Zhang Hao reached for the car door, but it had long been locked by Feng. Without his permission, the two of them could not open the door. What do you mean by this? Zhang Hao questioned harshly while also searching the car for any usable weapons. When he saw the Tang Dao placed in the gear shift area, he quickly made a move and grabbed the sword. As he pulled the Tang Dao back, Feng also lifted his right hand, gripping the hilt and pulling it back. With a clang, the Tang Dao was unsheathed instantly, while Zhang Hao had only grabbed the scabbard. Just as he was about to make another attempt to seize the Tang Dao from Feng, the sharp blade brushed against his neck. Zhang Hao's face turned pale with fear, no longer daring to move a muscle. If the Tang Dao had advanced just a millimeter, he would have been a goner. Beside them, Alice was also frightened by the scene, so she hurriedly advised, Sir, please calm down, we will agree to your Feng glanced at Alice, who was smiling at him, and then sheathed the Tang Dao. However, his next move startled both of them again as he pulled out a handgun from his waist and heavily placed it aside, clearly visible to both. This scene greatly intimidated both of them. They never dreamed that Feng would have a gun and that he would so openly place it aside. Wasn't he afraid it would be taken from him? The moment that thought crossed Zhang Hao's mind, he immediately dismissed it. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The previous experience had already made him realize how terrifying Feng was, so he didn't dare to risk his life any further. In contrast, Alice seemed a bit excited, although she hid it very well. Yet Feng still caught on, and the reason he did this was to gauge their attitudes. The result was clear. Meanwhile, Feng's speed remained unchanged, and this mental fortitude alone could put ordinary soldiers to Alice gently patted Zhang Hao's thigh to soothe his emotions, and she even proactively took the hilt from his hand and returned it to its place. However, when she saw Feng showing no reaction, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Lead the way. Feng broke the silence. Alice pointed to a fork in the road ahead and gently said, Sir, turn right ahead. Feng acknowledged with a sound and then accelerated. Alice suddenly added, Sir, please drive carefully. Those people have long anticipated that someone might enter, so they set up roadblocks ahead. It would be best for us to change direction. Alice's proactive good will made Zhang Hao a bit displeased, thinking to himself that he had almost died at Feng's hands, yet she was still so courteous to him. However, Zhang Hao only dared to curse internally and didn't dare to voice it. Alice initially thought Feng would take her suggestion, but to her surprise, Feng just shook his head and said it was fine, leaving her a bit confused about what this man was thinking. She turned to look at Feng, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Due to their positions, she had not been able to see Feng's face, and she was momentarily unclear about Feng's background. However, Alice never expected that Feng would actually feel some excitement upon hearing about the roadblocks. As the armored vehicle turned the corner, a large group of mutated creatures suddenly appeared ahead, startling both Zhang Hao and Alice. They must have been attracted by the roar of the armored vehicle. However, these mutated beings could not hinder the armored vehicle at all, and were crushed beneath it with blood splattering onto the windshield. The scene was quite spectacular, yet Zhang Hao noticed that Feng remained unfazed, which only increased his wariness, thinking to himself, Are you even human? Not a single reaction. Little did he know these mutants were as commonplace as watermelons in Yi Feng's eyes, and he had long grown accustomed. Zhang Hao patted his chest in fear, feeling fortunate that he hadn't gotten out of the vehicle just now, otherwise if he had encountered this group of mutants, he would likely have been torn apart and devoured. After all, he had witnessed such scenes with his own eyes before. As the armored vehicle pressed deeper, the number of mutants ahead increased. Yi Feng, sitting in the driver's seat, slightly narrowed his eyes and calmly reminded, "Hold on tight." Without giving the two behind him a chance to react, Yi Feng slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle surged forward violently. Any mutant that came close was almost instantly flung away, some even dismembered by the sharp spikes of the front bumper. The scene was incredibly bloody. The vehicle swayed back and forth, causing Zhang Hao and Alice inside to nearly vomit. They couldn't help but complain, wishing they had been bitten by the mutants instead. In the forest area surrounded by numerous trees, there were also many corpses, not only of mutants, but also of animals, and the air was thick with the lingering stench of blood. Damn it, I let that kid Zhang Hao take Alice and run. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have just forced my way in. A scruffy man leaned against a tree grumbling while a companion nearby chuckled and replied, "Old Hai, don't worry. Those two little mice won't get far. You know the situation outside, they'll come back sooner or later." The man standing nearby took over the conversation. He looked to be around 30 and held a shotgun, constantly alert to the movements around him. The shotgun appeared somewhat old and likely had seen better days. These weapons were originally intended to subdue animals that attacked humans, but now they had ironically become tools to subdue humans. The other men around nodded in agreement, expressing their support for the man's words, and mentioned that if Alice returned, they would also want to experience the taste of a foreign girl. Wang Hai cursed with a laugh, then stood up and asked, "By the way, what's the situation now?" "What else?" "Same as always," came the reply from the man, named Li Shang, who, like the others, was a staff member at the zoo. After saying that, Li Shang shrugged and continued to complain, "The roads outside are practically deserted. I've been watching for several days, and not a single vehicle has passed by. The supplies we could scavenge are running low, and if this continues, we will surely meet our end." The 5 people present exchanged serious looks upon hearing this. Li Shang is right, it seems we need to think of a way to find another way out. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. At that moment, a young man rushed in from outside the forest, excitedly shouting, "Brothers, a vehicle is coming." His clothing was different from the other 6 present, likely indicating he was a tourist, but that was no longer important. Upon hearing that a vehicle was coming, the 6 were instantly filled with excitement. This was the first time in a long while that a living person had come in. "Brothers, grab your weapons." With Wang Hai's command, the others quickly picked up their shotguns and followed suit. The road was just outside the forest, not far away, approximately a few hundred meters, and the 7 made it out in just a minute. At that moment, Yi Feng's armored vehicle was driving towards them. As the 7 saw the front bumper of the armored vehicle filled with dismembered limbs and flesh, their expressions, they thought to themselves that the driver must be a fierce person, but no matter how fierce, he would have to pay the price here today. Seeing the armored vehicle about to run over their spike strip trap, they couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. At this speed, the armored vehicle would surely get a flat tire and then flip over, saving them the trouble of shooting. However, the armored vehicle whizzed past without sustaining any damage, contrary to their expectations. "Don't just stand there, shoot." Wang Hai shouted, raising his shotgun to fire at the armored vehicle. His marksmanship was impressive, he hit nearly every shot. The others also snapped back to their senses, grabbing their weapons to attack the armored vehicle, trying to force it to stop. Inside the vehicle, the sound of bullets striking produced a thud-thud noise, startling Zhang Hao and Alice. But they quickly realized that none of the bullets were penetrating, all were blocked outside, and even the windshield showed no signs of damage, which left them both astonished. The 7 men shooting from outside were equally dumbfounded, not expecting the vehicle to be so sturdy. Just a few dozen meters after passing the 7, Yi Feng suddenly stopped the vehicle and began to reverse. Seeing this, Zhang Hao panicked. He didn't understand why Yi Feng was reversing, as shouldn't they be getting further away from them. As the armored vehicle continued to approach the 7, Zhang Hao hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Yi Feng turned back with a charming smile, "Have you ever played real-life CS?" "What the heck is real-life CS?" Both of them were taken aback, not understanding what Yi Feng was getting at. Suddenly, Zhang Hao remembered that Yi Feng had a gun. Oh, could it be that he wanted to shoot it out with that group? Realizing this, Zhang Hao hurriedly said, "Big brother, they have shotguns. Those can kill with a single shot." "Don't I have one too?" Yi Feng retorted with annoyance. Zhang Hao glanced at the pistol lying nearby, unable to suppress his inner criticism, thinking, how can this small pistol compete with them? Wouldn't he just get shot to pieces? He had intended to persuade Yi Feng, but when he saw Yi Feng's fierce gaze, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The 7 men, seeing Yi Feng actually reversing back, stopped their attack, thinking he was scared and wanted to surrender. They immediately surrounded him, each one filled with excitement. However, as the vehicle came to a stop, they found that what awaited them was not surrender, but the glaring muzzles of guns. Yi Feng, stepping out of the vehicle, directly aimed his pistol at the older Wang Hai, nearly paralyzing him with fear. The others were momentarily stunned, then quickly raised their shotguns to threaten Yi Feng to put down his weapon. Yet Yi Feng completely ignored them, and the scene became exceedingly awkward. "Young man, let's talk calmly." Be careful, or things might get out of hand. Wang Hai hurriedly advised, fearing that Yifeng might accidentally pull the trigger. Yifeng let out a cold laugh, then gestured to Wang Hai to have the others put down their weapons. Wang Hai was unwilling and quickly explained it was all a misunderstanding. If you lower your gun first, my brothers will naturally follow suit. Let's pretend nothing happened, how about that? How do I look like a fool to you? Yifeng said, pointing at his own nose with his left hand. Don't blame me for being rude. My friends. Before Wang Hai could finish, Yifeng pulled the trigger, and the bullet whizzed past Wang Hai's ear, the deafening sound causing his eardrum to ache. His threatening words were cut short by fear, and Wang Hai's pupils constricted as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Though he stood still, he had almost been scared to the point of wetting himself. The other companions nearby were equally frightened, not expecting Yifeng to actually fire a gun in front of so many people. For a moment, they were at a loss about what to do. Confronting him directly. Then Wang Hai could very well end up dead. But putting down his weapon was clearly not an option, as that would make him an easy target. Just as everyone was in a stalemate, Feng, who had been sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly appeared. She moved swiftly, almost instantly kicking the guns out of several people's hands. Seeing this, her companions hurriedly aimed their guns at Feng, but Yifeng would not allow them to succeed. He quickly turned and shot the right hand of the assailant. Bang! The gun fell to the ground, followed by the man's heart-wrenching scream. In just a moment, Feng and Yifeng easily subdued the 7 men who crouched on the ground with their heads in their arms, not daring to resist any longer. As for the guns, they were piled up like firewood in front of them. Once the fighting was over, Zhang Hao and Li Si also got out of the car. Li Si had initially intended to escape in the car, but when she discovered that Yifeng had taken the keys, she abandoned that thought. Damn, big brother, you are truly impressive. Looking at the 7 men squatting in a row, Zhang Hao sincerely admired Yifeng. At the same time, he unconsciously glanced at Feng, standing beside Yifeng. Upon seeing her face, Zhang Hao was instantly stunned. This was the first time he had seen Feng up close, and her beauty was astounding, even surpassing that of the pretty foreign girl Li Si. Li Si also noticed Feng, and was equally dazzled by her beauty. Zhang Hao could not understand why Yifeng had such a beautiful female companion, and moreover her skills were extraordinary. After his amazement, Zhang Hao shifted his gaze back to the 7 men crouching in front of him. He stepped forward and kicked Wang Hai twice, cursing, "So you guys finally have your day too." Having been subdued by Yifeng was one thing, but now being humiliated by Zhang Hao made Wang Hai and the others' faces look as if they had swallowed a fly. Enough, stop wasting time. Just pick any gun you want to take, Yifeng said, kicking one of the guns in front of him. Really? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, unable to believe that Yifeng would actually let him take a weapon. Didn't he fear that Zhang Hao would threaten him with it? However, after glancing at the 7 men crouching in front of him, he felt relieved. None of the 7 could match him, let alone just himself. Zhang Hao did not hesitate. He crouched down, picked up the newest shotgun among them, weighed it in his hands, and found it satisfactory before choosing it. After selecting the gun, he also grabbed a few magazines and stood up, feeling quite pleased. Li Si beside him was also feeling restless, but she did not dare to act on her own. Instead, she obediently stood to the side, waiting for Yifeng to speak. However, Yifeng still did not give her the signal to take a gun, and her expression began to change, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with Yifeng. Yifeng naturally noticed Li Si's little actions, but he did not address them. The reason he hadn't given Li Si a weapon was that he always felt she was unreliable and had some ulterior motives. At that moment, many mutated beings suddenly appeared around them, and their numbers were still increasing. It was clear that these mutated beings had been attracted by the gunfire. Seeing this, everyone felt a sense of impending danger. Big brother, what should we do next? Zhang Hao tightly gripped the shotgun, feeling somewhat at a loss, completely losing the bravado he had earlier when kicking people. The 7 men crouched on the ground also looked a bit panicked. Just as Yifeng was about to respond, Li Si hurriedly pointed towards the forest area and shouted, "Look over there, it's a mutated beast. It's targeting us." Everyone quickly turned to look in the direction Li Si pointed. They saw a lithe black shadow standing in the forest staring at them. Although it did not attack, it was clear that it was not friendly. The mutated beast was a leopard. Though it had mutated, its appearance did not seem grotesque. It still resembled a leopard overall. The only difference was that its body was more robust than that of an ordinary leopard, exuding strength. However, its mouth was stained with blood, clearly having just eaten something. Moreover, its body had some bloody wounds, indicating it had been injured not long ago. After sizing up the mutated beast, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a chill, and he was also somewhat astonished. Is this what a mutated beast looks like? It appeared much fiercer than the mutated beings, yet it still felt so ordinary. In Yifeng's mind, he had envisioned mutated beasts to be something akin to aliens, or at the very least they should have some impressive features. Though the mutated beast looked ordinary, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. However, Yifeng was not afraid. He had killed bosses like the mutants before, so how could he be intimidated by a mere mutated beast now? Look over there, another group of mutated beasts is appearing. Li Si exclaimed again. Everyone hurriedly looked, and sure enough, it was not just one, but many mutated creatures rushing toward them. At that moment, the 7 men who had been crouching suddenly stood up and dashed toward the other side of the forest. This action startled Zhang Hao and the others, and he quickly reacted by firing shots, but missed. Yifeng stopped him from continuing his attack as the mutated beings had already surrounded them. They were quite fast, and if they delayed for a few more minutes, Zhang Hao and AI Li Si would likely meet their end here. Go, get in the car. Yifeng shouted and ran toward the driver's seat. AI Feng returned to the passenger seat without needing to be told. Zhang Hao and AI Li Si did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly returned to the car. Although fleeing is not Yifeng's style, he currently has only 2 choices before him: either to engage in a bloody fight with the mutated beasts and mutated humans, or to escape directly. A bloody confrontation is certainly not an option. It's not that Yifeng is afraid. Despite the fierce approach of these mutated beasts and humans, if it came down to a fight, Yifeng would not falter at all. With AI Feng by his side, they could easily handle even another wave of attackers. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to earn exchange points, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. However, Yifeng cannot do that because the purpose of his visit this time is to search for living animals. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. He certainly does not wish for the remaining animals to also turn into these disgusting mutated beasts, who otherwise he would suffer a tremendous loss today. Thus, he was inclined to think of escaping first rather than fighting. At this moment, the mutated beasts in the forest also realized they wanted to flee, and they charged forward. Some others pursued the fleeing 7 individuals. The speed of the mutated beasts was extremely fast, far beyond that of the mutated humans. In just a moment, they caught up with the fleeing 7, who were easily knocked to the ground, followed by a brutal tearing. The heart-wrenching screams echoed continuously, and the scene was utterly bloody. Meanwhile, the other mutated beasts were also about to catch up with the armored vehicle. Their speed was remarkably comparable to that of the vehicle. It is worth noting that the vehicle was currently traveling at nearly 100 miles per hour and was still accelerating. Yet despite this, the distance between the mutated beasts and the vehicle continued to decrease. Fortunately, the road was wide enough, otherwise Yifeng would eventually crash. Through the car window, seeing the pursuing mutated beasts, Zhang Hao and Alice looked pale. Although they knew the armored vehicle was sturdy and the mutated beasts might not be able to harm them if they were surrounded by the mutated beasts, they would ultimately be left waiting for death. Big brother, can you go any faster? Those mutated beasts are about to catch up. Zhang Hao urged anxiously, while Alice, thinking about the possibility of being devoured by these disgusting mutated beasts, was close to tears. Can't you see him about to break the gas pedal? Why don't you drive? Yifeng retorted impatiently. Seeing Yifeng getting angry, Zhang Hao could only reluctantly fall silent. Thankfully, after the vehicle had traveled a certain distance, the mutated beasts stopped chasing them. This made Yifeng curious if these mutated beasts still retained their original territorial instincts. After stopping the vehicle, the group hurriedly opened the windows to catch their breath. However, as soon as the windows were opened, a pungent smell of blood rushed in. Moreover, within this smell of blood was an indistinct fishy odor reminiscent of seafood that had died many days ago. Yifeng had already gotten used to this smell from the previous extermination of mutated humans, so he adapted quickly. However, Alice and Zhang Hao did not fare as well. Their faces were bitter, and they looked extremely pained. Alice directly opened the car door and got out to get some fresh air, but when she saw the blood and bits of flesh from the mutated beasts and humans all over the vehicle, her stomach churned, and she ended up vomiting. Since she hadn't eaten for several days, what came out was just a yellowish liquid. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly got out of the car to comfort her. Yifeng, sitting in the driver's seat, merely smiled and said nothing. After all, he had seen such small scenes many times before. As he scanned the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seems that the inner courtyard is indeed much more dangerous than the outer courtyard. Moreover, judging by the current situation, it is not impossible for animals to also mutate. As for those dead animals, they likely could not adapt to the virus, which is why they died immediately after being infected. The probability of this happening is not high, similar to mutations, but humans after being infected with the virus will directly turn into mutated humans. However, mutated humans find it extremely difficult to survive past the 3-day death deadline, which is quite similar to the situation with animals. This situation should be considered the latest intelligence. If the news from here were reported to the authorities, I wonder if there would be any rewards. Thinking of this, Yifeng shook his head. Forget it, let's talk about it after finding the animals. Yifeng opened the car door and got out, approaching Zhang Hao to ask, how far is it to the deepest part from here? The deepest part? Zhang Hao was taken aback, and then as if he thought of something, his entire face fell. Big brother, you don't want to go in there, do you? You saw so many monsters just now. If we're not careful, we could be done for. Stop whining, you. I said I would take you out when I see a living animal. Yifeng replied impatiently. Okay. Zhang Hao's face was filled with bitterness. Although he found it exceedingly difficult in the end, he could not go against Yifeng. He pointed down the road and said, just keep going straight along this road. Turn right at the first fork, and then you should reach after about 700 to 800 meters. Yifeng gazed towards the direction Zhang Hao pointed, feeling that it wasn't too far. Do you know what living animals are still? Yifeng continued to ask. At this moment, Alice had also finished vomiting. She wiped her mouth and took over the conversation. If I remember correctly, there should still be some lions and elephants, but their condition isn't very good. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Zhang Hao nodded and then added, that's right, besides that there's also a giant panda. You know the status of pandas in our Jiuzhou country, thus their forest area is much safer, which is why they are still fine up until now. Hearing about the lions and giant pandas, Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He came here today specifically for fierce beasts like lions. If he could tame one, how impressive would that be? I bet Ji Wenbin, that rich second generation, would be envious. After all, in Jiuzhou country, no matter how wealthy one is, they cannot keep and protect animals as pets. However, thinking about it, a giant panda wouldn't be bad either. Only Qiyu could have ridden a giant panda in the past. Now I might as well give it a try. With this thought, a mischievous smile appeared on Feng's face, causing Zhang Hao and Alice beside him to feel a chill running down their spines. They thought, who could still smile after experiencing life and death? Moreover, why does he look so lecherous while doing so? Get in the car, let's go. With Feng's command, he was eager to leave at this moment, as no one knows whether any unexpected changes might occur. Zhang Hao and Alice reluctantly returned to the car. Feng did not drive immediately, but went to the trunk, taking out a rifle along with some extra magazines and 3 grenades. Upon returning to the car, Feng directly handed the rifle to AI Feng. Can you use it? Feng asked gently. AI Feng took the rifle, smiling and nodding her head. Zhang Hao and Alice, who were behind them, were also surprised to see Feng suddenly produce a brand new rifle. After all, this item is not something everyone can own like a hunting gun. Even government officials might not be able to use it easily. For a moment, they became curious about the identities of Feng and AI Feng. Feng noticed the cautious thoughts of the two, but did not plan to explain. After giving AI Feng the rifle, he turned his attention to Zhang Hao and sternly reminded him, when we encounter mutated beasts later, don't be afraid, just attack directly, but remember to take aimed shots to conserve ammunition. Don't go spraying bullets everywhere. Zhang Hao reluctantly pouted, thinking to himself, let's see if I can even hit anything. After Feng finished speaking, he glanced at AI Feng, who obediently responded with a hum. Once everything was settled, Feng started the battle vehicle and set off. As they continued to venture deeper, other nearby mutated beasts were gradually attracted by the roaring sound of the battle vehicle. Moreover, several mutated beasts directly blocked the road in front of them, obstructing their path. Seeing a group of ferocious mutated beasts, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Big brother, what should... Feng sneered and did not answer Zhang Hao's question. Calmly, he accelerated the vehicle, charging straight at the mutated beasts ahead. The mutated beasts 200 meters away from the battle vehicle seemed to have sensed Feng's intentions and suddenly dodged out of the way. However, before they could rejoice, the people inside the vehicle clearly felt the vehicle being pressed down as if by... Before they could react, a bloodied hyena suddenly poked its head through the second row window. Oh! Alice screamed in fright. However, that was not the end. The battle vehicle experienced several more sensations of pressure from heavy objects. It was clear that there was more than one mutated beast on the vehicle at that moment. The disgusting head of the hyena kept poking through, and they were heavily banging on the window, trying to get inside the vehicle to tear the people apart. Thanks to the special material of the windows, they did not break, but this situation could not continue. The further they went, the more mutated beasts appeared, and at that point, everyone's situation would only become more passive. Brother Feng, open the window on my side. Suddenly, AI Feng picked up the rifle and said. Zhang Hao and Alice, who were sitting behind, looked at AI Feng in astonishment, not knowing what she was planning. Feng looked at AI Feng with some concern, his eyes filled with questions. AI Feng nodded at him, indicating that she was fine. Seeing this, Feng opened the passenger window according to her wishes. However, as soon as the window was opened, the hyena's head poked in directly, its mouth full of black blood, trying to bite AI Feng's neck. This scene startled Feng. Although he knew AI Feng would not be infected by the virus, he was still worried about her being hurt by these beasts. So he hurriedly pulled out his pistol, wanting to take down this enraging mutated beast, but he was still a step too late. Because AI Feng was faster than him, she tightly grasped the rifle, and as the hyena poked its head to bite her, she directly smashed it with the rifle butt. The force of this strike was immense. The mutated beast's head was smashed, and it was sent flying out. This action left everyone dumbfounded. It should be noted that the hyena, after becoming a mutated beast, possessed a physique comparable to that of a lioness, and even alone against an ordinary lion, it would have some fighting strength. But now it couldn't even last a round against AI Feng. How could everyone not be shocked? After taking down the first mutated beast, AI Feng even leaned out of the window. This dangerous action nearly left Zhang Hao and the others dumbfounded, thinking, this girl is too fierce, how bold can she be? AI Feng seemed to have an innate shooting skill. Under her attack, all the mutated beasts on the battle vehicle were eliminated without a single one left. Moreover, all were headshots. Even Feng was left astonished, thinking to himself, what the hell, this is not a house, this is clearly a war machine. Although the mutated beasts on the vehicle were dealt with as the battle vehicle continued to advance, the number of attacking mutated beasts kept increasing, and among them were also some mutated humans. Fortunately, these mutated humans and beasts attacked each other, which alleviated some pressure on Yi Feng and the others. Zhang Hao, you come and help too. Having said that, Yi Feng didn't give Zhang Hao a chance to refuse and directly opened the left window where Zhang Hao was sitting. As the window opened, a stench hit Zhang Hao's face, once again stimulating his already tense nerves. He knew the situation was special, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and grab the hunting rifle to shoot at the mutated beasts chasing the battle vehicle. Although his shooting skills were poor, he managed to hit at least 1 out of 5 shots. After a fierce battle, the battle vehicle finally reached its destination. Ahead was a vast mountainous jungle area, which was also the main animal care zone of the zoo. Although there was a road on the other side of the care zone, it led out of the zoo. As the 4 of them got out of the vehicle, the mutated beasts behind them chased after them again. However, this time, there were not many, only 8. Zhang Hao instinctively raised his gun to shoot, but after pulling the trigger several times, he realized that he was out of ammunition. Furious, he directly tossed the hunting rifle to the ground, while Alice was momentarily at a loss. Seeing the mutated beasts surrounding them in an encircling manner, Feng did not hesitate to shoot them down. Zhang Hao, impressed by her accuracy, thought about kneeling down to worship her as a master. Feng took down 6 out of the 8 mutated beasts, while the remaining 2 took the opportunity to pounce on her during the moment she was switching gears. Since Zhang Hao and Alice had already retreated when the mutated beasts appeared, the remaining 2 mutated beasts targeted Yi Feng, who stood in front. In their eyes, the unmoving Yi Feng was about to become their meal. Watching as the mutated beasts were about to pounce on Yi Feng and devour him, Zhang Hao and Alice instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear to look. After they closed their eyes, they heard a sound of a blade being drawn, followed by 2 sounds of blades swinging, and then 2 dull thuds like the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. They curiously opened their eyes and saw that the previously arrogant mutated beasts had now turned into 2 corpses, and they were half-headed corpses. What just happened? Zhang Hao was incredibly shocked. He looked at Yi Feng, who was wiping the blood from his tang knife, and for a moment he found it hard to believe. Who exactly is he? How can he be so powerful? Alice nodded slightly, her eyes darting back and forth, seemingly lost in thought. To be able to slay a mutated beast with a single strike, few would believe such a tale. After wiping the blood from his tang dao, Yi Feng sheathed the sword and casually walked over as if nothing had happened. So what should we do next? Apart from a vast forest ahead, no other animals were in sight. However, there were several small paths leading into the forest, and beside one of these paths stood a sign which read, Key Animal Nature Reserve, in large letters. Yi Feng had never been here before, so he was quite unfamiliar with the surroundings. Upon seeing the expansive forest, he realized that the Haiyun City Zoo was much larger than he had imagined. But he distinctly remembered that there weren't any of these areas when he visited a few years ago. Moreover, the area occupied by the forest was comparable to that of a large park. It was evident that these sections must have been added later. To establish a separate forest as a reserve clearly indicated that the animals housed within were quite precious. Seeing Yi Feng's inquiry, Alice eagerly explained, This is a newly developed area of the zoo designed to recreate a real jungle atmosphere to attract visitors. If you want to see live animals, you will have to go in there. How do you, an outsider, know so much about it? Yi Feng asked with keen interest. Alice maintained her composure and smiled gently. Just before the crisis erupted, I happened to visit inside one. Zhang Hao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. I couldn't get a ticket to go inside at that time, but it's true they have many large animals there. The giant panda mentioned earlier is inside. Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully and said slowly, Let's go in and take a look first, you all wait outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Bro, what will we do if a mutated beast appears while you're gone? Yi Feng pointed to a nearby armored vehicle and replied, You all can just hide in the car. Those mutated humans and beasts can't get in, so don't worry. Even though Zhang Hao knew the vehicle was sturdy, he still didn't want to part ways with Yi Feng and the others. The main reason was that he had witnessed the prowess of Feng, and Yi Feng, who wasn't it much safer than staying inside the vehicle. Seeing that Zhang Hao still wanted to say something, Alice quickly stepped forward and took his arm, smiling at Yi Feng. Okay, we'll wait for you to come back outside. Zhang Hao hurriedly looked at Alice, puzzled by her agreement. He wanted to say something else, but Alice pinched his arm sharply, causing him to swallow his words. Although Yi Feng had not seen Alice's action, he noticed the unusual expression on Zhang Hao's face. He didn't point it out directly, saying, Just be careful and try not to leave the vehicle if nothing happens. After that, Yi Feng took the rifle from Feng's hands and handed it directly to Zhang Hao, reminding him, Be cautious with everything. Zhang Hao accepted the rifle, nodding appreciatively. Once he had given his instructions, Yi Feng cautiously walked into the forest with Feng. After watching Yi Feng and Feng disappear from view, Zhang Hao finally shook off Alice's hand and questioned, What did you mean by that just now? Alice looked at him with her big watery eyes, complaining, What do you think I should mean? Ahem. Zhang Hao cleared his throat. Being stared at by Alice made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had developed some feelings for Alice over time, it was still better to clarify certain things. Let's go back to the car and talk. After saying this, Zhang Hao reached for Alice's hand, but she dodged him deftly. This made Zhang Hao somewhat puzzled, not understanding her intentions. Alice glanced at the direction where Yi Feng had disappeared, and then spoke seriously, "Don't you want to escape?" "Escape? How can we escape? There are so many mutated humans and beasts outside, you know that just as well as I do." Zhang Hao replied irritably, "You idiot, we can drive away." Alice crossed her arms and looked at Zhang Hao with a pout. Zhang Hao frowned slightly, but didn't they take the car keys? Alice suddenly revealed a sly smile. "I may not have their car keys, but I have my own." Saying that, Alice suddenly pulled out a car key from her pocket, and it was for a luxury car. Seeing the key in Alice's hand, Zhang Hao became anxious. "Why didn't you mention you had the car key before? I almost got bitten to death by those monsters while trying to escape." Facing Zhang Hao's doubts, Alice was not flustered as she calmly explained, "The car was brought in by me and is parked in the nearby underground parking lot. As for why I didn't mention it before, it's simply because with just the two of us we couldn't have entered this area. Moreover, even if we had entered, we wouldn't be able to drive out. Haven't you forgotten that the zoo's main gate has long been locked?" Zhang Hao frowned slightly, knowing that Alice's words were indeed facts. "The reason I'm telling you now is that the parking lot is not far from here, and the main gate should have been opened by them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to bring the cars in, so we have a chance to drive away from this hellhole. Besides, I never intended to come back. I was forced here this time, and it just so happened to be a fluke." Alice explained all this in a straightforward manner. Zhang Hao understood the reasons behind it, and also recognized Alice's concerns. His resentment toward her was quickly replaced by a sense of guilt. Still, he had some reservations. "Alice, even if we can drive away now without their protection, if we encounter a mutated beast, it could end up." Zhang Hao didn't dare to finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. "Them?" Alice suddenly scoffed. "They won't last long." Zhang Hao looked at Alice in astonishment, not understanding the meaning behind her words. Alice didn't bother to waste words as she directly stated, "Do you remember when we first met 8 days ago?" Zhang Hao nodded, indicating that he remembered. Alice continued, "At that time I escaped from here. The first instance of mutation also began appearing from here, and the animals inside have mostly transformed into mutated beasts or have already died. Although I'm not sure what the situation inside is like now after so long, danger is undoubtedly inevitable." "What? Are you telling me the truth?" Zhang Hao suddenly questioned, his tone filled with reproach. Although he wasn't sure whether Yi Feng was a good person, he at least saved their lives, and for that reason, they had no justification to frame him. In response to Zhang Hao's accusations, Alice merely shrugged her shoulders, and with an indifferent attitude said, "Even if we obediently follow their orders, can you guarantee that they will keep their word and let us go? What if they turned out to be another Wang Hai?" Alice's probing made Zhang Hao fall into deep thought. He knew that in such circumstances trusting strangers too easily was unwise, and for a moment his inner resolve began to waver due to Alice's words. Seeing Zhang Hao hesitate for a long time, Alice impatiently urged, "If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Zhang Hao took a deep breath and after some struggle agreed to Alice's proposal. Key Animal Protection Area. At that moment, Yi Feng and AI Feng were cautiously moving along a narrow path. Though the immediate crisis had been averted, who knew if there were mutant beasts lurking around? After handing AI Feng his rifle, Yi Feng gave her his handgun for self-defense. Although it was unnecessary for AI Feng, a mechanized being, Yi Feng cared little for that. Her safety was of utmost importance. He would rather make a fruitless trip today than see AI Feng suffer even a slight injury. "Brother Feng, aren't you worried about leaving them outside? What if something happens? Moreover, I always feel something is off about that, Alice." AI Feng, walking behind, suddenly asked. This was the first time Yi Feng had seen AI Feng ask him a question, and she was considering it from a human perspective, which intrigued him, though now wasn't the time for contemplation. "It's fine. We've achieved our goal. Even if they have ulterior motives, it won't be of much consequence." Yi Feng's response didn't indicate he was overly confident. The real reason for not bringing Zhang Hao and the others along was that he had a potion with him, which he wanted to use directly upon finding a living animal. If he brought Zhang Hao and the others along, they might see him using the potion, which could lead to rumors of a mysterious serum causing animal mutations. If the authorities caught wind of it, Yi Feng would find it impossible to explain himself. He might even be branded as the creator of this virus. The outcome for Yi Feng would be dire. He could very well be executed within 10 minutes. Besides, Yi Feng never expected the people they might catch along the way to have any genuine goodwill towards him. If that were the case, he would be even more wary of their potential ill intentions. After receiving Yi Feng's answer, AI Feng chose not to ask further questions. They had now entered a third of the protected area. For safety's sake, Yi Feng took out the drone he had prepared in advance, while also instructing AI Feng to be ready for combat at any moment. As the two ventured deeper, Yi Feng finally spotted the first living animal. It appeared to be a tiger, albeit somewhat emaciated. Surrounding this tiger was a tall iron fence encompassing a considerable area, including its resting, playing, and feeding spaces, roughly 1,000 square meters. However, as Yi Feng approached for a closer look, he discovered that this so-called living animal was lying on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. It must have gone without food for 8 or 9 days since the crisis began, which, while not catastrophic for a carnivore, was still concerning. But let's not forget it hadn't had any water to drink either, which significantly worsened its chances of survival. Coupled with the rampant virus, it was remarkable it had survived this long. Seeing the feeble tiger, Yifeng couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. What a pity for such a fine northeast tiger, if only I had come a few days earlier. Though the tiger was still alive, Yifeng had no intention of using the potion on it, as the prerequisite for administering the potion was a robust body, and given its current state, survival was nearly impossible. In the end, he would not only waste his potion, but also indirectly cause its demise, which was something Yifeng was unwilling to witness. Sighing in regret, he returned to the group and softly said, "Let's go, we need to move forward." AI Feng replied with an and the two continued onward. However, this latest discovery instilled a sense of urgency in Yifeng, as they hadn't walked far before spotting bloodstains on the ground. Judging by the color, some were several days old while others had just been left behind. And the bloodstains were numerous, almost every few meters, showing a pool clearly indicating that danger was present. Most of the animals in this area were large species, and if they mutated, their strength would far exceed that of mutated beasts like leopards or hyenas. As if to validate Yifeng's fears, they soon encountered a new infected creature, a towering silverback gorilla. As Yifeng noticed it, it also became aware of their presence. The mutated gorilla raised its powerful arms and slammed them down onto the ground, causing the dirt and stones to fly up like splashes of water. Then it pounded its chest and let out an angry roar. Subsequently, it charged at Yifeng and his group. Seeing the mutated beast charging toward them, AI Feng hurriedly raised her handgun ready to shoot. Yifeng, noticing this, quickly pressed down on AI Feng's hand and whispered, "Don't shoot, yet we don't want to alert other nearby mutated beasts." After saying that, Yifeng drew his tang knife and gracefully approached the gorilla mutant. Watching the massive hand descending upon him, he swiftly dodged, wary of taking it heat in. However, the spot where Yifeng dodged was smashed into a large crater. Luckily, the gorilla's movements were much slower than Yifeng's, and seizing the moment when it missed its attack, he decisively slashed at its back. Blood splattered everywhere, yet it did not die immediately. Seeing itself injured by a mere human, it became even more enraged. Once again, it let out a roar directed at Yifeng and charged forward, this time with greater speed than before. However, even after gene enhancement, the gorilla was still a notch below Yifeng. He easily dodged its attack again, and his tang knife relentlessly struck at its vulnerable neck. After Yifeng unleashed his 18th strike, the gorilla mutant fell heavily to the ground. This mutant beast was significantly stronger than the ones Yifeng had encountered before. It was no exaggeration to say that this gorilla mutant could easily crush a leopard mutant with a single slap. Kill a medium-sized ordinary mutated beast, gain 10 exchange points. 10 exchange points. Yifeng was a bit surprised, as he had only gained 3 exchange points from killing the mutated leopards and hyenas just moments ago. This indicates that this silverback gorilla is indeed much stronger. Just as Yifeng had finally dealt with the gorilla mutated beast, a sudden commotion came from behind him, the sound getting closer. "Damn it, can't I get a moment to breathe?" After cursing inwardly, he dared not hesitate any longer. He bolted forward, not looking back. While running, he couldn't help but curiously glance back, and this glance nearly scared the soul out of him. What the hell? Yifeng couldn't help but curse in anger. The mutated beast behind him wasn't particularly frightening, but its horns were quite bizarre. Indeed, the creature chasing Yifeng was a mutated antelope, and its horns were completely different from any antelope he had seen before. Normally, antelope horns extend sideways, but this one's horns were pointed forward and much larger than usual. The sharp black horns were just a few meters from Yifeng's back, indicating that the speed of this antelope was not much inferior to his own. If it were to ram into him at this speed, there would be no doubt that Yifeng would end up dead. In the distance, AI Feng saw this and wanted to shoot to help Yifeng, but he was stopped by Yifeng. From the current situation, there were definitely many more mutated beasts nearby, and they were all likely stronger than the last. If they recklessly fired a gun, the sound would surely attract their attention, potentially hindering their mission to find living animals. AI Feng unconditionally accepted Yifeng's orders, but without her assistance, Yifeng had to find a way to deal with the threat behind him alone. After much thought, Yifeng decided to avoid confrontation. He ran while looking for a favorable environment. After several evasions, he ultimately chose a large camphor tree. This camphor tree had a diameter of nearly 2 meters with a trunk rising over 10 meters high, truly a magnificent giant tree. "Brother tree, I'm sorry." Yifeng sincerely apologized to the camphor tree ahead. While still running, he seized the opportunity to stab the antelope in the left eye with his knife, which thoroughly enraged it. After letting out an angry roar, the antelope charged towards Yifeng again, its speed surpassing that of the previous chase. Yifeng used all his strength to run towards the camphor tree. Just as he was about to crash into it, he pushed off the ground with a powerful kick and jumped 7 to 8 meters, finally landing on a branch of the camphor tree at the right moment. The antelope wasn't so lucky, as its eyes were on the sides, creating a blind spot ahead. Now that its target had vanished, what replaced it was the camphor tree. Instinctively, it wanted to dodge, but it was already boom. The massive camphor tree shook violently, nearly causing Yifeng to fall. The antelope's horns were deeply embedded in the trunk, unable to move, while the roots of the camphor tree showed numerous fist-sized cracks. If the antelope had been even a bit stronger, this camphor tree might have been uprooted. Once he confirmed that the antelope wedged in the tree was unconscious, Feng jumped down again and without hesitation delivered a killing blow. Successfully killed a medium-sized ordinary mutated beast, gained 10 exchange points. Another 10 exchange points, not bad. Feng smiled excitedly. Although these two mutated beasts were still far inferior to their mutated counterparts, they originally belonged to animals and had their own physical advantages. Thus, dealing with them was still somewhat challenging for Feng. As for those ordinary small mutated creatures, Feng could handle them easily. At this moment, AI Feng stepped forward and asked with concern, "Brother Feng, are you okay?" Feng smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, let's leave first." After speaking, Feng directly took AI Feng and left the scene. The commotion caused by the recent battle was considerable, and the heavy smell of blood would surely attract other mutated beasts nearby. Staying even a minute longer meant more danger. As they delved deeper, Feng began to ponder the words Alice had said. From the current situation, it was clear that Alice had lied, deceiving him into thinking there were living animals here that posed no danger. But what had he just encountered? If he hadn't prepared thoroughly and possessed great strength, he might have truly perished here. No wonder she agreed so readily. It turns out she already knew there was danger here. Feng also resolved that if he encountered Alice again later, he would definitely give her a piece of his mind. Although he thought this in his heart, Feng did not expect to meet her again. Since she dared to do this, she must have already made plans to escape. By the time Feng returned, they would likely have disappeared completely. What Feng regretted the most was giving away his rifle. Damn it, I should have kept it for myself. After moving forward a distance, they finally saw the so-called panda park. Although there were no signs or plaques nearby, Feng was certain this was the dwelling place of the pandas, as many arrow bamboo plants had been planted around, which was their favorite type of bamboo. Only the national treasure of the Jojo kingdom, the giant panda, could enjoy such treatment. What else could this place be if not a panda park? Although they had found the panda park, Feng did not let his guard down. Since there were so many mutated beasts outside, the situation inside was certainly not much different. The gate of the panda park had been destroyed. From the bent shape of the gate, it was clear that it had been violently broken, and from the outside in. The force that broke it must have been powerful, as the thick concrete walls on both sides had been smashed down. Giant panda, please don't be dead. Otherwise my efforts today will have been in vain. Although he hoped for this in his heart, Feng knew that the probability of finding a surviving giant panda was less than 10%. As they continued deeper, Feng also noticed dried bloodstains on the ground, likely several days old. The further they went in, the more bloodstains there were, and the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. When Feng arrived at the place where the pandas were held, he was stunned. The scene before him was a complete wreck, with destroyed buildings and railings everywhere and the ground stained with dried blood. But that wasn't the main issue. On the cement ground ahead lay a dismembered animal carcass, its entrails and pieces of flesh scattered around, most of which showed signs of having been gnawed. So much so that Feng couldn't discern what it originally was. AI Feng, be ready for battle at any moment. Received. The two held their weapons tightly, cautiously advancing. As they stepped into the courtyard where the panda resided, they were once again struck by the shocking sight before them. In the courtyard lay a corpse that had been dead for a long time, and this corpse was precisely the giant panda that Feng had been desperately searching for. Damn it, I am too late again. Feng muttered a curse under his breath, his frustration causing his blood pressure to spike. After putting in so much effort only to end up with nothing, who would feel good in such a situation? The two approached the panda's corpse, and around it they discovered many dried bloodstains, indicating that it had been dead for quite some time. Suddenly, Feng's gaze was drawn to a pile of rotten flesh beside the corpse. He used the hilt of his knife to pry open the rotten meat, then compared it with the panda's corpse, ultimately confirming that this flesh did not belong to the panda, as he found no torn-off chunks of meat on the panda's body. If this flesh did not belong to the panda, then whose meat could it be? Strangely, these chunks of meat looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Suddenly, Feng froze as he remembered whose meat it was. That's right. It was from the dismembered corpse outside. However, another question arose. Why would the flesh from outside appear here? Could it be that the giant panda brought it here before it died? As he thought of this, Feng shook his head in denial, as this pile of meat was clearly not brought in at the same time. The top layer of meat looked much fresher, though here fresh was merely in comparison to the rotten flesh below. Thus it was evident that these chunks of meat were brought in at different times, and some of them must have been torn off from another corpse, which is why they appeared fresher. If that is the case, then it was impossible for the deceased giant panda to have done this. If not it, then who could it be? Just as Feng was lost in thought, a sudden sound of rushing footsteps came from behind him, as if some massive creature was charging at him. Upon entering, Feng had already prepared himself for combat. Now that danger was approaching, he did not hesitate to draw his sword and slash backward. He put all his strength into this strike. Even the recently encountered mutated gorilla would be slain by a single blow. The tang knife struck heavily against the shoulder of the mutated beast, but the result was not what Feng had imagined. He had merely grazed the beast's flesh, and the wound was only a few centimeters long. The mutated beast winced in pain, yet its speed on the ground did not diminish in the slightest. Feng did not dare to take it heed, and he pushed aside Feng beside him, then leaped up, delivering a kick directly to the beast's forehead. Using this recoil, he swiftly flew backward. In that brief moment, he finally got a clear look at the creature. It had a massive body with black and white fur, and especially its eyes resembled dark circles. Indeed, the one attacking Feng was a giant panda. Holy crap, there's another one. Feng was extremely excited, but this excitement faded within seconds. Because this giant panda was a mutated beast, and its size was several times larger than usual, resembling a mountain of flesh brimming with terrifying power. Moreover, its paws were unlike any before, with sharp claws hidden beneath capable of easily slicing through. As it charged toward Feng, it left indentations in the ground, and considering the ground was reinforced concrete, its hardness was extraordinary. Yet before its paws it seemed as fragile as tofu. After Feng landed steadily, the mutated panda charged again, using all four limbs, and moving even faster than before. It was clear that he had angered the panda. Feng decisively opened fire, trying to stop the panda, disregarding whether the gunshots would attract other mutated beasts. She had just detected how powerful this mutated panda was. If they did not find a way to resolve this quickly, they might end up in dire straits today. However, the bullets from her handgun merely ricocheted off its flesh without inflicting any damage. Holy crap, can mutated beasts actually deflect bullets? This scene left Feng dumbfounded. There were only two reasons bullets could be avoided: either it had enhanced defenses after mutation, or it could be a variant among mutated beasts. Because the variants evolved from infected beings could easily accomplish this, though they used bones instead of flesh. If that is truly the case, then it would be a serious problem. Feng, while awkwardly dodging its attacks, muttered under his breath, "Those Western girls are indeed not to be trusted." Feng fled while the panda mutated beast pursued him. The two played a game of cat and mouse in the courtyard. Strangely, no matter how Feng shot at it, it just wouldn't attack her, but seemed to focus solely on Feng, leaving him utterly speechless. Wasn't it supposed to be Beauty and the Beast? Why is it always chasing after me? Though he thought this, Feng still hoped the mutated panda would ignore Feng. Fortunately, Feng's stamina and speed were not weak, allowing him to momentarily distract the panda. The reason he did not choose to escape immediately was that he wanted to subdue the panda. As he couldn't find a healthy animal, he could only try with an infected one. However, subduing it was not an easy task, as the strength displayed by this mutated panda was no less than that of the variant he had encountered earlier. In fact, its overall strength was even superior to that of the previous variant, which posed a dilemma for Feng. As he dodged, he searched for an opportunity to counterattack, and after a chase, he finally discovered the weakness of the mutated panda. There was a wound on its abdomen concealed by its thick fur, making it not very noticeable. Feng realized this when he attacked its abdomen and saw it instinctively try to dodge. The longer I delay, the more dangerous it becomes. It seems I can only go all out. Feng activated the drone's automatic attack mode, then commanded Feng to shoot from the side to distract the panda, instructing her to aim for the panda's left abdominal wound whenever there was an opportunity. Having made all the preparations, Feng stopped fleeing and turned to attack the panda. The panda was somewhat surprised. It had not expected Feng to dare to attack it, actively making it even angrier. As it was the strongest in this area, nearby mutated beasts either submitted to it or were devoured by it. Yet now a mere human like an ant dared to injure it, and even actively challenged it. This was undoubtedly a challenge to its authority. The panda's speed remained unyielding as it charged towards Feng, raising its sharp claws high to strike heavily at Feng's head, intent on slapping him to death. Its swiping speed was incredibly swift, and even Feng dared not hesitate for a moment, for he understood too well that if he were to lose focus, he would undoubtedly be left without a complete corpse in the next instant. Dodging to the side to evade the panda's claws, Feng was equally unyielding as he thrust his knife towards the wound on the panda's abdomen. Compared to moments ago, this thrust actually pierced 6 or 7 centimeters into the flesh. The wound, which was almost scabbed over, split open once more, worsening the injury. In pain, the panda let out a roar of fury, then crazily lunged at Feng, striking at his head with one paw after another, determined to kill the detestable human before it. How could Feng stand foolishly and allow it to attack? He swiftly drew his tang knife and quickly retreated, dodging the panda's chaotic attacks. But that wasn't all. The drones overhead also opened fire directly at the panda, with each bullet aimed at its fierce size. The panda's reflexes exceeded Feng's expectations. Just as the bullets were about to pierce its eyes, it raised its paw with even greater speed to block them. In the midst of Feng's shock, he quickly regained his composure and charged forward again. The panda's other paw also came crashing towards Feng without mercy, leaving its abdomen wide open without any defense, making it the perfect opportunity to attack. Now is the time, Feng. Feng shouted angrily, gripping the tang knife tightly and using all his strength to block the panda's attack. Feng absolutely had to withstand this blow, otherwise the panda would retract its paw to block, thus missing this prime opportunity for attack. The panda's paw larger than Yifeng's had slammed down heavily on the tang knife. The paw suffered not a scratch while Yifeng was sent flying along with the knife, which snapped under the immense force. It is worth noting that even when facing the mutant last time at the Lark apartment, the tang knife remained intact. Yet now before the mutated panda it seemed so fragile, leaving Yifeng, who was sent flying, in shock. In the distance, AI Feng did not lose her composure despite Yifeng's injury. She knew that dealing with the panda was the most important thing. So at the moment Yifeng was sent flying, she quickly raised her right hand holding the gun, and without aiming, she emptied the magazine of her pistol. The entire motion was fluid, impressively suave. Bang! 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 Each bullet accurately hit the wound on the panda's abdomen, penetrating the flesh and directly shattering its internal organs, causing the wound to spray forth a torrent of blood. The intense pain elicited another roar from the panda, this time tinged with a note of sorrow. Though injured severely, the panda did not collapse immediately. Had it been an ordinary mutant beast, it would have likely died several times over by now. This speaks volumes about the panda mutant's strength. Yifeng propelled through the air, ignored the pain in his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once again charged forward with the broken knife. But just halfway through his charge, the panda suddenly collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing that the panda had lost its ability to resist, Yifeng finally abandoned the idea of delivering a finishing blow, as he still needed the living panda for experiments. He had initially intended to subdue it, but its strength surpassed Yifeng's expectations, so he could only injure it first and see if it would survive. Yifeng cautiously approached the panda mutant with his short knife, while the drone in the sky slowly descended beside. Once the danger was eliminated, the drone would automatically return to its owner and initiate follow mode, showcasing its intelligence. As Yifeng approached, he contemplated whether this giant panda would be viable. In its current half-dead state, Yifeng was unsure whether injecting the serum would succeed. However, just as he was lost and thought, the panda lying on the ground suddenly rose up and swiftly struck at him. This scene startled Yifeng. What grudge or enmity did it harbor that it wanted to kill him so badly? Given the distance between Yifeng and the panda, coupled with the sudden strike and the attack speed, there was no way Yifeng could dodge this hit. He could only brace himself. Previously, to withstand the panda's paw strike, Yifeng had broken a tang knife, barely managing to endure. Now, with only this broken knife left in his hand, he did not believe he would be as fortunate as before and be able to stand up unscathed. In the distance, AI Feng had no time to intervene, as the distance was too great. Yifeng braced himself for severe injury, while also feeling frustrated with himself for allowing his mind to wander in such a critical moment. But just then, the drone behind Yifeng unexpectedly activated its owner protection mode, suddenly accelerating and dashing towards the massive panda paw, sacrificing itself in a valiant act of moth to the flame. Boom! At the moment of impact with the panda's paw, the fragile drone unleashed a tremendous force, sending Yifeng flying, while also preventing him from being crushed by the paw. Yifeng rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop, while the panda once again collapsed to the ground unresponsive. "Brother Feng!" AI Feng exclaimed in shock, hurriedly rushing over to help him up. "I'm fine." Cough, cough. Yifeng coughed lightly, taking a breath. Although the energy unleashed by the drone just now was formidable, the explosion had occurred at a distance from Yifeng, so he had only sustained minor internal injuries. Given his enhanced physical condition, he would recover in a few days. After catching his breath, he looked up at the smoke lingering in the air from the explosion, feeling a moment of heartache. Though he could produce drones in bulk, each one was incredibly precious to him. Moreover, the drone had activated its self-destruct program to save him, which touched Yifeng. It wasn't that he was sentimental. He was someone who had lived again, so he cherished everything he had now. Friends, the system, AI Feng, the shelter drones, and everything else. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his thoughts, he reminded himself that the crisis had not yet been resolved, and time was pressing, leaving no room for him to waste. With AI Feng's support, Yifeng approached within 10 meters of the panda mutant, having learned his lesson this time, and not daring to approach recklessly. After multiple cautious approaches, Yifeng confirmed that the panda had truly lost its ability to resist, and only then did he carefully approach it. Looking at the bloody giant panda, Yifeng felt a twinge of emotion, especially at the gaping wound on its abdomen. If animal lovers were to see this, they would likely want to kill him. How dare one bully the national treasure, the giant panda? That simply deserves a beating. When Yifeng saw the panda's paw injured by a drone, he couldn't help but feel astonished, as the entire paw was a bloody mess, with even some bloody bones visible. The power is astonishing. Suddenly, many wild ideas sprang to Yifeng's mind, though they were somewhat reckless. He pulled out a vial of potion from his pocket, but hesitated. The giant panda was on the brink of death, and he was unsure of the outcome of injecting the potion. Suddenly, Yifeng remembered he could try asking the system. After all, the potion was provided by the system, which would naturally have insights into such matters. "System, can I inject the potion into this mutated giant panda?" Ding. Scanning in progress. Scan successful. Type mutated male giant panda. Mutated. No wonder it's so strong. Yifeng nodded solemnly. This was his first encounter with a mutated beast, and his first time defeating a mutated creature in such a dire situation. I wonder how many points reporting the intelligence of this mutated creature to the authorities would yield. Feng was certain that the authorities had no records of mutated creatures, though otherwise Li Ling would have warned him when she learned he was going to the zoo. The system continued to provide alerts due to severe injuries and life-threatening condition. The success rate of injecting the mutated gene survival potion is only 50%. Given the special circumstances reduced the dosage to half. Only a 50% success rate. This probability was not very high compared to Feng's expectations. After all, this vial of potion was quite valuable, meaning there was a 50% chance it would go to waste, which would be a significant loss for him. As for the remaining half of the potion, it wouldn't be useful to Feng. The full vial's effectiveness was paramount, and the leftover half would only be applicable for small animals like dogs and cats. Otherwise, half a vial would be utterly useless. It's like being given a single chopstick for your meal. How do you expect to eat? Moreover, Feng had no interest in small animals, though otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to come to the zoo. After much hesitation, Feng ultimately chose to inject the potion. The first reason was that time was running out. If he waited any longer, the giant panda would truly die. The second reason was that Feng couldn't find a more suitable species than the giant panda. After all, it was a mutated creature, and not only was it powerful, but it was also a national treasure. Any reasonable person would choose to inject it. Moreover, this 50% probability was the system's default rate, which was still worth a try. If it were a lottery by Penguin Company, Feng would rather inject the potion into a dog than gamble on that 50% chance. Feng approached the panda's head, intending to inject the potion into its neck, as this area was close to both the brain and the heart, allowing for a quicker effect. He pressed the button on the vial, and a slender needle automatically extended, directly piercing into the panda's neck. Once half of the green potion was injected, Feng hurriedly withdrew it. After securing the vial, Feng anxiously awaited the outcome, silently praying for success. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, just as Feng thought it might be a failure, the panda's paw suddenly moved. Even more astonishingly, its wounds were visibly healing at a remarkable pace. Holy crap! It can actually heal. If I had known, I would have saved it for myself. Feng lamented his blood loss as this process continued for several more minutes until the panda's injuries were completely healed. However, it still lay motionless on the ground, which puzzled Feng. Why hasn't it woken up? Could it be that the side effects caused it to die? Just as Feng was lost in thought, the giant panda suddenly opened its eyes. Compared to its previous fierce and menacing gaze, this time it appeared much gentler, and there was a hint of intelligence. Ding! A notification sound echoed in Feng's mind, followed by a series of information displays. Name: none, species giant panda, level mutated, loyalty 61. Note: not particularly loyal, can be improved through training. After this information appeared in Feng's mind, the giant panda slowly rose, obediently squatting beside Feng like a small dog. The sight of the giant panda and the small figure was somewhat comical, reminiscent of the scene in My Neighbor Totoro where Mei and Totoro stand together. Holy crap! It seems it can become stronger. Feng thought this because the information display included the word level, indicating that the giant panda was a growth-type creature, which was tremendous news for him. But this loyalty is a bit low. After a brief complaint, Feng decided to name the giant panda. The name field showing none indicated that he could give it a name, which Feng naturally understood. But what should I name it? Feng pondered for a moment. Eventually, he decided to name it a Bao, just like the protagonist of the Kung Fu Panda he had watched before. Ding! Name set successfully. Just after Feng finished naming, a notification from the system followed. However, this was no longer important, as Feng had more pressing matters to attend to. He was preparing to test whether he could command the giant panda. If he couldn't command it, then his efforts would be in vain. Feng stood with his hands on his hips in front of the giant panda, a Bao tilting his head back, and saying loudly, "A Bao, raise your hand." The giant panda, a Bao, paused for a moment, thinking, "Do you think I am a dog or something?" Though somewhat disgruntled, it still obediently extended its massive paw. Wow, it can really understand me. This outcome surprised Feng. The fact that it could understand his command without any training clearly indicated a Bao's high intelligence. In fact, Feng had long suspected that mutated humans possessed considerable intelligence, so mutated animals would certainly not be ordinary. However, while human mutants could speak, this was a capability that animal mutants lacked. Although he knew the result, Feng still tested his luck. Yet, a Bao merely shook its head, thoroughly dispelling Feng's hope. Indeed, if the giant panda could speak, it would likely frighten a lot of people. Moreover, another significant discovery left Feng utterly astonished. That is, AI Feng can also interact with a Bao, and it seems that a Bao will listen to AI Feng's commands. When AI Feng tells it to lie down, it immediately does so. Its responsiveness is even more effective than Feng's words. Feng, however, felt no jealousy. It was a good thing that AI Feng liked a Bao, as it meant a Bao could stay and accompany her when he was not at the shelter. Upon returning to reality, another issue perplexed Feng. That is the food problem for a Bao. With its physique, a single meal would likely bankrupt Feng, and it could easily deplete the shelter's resources in a month. This is not an exaggeration at all. not to mention that a bao is 4 to 5 times larger than a normal panda. Even the appetite of an ordinary giant panda is already quite alarming. Many zoos abroad have returned giant pandas to the Jiuzhou nation because they couldn't afford to keep them. Moreover, the current giant pandas have become mutated beasts, and with its increased size, its appetite will only grow larger. Furthermore, Feng is not even sure if it still eats bamboo. He glanced at the bamboo forest in the yard, approached, chopped down a stalk, removed the branches, and then tossed it to a bao, signaling it to start eating without reservation. A bao looked at the bamboo in front of it. Its expression suddenly turned disdainful, and then it shook its head at Feng, indicating that it did not eat that stuff. Why don't you give it a try? It's really delicious. Feng urged while raising his hand in a gesture that resembled a child trafficker. But a bao still shook its head. Seeing this, Feng had no choice but to give up. He could only wait until he was done with today's tasks to properly research a bao's eating habits. Now that the task was completed, Feng prepared to head back home. However, this time, a bao was disobedient. It sat motionless in front of the deceased giant panda, showing no reaction no matter how Feng commanded it. Brother Feng, I scanned and found that the deceased giant panda is female. She should have been a bao's former mate. AI Feng explained from the side. This surprised Feng not because of the giant panda, but because of AI Feng. He wondered where AI Feng had learned. Hearing those words from a mature woman felt somewhat endearing. Feng walked up to a bao and then looked down at the deceased female giant panda, which had not mutated and remained the same as before. After glancing at the rotten meat nearby, Feng suddenly realized something. He decisively picked up a piece of rotten meat with his broken knife and held it in front of a bao, saying, "A bao, it's time." This time, a bao ate, and it swallowed it whole, as if it had been hungry for a long time. Feng sighed softly. So that's how it is. The reason these pieces of rotten meat were piled up next to the deceased female giant panda was entirely about. After mutating, a bao's diet changed, as well as it wanted its deceased mate to eat and come back to life, which is why it brought back the meat of mutated beasts instead of bamboo. The mutated beast that died outside the yard was likely the culprit that attacked a bao's mate, which is why it was killed by. The dismemberment was probably to feed the deceased giant panda, and the reason a bao chased Feng earlier was likely because Feng had touched its mate. Thinking of this, Feng genuinely admired a bao. Although it was not human, it understood the principles of mutual support and unwavering loyalty better than humans. Feng scanned the yard once more, finally fixing his gaze on the bamboo forest in the corner, and spent 5 or 6 minutes digging a pit over a meter deep beside the bamboo. Returning to a bao's side, he did not mind the dirt, directly bending down to pick up the deceased giant panda. A bao did not stop him. It seemed to understand what Feng was about to do and followed him obediently. Feng gently placed the giant panda into the pit and buried it, then cut several bamboo stalks into 1 meter lengths, inserting them into the ground until the entire pit was filled. After finishing all this, Feng gently patted a bao's back, saying, "Let's go, you can come visit it anytime you want." A bao nodded obediently this time and followed Feng out of the yard. At that moment, Feng suddenly received a system notification in his mind. Ding! A bao's loyalty 5, current loyalty is 66. Huh. Feng was a bit surprised. He did not expect that his casual act would actually increase a bao's loyalty. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. After reflecting on it, the two of them, one man and one bear, walked towards the journey back was much easier, as many of the infected and mutated beasts encountered on the way there had been dealt with by Feng. Now with a bao, a mutated level beast, leading the way, it was smooth sailing. Of course, they also encountered some fearless mutated beasts, one of which was a male mutant beast larger than the silverback gorilla mutant beast Feng had faced before. However, in the end, it was still killed by a bao with a single blow, its head exploding on impact. From then on, no mutated beast dared to obstruct them. Upon returning to the road, the surroundings were deserted, not a soul in sight, and even the armored vehicle was the same. Clearly Alice and Zhang Hao had already left. Feng did not mind too much, as he had already guessed this outcome. If they had deceived him and still dared to stay, then Feng would have found it troubling, which clearly showed they did not regard him highly. Moreover, Feng had already achieved the goal of this trip, and the gains were quite substantial, which naturally lessened his resentment towards Alice. After returning to the armored vehicle, he drove away directly. Due to a bao's large size, he didn't let it ride in the vehicle. Not only would it waste fuel, but it would also attract too much attention. Although a bao ran behind the vehicle, its speed was no slower. Had it not been following Feng, it would have overtaken him long ago. Not long after the armored vehicle had driven out, they encountered another group of infected individuals. However, this group was not charging at Feng. Instead, they surrounded a luxury car in the middle of the road. This also blocked the way for Feng and the others. "Brother Feng, there are people in that car ahead." AI Feng in the passenger seat reminded him. Feng was somewhat surprised. How could there be people in the car at this time, and even here? Could it be Alice and the other? Feng was not sure, but even if it were them, he would still offer assistance. After all, Zhang Hao gave him a good impression. At least his heart was not bad. AI Feng had initially wanted to resolve it with a gun, but Feng stopped her, worried that the gunfire might attract more infected individuals or mutated beasts. Behind him, a bao accelerated forward. The noise from its sprint immediately drew the attention of the infected. In an instant, all the infected abandoned their attacks on the luxury car, howling as they charged recklessly towards Abeo. Feng inside the battle car couldn't help but feel surprised at this scene. Previously, the infected encountered at the Lark apartment dared not attack a mutant. Even when attacked by the mutant, they still refrained from retaliating. But now this group of infected dared to attack an animal mutant like Abeo. It is important to note that in terms of strength, Abeo far surpassed the previous mutant by several times. If it weren't for the injury on Abeo's abdomen, Feng would not have been able to defeat it, and even then it was a narrow victory that almost cost him his life. This illustrates just how formidable Abeo's strength is, yet despite this the infected still showed no fear. Feng also deduced a crucial piece of information: there seems to be a barrier between the mutations of humans and animals. This issue is neither too big nor too small. At least it proves that the infected and the mutated beasts do not coordinate in attacking humans. Of course, Feng couldn't be sure if this would always be the case in the future. The infected rushing towards Abeo were mercilessly turned into pulp with splatters of dark blood splashing onto Abeo's body. Feng looked on in disdain. Who would like a pet that was so unhygienic? Looks like I need to give it a proper bath when we get back. Feng muttered to himself, thinking that in Abeo's current messy state, he would never allow it inside the house. At this thought, Feng suddenly froze. Where would Abeo stay? His shelter was clearly not an option. Abeo could probably destroy it just by rolling over. However, staying outside wasn't ideal either. If it inadvertently scared the nearby neighbors, Feng could very well be reported. After considering it, he couldn't think of a good solution and decided to address it when they returned. While Feng was deep in thought, all the nearby infected had been effortlessly dealt with by Abeo, and their deaths were extremely gruesome. Almost none of them had a decent death. After clearing the obstacles, Feng parked the battle car beside the luxury car, and then got out with Feng. At this moment, the luxury car was severely damaged, the chassis bent by the infected. If Feng had arrived, even a moment later, the people inside the luxury car might have been crushed to death. Looking through the deformed car window, he could see two figures in the driver's and passenger seats. It was the fleeing Alice and Zhang Hao. Feng immediately recognized them thanks to Alice's flowing golden hair. It's okay, now the infected have been dealt with. Feng softly comforted from outside the car. Hearing Feng's voice, Alice in the driver's seat immediately cried out for help. Mister, please save us. Seeing Alice's pitiful appearance, Feng felt a pang of compassion. In this moment of crisis, since he had chosen to intervene, he didn't mind helping them further. Since the luxury car had already been deformed, the two inside couldn't possibly get out without a violent opening. Otherwise, they would be trapped inside and starve to death. Feng didn't want to trouble Abeo with this small task, primarily because he was afraid Abeo might not weigh its strength correctly. If it applied too much force and accidentally crushed the two inside, that would certainly be problematic. Feng stepped forward to grip the car door with one hand, while bracing against the chassis with the other. Then he pulled with all his might, and the severely bent door was forcibly torn off. With a loud crash, the luxury car shook slightly. After Feng violently opened the door, Alice in the driver's seat scrambled out in a panic. She didn't even have time to ponder Feng's extraordinary strength. Just as Alice caught her breath after being saved, she was startled by the massive Abeo beside her. Fortunately, Feng quickly supported her, preventing her from falling. Yet she was still greatly frightened, even daring not to meet Abeo's gaze. Though giant pandas are adorable, have you ever seen one that stands 3 to 4 meters tall? What truly terrified Alice was not the panda's size, but the fact that she knew Abeo was a mutated beast. Feng had no time to explain to Alice, as he needed to continue rescuing Zhang Hao. However, when Feng reached out to rescue Zhang Hao in the passenger seat, he found Zhang Hao motionless against the side of the seat, his complexion extremely pale, especially his lips, which were frighteningly white. Just as Feng was about to call out Zhang Hao's name, he noticed a subtle wound on Zhang Hao's abdomen, and blood had already soaked through his pants. Zhang Hao, wake up! Feng shouted his name loudly, while shaking him in an attempt to rouse his conscience. Yet no matter how much Feng called or shook him, Zhang Hao remained utterly still. Beside them, Alice was already in tears, choking out, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested leaving, Zhang Hao wouldn't have been shot while saving me. Please, you have to save him, he can't die." As she spoke, Alice unexpectedly knelt down. Shot. Upon hearing these words, Feng immediately recalled the group of survivors. However, at this point, Feng was powerless. Zhang Hao had lost too much blood, and coupled with the injury to his lungs, even if they performed surgery now, it would be too late. Moreover, given the current situation, there was no way to treat him. Get up, he is already dead. Feng sighed helplessly. If they had chosen to stay put and wait for him, none of this would have happened. Everything was simply... Upon hearing that Zhang Hao was dead, Alice, who was crying, suddenly trembled uncontrollably, and immediately memories of Zhang Hao flooded her mind. "Hello, my name is Zhang Hao. What's yours?" "Alice, don't be afraid. Oh, I will protect you well in the future." "Run, Alice, they're coming." "Alice, promise me you must..." From their initial acquaintance to their final farewell, these images passed through Alice's mind like a series of... Though they had known each other for only 7 or 8 days, this extraordinary experience had forged a bond between them. Otherwise, Zhang Hao wouldn't have stepped up to sacrifice his life to save Alice in a moment of crisis. I'm sorry, I never thought it would come to this. I really never thought it would turn out like this. Alice sobbed repeatedly, the tear stains on her face becoming increasingly visible. Yifeng looked down at Alice, who was kneeling on the ground, without blame or resentment. Zhang Hao was willing to sacrifice his life, which indicated that he had never blamed her. Then what reason did Yifeng have to do so? Just as Yifeng was preparing to help Alice up and take her away from this place, he suddenly froze, for he inadvertently discovered an inconspicuous bite mark on Alice's wrist, and blood was already oozing from the bite. This discovery immediately raised Yifeng's vigilance. He pulled AI phone behind him while also taking the pistol from her hand. When the pistol was aimed at Alice's forehead, her cries abruptly ceased. "Sir, what are you doing?" Alice cautiously inquired, inadvertently using her left hand to cover the wound on her wrist. "Were you bitten by an infected?" Yifeng asked coldly. "Sir, you must be mistaken. How could I be bitten by an infected in the car?" Alice weakly countered, and if someone with poor resolve were present, they might truly choose to believe her. Yifeng coldly snorted. "I am not Zhang Hao, don't think I'm easy to deceive. Don't tell me that the bite mark on your wrist was self-inflicted." "About that," Alice raised her injured right hand and explained with an awkward smile, "I accidentally scraped it just now. If I had really been bitten by an infected, I would have turned into one by now. Look, I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I?" Even at this moment, Alice still thought to deceive herself, which made Yifeng both angry and amused. "Hee, Alice, you are quite clever, but sometimes also very foolish. There is an ancient saying in our Jojo country, cleverness can lead to one's own downfall. I wonder if you understand its meaning." Though Yifeng did not state it directly, he hinted at Alice that she could not deceive him. Seeing her lie exposed by Yifeng, Alice's expression froze instantly, but she quickly forced herself to remain calm and continued, "Sir, I do not know what you mean. If you do not wish to take me with you because of my earlier escape, I do not hold it against you. I can leave on my own." With that, Alice stood up, wanting to leave. Yifeng did not stop her. Having one more infected or one less made little difference. However, if Yifeng were to encounter Alice transformed into an infected again, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Just as Alice took 7 or 8 steps away, she suddenly stopped. She stood rooted to the spot like a pillar, and after a moment she began to tremble continuously, as if she were sobbing. Alice was so young and beautiful, she did not want to die, and she certainly did not want to become a monster like the infected. However, she knew there was no hope for her, and it was only a matter of time before she turned into a monster. Yifeng, who had not yet left, also saw through Alice's thoughts and felt a flicker of sympathy. After all, Alice was just a fragile girl, and it was indeed quite difficult for her to hold on until now. "If you do not wish to become an infected, then I can help you." Yifeng raised the pistol, aiming it at Alice. As long as she nodded, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Dying with dignity rather than becoming a monster, most people would choose the former. Alice turned around, looking at Yifeng with tears in her eyes, as well as the gun in his hand. Just as Alice was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly looked at a bough behind Yifeng and recalled something very important in her mind. Without hesitation, she knelt down, driven by her desire to survive, and pleaded with Yifeng in a low voice, "Sir, please save me. As long as you are willing to save me, I will do anything you ask." Yifeng frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, I can't save you." With that, he chambered a round in the pistol, preparing to end out. Seeing this, Alice hurriedly pointed at a bough and said, "Sir, please don't deceive me. You can make the mutated beast your pet. You must be a government official, and you definitely have a way to save me. I beg you." With that, Alice hurriedly bowed to Yifeng, her delicate forehead repeatedly hitting the ground, making a dull sound that even Yifeng, who was far away, could hear clearly. In just a moment, Alice's forehead was already bloodied. "All right, I can agree to your request," Yifeng said. Upon hearing this, Alice stopped her self-harm and then forced a smile at Yifeng, but this smile seemed somewhat strange in Yifeng's eyes. After Alice's earlier reminder, Yifeng remembered that he still had half a vial of the potion left. However, this potion, the system had initially only intended for animal use, not for humans. It was clear that the potion was not safe for humans, and the outcome was unknown. However, since Alice had been infected with the virus and had little time left, it could be worth a try, treating a dead horse as if it were a live one. Thinking of this, Yifeng took out the potion from his pocket, and while walking towards Alice explained, "Alice, I have a special potion that might save you, but it could also kill you." "Potion?" Alice hurriedly looked up at Yifeng as he approached, and upon seeing that he indeed held a mysterious potion, she was instantly filled with excitement. "Sir, whether I live or die, I won't blame you. If I am fortunate enough to survive, that would be best. If I'm unfortunate enough to die, then it can only be said that it was my fate." Alice's words surprised Yifeng. Her level of awareness showed that she was not an ignorant person. System: what happens if a gene potion is injected into an infected human? Before injecting the potion, Yifeng planned to consult the system. If the answer was certain death, then there was no need for the injection. Ding. Scan: successful female, human infected. The mortality rate of injecting a mutated gene survival potion is extremely high. Survival rate unknown. Moi. Yifeng did not know what unknown specifically meant, but learning that the mortality rate was extremely high caused him. At this moment, Alice was looking at him with sincere eyes, as if a devotee gazing at their faith. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to inject her with the potion. After all, there was still a chance of survival. Though the result was unknown, what if it really succeeded? With that thought, Yi Feng decisively injected the remaining half of the potion into her neck. However, just after the potion was injected, Alice began to scratch her neck in pain, her whole body trembling continuously, her eyes filled with terror. "Alice, what's wrong with you?" Yi Feng hurriedly grasped Alice's hands to prevent her from scratching the veins in her neck and causing severe bleeding. But Alice suddenly gained immense strength. Even Yi Feng could only barely hold her back. Although Alice could no longer scratch her neck, she continued to convulse with white foam flowing from her mouth. This was clearly a sign of imminent death. Behind her, AI Feng hurried over, using her special ability to scan Alice, hoping to ascertain her condition. But before she could finish the scan, Alice suddenly stopped moving, her eyes wide open, displaying an expression of death that would not close. Startled, Yi Feng quickly released Alice's hand. After a moment of calm, he tested Alice's breath again. But the result was the same. There was no sign of life. How could this happen? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, clearly unable to accept this outcome. "Brother Feng, she died because her body was incompatible with the drug." AI Feng quickly explained, hoping that Yi Feng wouldn't blame himself for this incident. As an intelligent robot, she was quite adept at understanding human emotions. "I'm sorry." Yi Feng sighed, deeply reaching out to close Alice's wide-open eyes. He then picked her up and placed her back into the luxury car. Looking at the two corpses in the car, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. "Perhaps this is your fate. It's better this way. After you meet in the underworld, at least you'll have each other to rely on." To prevent the corpses from being devoured by the infected, Yi Feng reattached the car door he had just ripped off. To make it more secure, he even bent the car frame to prevent the door from being broken open by the infected. However, before that, Yi Feng retrieved the rifle he had previously handed to Zhang Hao from the luxury car, though the magazine was already emptied. After finishing these tasks, Yi Feng returned to the battle vehicle and continued on his way. Minutes after Yi Feng left Alice in the luxury car, suddenly opened, her eyes filled with red veins, looking terrifying, as if possessed. At the same time, her lips slowly parted as she softly called out a name: "Yi Feng." On his way back, Yi Feng encountered many infected and mutated beasts, which he easily dealt with thanks to Abao's help. Moreover, each attack rarely took more than 2 moves. After killing each mutated beast, Yi Feng would take out his phone to take pictures. He did this not out of nostalgia or any peculiar hobby. Instead, it was to exchange for shelter points from the authorities. From what he currently knew, the Haiyun City authorities had a woefully inadequate understanding of the mutated beasts. These photos and the information Yi Feng possessed were exactly what the authorities were eager to learn. This approach not only earned him points, but also helped the authorities better combat the mutated beasts, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement for Yi Feng. At that moment, Yi Feng was driving while pondering how much reward the authorities would give him. Just as the battle vehicle was about to leave the outer courtyard and exit the zoo, many survivors suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes and behind statues armed with weapons, some with guns, some with knives, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Moreover, they had set up roadblocks at the zoo's entrance, piling up stones and metal objects to secure the door tightly. Yi Feng frowned slightly and ultimately stopped 20 meters away from the entrance. Seeing Yi Feng's vehicle stop, the nearby survivors were instantly filled with excitement, raising their weapons and cheering as if celebrating a victory. Among the crowd, Wang Hai and a few others emerged with hunting rifles, noticing that Yi Feng was still hiding inside the battle vehicle and reluctant to come out. He fired a shot at the battle vehicle, then mocked Yi Feng inside. "Kid, weren't you very tough before? Why are you acting like a turtle now?" Wang Hai knew the battle vehicle was sturdy, so he didn't waste more bullets. The entrance was already blocked by him, and he was sure Yi Feng couldn't get out, so he felt no urgency. Besides, with so many people he had brought, how could he possibly let a cooked duck fly away? Not only Wang Hai thought this way, but his companions did too. Seeing Yi Feng remain silent, Wang Hai continued to taunt. "Kid, if you want to live, you can just offer up that girl beside you to me, and I might let you go." Wang Hai's words immediately incited the crowd, especially his companions, who upon thinking of AI Feng's stunning beauty and alluring figure couldn't help but get excited. One of them lewdly laughed. "Brother Hai, after you're done with that girl, don't forget about the rest of us." "Exactly. If I could share a night with that beauty, even if it meant death, I would gladly accept it." His words elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. While some other survivors were somewhat confused, they still expressed a desire to share in the spoils. Wang Hai did not refuse this and cheerfully stated that everyone present today would have a share. At this, the crowd cheered for Brother Hai's boldness. Watching these so-called survivors reveal their monstrous faces, Yi Feng was once again filled with doubts. The gate had clearly been opened, yet this group refused to leave, instead choosing to snipe at him to satisfy their beastly desires. Did they truly deserve to be saved? Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, another bullet struck the battle vehicle, snapping him out of his reverie. Sensing Yi Feng's anger, AI Feng picked up her pistol and softly said, "Brother Feng, let me handle this." Yi Feng rejected her without a second thought. Although AI Feng was somewhat reluctant, she agreed. In truth, Yi Feng was not worried about AI Feng. These ordinary humans were completely at her mercy. The reason he refused AI Feng's suggestion was that he did not want to give those people any advantage. Yi Feng slowly opened the car window and then whistled. The whistle immediately drew everyone's attention, and soon everyone fell silent, allowing Yi Feng the chance to speak. "About you finished your business, come out for dinner." Yi Feng's voice was loud, and everyone present heard it clearly. "Brother Hai, is this kid scared out of his mind?" wondered the bearded man beside him. Wang Hai scratched his bald head, looking equally confused. Just as everyone was puzzled, the ground suddenly trembled, causing everyone to help each other to avoid falling. "What's going on? Is there an earthquake?" Wang Hai furrowed his brow, looking slightly panicked. At that moment, the bearded man pointed towards the outer courtyard, terrified, shouting, "Brother Hai, there's a monster." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was left in shock, fully aware of what the bearded man referred to as a monster. During their time struggling to survive in the zoo, they had encountered the most mutated animals. Now, judging by the current situation, the number of mutated beasts appearing was likely to be considerable. How could they not be afraid? Run away. It was unclear who shouted first, but the others immediately scattered, resembling a flock of chicks fleeing from an eagle. Wang Hai quickly turned his head, wanting to see how many mutated beasts were coming, but when he saw the more than 4-meter tall bao, he froze for a moment. How can this panda be so huge? Wang Hai couldn't believe it. Although he had seen many large mutated beasts in the zoo, he had never encountered one larger than a bao. Of course, apart from originally large species like elephants, what are we afraid of? It's just one. Shoot it down, Wang Hai shouted excitedly, for men were the most combative creatures on this planet. Most of those fleeing were ordinary survivors. As for the ones with guns, almost all had stayed behind with Wang Hai, as they had previously teamed up to hunt down a large mutated beast. The reason they hadn't left was the same idea. Seeing Wang Hai say this, his companions anxiously replied, "Brother Hai, that's a national treasure giant panda. Well, what we're doing cause? What do we have to fear? It's the end of the world now, who cares about giant pandas or small pandas? Just shoot, and if anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." After saying this, Wang Hai raised his hunting rifle and fired the first shot. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit, as a bao was charging towards them. If they didn't shoot to kill it, they would end up being the ones to die. Bang! 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 A dozen hunting rifles echoed loudly, causing any nearby unmutated birds and beasts to scatter in panic. However, they realized something was wrong only when their bullets were nearly exhausted. The bullets upon hitting a bao failed to inflict any damage, and even its speed remained unaffected. How? How is this possible? Everyone looked at a bao and shocked, their mouths agape, eyes wide, questioning if they had never encountered a mutated beast that was immune to bullets before. Run, don't just stand there like idiots. Wang Hai was the first to react. He tossed his hunting rifle to the ground and took off running. Seeing someone take the lead, the others dared not linger and scrambled to escape. The once arrogant Wang Hai and his group now fled like lost dogs. Having finally emptied its stomach, a bao would not miss this opportunity for a meal. It darted like a hunting cat into a mouse nest, catching one after another. In just a moment, a bao had dealt with all the survivors who had just fired their guns, devouring them one by one in an extremely bloody scene. Yi Feng in the armored vehicle did not intervene. This group had repeatedly sought their own demise, and he had no qualms about helping them along. Not lingering any longer, Yi Feng slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the armored vehicle surged forward, smashing through the barricades at the entrance without any effort. Wang Hai, caught in a bao's grasp and about to be devoured, felt an overwhelming sense of regret upon seeing the departing armored vehicle. He regretted provoking this disaster. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. With a crunch, a bao crushed Wang Hai's head and swallowed. After dealing with these people, a bao hurriedly chased after them. It had memorized Yi Feng's scent, so it would not lose track of him. Within just a few minutes, it caught up to Yi Feng's vehicle, which was speeding over 100. When Yi Feng saw a bao in the rearview mirror, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew a bao wouldn't lose him, he couldn't help but worry. If such a divine beast were to be lost, it would be a monumental loss. It's time to call Li Ling. With this thought, Yi Feng took out his phone and handed it to AI Feng, instructing, "Call operator Li Ling." AI Feng promptly complied, and after dialing, the call was quickly connected. "Mr. Yi, have you finished your task?" Li Ling's tone was gentle as she asked. "Yes, it's done, and I have some very important intelligence to report to the." Yi Feng's words immediately caught Li Ling's attention. She knew Yi Feng was not an ordinary person, and anything he termed important intelligence was certainly significant. Suppressing her excitement, she cautiously asked, "Mr. Yi, go ahead. I will record it accurately. As long as it meets the government's requirements, there will be additional rewards." Li Ling's attentiveness was because she could also gain rewards from this, which could be understood as a commission. Yi Feng organized his words and slowly said, "I encountered mutated beasts at the Haiyun City Zoo, and their numbers exceeded those of nearby infected individuals." "What? There are mutated beasts at the Haiyun City Zoo?" Li Ling seemed incredulous, clearly shocked, because there were no records of mutated beasts in Haiyun City. But now to find so many mutated beasts hidden in the zoo was undoubtedly a bombshell. "Not only that, but I also encountered a variant among the mutated beasts." Yi Feng added. "What? Variant? Variant? Li Ling jumped to her feet, startling her nearby colleagues who all looked up at her in surprise. However, Li Ling had no time to care about the others. Nervously swallowing, her palms began to sweat. Mr. Yi, do you have any photos or videos? Li Ling asked anxiously. It would take more than just a few words to capture the attention of the higher-ups. If Yi Feng could provide substantial evidence to prove this, then his discovery would undoubtedly make waves throughout. Yes, I have photos, so I'll send them to you now. After saying this, Yi Feng exchanged a knowing glance with AI Feng, who smartly complied. Yi Feng had taken over 30 photos of the mutated beasts, all of which he sent to Li Ling, without missing a single one. Upon receiving the photos, Li Ling was once again astounded. The photos featured several large mutated beasts, such as the silverback, gorilla, antelope, lion, and others. They looked fierce and were massive. Merely looking at the photos could evoke a strong sense of oppression. Seeing only hurried breathing on the other end of the line, Yi Feng continued to explain that silverback, gorilla, mutated beast was the variant, but I have already slain it. Moreover, its strength was several times greater than that of a human variant, and as for why this was the case, I cannot say for sure. The silverback gorilla is certainly not a variant. Yi Feng's intention in saying this is to conceal the existence of a bao. Otherwise, if the authorities learned that Yi Feng had a mutated beast within half an hour, his sanctuary would be surrounded by soldiers 3 layers deep. At that point, he would have no choice but to hand over a bao unless he wished to oppose the entire government of Haiyun City. Of course, this is clearly unrealistic. Moreover, they had never encountered a true variant beast. As for whether they would send troops to investigate personally, Yi Feng was not worried at all. The silverback gorilla is already dead, what would they investigate? Furthermore, with all the mutated beasts nearby, ordinary soldiers do not have the strength to venture in. Even if they did manage to enter, 90% of the mutated beasts' corpses would have been consumed by other mutated beasts. What would remain for them would likely be a pool of blood and some remains. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Feng dared to boldly lie. At this moment, Li Ling, upon learning that Yi Feng single-handedly killed a variant beast several times stronger than a human variant, was completely flustered. She never expected her client to be so formidable, but when she recalled how General Song was so concerned about Yi Feng, she felt relieved. All right, Mr. Yi, I will report this information truthfully to the higher-ups, and I will notify you as soon as there is news. However, rest assured, your information is definitely useful. As for how many sanctuary points it can exchange for, that depends on the higher-ups' decision. Li Ling patiently explained, while secretly feeling a sense of admiration for Yi Feng. Who else besides Yi Feng could single-handedly slay a variant creature? However, this admiration was mostly a girl's infatuation with a hero rather than love. Yi Feng exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up the phone. Yi Feng was in a very good mood now. He had tamed the mutant bao and could also earn some points of double happiness. In a moment of joy, he even started humming a tune. The hour hand keeps turning. Just as Yi Feng was halfway through his humming, a bao in the back suddenly stopped and turned to let out an angry roar. Seeing this, Yi Feng quickly stepped on the brakes. Thankfully, the chassis of the combat vehicle was heavy enough, otherwise at this speed an emergency stop would definitely lead to a rollover. What's wrong with the bao, eh? As soon as the vehicle stopped, Yi Feng hurriedly asked in confusion. Beside him, AI Feng furrowed her eyebrows. Brother Feng, judging by a bao's demeanor, it seems to have detected something following us. Yi Feng's brow furrowed, tightly filled with both surprise and vigilance. As he reversed the car, he glanced through the rearview mirror, eager to see what could make a bao so wary. At that moment, a bao suddenly assumed a fighting stance and continuously emitted low growls. This made Yi Feng a bit frightened. He knew a bao's strength very well. If it was so wary, one could only imagine the strength of whatever was behind them. AI Feng continued to explain. A bao is an animal, and animals naturally possess an extraordinary sense of vigilance. The thing following us must also be a powerful variant. Hearing AI Feng say this, Yi Feng was even more certain of the suspicion that had arisen in his heart. In an instant, Yi Feng felt utterly speechless. After finally escaping the wolf's den, he had inadvertently walked into a tiger's lair. How unlucky could he be? Grab your weapons and prepare to respond. Yi Feng decisively gave the order. The 3 of them, 2 humans and 1 beast, still had a chance. Although they had yet to see the variant throughout, just as Yi Feng was about to get out of the vehicle to fight, a bao suddenly, Brother Feng, it seems like it's left. AI Feng, still in the vehicle, hurriedly reminded. In an instant, Yi Feng's frown deepened. He didn't know the intent of the variant behind them, but not engaging in battle was at least a good thing. To prevent that thing from following them, Yi Feng drove the combat vehicle and a bao around a few extra loops before heading in the direction of his sanctuary. The purpose of this was to avoid leading it into his home. Being targeted by a variant was akin to having a ticking time bomb next to him, one that could explode at any moment. This trip to the zoo made Yi Feng realize that controlling infected individuals was becoming increasingly difficult, and an outbreak could happen at any time. When that time comes, it would be more than just a lockdown. Therefore, on the way back, Yi Feng also took the opportunity to remind the Wang family living below. This time, Yi Feng was not trying to show off, but was genuinely concerned for them. To prevent a bao from scaring them, he first let a bao hide upstairs. After knocking on the iron gate of Wang Beihang's home, Feng began to look around. Their front lawn had been trimmed quite well and appeared much tidier. Although the sanctuary is a bit old, it is still nice to see such meticulous grooming. Just as Feng finished speaking, the iron gate suddenly opened a crack, revealing half of Wang Beihang's head. Wang Beihang glared at Feng with an unfriendly expression, clearly having overheard Feng's previous words. Anyone would be displeased in such a situation. However, Feng's earlier comment was not meant to belittle them. On the contrary, he felt more admiration in his heart. Who else would take the time to carefully trim the lawn in the apocalypse? It would be quite remarkable if they didn't trample it. Is there something you need? Wang Beihang coldly asked. Ahem. Feng chuckled awkwardly. I was out today to gather some latest intel, and thought I'd drop by to inform. Wang Beihang asked, somewhat surprised. What intel? Feng then recounted the current situation in Haiyun City in detail, of course omitting any mention of about. After hearing Feng's words, Wang Beihang was quite worried. He had thought that moving here would mean waiting for the pandemic to pass, but it now seemed that the situation was far from simple. Just be careful in the future, I'll take my leave. With that, Feng turned to leave. You probably haven't eaten yet, Wang Beihang behind him suddenly asked, and then he pushed the iron gate open. Not yet. Feng turned back with a smile, and surprisingly Wang Beihang returned a smile as well. My dad just finished cooking. If you don't mind, would you like to eat together? Although this was somewhat unexpected, Feng agreed. However, just as he took a few steps forward, Wang Beihang suddenly pointed in terror at the combat vehicle behind Feng. What is that thing sticking out of your vehicle? Feng turned his head and saw the front bumper of the war chariot stuffed with chunks of flesh and severed limbs, the entire vehicle stained red with blood, as if it had been painted with crimson paint. In response, Feng nonchalantly said, these are all from the infected. What's wrong? Are you afraid? I'm not afraid at all. Wang Beihang forced himself to argue calmly, but his nervous demeanor betrayed him. Oh really? Next time I go out, I'll take you along. After saying that, Feng patted Wang Beihang on the shoulder. Of course, Feng was just joking. Even some soldiers could easily get injured or killed when dealing with the infected. Let alone someone like Wang Beihang, a regular person who just graduated from college. If he really went, he would probably just end up as cannon fodder. However, Wang Beihang took Feng's words seriously. He instinctively swallowed, then shook his head and awkwardly said, maybe not. I still need to help out at home. After that, Wang Beihang walked into the shelter without looking back. Feng smiled helplessly, then followed him inside. Wang Beihang walking ahead reminded Feng to close the door. The Wang family shelter was very simple, with walls that had not been repainted and remained rough cement as before. There were no decorations around, and apart from the basic necessities for living, there were hardly any other recreational facilities in the entire shelter. Compared to Feng's shelter, it was indeed pitifully shabby. Since this place used to be an air raid shelter, there were no other partitions. The whole shelter was one unified space with only an empty air raid corridor where supplies, beds, and other items were all piled together. It looked very desolate and crude. Wang Gu, who was squatting by the wall cooking, instinctively looked up when he heard the footsteps of the two. With the weak light, he saw Feng behind Wang Beihang, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and neither of them spoke, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Feng warmly greeted him. This action startled Wang Gu, who almost dropped the ladle in his hand. He thought to himself, why is this disaster of a person here at my house? In an instant, he imagined various reasons for Feng's visit, such as showing off, flaunting wealth, bragging, or coming to mock him, and not a single thought was positive. Wang Beihang must have sensed his father's thoughts, so to prevent his father from embarrassing himself in front of others, he quickly reminded, Dad, Feng just happened to pass by our house and brought us some news from Haiyun City. Since it's mealtime, I invited him to join us. Wang Beihang's words interrupted Wang Guest's various daydreams. Oh, then quickly let the guests sit down, the dishes will be ready soon. After saying that, Wang Gu awkwardly smiled at Feng and then continued to focus on cooking. Because the air raid shelter was a closed space, the smell of cooking oil and smoke was quite strong inside. With food being scarce now, very few people would generously invite guests for a meal, not even the wealthy, let alone a common working-class family like the Wang family. However, Wang Gu did not seem angry about Wang Beihang's unilateral decision. It was clear that they had kind hearts. This made Feng feel a lot more favorable towards the two. Feng was not polite either. He directly walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, which was the only place to sit in the Wang family shelter. Wang Beihang also sat down beside him and actively asked about other situations in Haiyun City, such as if there were still living people on the streets and what areas had fallen. Feng shared everything he knew with him. After understanding the latest situation in Haiyun City, the expressions on the faces of the Wang family changed repeatedly. At that moment, Wang Gu, who had just finished cooking, couldn't help but sigh. When will this life come to an end? Don't worry, as long as the Jojo Nation is here, the apocalypse will eventually come to an end. Seeing that the two were a bit down, Feng smiled and comforted them. Though he said this, even Feng himself was not certain if the apocalypse would really end one day. Clearly it wasn't that simple, otherwise he wouldn't have triggered the apocalypse system. After having a simple lunch at the Wang family shelter, Feng took his leave. Before leaving, he made it clear that if they ever encountered difficulties they couldn't solve, they could come to him for help. In response, the Wang family was extremely grateful. Although Yifeng's words could sometimes be harsh, they knew in their hearts that he was definitely not an ordinary person. With Yifeng's assurance, they could also shamelessly seek help from him in the future. As soon as he returned to the war chariot, Yifeng hurriedly apologized sincerely to AI Feng. AI Feng, I just stayed for a meal with them and kept you waiting. Yifeng's tone was very gentle, revealing a hint of caution. This kind of gentleness had only been shown to his former partner Su Yao. AI Feng, however, smiled and said it was no problem. Compared to the easily angered Su Yao, she was just too good. After returning to the shelter, Yifeng immediately began to clean the war chariot. The blood and chunks of flesh on the vehicle were too much, otherwise Wang Beiheng wouldn't have been startled. If he left it uncleaned, it would affect the friendly relations with the neighbors if others saw it later. After cleaning the war chariot, Yifeng summoned a Bao who had not gone far, but had been hiding in the nearby fort. Then he spent about 10 minutes cleaning the blood off a Bao between the chariot and the bear. The amount of blood cleaned up was enough to flood the ground. Anyone who didn't know would think he had just slaughtered pigs. After washing up, Yifeng finally swept his face and opened the door of the shelter. Then the two and the bear walked inside. At this moment, Yifeng couldn't help but feel that his shelter was quite spacious. Otherwise, a Bao wouldn't even be able to fit through the door. As he walked in, Yifeng was also thinking about where to put a Bao. Suddenly, a series of crisp clinking sounds came from the Yifeng hurriedly turned his head to look and saw a Bao standing cautiously next to the bar on the right with 4 or 5 bottles of expensive wine worth tens of thousands shattered on the ground. It seemed a Bao realized it had made a mistake as it lowered its head and looked at Yifeng with an innocent expression, as if saying, "Master, go ahead and hit me. Or scold me." Although Yifeng's heart was bleeding, he still forced a smile and said it was nothing. After all, a few bottles of fine wine couldn't be more valuable than the giant panda a Bao. After saying that, the three of them continued walking inside, and Yifeng had already thought about where to place a Bao. That would be the training room, which had enough space and no fragile items. Of course, this is only temporary. In the future, Yifeng will reconsider a Bao's living arrangements. However, before they reached the hallway, a Bao had already broken the coffee table in the living room, which was made of precious purple gold wood worth as much as a high-end luxury car. Moreover, the authorities have officially banned the use of precious woods for making furniture, so even some wealthy families might not possess such an item. Yet now it was crushed to pieces under a Bao's foot, nearly making Yifeng bleed from the eyes. A Bao turned to look at Yifeng, still displaying a pitiful demeanor. A panda with a physique comparable to an elephant acting cute truly left Yifeng unable to get angry. If it got angry, who knows if it would squash him with a single step. It's fine, it's fine. Yifeng forced a smile, and with the lessons learned from previous experiences, a Bao took one step for each of Yifeng's commands, and it took them 5 or 6 minutes to safely guide the bulky a Bao to the training room. Once in the training room, a Bao finally had some space to move, lying down on the floor and rolling around playfully, looking extremely adorable. Yifeng then fetched a lot of meat from the storage for a Bao to eat. After all, it was a Bao's first visit, and he couldn't let it feel neglected. After settling a Bao, Yifeng took AI Feng to the rest area to wash up and conveniently changed into a AI Feng was in a similar situation. After all, she had been wearing the maid outfit for many days, and since there were no women's clothes in the shelter, Yifeng gave her some of his own clothes. To be fair, the white t-shirt and jeans looked quite nice on AI Feng, giving her the charm of a youthful and vibrant university student. Indeed, good-looking people look good in anything. However, what truly surprised Yifeng was that AI Feng was not afraid of water. After all, for such a high-tech robot, it would be too pathetic if it feared water. Thus, a wicked thought emerged in Yifeng's mind. Don't get it twisted, Yifeng simply wanted to enjoy a hot spring with AI Feng, but I don't believe it. After tidying up, Yifeng returned to the training room on the first floor, but as soon as he entered, he was stunned, for the food that had been on the floor was completely gone. You should know that Yifeng had prepared nearly a full meal of meat, which accounted for 1/5 of the shelter's meat supply. Yet in the time it took him to take a shower, all of it had been devoured by a Bao. How can it eat so much? Who can afford to keep that up? Of course, Yifeng only dared to complain about this internally. If he said it aloud, and a Bao heard it, might hurt its feelings. If a Bao were to leave in anger, Yifeng would be the one losing both his companion and his resources. However, he still needed to face reality. With a Bao's appetite, even Ji Wenbin's family assets couldn't sustain it, let alone Yifeng. Sai, it seems I need to think long-term. After playing with a Bao for a while, Yifeng returned to the living room to rest, lying on the sofa with his head resting on AI Feng's lap. While checking system information, his current Versailles points had reached over 9,300, just 600 points away from completing the task. Accumulating nearly 10,000 points so quickly was largely thanks to the previous visit to the Lark apartment. Back then there were many people, and every time Yifeng acted pretentious, he could earn several hundred points, sometimes even exceeding 1,000. Just over 600 points left to upgrade the shelter. It seems I need to find a way to speed up the progress. While Yifeng was pondering, his phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed with a message alert. Curious, he took it out to check. and was surprised to see several WeChat groups had simultaneously sent messages regarding mutated beasts complete with accompanying images. What astonished Feng was that these images were actually all taken by him. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow. He sat up straight. Did these people's intel come so quickly? Feng couldn't help but marvel. The photos and information undoubtedly leaked from the authorities. From when he reported it to when he saw these messages, only 2 hours had passed, which truly surprised him. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The situation was quite special, and informing the public about these special details early could help them avoid risks. As soon as the news of the mutated beasts broke, the group instantly became lively with endless debates erupting. Some expressed skepticism and even questioned the group leader whether the photos were fabricated, as they had never seen these mutated creatures. However, most people expressed belief in it and inquired about more information regarding the mutated beasts. Just when they were discussing the strengths and weaknesses of the mutated beasts, Feng suddenly chimed in. These things are actually quite weak. I casually took down one earlier, and it was pathetic. Feng's words were sent to several groups, and in an instant the members exploded, each one sarcastically accusing him of boasting without a script. Even the group leader who sent out the messages couldn't stand it and stepped in to expose Feng's lies, intending to slap him in the face. Bro, you're taking this too far, aren't you? Do you even know where these photos and information come from? Even if I asked you, you definitely wouldn't know. Let me tell you the truth. All of this is from the authorities, and they just received the latest intel. You say you casually took one down. Are you saying you're stronger than the authorities? The group leader hammered Feng with this, and for a moment the group was filled with insults, cursing him for being shameless and asking, what time is it, and you're still pretending? Even the WeChat group for the shelter had people cursing. At this moment, Feng, sitting on the sofa, suddenly smiled, not feeling angry at the insults from the group. The reason he did this was certainly not to invite scorn. In fact, he wanted to seize this opportunity to fully accumulate his Versailles points. If he acted pretentious directly, he might not achieve the expected effect. So he only partially revealed his words and gave these people a chance to scold him. Once they had enough to say, it would be Feng's time to shine. To enhance the show's effect, Feng even engaged in self-debate in the group, insisting that he was speaking the truth. For the next several minutes, about 70% of the group was busy cursing Feng for being shameless. This was quite normal, as there were not more than 5 people in the group who were aware of Feng's capabilities, and conveniently none of them were online, so no one came to support him. Seeing the heat of the discussion was about right, Feng decisively sent a photo of a mutated beast's corpse in the group, ensuring that this photo did not overlap with those already shared. Once the crowd saw the photo Feng posted, everyone instantly fell silent. Seeing them quiet, Feng couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile and decided to take the initiative. Feng, I didn't deceive you, did I? In fact, this type of mutated beast is only about 7 or 8 times stronger than an infected person, but it's still quite weak. Basically, one slash can take it down. Versailles 10. Versailles 10. It's still weak even if it's 7 or 8 times stronger than an infected person. For heaven's sake, how can you be so boastful and still have some self-respect? Although everyone in the group wanted to mock Feng, they had to admit it when faced with the photo. However, at this moment, a shelter member named Lao Yutiao suddenly said, "Did you edit this picture, kid?" The background in the photo is the Haiyun City Zoo, which has clearly been sealed off. How could you possibly get in? Moreover, these mutated beasts could easily crush your skull. How can you dare to claim you killed this? Upon hearing this, those who were still wavering immediately sided with Lao Yutiao, all clamoring that Feng was Feng, however, appeared unfazed. He reclined back onto Feng's lap and retorted in the group chat, "Is there even a need to ask? The only place in Haiyun City where mutated beasts exist is the zoo, and the photos I posted earlier were also taken in the zoo. Are you blind? As for your claim that a mutated beast could crush my skull with one bite, do you really think I would use my head to feed a mutated beast like you?" Feng's words were sharp, yet spicy, making it hard for anyone to counter. However, Lao Yutiao was no ordinary person. His choice of the name, Lao Yutiao, alone proved he was not just an average old trickster. Seeing that he was being called out by Feng, how could he just let it go? Lao Yutiao, the earlier photos were taken by the authorities during their crackdown on the mutated beasts at the zoo. Aren't you just trying to ride on the authorities' coattails to show off? Could it be that a person like you who only knows how to brag is really one of the authorities? Contempt emoji. Feng was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the authorities to claim that the photos were taken by them, which felt a bit like a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest. Feng, I am not an authority, and those photos were not taken by the authorities. Lao Yutiao, if they weren't taken by the authorities, then did you take them yourself? Ha ha ha, this idiot is going to kill me with laughter. Truly, in a vast forest there are all kinds of birds. The others in the group basically sided with Lao Yutiao, mocking Feng. After all, when it comes to the crackdown on mutated beasts, no one really thought anyone other than the authorities could do it. Feng was starting to feel uneasy. If this continued, he would probably crash. With that thought in mind, he sent several more photos of mutated beasts, all of which had not been shared in the group. For a moment the group fell silent again. Even Lao Yutiao did not immediately refute. If one photo could be edited that would be one thing, but now there were so many photos that it couldn't possibly be photoshopped. The authenticity of these photos was very high, resembling those released by the authorities. Unless Yi Feng was a top-notch Photoshop expert, it would be impossible to achieve. Seeing that the others were silent, Yi Feng once again posed a question. Why is no one talking? Actually, there's nothing to argue about because the mutated beast photos you posted earlier were all taken by me. Upon hearing Yi Feng say this, someone immediately protested. Lao Yutiao, what? You took them? That's impossible. This is clearly the latest intelligence released by the authorities. Wait, I get it, you definitely received the intelligence and photos released by the authorities as well. It has to be that way. Qimei Wangliang. Brother, be careful of pulling your back while boasting. I have seen these photos at the authorities long ago. Did you not just steal their photos to show off? Do you really think you are something special? Yun Yin Cheng Yu. Exactly, I used to think highly of you, because you were a friend of Ji Wenbin, and I didn't rebut you earlier thinking you should have some self-awareness. But now it seems you are just a jumping clown. What a real disgrace. The insults in the group were getting worse, almost making Yi Feng spit blood. It seems I underestimated the power of keyboard warriors. Yi Feng shook his head with a sigh. Just then Ji Wenbin suddenly sent a screenshot of information. It prominently stated the important intelligence regarding Yi Feng's discovery of the mutated beasts along with many photos of the mutated beasts. Almost all the photos that had just appeared were included, and additionally there was a photo of a silverback gorilla variant, which was quite eye-catching. At the same time, Ji Wenbin also tagged Yi Feng saying, Brother Feng, you really aren't being fair this time. How can you leave me behind to secretly do big things alone? If it weren't for just receiving this intelligence from my dad, I would still be in the dark. Ji Wenbin's words ignored the others in the group and directly confirmed that Yi Feng was indeed the discoverer of the mutated beasts. This not only slapped everyone in the face, but also gave Yi Feng a lot of face. At that moment, Yi Feng was so excited he nearly jumped up, even wanting to give Ji Wenbin a big kiss. Because just after Ji Wenbin sent the message, his Versailles value had skyrocketed to 10,000 points. Just in time to complete the system's Versailles task. Simultaneously, the system responded immediately. Versailles task completed. Shelter successfully reconstructed. Automated mechanical factory reached LV2. Added 1 manufacturing slot. Shelter LV2. Added drone launch. Well, drone detection system. New module for control room, and drones can detect externally capable of attacking according to host's will. Although the second reconstruction of the shelter was far less impressive than the first, the newly added drone features still left Yi Feng astonished. In simple terms, this was equivalent to Yi Feng having surveillance on the outside, significantly enhancing the safety system. However, what intrigued Yi Feng the most was the last function mentioned by the system. The ability to attack according to the host's will. This equated to Yi Feng having brainwave control over the drones, elevating the sense of high-tech to a whole new level. Which country currently possesses brainwave control devices? Of course, those with a bunch of instruments installed on their heads do not count. After all, it's impossible to go out wearing so many devices. This is going to be incredibly convenient for ambushes in the future. Yi Feng smirked while stroking his chin, expressing his thoughts. Although drones already had automatic attack systems, the drawbacks were obvious. They were very easy to expose. They could handle some infected individuals and ordinary mutated beasts, but when encountering variants, they were practically useless. This method of cooperation requires an exceptionally high level of tacit understanding, and only one person can accomplish it perfectly. The newly added feature is precisely capable of achieving this. While Yi Feng felt exhilarated by these developments, he was unaware that at that moment Ji Wenbin was so awkward that he could literally scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment. The reason was that after Ji Wenbin sent the message, Yi Feng did not respond in a timely manner. Moreover, this was not the main issue. The real concern was that the others in the group hesitated to reply after seeing the undeniable evidence. This caused Ji Wenbin's message to become the last one in the group, and that message was sent 5 minutes ago. This meant Ji Wenbin had endured an awkward silence for 5 minutes. It wasn't until Yi Feng picked up his phone that he remembered this matter, but he merely replied with a smiley face in the group, and that was it. This plunged the already awkward Ji Wenbin into an even more embarrassing situation. After Yi Feng replied to the message, he continued to study the newly added feature. Meanwhile, Ji Wenbin was in his luxurious mansion fuming with rage. Yi Feng sat up on the sofa and turned to AI Feng, asking, how many drones do we have now? AI Feng replied, including the one you destroyed earlier and the ones produced by the automated mechanical factory, we currently have 3 in total. Previously, when dealing with a Bao, 1 drone was destroyed, which shattered Yi Feng's heart. Excluding that one, Yi Feng now only had 2 drones available, which was hardly enough to fill the gaps, let alone provide for the authorities. The production speed was evidently a bit slow, but this was already the fastest speed of the automated mechanical factory, as it took 24 hours to manufacture a single drone. Moreover, since the factory originally had 2 manufacturing slots, it could produce a maximum of 2 drones at a time. Currently, 2 drones are still being manufactured at the automated mechanical factory, and they should be ready by around 8 in the evening. Additionally, the new manufacturing slot can also be used to produce drones, which means we can manufacture 3 drones in a day. AI Feng informed Yi Feng of this good news. However, before Yi Feng could celebrate, AI Feng's next words plunged him into a state of dismay. Due to the enormous power consumption of the automated mechanical factory, the supply of electricity will not last long, at most for 3 days. Currently, the automated mechanical factory has temporarily stopped operating, as this is the only way to sustain power supply. Yi Feng's expression darkened. He never expected the mechanical factory to consume so much power. He had prepared 10 tons of fuel, yet it was used up in just a few days. Fortunately, Yi Feng did not leave empty-handed. The items produced by the mechanical factory were highly useful for him, and significantly increased the safety factor of the shelter. Just as Yi Feng was fretting over the power supply, the operator Li Ling called him. An idea struck him. After all, he was now considered a member of the authorities, and asking them for fuel resources shouldn't be unreasonable, right? Of course, he needed a reason they couldn't refuse, or this matter would be difficult to handle. The current turmoil in the situation had caused a skyrocketing demand for fuel. Many people were even reluctant to use their vehicles, because traveling 100 kilometers could cost as much fuel as a car. It was like burning money. However, the city's power supply system had not been interrupted. Many new energy vehicles were playing their maximum role at this time. As for Yi Feng's shelter, it could not connect to the city's power supply system, which is why he had to rack his brains to find fuel. Shaking his head to dispel his distracting thoughts, he answered the call, and Li Ling's excited voice came through the phone. Mr. Yi, I have great news to share with you. Yi Feng was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, has the apocalypse ended? Not quite, Mr. Yi. Li Ling's expression stiffened as she realized she couldn't keep up with Yi Feng's thought process, but she diligently explained, due to your previous information being accurate along with your contributions and abilities, the authorities have decided to upgrade your shelter's level from E to C. A jump in levels. Yi Feng was delighted. He never expected that the 2 upgrades for the shelter would happen simultaneously. It was like buying 2 lottery tickets, winning 5 million on one, and then winning another 5 million on the other. It was truly double happiness. In response, Yi Feng smiled and exchanged pleasantries, as it was only polite to show appreciation to someone who took the initiative to call him. Li Ling casually offered her congratulations, then informed Yi Feng of an important piece of information. Mr. Yi, the authorities have already sent someone to investigate the situation at the zoo. Besides confirming the information you provided, they also discovered traces of a human mutation. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. He never anticipated that the authorities would actually send someone over so quickly to make such a conclusion, which made him suspect if they had some special means. However, that was not the most critical point. The most significant point was that the authorities had discovered traces of This plunged Yi Feng back into deep thought, as he hadn't found any signs of human mutation from the moment he entered the zoo until he left. Moreover, a Bao could sense the presence of mutations, yet there were still no findings. Wait. Yi Feng suddenly recalled that on the way back from the zoo, a Bao had noticed a mutation following them. Could it be that the human mutation they mentioned was it? While this was currently the most plausible explanation, Yi Feng still couldn't be sure, as he was unclear whether the mutation following them at that time was human or animal. If it were an animal, then it would have nothing to do with the authorities' findings. If it were human, he had found no trace of any human mutations in the zoo. Unable to figure it out, Yi Feng could only ask Li Ling. After expressing his doubts, Li Ling hesitated for a moment before answering. This information was originally not supposed to be disclosed, but since you are now clever, some information can indeed be provided. The authority scientists have developed a detector using mutation blood samples. This detector can identify whether a mutation exists and can also detect traces left by mutations. Scientists. A detector. Yi Feng realized he had underestimated the significance of the word scientist. In such a short time, they had actually managed to invent such a special detector using mutation blood, which proved their greatness and capability. However, there is one thing that Yi Feng is very curious about, which is how the government seems to know about mutated beasts, even though they clearly lack any data on them. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "Did you already know about the mutation of animals?" Li Ling was slightly taken aback, then replied sternly, "Yes, we are aware, but not everything. Otherwise, your information on these mutated beasts would not have received such high attention from above." Li Ling was not lying about this. If it weren't for this, Yi Feng's shelter wouldn't have been able to leap in level. Don't underestimate the difference between E and C levels. Yet Yi Feng still felt somewhat puzzled by Li Ling's words, but what she said next perfectly cleared up the confusion. The reason I say this is because the samples of mutated beasts we scientists have extracted mostly come from mutated marine creatures, while we only recently learned about terrestrial mutated creatures. Moreover, you are the first person to discover a variant type of mutated beast. It's a pity that the government couldn't find the corpse of that variant type mutated beast in the zoo. Fortunately, they didn't find the corpse of the silverback gorilla, otherwise Yi Feng would have a hard time explaining the variant type mutated beast. Li Ling's explanation also made Yi Feng realize why the government hadn't informed the public about the mutated beasts in advance. On one hand, it was to prevent causing panic. On the other hand, because mutated marine creatures had not yet affected terrestrial creatures, they initially didn't think it would impact land species. If they had not discovered it naturally, there would be nothing to inform the public about. Now that it has suddenly come to light, it is because a large number of terrestrial mutated creatures have been found, and timely notification allows for timely defense. Seeing that Yifeng remained silent, Li Ling continued to explain. Currently, these mutated beasts have only been found in coastal cities, and Haiyun City happens to be one of them, becoming the front line in the battle against mutated beasts. Your discovery has also alerted the government for their upcoming defensive preparations. In simple terms, Yifeng's special discovery has allowed Haiyun City to prepare in advance against the mutated beasts. After all, the strength of mutated beasts is far superior to that of the infected. Just dealing with the infected has already exhausted the government's resources, and now a group of mutated beasts has appeared. A moment of carelessness could lead to the complete downfall of Haiyun City, which is why the government attaches such great importance to this discovery. So what does the government plan to do next? Yifeng asked curiously. Li Ling smiled. I don't have the authority to know that, but I just told you so much, part of which actually needs to be known only by those at sea level or above. Li Ling's words were a hint to Yifeng. She had already said what was supposed to be said, and what should not be said, so he should not ask her anymore. However, Yifeng was unimpressed by this, as this information was certainly not top secret for the government. Otherwise, a mere operator like Li Ling wouldn't know. Since I am now at a clevel shelter, how much has my welfare improved? Yifeng asked straightforwardly. Li Ling on the other end of the line didn't expect Yifeng to be so direct, momentarily taken aback. Yifeng was too lazy to continue the small talk. He made it clear, I need enough resources, and he paused, recalling how he had previously secured 10 tons of fuel from the government through his connection with Ji Wenbin. This time, Yifeng also intended to ask the government for more fuel. After all, in the current situation, only the government has the channels to obtain fuel such as special energy source. And 60 tons of fuel, Yifeng added. The reason he dared to ask so boldly was that the automated mechanical factory in the shelter was forcing him. Based on the factory's power consumption, 60 tons of fuel wouldn't last long. Moreover, the government would also need to order drones from him later, which would increase the power consumption of the mechanical factory, and this power consumption would naturally factor into the fuel. At first, Yifeng lamented that the automated mechanical factory's blueprints didn't require materials, but now it seemed that using fuel was clearly more costly. Thinking about how he would have to worry about fuel in the days to come, Yifeng's expression turned somewhat dejected. When will this life of mine come to an end? Yifeng's previous demands left Li Ling utterly stunned. Though the shelter's level had risen, to see resource allocation would also increase, but it wasn't supposed to be this unreasonable. He was asking for supplies and energy, and even 60 tons of fuel. Did he think this was tap water? Even tap water has become a scarce resource, let alone fuel. For ordinary survivors, fuel might not be very useful, even less than a barrel of pure water. However, for the government and large shelters, fuel is an indispensable energy source. This is why Li Ling was so shocked when she heard Yifeng asking for 60 tons of fuel. Mr. Yi, regarding food supplies, that's manageable, and I can approve that directly. However, the amount of fuel energy you are requesting is truly excessive, especially now that fuel has become a globally scarce resource. Even the government is tightening its belt. Li Ling then hurriedly added, moreover, I remember that the amount of fuel you needed doesn't seem to be much, and you were given 10 tons of fuel before. Why do you need so much this time? Li Ling's tone was somewhat cautious, and her refusal was not absolute, clearly leaving room for negotiation. The reason she had this attitude was that Yifeng's reputation on the government side was too great. The achievements he made in Haiyun City were unparalleled worldwide. Just the single kill of the humanoid variant was enough to leave others far behind, not to mention the subsequent variant mutated beasts. In addition, Yifeng had reached an agreement with General Song Yunzizhong for a drone exchange, which made it impossible for the government to fall out with Yifeng over trivial supplies. If the government fell out with Yifeng over such resources, it would be a loss for them. Yifeng evidently did not have the patience to drag this out over Li Ling's ambiguous response. He said somewhat impatiently, you don't need to worry about that, you just tell me whether you will provide it or not. Yifeng was confident that the government wouldn't dare to refuse. If the government really refused him, it would not be easy for them to ask him to do this or that in the future. Of course, Yifeng would not completely sever ties with the government, as he could not afford to give up this special resource supply channel unless he had another more complete supply channel. However, there is no longer any necessity to continue the discussion about the drone business that was previously agreed upon. The government could refuse him once, and they could do it a second or third time in the future, so Yifeng would resist with a firm attitude. Otherwise, some people in the government would treat Yifeng like a soft persimmon, squeezing him however they pleased. As for confronting the government directly, Yifeng was not necessarily afraid. Besides, he did not believe that the government would deploy troops to suppress him just because he refused to provide drones. Currently, Haiyun City had a pile of messes yet to be dealt with. How could they possibly waste military resources on it? This was clearly unrealistic. Sure enough, after Yifeng said this, Li Ling became a bit flustered. She did not expect Yifeng to be so resolute. If she gives in, she doesn't have the authority. If she doesn't give in, it clearly won't do either. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ling ultimately chose a compromise. Mister, you regarding your request, I need to consult my superiors. If you're not in a hurry, how about I get back to you later? Yifeng did not make things difficult for Li Ling, as he knew that personnel like her in the government merely served as messengers. The real power still lay with the upper-level officials of the government. No problem, but I need a response within 24 hours. That shouldn't be an issue, right? No problem. After receiving Li Ling's affirmative response, Yifeng hung up the phone. Setting a time limit was partly because the fuel could only last for 3 days, and he needed to act quickly. On the other hand, it was to put pressure on the government, essentially indicating to them that he was only giving them 1 day to respond. If they didn't agree, they would see what happened. Next, Yifeng could only wait for the government's response. With nothing to do, he got up and headed to the control room on the second basement level to check on the drone situation. After the drones were improved, he needed to retest their functions. AI Feng followed him like a little assistant surrounded by a charming lady, greatly satisfying Yifeng's vanity. Alas, it's a pity AI Feng isn't a real person or otherwise. Yifeng shook his head and sighed while walking down the stairs with AI Feng. Due to the power shortage, he did not take the elevator. Upon arriving at the control room, Yifeng used the quantum computer in the control room to check the latest model of the drone, which looked almost the same as the original with no significant changes. The only difference was that on the top of each drone, there was an additional small black protrusion. This is so unsightly. Looking at the drone image on the screen, Yifeng couldn't help but complain. However, thinking about the newly added functions of the drone, he accepted it calmly. If it looks ugly, so be it, or as long as it's functional. Opening the drone launch well system, the display changed again, showing the top of the shelter's outer wall, with a rectangular chimney-like shape added to the center of the roof, smaller than a shoebox. There were also many related data displayed on the side of the screen, such as the number of drones available and their ammunition. System, come out and explain how to put the drones into the launch well to me. Asking the system was the only solution Yifeng could think of, otherwise how long would it take him to figure it out? The system was also very responsible and provided a detailed answer. The automated mechanical factory is connected to the drone launch well. Once the drones are manufactured, they can be automatically transported to the launch well, but the host must confirm in advance whether to place them in the launch well. Of course I want to confirm. Yifeng replied straightforwardly, without a second thought. After all, he didn't want to fill them one by one. That would be too troublesome. Moreover, it wasn't intelligent. Ding! The drone launch well system has been automated. The current number of drones available is 2. As the system's announcement concluded, the number of drones displayed on the screen changed from 0 to 2. While that was fast, Yifeng smiled excitedly. Then, eager to try, he decisively activated the drone detection system, and a flat map appeared on the large screen of the quantum computer, with Yifeng's shelter in the center and a large area surrounding it. Beside it, the display showed that the drone's surveillance range was 5 kilometers. Seeing this, Yifeng was so excited he nearly jumped up. What does 5 kilometers mean? Simply put, the Wang family and other neighbors were all within the surveillance range of Yifeng's drone. Isn't that impressive? Moreover, many patrol routes of the drones appeared on the screen. Yifeng roughly counted about 20 routes intersect. These 20 routes surrounded the shelter tightly, making it impossible for even a fly to escape the drone's watch. At this time, the 2 drones had also begun patrolling along these routes with 2 small screens beside them displaying images captured by the drones. The images on the screens depicted the scenes outside the shelter. While this is indeed impressive, Yifeng sincerely praised it. Although the previous shelter also had surveillance and a considerable range, it was not at all comparable to the current drone patrols. Not only had the range increased, but the patrols were also much more agile. Just as Yifeng was feeling pleased, a warning suddenly came from the display, as several infected individuals appeared in the images captured by the drones. Yifeng was taken aback, since he had not issued an attack order. The drones did not strike, but continued their patrol. As he continued to observe, the number of infected individuals increased from a few to 20 or 30, loitering not far from the Wang family's house. I didn't expect the infected to have spread to this area. It seems this place is no longer safe. Yifeng frowned in deep thought. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed it. This was mainly because he often frequented Haiyun Mountain and had never encountered an infected person. Now, the sudden appearance of these infected individuals indicated that the current situation was not being controlled well. If the mutated beasts spread, then Haiyun City would truly be doomed. Just as Yifeng was feeling anxious, the images captured by another drone suddenly showed the figures of the Wang family. They were slowly walking along the road, apparently out for a stroll. Seeing this, Yifeng's face darkened. He had just warned them about the unstable situation, yet he never imagined they would dare to go out for a walk, which was simply reckless. Anger aside, he still needed to find a way to save them. Yifeng thought no further and decisively took out his phone to make. In the air raid shelter zone of Haiyun Mountain, Wang Beihang and his father Wang Gu strolled side by side along the roadside, both appearing unusually cheerful. Dad, if this apocalypse ever ends, do you think we'll ever get to go back home? Wang Beihang suddenly asked, walking on the left side of the road. Wang Ge gave a wry smile. Have you forgotten? We sold our old house to afford this shelter. So what? With your abilities, you could just buy it back later. Besides, your son will need you to buy his wedding home. And Wang Beihang grinned impishly as he spoke. Wang Ge shot him an exasperated glance and scoffed. If you had even half the ambition I had at your age, I'd already be holding a grandson in my arms. He said this because something unusual had occurred at their home earlier that year. At the time, Wang Ge had been preoccupied and away from home, so Wang Beihang invited a female classmate over to spend time at their residence, and owing to the late hour, she ended up staying overnight. Logically, two young people alone together overnight should have led to something more intimate. Yet Wang Beihang did absolutely nothing. Even when the girl confessed, she felt afraid sleeping alone and asked him to keep her company. Instead, he insisted she leave the light on while she slept. Was that truly the reasoning of a normal person? Afterward, the girl never spoke to Wang Beihang again. Wang Ge only learned of the incident much later, and nearly choked with fury. Had his late wife not on her deathbed entrusted him with Wang Beihang's care, he would have disowned his son on the spot. He had never met anyone so utterly unmotivated. Seeing his father's disdain, Wang Beihang chuckled sheepishly. Hey dad, what do you think of Yifeng's maid AI? What? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her. Wang Ge frowned sternly. Let me warn you, Yifeng is no ordinary man. Keep your distance. Getting too close could ignite a fire that consumes you. Though AI Feng was undeniably beautiful, Wang Ge knew full well that given Wang Beihang's current standing, she would never look his way, especially since she belonged to Yifeng. Startled by his father's sudden severity, Wang Beihang hurried forward, slipping his arm through Wang Ge's, and pleaded in a teasing, childish tone, "Ah, come on. I was just joking." Better be, Wang Ge emphasized flatly. Though reluctant, Wang Beihang ultimately relented. Just then Wang Ji's phone rang. They halted mid-stride. As he pulled out his device, he saw it was Yifeng calling. He hesitated before answering, fearing yet another bout of arrogant posturing. Over decades of life, Yifeng remained the only person who had ever rendered him utterly speechless. There was no recourse. Yifeng possessed both wealth and influence, and the arrogance he flaunted was simply As Wang Ge prepared to tuck the phone away, Wang Beihang gently intercepted his hand and urged, "Dad, answer it. Aside from his habit of showing off, he's actually quite decent. Maybe he's inviting us for dinner tonight." That was it. He'd treated Yifeng to lunch earlier. Perhaps this call was his return gesture. With that thought, Wang Ge abandoned his hesitation and answered without delay. The moment the line connected, Yifeng's mischievous voice crackled through. "I have one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Which would you like first?" Wang Ge and Wang Beihang exchanged grim, skeptical glances, immediately regretting the call. Wang Beihang awkwardly ventured, "What exactly are the good and bad news?" Even as he asked, he still clung faintly to the hope that the good news might be an invitation to dinner. Though he admitted to himself he held little real expectation. "The good news is, I called you," Yifeng declared, laughing. Upon hearing those words, Wang Ge nearly hurled the phone into the distance. Calling was the good news. What kind of self-obsessed person was this? Unaware of their contempt, Yifeng continued, "The bad news is, there are infected nearby. Not just one or two, several, and they're dangerously close. Given your current location, returning to your shelter is now highly unlikely." Their brows furrowed in unison. They didn't immediately believe Yifeng's warning about infected. After all, they'd circled this very road for a long stretch without encountering any. How could they suddenly appear out of nowhere? And even if infected had appeared, they wouldn't congregate en masse. Not like this. Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? Wang Ge asked, his tone edged with irritation. True, Yifeng was capable and affluent, and Wang Ge might well need his assistance in the future. But as an elder, he expected basic respect. Was it appropriate for a junior to jest so flippantly with him? Though anger simmered within him, Wang Ge kept his thoughts unspoken, lest their relationship sour irreparably. After all, their paths would cross again. Yifeng offered no explanation in response to Wang Ji's skepticism, for just ahead on that very road an infected already lurked. Sometimes the more one explains, the less credible one becomes. When Yifeng remained silent, Wang Ge bristled and moved to hang up, until Wang Beihang suddenly pointed ahead, voice trembling, "Fear's really won. Right there." Wang Ge recoiled inwardly and followed his son's gaze, only to see a blood-smeared infected sprinting. The sight jolted them both, faces draining to ashen gray. "Don't just stand there, run." Yifeng's urgent voice blared from the phone. Shaken but galvanized, they bolted, heedlessly following Yifeng's directions, too stunned even to question how he knew their exact location. Why hadn't Yifeng simply ordered his drone to eliminate the infected? Because gunfire risked drawing every nearby infected to their position. Should they converge en masse, Yifeng couldn't guarantee the Wangs would survive the onslaught. The infected were terrifyingly swift. Both sides of the road were overgrown with weeds and trees, and the terrain sloped steeply downward from right to left. Guided by Yifeng, the Wangs scrambled up stone steps to the left and vanished into the forest. Only after a prolonged, breathless flight did they finally pause. Wang Beihang scanned the surroundings, heart pounding, relieved to find no infected pursuing them. At last they caught their breath. They had run with everything they had, 40-something Wang Gun nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Now gasping like spent men, they recalled choosing the remote Haiyun mountain precisely to escape the infect, yet fate had cruelly betrayed them. This sanctuary too had fallen. Even if he truly escaped back, he feared he would never be able to leave the shelter again. Just thinking about this made Wang Beiheng almost cry in anxiety. At this moment the call had not yet been disconnected, and Yi Feng's voice followed. He reassured, "Don't worry, as long as you stay cautious and avoid the infected, leave the rest to me." Right? There's also Yi Feng. He must have a way. Thinking of this, Wang Beiheng's expression improved a little. He could trust Yi Feng's words because he had seen the shredded remains of the infected on the battle vehicle. Just this alone indicated that Yi Feng was no ordinary person. Moreover, he had no other options apart from trusting Yi Feng. He had no alternative. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng instructed AI Feng to operate the quantum computer and ordered her to initiate a cleansing operation with the drones. AI Feng nodded and replied, "Understood," before beginning to manipulate the computer. As the steward of the shelter, she could naturally operate the quantum computer in the control room with ease. As for Yi Feng, he quickly returned upstairs, retrieved a long sword, gathered some other equipment, and hurriedly left. The Wang father and son had just caught their breath in the forest when a strange noise suddenly came from nearby, prompting them to quickly look around. Being in the forest with trees and underbrush, visibility wasn't great, but they could still vaguely see many figures rushing toward them. It was obvious without guessing that they were undoubtedly the infected. The atmosphere, which had just calmed, tightened again, and all they could do was flee. While escaping, Wang Beiheng accidentally twisted his ankle, causing him so much pain that he was on the verge of tears. Getting injured under such circumstances was akin to being sentenced to death. Seeing this, Wang Gu hurriedly turned back, helped his son up from the ground, and with the infected still in pursuit, he dared not hesitate. He quickly carried Wang Beiheng on his back, gritting his teeth to continue running. The two fled through the forest for quite a while. Fortunately, they were lucky that the infected stopped chasing halfway. Wang Gu found a spot with more trees, and after checking the surroundings thoroughly, finally set Wang Beiheng down. He then crouched down and removed Wang Beiheng's shoe and sock from his right foot. The twist had caused significant swelling in Wang Beiheng's ankle, which was red and purple, and even a gentle touch was excruciating. Wang Gu frowned. The simple remedy for a sprain was ice, but where could they find ice now? However, dragging this on wasn't a solution. With Wang Beiheng in such a condition, he couldn't escape, and carrying him wouldn't allow them to outrun the infected. He didn't believe he could be as lucky as before that the infected would stop pursuing them halfway. Looking at his worried father, Wang Beiheng felt guilty and also blamed himself for not being more careful at that moment. He lowered his head and said with remorse, "Dad, I'm sorry. I've put you in danger. Why don't you go first and find someone else to rescue me?" "Shut up," Wang Gu shouted angrily. "Even if I die, I won't abandon you. If I go down, your mother would surely—" Wang Gu rarely cursed in front of Wang Beiheng, but this time, he couldn't hold back. Wang Beiheng slowly lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at his father. "Dad, do you think we might die here?" "What nonsense are you saying? Of course we won't die here. I haven't even held my grandchild yet." Although Wang Gu's tone was firm, he knew that the odds were against them. He said this to comfort his son. "Yi Feng, you better come through this time." Wang Beiheng prayed in his heart. In his impression, Yi Feng always had a carefree demeanor, but this time Wang Beiheng had entrusted his life to Yi Feng. Although Wang Beiheng's foot was severely swollen, he gritted his teeth and put his shoe back on. He did this to make it easier to escape later. Running barefoot would only lead to a worse outcome. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly faint sounds came from all around, one after another. The expressions of the Wang father and son darkened. They knew the infected were coming. Not daring to waste any time, Wang Gu hurriedly helped Wang Beiheng up from the ground. At that moment the sounds grew closer as 4 or 5 infected lunged toward them from several directions, just a few hundred meters away. There were fresh bloodstains on their faces and bodies, indicating they had probably just fed on someone. Wang Gu suddenly grasped Wang Beiheng's hand and said gravely, "I will rush out to attract their attention. When I do, you run quickly and don't look back, understand?" Wang Beiheng was unwilling. If his father's death was the price for his survival, he would live with guilt all his life. Moreover, he was injured and couldn't escape. "Dad, you know I can't escape in this condition. Let me hold them off. You hurry and leave." Wang Beiheng replied, "Don't talk back to me. Just get the hell out of here." After saying this, Wang Gu ignored whether Wang Beiheng agreed and charged toward the infected. Wang Beiheng was almost crying in desperation, yet he felt powerless to do anything. At that moment a faint sound suddenly came from the sky. Wang Beiheng quickly looked up and saw a hummingbird drone flying toward the infected at high speed, about 6 or 7 meters off the ground. "What is that thing?" Wang Beiheng was momentarily mesmerized, forgetting to run. Just as Wang Gu was about to be pounced on by the infected, several gunshots suddenly rang out from above. 5 bullets accurately pierced the foreheads of the infected, and the once lively infected instantly dropped. The gunfire from the drone and the smell of blood on the ground attracted other nearby infected, who suddenly rushed toward the Wang father and son with their number exceeding 10. At this point Wang Gu dared not think any further. He hurried back to Wang Beihang's side and lifted him onto it. By now the infected had surrounded them from all directions. Since they could not sense the drone's presence, the Wang father and son became their only targets. Just when the two felt despair, the drone in the sky began a large-scale cleansing operation. With only one gun barrel, the drone had to keep spinning, resembling a top in the air. The Wang father and son below were clearly stunned. They had never seen such a drone, which seemed like a reaper of life. Anyone who dared to approach would either die or be severely injured. As the gunfire ceased, the bodies of over 10 infected formed a circular pattern around the Wang father and son. Standing in the center of the circle, they dared not even breathe. They did not know where the drone came from, but they knew they were saved. But what should they do next? The infected nearby were certainly not just a few. Just when the Wang father and son were at a loss, the drone in the sky slowly descended. This move startled Wang father and son. Although they knew the drone wouldn't harm them, blades have no eyes. Who knows if it would suddenly go haywire and kill them? Fortunately, the drone stopped when it was 2 meters away from them. Looking at the drone across from them, Wang father and son exchanged glances, unsure of its intention. At that moment, the drone emitted a buzzing sound followed by a pleasant female voice. There are many infected nearby who follow me, and I will safely take you back to the shelter. It's AI Feng. Wang Beihang felt a surge of joy. He would never forget AI Feng's voice, and hearing it now felt like heavenly music. But then he was surprised. This small drone was surprisingly powerful, not only capable of shooting infected, but also functioning as a walkie-talkie. For a moment, his curiosity about Yi Feng's identity deepened. With the drone's assistance, Wang father and son were safely escorted back to their shelter. Before leaving, AI Feng also reminded them through the drone not to leave the shelter within 4 hours. Naturally, they gladly agreed. They wouldn't dare to leave the shelter again until the crisis was resolved. They never wanted to experience what had just happened again. Unsure if any other neighbors needed help, the drone set off again. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with the infected, wielding a long sword. With his previous combat experiences, dealing with these ordinary infected was a piece of cake for him. His only concern was preventing being bitten by these infected. After all, their infectiousness was absurdly strong. After more than an hour of clearing, Yi Feng killed the last infected. Of course, the drone had also helped him quite a bit during this time. This battle alone had earned Yi Feng over 100 redemption points, equivalent to killing 2 humanoid mutants. The once picturesque Haiyun Mountain had also been significantly damaged during this battle. While handling the bodies of the infected, Yi Feng discovered 3 neighbors' corpses in the forest, their deaths horrific, having been gnawed on by the infected beyond recognition. Among them were 2 he had seen just this morning who had greeted him friendly. Yet now they had turned into cold corpses. Perhaps this is fate. Yi Feng sighed. Without the system, he might have been worse off than these people. To prevent them from turning into infected, Yi Feng delivered a final blow to each of them. After dealing with the last infected's body, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The reason Yi Feng spent so much time handling the infected's bodies was to prevent the smell of blood and rotting corpses from attracting the infected from the mountain. Since the first batch of infected had appeared, there would certainly be a second, third, and even more. Just as Yi Feng was walking back toward his shelter, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host triggers mainline quest. Third reconstruction of the shelter quest requires the following materials: 1. High-quality steel, 100 tons. 2. Resource stockpiles, 20 tons. The task for the third reconstruction of the shelter is actually to gather resources. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. Compared to the previous 2 reconstruction tasks, this one was clearly much harder, especially since it was the apocalypse. Where was he supposed to find so many resources? Just the 100 tons of steel was enough to stump Yi Feng. Look for the government. That felt a bit embarrassing, especially since he had yet to hear back about the 60 tons of fuel he mentioned earlier. After thinking it over, Yi Feng decided to set this matter aside for now. After all, he had already joined a formal shelter, and there was no rush for resources at the moment. The only urgent issue now was the fuel problem. Otherwise, the manufacturing tasks in the automated machinery factory could not continue normally. This would not only affect future transactions with the government, but also impact the shelter's defense projects. 2 drones were simply not enough for Yi Feng. Moreover, the reason he was in such a hurry was due to the recent invasion of infected. It made him realize the importance of defense projects. He had to hurry and prepare the defense for the shelter and Haiyun Mountain in advance, not only to combat the infected invasion, but also against mutated beasts and even meteorite falls in this apocalyptic world. Every single matter here was incredibly important, even relating to Yi Feng's life and death. He also did not wish for Haiyun Mountain to fall. Just as Yi Feng was deep in thought, the system's voice rang out again. Due to the special nature of this task, the system will open a dedicated cargo warehouse for the host, which can be accessed in the control room. Dedicated cargo warehouse. Could it be for stockpiling resources? But where would this cargo warehouse be? The surface clearly isn't safe and the underground is inconvenient. Of course, this isn't something Yi Feng needed to consider. After all, the system could conjure up a luxurious shelter, so a cargo warehouse was nothing to it. After walking back to the shelter, Yi Feng headed straight for the resting area to take a shower. This was already the second time he had bathed today, and he did not want to take a third. After showering and changing into a clean set of clothes, Feng went directly to the control room, wanting to see what the new dedicated cargo warehouse looked like. At this moment, Feng was also in the control room, but she wasn't operating the drone. Instead, she stood quietly to the side, seemingly waiting for Feng's arrival. "Open the dedicated cargo warehouse," Feng said softly. Feng nodded, and then pressed one of the buttons on the quantum computer. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Fortunately, the tremor was not strong and lasted only a few seconds. "Is it done?" Feng asked in confusion. "Yes," Feng nodded with a smile again. Feng scanned the control room, but did not notice anything unusual, so he stepped out of the room and into the hallway. At the end of the hallway on the second underground floor, a door had appeared much larger than the regular room doors. With curiosity, Feng walked over. This suddenly appeared room also required facial recognition. After scanning his face to enter, Feng was awestruck by the space before him. It was a white room comparable in size to a football field. Although it was empty, the light was exceptionally bright. "Isn't it a bit of a waste to use such a large room for storing goods?" Feng sighed, regretting that the conditions were insufficient. Otherwise, he would have liked to bury soil and grow vegetables here. Due to the originally small space on the underground second floor, this suddenly appearing cargo warehouse has almost occupied all the remaining space. It was only after Feng entered the room that he discovered its intricacies. The floor in the room was quite different from that outside, as it featured a subtle layer of tiny rolling beads. These beads were so small that they were almost smaller than the tip of a ballpoint pen, which was why Feng didn't notice them at first glance. However, stepping on them did not feel slippery. The floor here is specially designed for transporting goods. Items placed on it can be automatically transported according to the settings of a quantum computer. Just as Feng was feeling puzzled, Feng suddenly explained. "Automatic transportation of goods. That sounds quite impressive." Feng smiled excitedly. Such a design could save him a lot of trouble, as he wouldn't have to transport the goods himself. However, stacking the goods would still require manpower. At this moment, Feng noticed a large double door on the right side of the room. Could it be another cargo warehouse? He couldn't be sure, but he was too lazy to check it out. Instead, he pointed at the door and asked, "What's this for?" Feng replied beside him, "This is the elevator passage for transporting goods. There is a separate elevator room above. All you need to do is place the goods inside the elevator room." "All right." Feng nodded. After all, he couldn't possibly carry the goods from the shelter's main gate to here, otherwise this cargo warehouse would seem utterly useless. Just as Feng was about to continue exploring the cargo warehouse, Feng suddenly said, "Brother Feng, we have visitors. It's Wang Gu and his son Wang Beihang." What are they here for?" Feng was a bit puzzled, but he still turned around and walked up. As soon as the door opened, Wang Gu outside hurriedly presented a basket of apples while gratefully saying, "Young brother, Feng, these fruits might not be as fresh as before, so I hope you won't mind." Feng was taken aback by Wang Gu's enthusiastic gesture. Compared to this, he preferred Wang Gu's previous attitude, neither servile nor overbearing. Nonetheless, he gladly accepted the other's kindness and replied, "Not at all. I haven't eaten apples in a long time." That's great, that's great." Wang Gu chuckled a couple of times. His visit this time was specifically to thank Feng. If it weren't for Feng's assistance, he and his son might have perished outside, becoming grotesque, infected beings. Such a grand favor, if he didn't personally visit to express gratitude, would he still be human? "By the way, you're just in time, I have something to discuss with you. Let's go inside and talk." After saying that, Feng led the two inside. Wang Gu and his son were curious, unsure of what Feng wanted to discuss, but they had completely trusted Feng, so they had no doubts. The three sat down in the living room, and Feng hospitably prepared tea for them. Wang Beihang stood up to take the cup Feng handed him, then curiously asked, "Feng, what did you want to talk to us about?" Feng smiled. "Well, I want to build a defense project on Haiyun Mountain." "A defense project on Haiyun Mountain? Are you sure you're not joking?" Wang Beihang exclaimed in surprise. However, recalling Feng's strength, he quickly calmed down. If he could construct such a luxurious shelter, building a defense project would be a piece of cake. Sitting beside them, Wang Gu appeared much calmer, yet he was equally curious about what kind of defense project Feng was referring to. Seeing their confusion, Feng didn't keep them in suspense, and smiled as he continued. "Actually, the defense project I mentioned isn't as complicated as you think. It's just about setting up multiple isolation belts and defense nets on Haiyun Mountain. Your home is also within this range." Feng had thought about this idea before, but he hadn't felt strongly about it. It was only when the infected beings blocked his doorstep that he became aware a defense project must be established, as it could significantly isolate these infected beings and mutated beasts. After all, he didn't want to encounter these things again when he went out, otherwise his good mood for the day would be ruined. After hearing Feng's proposal, the two nodded thoughtfully. Wang Gu then said seriously, "I have no objections to this. In fact, it's a good thing for us living on Haiyun Mountain. When you start building the defense project, just let us know, and we can lend a hand." Then it's settled. Feng smiled, but then he asked with some concern, will the other neighbors oppose it? Feng's so-called defense project was divided into 3 layers, with his family's shelter as the final stronghold, the Wang family's home nearby as the second layer of defense, and the isolation belt below as the third layer. During this time, it would naturally encompass the shelters of others, which would also affect their access. Moreover, Haiyun Mountain was not Yi Feng's private property. He had no right to act recklessly. Wang Ge furrowed his brows slightly. Everyone should agree after all this invasion of infected beings has posed a threat to all. Having security measures in place is a good thing. Then please help me ask around. If anyone opposes, let me know. Yi Feng replied. This was unavoidable. If the other party flatly refused, he would have to use his connections. Wang Ge readily agreed to Yi Feng's request, even patting his chest and saying it was on him. Having experienced this incident, the Wang family had privately reached a consensus to maintain a good relationship with Yi Feng. Now that he needed a favor, they were not only unbothered, but actually quite pleased. This left Yi Feng bewildered, thinking about how the attitudes of these two had suddenly become so friendly. Since it was mealtime, Yi Feng also invited the two to stay for dinner. 4 dishes and a soup with meat and vegetables were a feast for the senses. This almost brought Wang Ge and his son to tears. They had fled the city and arrived in this desolate wilderness for many days. They hadn't had a proper and comfortable dinner until now. Today at Yi Feng's home, they experienced the joy of the old days, sipping red wine, enjoying good food, and being in the company of beautiful women. With all this, what more could they ask for? If it weren't for their lack of thick skin, Wang Ge and his son would never want to leave Yi Feng's shelter. This place was... After seeing off, Wang Ge and his son Yi Feng went to the training room. At this moment, Ah Bao was sleeping soundly, looking extremely adorable. Meanwhile, Yi Feng with a frown wondered aloud, do mutated beasts also need to sleep? This is just too... It should be known that the infected can remain awake and active for 24 hours. If it weren't for this, the authorities would have dealt with them long ago. However, mutated beasts are somewhat similar to the infected, or logically, they shouldn't require rest either. So why is Abao sleeping? And what's more, he even snores. Could it be due to the medication? With this thought, Yi Feng felt relieved. Since the medication could change Abao's state, it could naturally alter its habits as well. Moreover, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Being able to rest allows for better recovery of strength, which is perfect for a mutated beast like Abao. After checking on Abao, Yi Feng returned to the living room, lying down on Yi Feng's lap to rest just like before. Although the shelter had many entertainment facilities, Yi Feng had never played any of them. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather he couldn't muster the interest to play alone. Furthermore, Yi Feng currently had no mood to play. The 100 tons of high-quality steel required for the third shelter reconstruction task had him stumped, as 60% of factories worldwide had closed due to the pandemic, including a significant portion of steel manufacturing plants. Trying to procure 100 tons of such material under resource constraints was akin to scaling a mountain. Even approaching the authorities would be futile. It would undoubtedly be rejected. The only possible solution would be to wait for a certain opportunity, one that the authorities could not refuse. Time flew by, and by 11 o'clock the next day, only 2 hours remained until the 24-hour deadline Yi Feng had set with the operator Li Ling. Yi Feng had waited all night for her, yet he hadn't received any news about the 60 tons of fuel. Evidently, this was also a tough situation for the authorities, otherwise there wouldn't be no updates by now. There wasn't even a refusal. This indicated how much the authorities valued Yi Feng as a special individual, simultaneously filled with both love and hate. The love stemmed from Yi Feng's formidable abilities. He could single-handedly contend with mutants, undoubtedly a trump card for the authorities. The hate arose from Yi Feng's insatiable greed. He demanded resources, energy, and weapons. Whatever they dared to provide, he dared to ask for. Forget it seems I can't rely solely on the authorities. I need to think of other ways. Just as Yi Feng was contemplating whom to barter with for fuel, his phone suddenly rang. This instantly made Yi Feng excited. This was the only message he had received since yesterday. Just when he thought it was good news from Li Ling, it turned out to be merely a message from a WeChat group. In that moment, Yi Feng's enthusiasm was extinguished. Damn it, they send messages every day. I swear I'll leave this group one day. Although Yi Feng was grumbling, his hand nonetheless clicked to open the WeChat group. It was the official shelter group, and the message was sent by the group owner, who was Wang, the official he had encountered before. Emergency notice: an urgent situation has arisen at the Haiyun City Zoo, where an exploration personnel is a leader from the authorities. The situation is extremely critical, and personnel are needed for a rescue mission. Due to the potential presence of humanoid mutants and mutated beasts, all participants will receive corresponding points. Haiyun City Zoo. Isn't that the place I visited yesterday? Yi Feng's expression froze, and his brow furrowed. He wasn't concerned about the leader. In fact, he didn't even know who. The reason he appeared contemplative was that yesterday's situation was completely different from today's. This was also the first time Yi Feng saw the authorities recruiting personnel from the civilian sector. It was evident that the situation was dire. Otherwise, the authorities wouldn't lower themselves to do this. As for why they were recruiting personnel from the official shelter, it was because the people there were not simple. Most were powerful and influential, with the least among them managing dozens of subordinates, not to mention figures like Ji Wenbin and Zhao Meng. Even though the official shelter had suffered heavy losses during the recent purge of the infected, its remaining strength was still not to be underestimated. Just as Yifeng hesitated about whether to sign up, his phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID was Li Ling, Yifeng immediately understood the purpose of her call. No doubt it was related to the rescue mission, given that Yifeng was the strongest man in Haiyun City. Without further thought, Yifeng answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Li Ling hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for calling you so late. The authorities have agreed to approve your 60 tons of fuel, but they have a small request. I wonder if Mr. Yi can comply." Although Li Ling was anxious, her tone was very cautious, and there seemed to be a hint of pleading, as if she were afraid of offending Yifeng. What request? Although Yifeng had guessed it, he still asked for clarification. Seeing that Yifeng did not refuse, Li Ling was delighted and quickly explained, "It's like this, Mr. Yi. A leader from the authorities has been missing for over an hour at the Haiyun City Zoo. Our military is urgently conducting a rescue, but due to the presence of mutants inside, our troops have suffered heavy losses, hindering the rescue mission. We hope you can participate in this rescue mission. On one hand, you are familiar with the terrain inside, and on the other, we need your formidable strength as support." Yifeng did not rush to agree. He was very curious about which leader was trapped inside, as the authorities were going to such lengths to recruit personnel, even spending considerable resources. It was evident that this leader held significant importance within the authorities. However, Yifeng felt somewhat annoyed. He had clearly warned them yesterday not to enter the zoo easily, yet they refused to listen, and now the situation had escalated. Seeing that Yifeng had not responded for a while, Li Ling suddenly became flustered and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Yi, this rescue mission is extremely urgent, and we hope you will not refuse." Hearing Li Ling say this, Yifeng sighed helplessly. Even without the 60 tons of fuel, he would still agree to the rescue. After all, the authorities were doing this for the country and the people, and how could he act unethically? "Alright, I agree, but I need the latest information right now." As Yifeng inquired, he began to gather the things he needed to. Li Ling did not withhold information because she knew that Yifeng was a crucial figure in this rescue mission. Only he could successfully rescue that leader. If they continued to withhold information from Yifeng, it would ultimately lead to the failure of the rescue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Ling decided to reveal the truth. "In the past few days, we have discovered a crucial clue. The survival time of the infected has lengthened." My. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. Normally, infected individuals could only survive for 3 days. If they did not evolve into mutants by then, they would perish. This significantly alleviated humanity's pressure in combating the infected. However, now that the survival time of the infected had increased, it was undoubtedly bad news for humanity. Yet Yifeng felt confused and immediately asked, "What does this have to do with the zoo?" "We only discovered this issue after entering the zoo," Li Ling explained. "What do you mean?" Yifeng frowned, feeling utterly perplexed. "We found that the infected in the zoo have survived for a long time. The longest has already reached 9 days, and these are all ordinary infected." "What? 9 days?" Yifeng was astonished, as the crisis in the zoo had also erupted exactly 9. Could there be a connection? Yifeng couldn't figure it out. Li Ling continued to explain. To further investigate, at 8 o'clock this morning, the government dispatched many personnel to the Haiyun City Zoo for research and investigation. In addition to studying the infected, another group was sent to investigate the mutated beasts. However, due to the team's excessive deep penetration, the entire team ultimately vanished inside, with their last known location indicated near the deepest area of the zoo, specifically close to the nature reserve. The time was around noon at 10 o'clock. Later, the rescue team that entered ended up tragically perishing at the hands of the mutants, and over an hour has passed since then, yet there has been no news of the missing team. It seems the situation is far more serious than I imagined. In this case, even Yifeng couldn't guarantee that he could complete the task with absolute confidence. By the way, the soldiers who escaped took photos of the mutants. I'll send them to you right now." Li Ling hurriedly added, and soon after a somewhat blurry photo was sent over. Yifeng was not particularly keen on looking at such grotesque mutants. The last time at the Lark apartment, the mutant with the long tongue had left an indelible impression on him. However, driven by curiosity, Yifeng still clicked to view it. Yet when he saw the photo, he was utterly stunned. "What the hell? Isn't that Alice? Why is she a mutant?" A series of questions flooded Yifeng's mind as he recalled the serum he had injected into Alice. Gradually, the confusion in his mind began to unravel. Could it be that the genetic serum from last time was successfully injected into her? If that was the case, then the mutant discovered by Bao yesterday should also be her. Yet another question puzzled Yifeng. If the injection was indeed successful, then based on Bao's situation, she should have followed him. But what on earth was going on now? "Mr. Yi, have you seen this mutant before?" Li Ling noticed Yifeng's breathing becoming somewhat rapid, and Yifeng dared not admit he had seen her. Although he wanted to take Alice home for thorough research, admitting familiarity with her would undoubtedly bring trouble from the government. After all, many had died at Alice's hands, a debt he had no ability to bear. "If I had seen her, I would have killed her long ago. Why would I let your government worry?" Li Ling could only respond with a wry smile at Yifeng's sarcasm. Knowing that the humanoid mutant was Alice, Yifeng became even more interested in this rescue mission. "Although I agreed to participate in the rescue mission, I have one particularly small request." Yifeng had already packed his belongings and was heading towards the door. Li Ling did not refuse Yi Feng's request. Mr. Yi, please state your request. We will do our best to fulfill. Hearing Li Ling's words, Yi Feng felt reassured. To be honest, I was initially reluctant to go on this rescue mission. You should understand the high level of danger involved, but for the sake of the country and government, I must go. Yi Feng's tone was very sincere, making it sound as if he was genuinely expressing his feelings. However, Li Ling knew he was just playing on emotions, yet she had no choice. One must bow when under a roof. I know that, Mr. Yi is very loyal to the country and government, which is why we cooperate with you for the long term. Although she was aware of Yi Feng's nature, Li Ling still uttered a white lie. Yi Feng smiled and said, I appreciate your thoughts. Actually, my request is not high. I just want to protect Haiyun Mountain, so I need 100 tons of high-quality steel. Of course I do this for the sake of the people of Haiyun Mountain. Hearing the words 100 tons of high-quality steel, Li Ling was completely stunned. What does not high mean? This is already too excessive. Although she wanted to curse internally, Li Ling still held back. Mr. Yi, the government is already struggling to gather 60 tons of fuel. 100 tons of high-quality steel is simply. Li Ling didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. That is, it was impossible, or that Yi Feng should lower his demands. Seeing his request rejected, Yi Feng felt dejected and said, Fine, I'll go take a bath first, then set off for the zoo. Take a bath? Li Ling was speechless. People are on the brink of death, and you tell me you want to take a bath first. Are you messing with me? Although Yi Feng said so, he had already left the shelter and was heading towards the war chariot. The reason he said this was to frame Li Ling. Even if the government did not agree, he would still participate in the rescue. With no other choice, Li Ling could only grit her teeth and say, Mr. Yi, I'll go consult my superiors and be right back. No problem, I'll wait for you while I take a bath. Yi Feng, young comrade, it's me, Song Yuns. Yi Feng was slightly taken aback and stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect Li Ling to call Song Yuns over, which made him feel a bit awkward. After all, Song Yuns was quite upright. Making requests of him would give Yi Feng a slight sense of guilt. Hello, General Song, I'm listening. Yi Feng hurriedly replied with politeness. Song Yuns asked seriously, We can meet your request, but I have one condition: you must bring back the leaders inside safely. Is that something you can do? Upon hearing Song Yunji's request, Yi Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. How could he guarantee 100% rescue of the trapped leader when he didn't even understand the situation in the zoo? It's even possible that the people inside may already be dead. After all, there is a mutant inside, and dealing with it is not so easy. Otherwise the government forces wouldn't be at a loss. Clearly, this mutant Alice is even more powerful than previous ones, as evidenced by Abeo's alert reaction yesterday. And Yi Feng knows just how strong Abeo is. Under so many constraints, Yi Feng dared not claim certainty. However, he could not afford to lose these resources, or he would be unable to complete his system task. After a moment of calm, Yi Feng replied honestly, Your request is not unreasonable, but I am not sure if they are still alive. If they are, then everything will be manageable, but if not. He did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. You can rest assured about that. In the team, besides the soldiers providing escort, there are other things protecting them. Their survival probability is around 80%. Of course, I mean at present. The longer it drags on, the lower their chances will be. Song Yunji, on the other end of the line, hurriedly responded. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt relieved, but he was curious about what this other thing really was. How could it provide an 80% survival chance in the mutants' territory? Yi Feng wanted to ask Song Yunji, but he ultimately held back. Not because he was afraid, but because rescuing the trapped individuals was the most critical task at hand. Thinking of this, Yi Feng suddenly proposed a small condition. Of course, this time, he did not ask for any supplies. Even if he did, the other party would absolutely refuse. Time and again, anyone would get angry, especially someone like Song Yunji, who was currently frustrated over the rescue. Yi Feng, General Song, this rescue mission is quite difficult. Please allow me to bring a few others with me. Song Yunji did not refuse and readily agreed. No problem. If they are also members of the official shelter, I will grant them the same points as you. If not, I can promote them to official shelter members. Seeing Song Yunji's generosity, Yi Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Then I will thank General Song on their behalf. No need for thanks, you just need to safely rescue them, and that will be my greatest gratitude. Song Yunji's good attitude towards Yi Feng is partly due to the extraordinary leader trapped in the zoo. The other half is related to Yi Feng's abilities, who is the key to whether this rescue mission will succeed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Feng ended the call. He picked up his phone and directly called Ji Wenbin. The phone rang for 8 seconds before it was answered. As soon as the call connected, Ji Wenbin's lazy voice came through the phone. Feng, why are you calling me so early? Yi Feng scolded him. Don't be so dazed. Didn't you say yesterday that I was doing big things without you? Now I'm about to do something even bigger, so hurry up and get ready. Yi Feng's tone was somewhat serious, which instantly diminished Ji Wenbin's drowsiness. Ji Wenbin asked, Feng, what exactly is this big deal? You're in such a hurry. Just take a look at the official shelter's WeChat group, and you'll know. Yi Feng was too lazy to explain, so he let him check for himself. Ji Wenbin, looking puzzled, opened the official shelter's WeChat group. Upon seeing the chat logs, he was complete. Government leaders trapped in a zoo. Recruiting personnel for a rescue. A humanoid mutant and mutant beasts. What on earth is going on? Feng. Feng, you aren't thinking of taking me to the zoo for the rescue, are you? Ji Wenbin asked with a mournful, yes, didn't you want to go yesterday? Today is a good opportunity. No more nonsense, hurry up and get ready. Yi Feng urged. Although the leader might be safe for the time being, he couldn't afford to waste the rescue time. After all, every minute adds to the danger. Ji Wenbin did not agree. Instead, he stammered, Feng, there are mutants in there. And it looks like there is more than one. Maybe I shouldn't go. I believe you can handle it on your own. Of course, Ji Wenbin was scared to go. He had only mentioned it casually in the group yesterday, but if he was really asked to go, he would definitely back down. After all, he doesn't possess Yi Feng's skills. Even against the most ordinary infected, he would probably struggle. Yi Feng laughed at Ji Wenbin's cowardice and replied sarcastically, what are you afraid of? I've dealt with mutants before. Besides, if danger arises, it'll be the one in front, okay? Ji Wenbin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still refused to go. Yi Feng could understand why Ji Wenbin would decline. An issue that could trouble the government was naturally not a trivial matter. Moreover, fearing death is a part of human nature. Only fools go toward danger, knowing there are tigers ahead. You need to think carefully. The government has offered substantial conditions for this mission. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to earn points to upgrade the shelter next time. Seeing Ji Wenbin still hesitating, Yi Feng had no choice but to give up. After all, the danger level of this mission is not low. Even though Yi Feng is 70% confident, he cannot guarantee that Ji Wenbin and his people will be safe during this mission. Adults must take responsibility for their choices. Yi Feng could only provide him with a convenient rope. Whether he could grasp it would depend on Ji Wenbin himself. Just as Yi Feng was about to hang up the phone, Ji Wenbin suddenly asked, so Feng, how confident are you about this mission? 50%. Yi Feng replied. He lowered the expectation slightly because he didn't want Ji Wenbin to enter the mission with a lucky mindset. Because that would only get him killed. Ji Wenbin hesitated for a moment, but in the end he agreed. Feng, I believe you can do it, this time I'm going with you. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled slightly. Good, first report your name to the group leader, then get ready. A military vehicle will come to pick you up. Ji Wenbin responded with an before hanging up the phone. At this point, Yi Feng had already placed all his equipment into the combat vehicle. He had the heat weapons obtained last time, 2 drones, a long sword, and a new tang knife. After all preparations were made, Yi Feng did not immediately drive away, but rather hesitated for a moment, not out of fear, but contemplating whether to bring a Bao along. Alice attacking the army clearly indicated a potential issue with the memory module. Yi Feng was uncertain if Alice still remembered him. If she didn't, she would inevitably be unable to differentiate and attack him. This was extremely unfavorable for Yi Feng. After much hesitation, he ultimately returned to the shelter and brought a Bao out. Having the experience from the first time, a Bao did not damage the furniture in the shelter this time. Once on the road, Yi Feng instructed a Bao to quietly follow him after they exited. A Bao obediently nodded. Due to the genetic serum, a Bao exhibited nearly absolute obedience to Yi Feng's commands. A Bao recognized Yi Feng's scent, so Yi Feng was not worried about it getting lost. Moreover, he had placed a locator on a Bao, allowing him to clearly see a Bao's location via the drone's controller. After getting ready, Yi Feng finally set off in his vehicle heading towards the Haijun City area. Since the Haijun City Zoo was located to the south, Yi Feng had to first drive from the northern Haijun Mountain into the city before continuing southward to the zoo. As for why Yi Feng suddenly decided to bring a Bao, there were 3 reasons. On one hand, due to the city being under lockdown and the outbreak of infected individuals, there were not many people around, so bringing a Bao along alleviated concerns about being discovered. On the other hand, it was for self-preservation. After uncovering so many clues about Alice, Yi Feng was not confident he could defeat her alone. Having a Bao protect him from the shadows was a comprehensive strategy for Yi Feng. Of course, he would not let a Bao take action unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, even if others discovered a Bao's existence later, it would not matter because they would assume a Bao was just another mutated beast from the zoo. Additionally, there was another purpose to let a Bao feast at the zoo. A Bao would not be picky as long as it was meat, and this time there would definitely be numerous infected individuals and mutated beasts at the zoo. These corpses would be perfect for feeding a Bao. Of course, Yi Feng would also advise a Bao to avoid eating human corpses, as those bodies belonged to soldiers who sacrificed for the country and deserved respect. The armored vehicle moved quickly, reaching Haijun City in just 20 minutes. Just as Yi Feng was about to continue to the zoo, his vehicle encountered an armored convoy, or rather it should be said that it caught up to one. The design of the armored vehicle was so eye-catching that it immediately drew the attention of the soldiers inside. As soon as Yi Feng did not think much of it, he stepped on the accelerator and quickly overtook the last armored vehicle. Just as he was about to continue overtaking, a shout suddenly rang out from the right. Stop your vehicle. The voice was loud and clear, and even through the tightly closed windows of the armored vehicle, Yi Feng heard it distinctly. Immediately after, an armored vehicle in front blocked Yi Feng's path, forcing him to stop. Reluctantly, Yi Feng had no choice but to halt, though otherwise his vehicle could easily have pushed the armored vehicle away. As soon as the vehicle stopped, several armed soldiers got out and approached. One of them knocked on the left window signaling Yifeng to exit, but Yifeng did not comply. Instead, he rolled down the window. As soon as the window opened, Yifeng stated directly, "I am Yifeng." Seeing Yifeng solemnly utter those 4 words, the soldiers nearby were taken aback and looked at each other in confusion, racking their brains to think about who Yifeng was. However, after thinking for a long time, they could not recall any impression of him. One soldier, thinking Yifeng was just being difficult, spoke sternly, "I don't care who you are, you just go back where you came from." Yifeng chuckled coldly and retorted, "Are you sure you want me to go back?" Yifeng's fearless demeanor left the soldiers somewhat bewildered. They couldn't understand where his confidence came from to say such a thing. Just as the soldiers were about to angrily reprimand, Yifeng, another military officer, got out and approached. "Why are you all dawdling? Don't you know time is precious?" As the officer walked over, he scolded the soldiers. Hearing the officer's reprimand, the soldiers looked aggrieved. They had barely taken less than half a minute. How were they dawdling? Seeing this, Yifeng was not flustered. Instead, he smiled slightly. The arriving officer was the captain who had previously beaten Ji Wenbin, and he was somewhat of an acquaintance to Yifeng. The captain walked up to the window, and just as he was about to drive Yifeng away, Yifeng suddenly saluted, saying, "Captain, long time no see." Seeing that it was Yifeng in the vehicle, the captain was clearly surprised. His astonishment was not because he was curious why Yifeng was here, but because he hadn't expected Yifeng to have such a high-level vehicle. Just from its appearance, it was obvious that this modified vehicle was not simple. It would take at least tens of millions. However, recalling Yifeng's luxurious shelter, the captain soon understood, after all, the armored vehicle was relatively insignificant compared to the shelter. Coming back to his senses, the captain quickly returned the salute and smiled, saying, "I thought you hadn't set off yet. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence." Previously, the captain had received orders stating that Yifeng was a key figure in this rescue mission. That's why the captain made such a remark, while the soldiers beside him were unaware, leaving them dumbfounded and even more curious about Yifeng's identity. They were thinking, this person actually knows our captain, and it seems their relationship is quite good. Yifeng nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, the team has already set off. Oh, we should hurry and catch up." "Alright, you can follow behind my vehicle." After the captain finished speaking, he led the other soldiers back to their vehicle, and they continued onward. The 3 vehicles accelerated slightly to catch up with the front convoy. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the Haijun City Zoo, where the road was filled with various vehicles. However, most of them were armored vehicles. Among these, Yifeng's armored vehicle stood out, attracting the attention of many. Among them were Ji Wenbin and Song Hang, who had just gotten out of their vehicles. Upon seeing Yifeng, they immediately rushed over. "Wow, Feng Ge, when did you get such an awesome vehicle?" As soon as they gathered, Ji Wenbin spoke enviously, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the armored vehicle. Song Hang beside him was also astonished, looking at Yifeng as though he were meeting him for the first time. Now was not the time for such discussions, so Yifeng casually found a reason to brush them off. Seeing that Yifeng had said so, Ji Wenbin and Song Hang had no choice but to stop inquiring further. After everyone packed their things, they followed the troops toward the entrance of the zoo. Since many cars were parked nearby, and they had arrived so late, their vehicle was at the back, requiring them to walk 300 meters to reach the entrance. As they advanced, Yifeng was taken aback by a group of bodyguards behind Ji Wenbin. This time, Ji Wenbin brought along 20 bodyguards in addition to Song Hang for the mission. Moreover, each of these bodyguards was strong and well-equipped with firearms, boasting a rich array of gear. Even if they were placed in a military unit, they would constitute a formidable team. The reason for bringing so many people was that Ji Tianhai, Ji Wenbin's father, had requested it. Given the numerous dangers in this trip to the zoo, Ji Tianhai was not at ease, hence the bolstered team. Of course, this was also good news for Yifeng, as it at least strengthened the team's capability and alleviated his pressure when dealing with infected individuals and mutated beasts. As they made their way to join the larger group, the crowd discussed in hushed tones. "Brother Feng, didn't you say you had been to the zoo and that you had slain some mutated beasts here? Can you share what happened?" Ji Wenbin, walking to Yifeng's left, although he was weaker in strength, that did not mean he was uninterested in such matters. Furthermore, Ji Wenbin had completely submitted to Yifeng and no longer acted arrogantly in his presence. Now he resembled a docile little lamb, and Ji Wenbin was completely unashamed of it. Yet when I first heard Wenbin mention this, I couldn't believe it. Seeing that Yifeng did not respond, Song Hang, who was walking on Yifeng's right, quickly chimed in. Yifeng glanced at the two and smiled as he asked, "Do you really want to hear it?" "Of course." The two replied in unison. Even though they knew the zoo was extremely dangerous, they had no real concept of what lay inside. Simply put, they only knew the surface, but not the essence. Yifeng nodded and smiled. "Alright, I'll give you a brief overview." Upon seeing that Yifeng was willing to speak, aside from Ji Wenbin and Song Hang, the other bodyguards also leaned in, eager to hear what was going on. Yifeng did not withhold from them. Apart from some secrets that couldn't be disclosed, he revealed almost everything. When they learned that Yifeng had survived a life-and-death battle and barely triumphed over a mutated beast, their gazes toward him were filled with astonishment and admiration. A mutated beast stronger than a humanoid type was slain by this seemingly unremarkable young man before them. If this were to be shared, no one would believe it, yet Ji Wenbin and the others trusted him completely, without a hint of doubt, primarily because Yi Feng had set a precedent for single-handedly defeating humanoid mutants. Having learned from past experiences, they naturally did not think Yi Feng was lying. Of course, Yi Feng wasn't exactly lying, he merely embellished some details. After hearing about Yi Feng's experiences at the zoo, everyone felt a sense of unease, which fully indicated the zoo's extreme danger. To claim they were not afraid would surely be a lie. Who isn't afraid of death? Yi Feng noticed their subtle expressions and smiled, saying, actually, there's no need for you to worry so much. Since we are here, we might as well be at ease, especially since you will be with me. The implication was clear. There was no need for them to worry, as he would protect them. Ji Wenbin grinned mischievously. Brother Feng, I will be relying on your might then. Yi Feng shot Ji Wenbin a disapproving glance. You are the fox, not me the tiger. Exactly, my dad Yi Feng is no tiger. He should be a lion, the king of beasts. Song Hang flattered from the side, while Yi Feng looked at him speechlessly. Alright, you two say whatever you want, I want joining. After saying that, Yi Feng quickened his pace and walked at the front of the group. The two behind exchanged glances, both chuckling bitterly. As Yi Feng moved forward with the group, he was astonished, glancing around in disbelief. The current zoo was no longer what Yi Feng had initially seen, as it was now surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. Every 10 meters a soldier stood guard outside the zoo. In addition, there was a small camp across the street from the entrance. Although small, it had 5 or 6 military tents set up. There were dozens of armored vehicles parked near the tents. The government and military have mobilized such a large force for the leaders trapped inside. Clearly, this person's status is far more than just a leader. Although he was marveling, Yi Feng was also curious, as even without high-tech weapons, such a scale of troops should have no trouble breaching the zoo. Although mutants themselves are powerful, facing so many armed humans, their chances of winning would surely not exceed. But why had it come to the point of recruiting personnel for a rescue operation? Yi Feng could not understand the reasons, so he decided not to think too much about it. After the group arrived at the military camp, the previous captain led Yi Feng, Ji Wenbin, and Song Hang to one of the largest tents. The tent was large, with an interior space exceeding 60 square meters. While Yi Feng curiously surveyed the high-tech equipment inside the tent, the captain in the front suddenly saluted, saying, "Report, General, the last batch of personnel for the rescue mission has arrived." Yi Feng and the others quickly turned to look at the man sitting at the desk, who was around 40, dressed in military attire. He had thick eyebrows, a spirited demeanor, and a face full of vitality, clearly a commendable soldier. "Good, you may leave now." The one speaking was indeed the general, who was also the highest commander here. His voice was loud and serious. "Yes." The captain saluted again, and then turned to march out. However, before leaving, he shot a glance at Yi Feng, and the look was particularly strange, leaving Yi Feng puzzled, not knowing what it meant. At this moment, though, those details were no longer important. What mattered was why this general had called him over. "Hello, Uncle Li." Just as Yi Feng was confused, Ji Wenbin suddenly greeted the military man warmly. Yi Feng looked at Ji Wenbin in bewilderment. Wow. Just how much influence does Ji Wenbin's family have to casually recognize a general? Yi Feng realized he still did not know enough about Ji Wenbin and his family. Being able to dominate in Haiyun City, the Ji family was certainly not simple. Li Zhengyao stood up and smiled at Ji Wenbin, nodding his head. "This mission is fraught with danger, so be careful later, otherwise I won't be able to explain to your father." "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Li. Oh, I will remember it," Ji Wenbin replied respectfully. After saying that, he even winked at Yi Feng, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" In response, Yi Feng merely rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. However, he was internally mocking Ji Wenbin, thinking, no matter how powerful your connections are, once you go in, you'll still have to cling to my leg. "You must be the peerless master Yi Feng mentioned by General Song, right?" Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, Li Zhengyao suddenly asked. Although his words seemed to flatter Yi Feng, his eyes were filled with skepticism and even contempt. Yi Feng was unsure why this person held a prejudice against him, but he still politely replied, "Hello, General Li, I am Yi Feng." Li Zhenjiao's gaze scrutinized Yi Feng without concealment, and then he asked, "General Song has told me how incredibly powerful you are, but now that I've seen you, it appears you might not live up to your reputation." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the tent became awkward. The others standing nearby dared not even breathe, afraid to disturb Li Zhengyao. Ji Wenbin seemed a bit anxious. He wanted to defend Yi Feng, but his father had warned him before leaving not to speak. After thinking it over, he ultimately chose to remain silent. In contrast, when Li Zhengyao made this remark, Yi Feng not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and asked back, "General Li, would you dare to say this in front of General Song?" Li Zhengyao was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Yi Feng to dare to retort, which caught him off guard. However, he was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, "Haha, although I haven't yet seen what skills you possess, I do appreciate your spirit. Not bad, not bad." The sudden shift in atmosphere was so abrupt that not only Ji Wenbin and Song Hang failed to react, but even Yi Feng was taken aback. He even suspected that General Li might have some mental issues. However, at that moment, 6 men suddenly walked into the tent. Among them, 4 were dressed in military uniforms, looking serious, while the remaining 2 included Ji Wenbin's rival Zhao Meng, and the other was a haughty figure walking alongside Zhao Meng. As soon as Zhao Meng entered the tent, he spotted Ji Wenbin and immediately revealed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. As the six approached, four of the soldiers saluted Li Zhengyao, and the soldier on the far right spoke loudly, reporting to General Li, all team members have arrived. Li Zhengyao nodded. Good, you all get to know each other first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Meng looked at Ji Wenbin mockingly and said, Oh Ji, brother, you're here too. By all accounts a coward like you should be hiding in your own sanctuary, shouldn't you? Hearing this, Ji Wenbin's face instantly turned pale. Indeed, if Feng hadn't called him, he definitely would not have participated in this rescue mission. But even so, Zhao Meng had no right to insult him. Ji Wenbin glared at Zhao Meng angrily, saying, You better watch your mouth. Is there something wrong with what I said? Zhao Meng continued to mock him. I also heard that when you went to clear the infected at your uncle's place last time, you ran into mutants, and in the end it was thanks to your friend here that you were able to escape alive. Oh, what a pathetic situation. As Zhao Meng said this, his gaze never left Ji Wenbin, and his expression was filled with contempt. You bet. Ji Wenbin rolled up his sleeves ready to fight Zhao Meng, but Feng was quicker, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Although Ji Wenbin was very reluctant, he ultimately held back. Oh, you really are like a well-behaved puppy, Zhao Meng taunted further. Not to mention that Ji Wenbin was the distinguished young master of the Ji family who was showered with affection. Even an ordinary person his age would be furious if insulted like this by Zhao Meng. Yet now Ji Wenbin endured it, which made Li Zhengyao, who was watching the scene, regard him with newfound respect. After stopping Ji Wenbin from making a move, Feng naturally wanted to stand up for him. He looked at Zhao Meng and asked politely, Young Master Zhao, did you happen to visit the restroom on your way here? Zhao Meng was puzzled by Feng's question, but he knew it must have ill intentions. So he retorted, What if I did? What if I didn't? Feng waved his hand in front of his nose and said, You must have, or else your mouth wouldn't smell so bad. Seizing this opportunity, Ji Wenbin quickly chimed in mockingly, puffed. Ha, no wonder your words are so unpleasant. Turns out you just came from the restroom. Who is so uncouth as to leave it unflushed, giving Zhao brother an opportunity to take advantage of? Zhao Meng's expression darkened instantly. It seems Ji brother has made a very good friend. Your friend is not bad, either, just with a nose so high up in the air. Here Ji Wenbin was referring to Zhao Meng's companion, who had not even glanced at Ji Wenbin and the others since entering. Such arrogance was something Ji Wenbin had never encountered before. Zhao Meng suddenly laughed. Brother Zhang, it seems someone has an opinion about you. Zhang Hai coldly replied, Just a jumping clown, no need to pay it any mind. Zhang Hai's arrogance surprised even Feng. He scrutinized Zhang Hai for a while, but couldn't discern what was so special about him. However, being one of the team leaders indicated that he did possess some strength. Ji Wenbin said nothing more. His criticism of Zhang Hai was due to his disdain for Zhang Hai's arrogant demeanor. Zhao Meng looked at Feng and smiled invitingly. This mission is fraught with danger, why not join our team? Feng had just humiliated Zhao Meng, yet he now actively invited Feng to join his team. Such audacity was rare indeed. However, Feng directly rejected Zhao Meng's offer, and his attitude. Zhao Meng did not give up, instead continuing. You do have some ability, and your luck isn't bad either, but the important thing is that luck doesn't always favor you. Last time could have been a fluke, but this operation is more complicated. Only by joining forces can we complete this special mission. Feng scoffed, and then dismissively replied, Oh, what does it have to do with you? Zhao Meng's face instantly darkened. He felt that Feng was being disrespectful. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and coldly said, Since that's the case, let's pretend I never said anything. However, his words carried an additional hint of threat. Just as Ji Wenbin was about to say something, Li Zhengyao suddenly interrupted him, and spoke in a serious tone. Alright, any conflicts you have can be dealt with later. For today's mission, you all must take it seriously. Anyone who dares to settle personal scores and disrupt the team will not be treated kindly. After saying that, Li Zhenjiao's gaze lingered on the crowd for a moment, especially on Feng, as if warning him not to act recklessly. Under Li Zhenjiao's watchful eyes, Zhao Meng and Ji Wenbin also became much more subdued. Although they were quite arrogant, they did not dare to act against him. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Li Zhenjiao continued. The reason I gathered you all before we set off is to discuss some important matters. Simply put, the level of danger for this mission is the highest it has ever been. The earliest groups to enter have already suffered significant losses, and the military forces available in this city are still far too few. There are too many matters to manage right now, and you should be aware of this. Additionally, with the current volatile situation, we cannot mobilize military forces from elsewhere, which is why the government and military have started to rely on civilian shelter forces. At this point, Zhao Meng and Ji Wenbin exchanged glances. In fact, the number of members from civilian shelters participating in this operation was quite small. Zhao Meng was one, his friend Zhang Hai was another, Ji Wenbin and Song Hang counted as one together, and the only remaining member was Feng. The reason for such a low number was partly due to the casualties suffered by many members of regular shelters during the last purge of infected individuals, with very few lucky enough to survive. The other part was because the difficulty of this mission far exceeded their capabilities. They would not risk their lives just for shelter points, it wasn't worth it. Everyone was aware of this issue, so they silently acknowledged it. Li Zhengyao glanced around at the crowd, and then said, "What you need to do right now is to quickly rescue the leaders trapped inside, and if conditions permit, please also bring out any other individuals in need of rescue." On the surface, this statement seemed to encourage everyone to save more people, but it implied that rescuing the leaders was the top priority, while others would come second. However, this was quite normal. If the government did not organize this rescue mission, others would also perish inside. Generally, how should we allocate the plan for this operation? Ji Wenbin asked curiously. He did not want to team up with Zhao Meng, but if Li Zhengyao decided on such a distribution, he would have no choice. Li Zhengyao replied, "You can decide this for yourselves as the dangers inside are ever-changing. No plan will be useful against the current situation." Yi Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing Li Zhenjiao's viewpoint. Even if they did come up with a plan, Yi Feng might not necessarily follow it strictly. A qualified leader needs not only decision-making skills, but more importantly, adaptability. According to the zoo map, the leaders who need rescuing are likely located in several specific areas, but these places are filled with mutated beasts. They are much stronger than ordinary infected individuals and extremely fast, making them difficult to kill even with firearms. Seeing the tension in everyone's expressions, Li Zhengyao added, "I am not exaggerating, the true situation inside is likely to be even more severe than I have described. We will be cautious." Song Heng replied with a serious expression. Li Zhengyao glanced at him and nodded. In fact, Song Heng had not planned to come along, but when he learned that Yi Feng was participating, he decided to join Ji Wenbin. The same went for Yi Feng. He did not wish for Song Heng to take part in this mission. After all, he could not always protect him, otherwise the mission would be impossible to complete. Moreover, he could not always be attentive, and what tragic outcomes might occur was anyone's guess. But since they were participating, Yi Feng would do his utmost to ensure his safety. Li Zhengyao stated, "In addition, there is one more point that you need to pay special attention to. Is it that golden-haired humanoid mutant?" Zhao Meng asked curiously. The team members who were leading had received intelligence from their respective operators, which naturally included information about the mutant Alice. Li Zhengyao nodded solemnly. "That's right, it's her. She is the greatest threat we have identified in the zoo. Isn't she just a humanoid mutant? We've dealt with such before." Zhang Hai, standing next to Zhao Meng, scoffed. His arrogance even surprised Yi Feng. Li Zhengyao turned to him and sternly warned, "Do not underestimate this mutant, or otherwise you will suffer greatly. She possesses intelligence that far exceeds the norm, rivaling the wisdom of humans. So far we have only..." Zhang Hai still wore an unimpressed expression, clearly unaware of the power of the humanoid mutant Alice. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhengyao added, "Moreover, we have lost many personnel and resources due to this mutant. If you happen to encounter her, please be extra cautious." Li Zhenjiao's use of the word unfortunate indicates just how much he fears Alice. At this time, a soldier leading the team chimed in, "The situation in the zoo is quite complex, and the dense jungle areas have basically ruled out the possibility of conducting rescues from the air. Therefore, we can only engage in ground combat and rescue operations, which will significantly increase the danger. I hope everyone can cooperate." This also implied that everyone needed to take this rescue mission seriously, otherwise not only would the mission fail, but they might also lose their lives. Ji Wenbin and the others nodded in agreement, indicating they would remember this. At this point, Li Zhengyao turned his attention back to Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you entered the depths of the zoo yesterday. Did you encounter this golden-haired mutant?" This question was what Li Zhengyao was most concerned about. Everyone turned to look at Yi Feng, eager to know if he had. Yi Feng frowned in deep thought before shaking his head and replying, "I'm not sure. I entered the zoo yesterday for some personal matters, and the only thing I can provide is that there are still some survivors inside." Yi Feng was not foolish. He certainly would not honestly admit that he had seen her, especially since she had transformed because of him. If he dared to say that he would be the first to be captured. As for the frown he had earlier, that was merely for Li Zhenjiao's benefit.